Volume 9 Prologue. Prologue. Bime's Labyrinth Subjugation. When we returned from that large job, the chilly air was beginning to warm up. My breath was still white in the mornings, but when the sun rose higher, that stopped being the case. I felt that spring was on its way, as I opened the window of the inn we were making use of. And shut it immediately. It's still too cold for that. The one to watch and make fun of my actions was the one staying over in the same room as me, the automaton Monica. She was a woman with blonde twin tails, and today as well, she operated in her maid uniform, carrying out various sorts of housework around me. She wouldn't compromise on that at all. But only her mouth was unsatisfactory. You try to direct a scene of a refreshing morning, only to reel back from the cold, as expected of my chicken dickwad. I'd like to air the room, so won't you leave it open? Wash your face first. I've prepared clothing for you already. As always, her work was perfect. I took a glance at the garments she'd prepared, and extended a hand to them to change. Please wash your face first. She pointed towards the washroom, and smiled at me. It was an inn of Bime, and while it cost a pretty penny, its facilities were in order. Quite a few adventurers made use of it, it seems, but other than that, the merchants dropping by the city often stayed here as well. We've been using it quite often since we first came to Bime. But as adventurers, relying too much on such an inn was also a problem. The lodging costs weren't to be underestimated, after all. My party, me included, had 9 members. Me. Magician with a side ponytail Novum. Spear-wielding warrior Arya. Support specialist, bespectacled, petite Clara. Having manifested a skill recently, trap specialist Miranda. Demon eye holder, but with no other redeeming factors, Shannon. Elf singer and skilled archer Eva. Divine beast taking on human form May. And finally, toxic maid automaton Monica. With all members besides me being female, how biased a party it must be. When I quietly headed towards the washroom door, Monica spoke. You're young, so you can't be using hot water. Cold water will wake you up in a jiffy. Because you'll be heading to the guild today. I splashed water on my face. Cold again, I thought. I wiped my face with a towel, and looked at what sleep had done to my hair. My blue hair was ruffled, and I'd have to set it. But that can wait. Or so I thought, as I walked outside to find Monica lying in wait with a brush in hand. Besides the brush, she was also holding what looked to be a badly made gun. What are you doing? And why do you have a weapon on you? When I retreated a step, Monica was amazed. Weapon? It's just a dryer. Have you never seen one before? Well, we've only just returned, and I haven't had the chance to use it. I didn't have one in stock, but having upgraded to full option Monica, there is nothing I cannot do, damn chicken. She motioned me to sit, so I quietly took a seat. The gun muzzle let out a warm wind, and Monica went into setting my hair. How is it? That's all it takes for this high-class tool to get even the worst of bedhead in order. She said that simply brimming with confidence. Wouldn't taking a shower and drying it off accomplish the same? When I said that, Monica muttered, once more, this man just doesn't get it, as she shook her head to the side. The setting ended, and I changed clothes before exiting the room, and going down to the first floor. It was where the inn had its dining hall, and where one could eat breakfast. When I descended the stairs, I found I had come just as Novum was eating her meal. Did you just get here? Yes, Lyle-sama. Would you care to join me? The one inviting me over was a member of the same party, as well as my former fiancé. I heeded Novum's invitation and joined her for breakfast. Bread and soup, and even salad. Quite an extravagant meal. There were even thinly cut strips of bacon, and the place was quite delicious relative to its price. I ate as I told Novum of the day's plan. Today, we'll go to the guild to verify what sort of requests they have for us. We've only just returned, so I hope there's a good amount of time to the next one. The guild we were affiliated with was an unpopular one known as the East Branch. It was a guild that mainly dealt with outside requests, and it was quite often it would dispatch its adventurers to other lands. Because with this being the city of adventurers, there were plenty of requests streaming in from foreign soil. The adventurers wishing for such requests would enroll there. Of course, no one wanted to take on troublesome jobs. To compensate for that, the East Branch had its own special collateral to be had. The Eastern Guild Branch was prioritized when the profitable requests known as labyrinth subjugations were sent around. And to earn the right to take them on, the adventurers of the East Branch would continue to process the requests sent down to them. Novum finished her meal, and courteously wiped her mouth with a table napkin before responding. It's important to take on normal requests as well. But perhaps a little more rest would be best. The majority of the party has only just undergone growth, so suddenly charging into battle would present a high chance of error. In our last labyrinth subjugation, most of our members had invited on growth. A growth that elevated one's physical abilities. The reason it was so dangerous lay in how, after overcoming a wall and specs, the people concerned would often then go on to push themselves too far beyond that. There are loads of adventurers who failed after trying to do the impossible post-growth. We can use that as a reason to go testing out our abilities a bit around Bime. Right, maybe we should go challenge Bime's own labyrinth. Even if we don't go down too deep, it could serve a good warm-up. It's not like the adventurers of the East Branch couldn't go off and challenge Bime's managed labyrinth. But they did kindly recommend you don't concentrate on it. Clearing it wasn't permitted. The managed labyrinth was said to even reach 100 floors down. No one's been able to confirm that one, but reaching its depths has even been said to be impossible. Novum addressed me. I'll leave that area to you. You plan to go with Arya-san today, right? Hearing Arya's name, I let out a sigh. It's not like I hated her or anything. But when it came to these sorts of dealings, no, I won't go that far, but when it came to confirming requests at the guild, taking her along wasn't much help. She was quite reliable in battle, but using her head was not her specialty. Well, we have Novum, Miranda, and Clara, and they're the ones who usually take up the thinking tasks. Even so, why choose to take Arya along? It was simple. From the blue jewel hung at my neck, I heard a voice. Don't make such a face, Lyle. You have to teach Arya about jobs like these, or she'll be truly troubled someday. You can't let her become a beast girl who only knows how to fight. Beast girl was the common classification of her among the ancestors recorded in my jewel. She was capable, but because of the outstanding environment she was thrown into, it couldn't help but seem she was falling short. And where the other party members could easily complete jobs, she couldn't help but look awkward. The third led his voice. She has the motivation, and she has the talent. I won't say to take it slowly, but she really has to be trained up. In various ways. On his tone that seemed full of hidden implications, I resisted the urge to respond. I spoke to Novum. Well, I'll teach her this and that. And if I keep taking everyone else but her along, I'm pretty sure she'll get mad. Novum laughed to herself. Something wrong? No, it's just. I'm only relieved you're worrying for Arya-san's sake. Hearing that from her. I can't say I'm just doing it because the ancestors told me to. I began to feel quite guilty. Bime's Eastern Guild branch. When we brought our feet to the guild we had set as our home, it was as lively as ever. An uninterrupted line of adventurers streamed in and out, and despite how wide the lobby had been constructed, it was filled to the brim with adventurers waiting their turn. A number of receptionists lined the counters, handling their needs. Perhaps Arya was mindful of the curling tips of her red hair, as she was stroking her ends with the tips of her fingers. We got in line, and had some free time until our turn came around. Arya's fingers parted from her cuticles, and she looked around. There sure are a lot of them here around this time of day. If you wanted to come for work, you should have come here much earlier. It takes quite a while once it gets crowded. Inside my head. It's probably best I keep quiet about how it was Arya's preparations delayed us into rush hour. That's something I've come to understand as of late. While it was her responsibility for sleeping in, it's not like we were in a hurry this time, or anything. We were only here to confirm what sort of requests they had. So I inclined my ears to my surroundings, to pick up a rumor or two. Rumors among adventurers. They weren't all credible information sources, but just listening to them was of no loss to me. Are the talks about how that Alette is going to get married true? No way. She's just returning to her country earlier than planned. Flaminia-chan from the flower shop sure was pretty today. I think I'll buy some more flowers on the way back. You didn't hear? Flaminia-chan's getting married next week, it seems. That can't be. I just heard, but it looks like Zayn and Lorphys are going to go at it again. They've always been glaring at one another regardless. But they have their own selection of mercs over there, so it's irrelevant over here. Even if they called over, only the South Branch would be getting worked up. Don't you have any stories of that albino bastard getting injured or anything? Or perhaps making a slip-up in the labyrinth? As if that albino would make a mistake like that. If he really was injured, then just how many people do you think would be at the bars rejoicing right around now? They were all stories without much a connection to me. At most, I learned that there were many adventurers desiring for harm to come Albano-san's way. From the jewel, the seventh led his voice. They can only develop a means of operation that invites in such hatred towards themselves. That's why I hate adventurers and mercenaries. I decided to let that opinion of his go in one ear and out the other. And wait, he just plainly hated adventurers and mercs, and all his opinions on them seemed to come solely from emotion. I heard a calmer fifth's voice. But whatever the generation, the rumors don't change too much. Of love and war, it isn't so much different from my time at all. The fourth laughed as he spoke. Even when it looks like it's changed, it's still the same in essence. That's a bit interesting. Is this sentiment the special privilege of us recorded souls? I listened to the voices of the jewel and the surrounding voices as I waited my turn. As the adventurers in front of us reduced, the counter grew closer. It seems the one in charge of us this time would be Mary Ansan. Oh. How rare. Mary Ansan was a guild receptionist usually charged with taking care of newbie adventurers. I found it a little odd to see her handling a normal reception's desk. Our turn came around, and we sat down across Mary Ansan to confirm the requests. She already knew about me, it seems. Good work on the labyrinth subjugation. And these are the sorts of requests we'd like you to take on this time. She passed over some documents, but there were more than usual. Arya, sitting beside me, spoke. Hey, isn't that a bit much? Are you going to take up all of them? I picked one of the sheets up and denied that statement. No way. It's from here we'll decide the requests we'll accept. If the travel distance is short, we'll have to accept a number of them. But too far will cost some time. So I'd like to consult with the others after we get back, but there sure are a lot this time. Mary Ansan shrugged her shoulders. The reason her large chest looked as if it was bouncing must be the fault of that modified uniform of hers. When my eyes ended up wandering towards them, Arya stepped on my foot. Ow. What is it? You were being rude, so I cautioned you, said Arya as she averted her eyes. I endured the pain on the top of my foot as I turned my eyes back to the documents. Marianne was smiling a bit. What was presented to me was an all-encompassing list of the available requests, but there were 5 full pages of them. A few of them had been crossed through to indicate there was already a party that had accepted them. They'd been crossed off starting with the most favorable ones. I guess it's only natural. I looked over the list and sought confirmation with Mary Ansan again. Isn't it longer than usual? It's right after a labyrinth subjugation, and there are quite a few parties that aren't troubled for money at present. And there are also ones with comrades experiencing growths that can't move around as they please. On top of that, a new pioneering corps has been formed, so they're also seeking manpower. We have more requests than we can digest. There's this and that at the main branch, and receptionists are being recalled, so even I've been placed on standard duty. Ah. Remembering something, Mary Ansan asked me. Has Harkoon's party picked a quarrel with you since then? They're rash children, but good at heart. Their mindset of solving things with power is too prevalent that I can't help but worry. Arya beside me heard the man's name, and made a face as if she just recalled them. That guy with the large sword and tank top? Come to think of it, I haven't met him since. While Arya hadn't met him, I'd seen his face a few times at the guild. Whenever we met, he would make a displeased expression, but he would soon go off somewhere else. Not really. Though it seems he still hates me. Mary Ansan made a bitter smile. I see. I'm cautioning him on my end, but... Now then, what shall you do? You can pick up a relatively favorable request now. Or will you take the documents with you and deliver it? I told her I'd take it back and left the counter. Guild headquarters. The ones gathered were the staff members of higher status from each branch. Sweeper Tanya. Tanya was to accompany them as a guard. The headquarters meeting room was too vast to even compare to the ones at the branches. One of the top brass informed the personnel gathered of the contents of the meeting. To refresh you all on the current problem, skirmishes have already broke out on the border of Zayn and Lorphys. That happens every year, and it's nothing rare, but it came with bad timing, and things are blowing up sky high. Everyone's eyes turned towards the receptionists of the East Branch. What a let a knight of Lorphys got her hands on was a rare metal known as mithril. And that was about to become the trigger for war. But those here didn't really care about the war in itself. The problem lay in how it would affect the guild. A man from the South Branch raised his hand and declared. At the South Branch, a number of mercenary brigades have already begun to move. Equipment and foodstuffs, consumable expenditure will also increase, surely. A female staff of the North Branch. A war in this season? How troublesome. Because we hadn't anticipated it, there'll be quite a ruckus over changing plans. So will war really break out? A West Branch receptionist laughed a little. It's true that it's only a rumor. But this generation's holy maiden loves her share of war. The high priests seem like they'd be for it as well. Tanya's superior looked over the documents in his hand with displeasure. In a small voice. Good grief, even when we've only just gotten them from the labyrinth, we're going to run through our stock of magic stones. Even though when the adventurers get busy with war, the price of magic stones rises. Even if the price of magic stones rose, each guild would be obligated to buy them regardless, or so he complained. The top brass passed down the guild's policy on the matter. As we always have, the guild will be assisting both camps. We will accept both requests, but there's something called balance. Without any excessive support, we'll be moving so as not to put the guild at a loss. Tanya thought. And that's the hard part. A wrong move, and it'll be troublesome when a country gets destroyed. A receptionist of the West Branch raised his hand and asked. So what's the scale the guild anticipates it'll climb up to? Scale. On both sides, only the skirmishes of local lords, with a scale of thousands? Or would the countries seriously try to mobilize their people, fighting with tens of thousands on the battlefield? If it were just some disputes with a few hundred soldiers, those normally existed everywhere without the guild intervening. With only a few dozen fighting, they weren't even possible to report. Zayin and Lorphys weren't the only countries out there. The top brass. Zayin just underwent a change in leadership, and that new head's sure to move some tens of thousands. According to the merchants, they've already started amassing goods to that extent. In contrast, Lorphys' movements are dull. They fall short in national power on a fundamental level. Lorphys' land will likely become the battlefield. The guild anticipated Lorphys would be fighting a defensive battle. Tanya anticipated the country to be laid waste to. She had conversed a number of times with Alette over the reception's desk, and she knew she wasn't a bad person. Alette-san is going to hurry back home, isn't she? As a single acquaintance, she didn't want her to die, but with reality as it was, the guild was going to use Alette's homeland strife as a source of profit. Without her expression falling apart, Tanya quietly watched over the meeting. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 1, Letter. Letter. The one waiting for me when I returned to the inn was Alette-san. She belonged to the night brigade of a small country known as Lorphys, but was the captain of a force carrying out a strange tradition of training in Bime. I've even heard rumors she was promised the position of vice commander once she returned home. And such a person had dropped by to visit me. I never thought we'd meet again so soon. When I said that with a dubious expression, she gave a smile that seemed to have extra shadows looming in it, and dropped her shoulders. Same goes for me. I know we both need a little more time between us. But I have to talk to you now, no matter what. Alette-san had come by the inn with her trusty adjutant. When I tried to confirm the details, she invited us out for a meal. Anyways. Could you free up some time? I do feel sorry for this, but I can't help but be busy right now. I'll treat you all at dinner. The one dealing with her was Miranda. She sat in a chair, crossed her legs, looked at me, and nodded. So my decision on the matter is fine. I'd better tell her about how much May eats. If we were just going to listen to what she had to say, it shouldn't really be a problem. We'll gladly accept a meal. But one of our members has quite an appetite. I recommend you resolve yourself for the bill. As I said we'd listen to her, Alette-san seemed relieved. That's a big help. Well, we all have our appetites, be we adventurers or knights. There's a restaurant I happen to like, so I'll treat you there. The matter at hand is about the same congratulations I offered you before. But we aren't so rushed on that one. Our main objective is about a letter of introductions. Well then, we'll send someone to get you in the evening. A letter of introduction? To whom? I thought, but there was one person that seemed to fit the terms. Alette-san left the inn, and Miranda stood from her seat to come over to me. I had headed to the guild with Arya, but she noticed I had returned alone. I'll notify the other members about the dinner matter. More importantly, weren't you with Arya? I had taken Arya to the guild to teach her about it, but on the way back, she had gone off to retrieve some equipment, so she would be returning a little later. Her equipment was scheduled to be done today, so she went off to pick it up. If she came with me back to the inn, she'd have to go out again. After hearing that, Miranda looked towards the door Alette had exited through. I think this is probably about Professor Damien. If it's a letter of introduction from you, Lyle, then perhaps he might show some interest. Will you write one up? My acquaintance that Alette-san seemed interested in was a professor at Arumsa's academy known as Damien Valle. He was an oddball known as one of the Academy's 7 great. In fact, he was the one to get Monica operational after excavating her from the labyrinth. And at present, it was widespread knowledge that he had used his golem magic to develop the baggage carrier golem porter. To be more precise, I had been the main developer, but Damien was the one who taught me the magic, and consulted with me on the matter, so it was something of a joint venture. Porter is convenient, after all. Since she's attached to a night brigade, I guess she can't help but want a unit. I did deny teaching her, so. Seeing my atmosphere become gloomy, Miranda gave a bitter smile. She crossed her arms, and leaned a little of her weight to the table in front of her. Hey, it was the right decision, wasn't it? Spreading the information to become rich would be nice, but I honestly doubt its viability for our end goal. So will you write up a letter? From the jewel hung around my neck, I heard the aloof voice of the third-generation head. How about writing one to get her in your debt? And get her to pass on that matter with Monica, and what's happened up to now. It's thinkable that Seals may become interested in Damien, so it's best you put him on his guard while you cannot. The latter half of that was said in an earnest voice. I gripped the jewel to signify my agreement on the matter. I'll write one. I want to inform him of this and that. As his former student, is there anything you want to pass along? Miranda laughed. I doubt he even remembers my name. That's the sort of man the professor is. Now then, I'll go notify the others. To leave their evenings open. I saw her off as she headed up the stairs, and began thinking up what to tell Damien. Write a letter of introductions, and, yeah, I can't leave Seals out of it. And what I learned in the labyrinth. Perhaps he'll be able to give some insight? Recalling the words of the automaton who named herself Monica's sister, I began writing to Damien. The dinner Aletsan treated us to was good in both quantity and quality. She reserved a room, and perhaps to thank everyone for the success of the labyrinth subjugation, her subordinates were there as well. With the place rented out, we were able to talk about quite a few things. I also met with the knights who would be leaving for Arumsas. As we were returning back to the inn, Monica carried a sleeping Shannon over her back. She walked over to my side, and made a rare request. Chicken dickwad, once we return, I will plead something to you with upturned eyes, so please listen to my request. As she said that, she looked quite reluctant. I looked around. May looked satisfied as she talked with Arya about the meal. Which one was good? Ah, I didn't get to try that one. I heard that sort of conversation. Eva was asking Miranda about the events in Arumsas, and taking memos. Clara was talking to Novum. The road back was still cold once night set in, and I looked at them, and thought. Are they getting along better than before? I returned my eyes to Monica, and decided to see what I could do. If it's within a feasible scope. Well then, what is your request? Monica supported up Shannon's body with one hand, as she used the other to produce a black, small, and slender board from the pockets of her apron. What's that? A memory stick. It's loaded with information readable by automatons. Could you put it in the letter, in a way he's sure to notice? When I took it, she shifted Shannon back to both her hands. What I took in my hand looked like a smooth and small plank. It's probably best I hand it over through a different route. It's Damien we're talking about here. Perhaps he won't even check the contents of the letter of introduction. I'll write another letter, and put it in there. I'll leave it with the knights headed for Arumsas, and ask them to deliver it as well. But there was something I found a bit curious. Contents automata can read, weren't you at odds with the 3 units at Damien's place? Was there something you wanted to say so late into the game? When I thought that, she made a serious expression far removed from her normal one. Of how I met our sisters, and of how I, Monica, am reaching my final perfect form, I only mean to brag of it to them. This isn't just any boast, mind you. I've recorded what happened back then in detail, so it overlaps with your intentions. You've been especially ill-natured as off late. But alright, I'll put it in the letter. Even if it was just the braggings of an automaton, there wasn't anything to be lost in sending it over. And wait, I thought. Monica, those 3 at Damien's place are the only ones of her kind we know of still operating in the world, aren't they? I wonder if she feels lonely. I carefully put the blackboard away in my pocket, and continued down the road back. The next day, I gathered everyone, and went over the requests we would be taking. And when everyone dispersed, Clara remained in my room. Clara Bulmer was a temporary worker at Arumsa's library. What's more, she had a beneficial skill towards that job. Novum and Miranda were both present, and Monica brought in some tea. With her deep blue hair, Clara held her staff as if to embrace it. Her drowsy eyes were usually half closed, but she was giving a sharp stare, narrowing them even further. Her red eyes looked as if they were glowing, and it felt as if her entire body was glowing as she stood in the center of the room. To Clara's final stage skill walking library, I posed a question. A question regarding the vile courtesan that led the kingdom of Centris to its ruin 300 years ago. Yes. There are numerous theories, but she was a woman that made her appearance in the closing years of the Centris kingdom, and it has been recorded that she has enamored many a man. At present, she is thought of as a single product of the internal decadence of the kingdom before its collapse. More indifferent than usual, Clara responded in a voice without a hint of emotion. And her will itself wasn't in it. Even when it was her own skill, she was unable to put it to effective use on her own. And that was what Clara thought of as her defect. The one to defeat her was the first king of Bonsium, correct? On my question, Clara indifferently. According to the recorded documents and stories, such has been registered. But one portion of them suggests that the existence of another party has a relation to the matter. Yes, that much was common knowledge. The problem is what's to come. How did the first king of Bonsium defeat the beautiful courtesan? How did he fight the kingdom of Centris? When I asked two questions, Clara closed her eyes. And she opened them again. The internal decadence had worsened, and the future king, who was but a provincial lord at the time, sought out the assistance of those around him, or so the records have left. Even now, many of those in power are the descendants of those that lent their power to the king. However, while the result of said courtesan being defeated remains, no such data has been recorded towards the means. Having read anything she could find that looked remotely like a book, Clara had read through almost all the books in the giant library of Arumsas. And every time she found a new book, she would read it without fail. There were some books she was prevented from reading, but those were the ones forbidden for anyone to browse. Novum, sitting on the sofa, looked down a bit and put her hand to her chin. She seemed to be thinking of something. On the other hand, Miranda was sitting on my bed, and she posed a question to Clara. Is it that it was never recorded how she was defeated? Or that Clara has simply never read such a thing? On that query, Clara disinterestedly. The possibility exists. But Clara Bulmer has used her skill to read between 80 and 90% of the great library of Arumsas. Conclusion: in the extent that a civilian can read, there are no further records to be found. After saying that much, Clara began acting strange. I stood from my seat, walked over to her side, and supported up her shoulders. That's the end of it. Let Clara lie down and sleep. Monica placed a pillow on the room's sofa, and I lay Clara down. She was small, and lifting her up wasn't much trouble at all. Now then, do you think there is no record of that courtesan's defeat, or perhaps there wasn't a need to record it to begin with? Which do you think? On my question, Miranda crossed her legs. Who knows? Well, even if she seduced men the same way as seals, I can't say her skill level is greater or lesser than the woman of the time. Personally, I can't make a decision. Novum looked at me. I think the queen who carried out her heinous acts must have been skilled as well. We've confirmed the extent of her actions last we had Clara use her skill. To accomplish all of that, it's definite that she had a level of ability of her own. Cruel and extreme. It was as if the beautiful courtesan quite literally walked her way up on a road of blood. We confirmed it with Clara's walking library, but her actions were the same as seals, no, even greater. The unnerving stories that came from Clara's mouth made me want to cut her off part way. But there were many unknown spots in regards to her abilities. Whether she had a technology to turn people's heads strange, or she was doing it herself, or if she had her subordinates carry it out, the details of it all would change by the book, and Clara's skill was unable to affirm anything. What was certain? The way to beat her was never passed down. If it was due to a lack of need, then that's well and good, but this does feel quite contrived. I felt like complaining to the Bonsium king who didn't leave behind such information. But within the jewel, the ancestors were also raining him with jeers. Useless, right? This is why you can't trust people of the royal line. It sure is suspicious. At the very least, the end of the woman who put so many people through hell, it wouldn't be strange at all for such a things to remain. Of how she was defeated, or perhaps she could have even been tortured for it all. Or could it be that the one who did it used their own life, so nothing could be? It couldn't be written down, or they simply didn't. Whichever the case, perhaps there's something they wanted to bury up. Most nobles have something like that, more or less. When it goes all the way up to the royal line, anything is possible. The Bonsium king of the time defeated her, as a representative of the lords who participated in the conquest, or so I learned. Well, none of those concerned are alive anymore, so is the truth buried in darkness? How useless. On the seventh useless statement, the third offered a revision. You're not talking about Clara-chan, right? The useless ones are the royalty, right? right? The seventh sounded a little troubled. Oh, of course. And responded as such. I thought to use some precedent as a model for taking seals down, but I guess it won't be that easy. Seeing Clara fast asleep from using her skill, I put my hand to my head, and began thinking up a different means. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 2, Chivalry. Chivalry. Having brought myself over to the guild, I took Novum with me today. We had decided what requests we would take on as a party, but there was a possibility they would already have been taken up by other parties. But that doesn't mean we could just bring the list back and talk about it again every time. We would see which ones we could take, and if our choices were taken, we had some backup candidates, but if those were gone as well, I'd consult with Novum on what requests she saw as preferable. With Arya, I can't really bring myself to rely on her for decisions in that field. I'm not trying to speak ill of her, but at present, her hands were full with taking care of herself. She didn't seem to have the leisure to think of our other comrades, and deciding matters like these was more suited to Novum and Miranda. Perhaps Clara was the runner-up? The place was congested as usual, but we had come early in the morning, so it was on the lesser side. Looking around, I spotted some adventurers who'd worked alongside us in the labyrinth subjugation. Among them was a certain adventurer I didn't really want to meet. Gay. It's the womanizer. The one looking my way with an unpleasant expression was Erhardt, headed for work. He didn't have his large sword on him today, but his tank top showed no sign of changing. I'm pretty sure it's still cold out there. A little amazed, I offered a light greeting. Novum gave a small bow. How cruel. You look like you're doing well. When I said that, Erhardt stuck his chest out. Of course. I'd become able to get B evaluations without breaking a sweat. After we save up some money, and get our equipment in order, I'll be selected for labyrinth subjugation, and pass you by in no time. Seeing his back as he took his comrades along and left, I found myself happy at his growth, for some reason. So he's earnestly doing his work, he should buy a coat while he's at it. When I said that, Novum smiled. I'm sure there are some things he won't concede. Personally, I find that the metal protectors around his hips stand out more. He usually wore quite unbalanced equipment, but I didn't see them this time around. He usually wore heavy metal guards around his hips and legs. Perhaps they're unnecessary for odd jobs? But it does look like he's doing just fine. I was a little relieved. If something happened to him, it'd become harder to sleep at night. I did just tell Mary Ansan I'd look after him, after all. I thought, as I spotted another sweltering acquaintance with quite a refreshing smile on his face, so early in the morning. 'Twas Kreitsan. Morning, Lyle Kuhn. This time, I was the one who felt like saying, Gay, but Novum offered him a courteous greeting. It's been a while. Hey, it's Novum-san. You're bringing a different woman every day, I see. Kreitsan's smiling face likely held no ill intent, but those around him weren't so. Eyes of envy and pity pierced into my stomach. From the jewel, the fourth. It's these oblivious sorts that bring about the worst. The third laughed. If he were doing everything according to plan, he'd be an unpleasant one, but he isn't that skillful. He's a good person, I say. If you keep some distance when you keep him company, he'll become a good comrade. I gave my greetings, and noticed he was wearing some rough attire. Even if I called it rough, perhaps by his personality, it was set quite neatly. His collar was properly folded and fastened, while his clothes barely had any wrinkles. I think it every time I see you, but you sure are prim and proper. Not very adventurer-like. His smile didn't falter. That's so? I'm not sure whether to be happy or sad about that one. But our final goal is government service, after all. Come to think about it, I get the feeling I've heard something like that. Government service, is it? On those words, the man firmly hit his right hand against his chest. What's there to hide? We're a party that's gathered in order to become knights. Until we find the Lord we are to serve one day, we're training ourselves up. I thought he was a sweltering one, but he had his own goal, and was acting based on it. Though I get the feeling he's taking it a bit too far. There, Kreitsan looked at a clock posted in the guild. Oh my, I must be off. Well then, fare thee well, Lyle Kuhn. I waved my hand, as I saw him leaving with a smile. Watching Kreitsan, the seventh spoke. I'll buy into his disposition, but why an adventurer of all things? The adventurer-hater rarely gave constructive opinions when it came to these matters, so I let him be. There, Novum called out. Lyle-sama, we're next. Looking in front, I saw the adventurers at the counter get up and leave. So today's receptionist at Tanya-san. With bob-cut hair and glasses, she looked like a capable woman, and fitting with that appearance, her work was thorough and swift. I brought our papers up to the counter and offered my greetings. Pleasure. It's been a while. Yes, quite some time. What business have you come for today? We're thinking to take up a request. Is this one possible? When I pointed to one on the list, Tanya-san looked through the documents she had on hand and thought a while. Another party has already taken it. Would you like to look at an updated roster? By the way, it would be exceedingly helpful if you took up this request over here. The one she asked us to accept would take up more time than the request reward was worth. Isn't that a tad harsh? When I said that, I saw that Tanya-san seemed to have already understood that fact. Yes, we think so as well, but there are some circumstances that will prove troublesome if no one accepts it. And if you take it up, we will buy off the magic stones you earn along the way at a comparatively higher price. I thought over her words, as Novum verified the sales increase. How much higher would that be? Also, how will this request benefit us? Tanya-san made a conflicted expression. I think around 10% should be possible. It depends on how much you bring in, really. But about the benefit. I'll benefit from it. Is that no good? She tilted her head a little to the side and smiled. To her, Novum. Not at all. Tanya-san gave a strained laugh. I'll bet. I'd refuse that one as well. I was a little surprised that Tanya-san was trying to push such a request onto us. But it's a good thing I brought Novum along. If I was alone, perhaps I'd have accepted. Novum continued conversing with Tanya-san. Very well. Would it be possible to accept that one alongside this request? Yes, it's possible, but, in that case, it would be a lifesaver if you could complete this one on the return trip. Novum locked eyes with me, and I confirmed the contents. Looking at our quota, it's going a bit over. Just completing 2 would be enough. And if we take up 3 of them, it looks like we won't have any leisure this month. I spoke. If we take up that many, then this month will be rough. I wouldn't really want to lose rest over it. When I said that, Tanya-san shrugged her shoulders. I'm sure that's how it is, but it's going to go on like this for a while. Eh? I looked at her expression and found it quite serious. Tanya-san declared that the number of requests would increase, no, the amount of adventurers to accept them would drop. It isn't anything certain, but a country called Zayan and a country called Lorphes are currently in quite a tense situation. I don't think they'll make any move for now, but even so, both camps are scraping up manpower. If handled poorly, armies in the tens of thousands range will clash, you know. Novum spoke on those words. That's Aletsan's homeland, right? Tanya-san nodded and began to explain. I've no idea if your party will have anything to do with it, but when the scale goes up that high, the adventurers will jump in one after another. The amount of requests on the market will increase, but more importantly, the amount of adventurers to accept them will go down. And naturally enough, the guild still has to process all of them. And to process them all, the quota will likely be increased. Well, I'll be. So there'll be more requests for a while. Having heard that, Novum seemed to be lost in thought. But from the jewel came some delighted voices. The third spoke. A war of 10,000s, huh? The fourth. Preparing will be a bitch. We'll need some information if we're going to have Lyle join in. The fifth as well. Should we ride the winning horse, or aim for a turnabout? The latter will work more towards Lyle's goal of increasing his ally count. The sixth denied it. But inning and spreading his name would be good as well. In that case, it'd become easier for people to gather around him. And Lyle has never experienced large-scale warfare before. I think it too rough to aim for a turnabout here. The seventh. But it's a chance nonetheless. Let's take an assertive stance on intervention. Be that as it may, without information, nothing's going to start. Among the ancestors, opinions converged in the direction of my participation in the war. What about my opinion? Once we returned to the inn, me and Novum explained the information we heard at the guild. Everyone had gathered in my room, so the space felt quite narrow. Monica prepared tea, and we sipped it as we discussed the matter. Shannon spoke. So the amount of requests we're going to take increased? Why not just decline them? If that was possible, it would be so much easier. The guild itself seemed quite troubled at the fact there weren't enough adventurers for the requests. If we went about things as usual, I doubt they'd be satisfied with it. More so, I wanted to get them in my favor, so I'd play along, at least to an extent. Miranda addressed Shannon. And the fact that wasn't going to happen is why we're all here discussing it. If we're going to accept one with little benefit this time, then what about the next? If we just keep accepting requests, we'll be hard-pressed from an income standpoint as well. Our income fundamentally came from rewards, and the magic stones and materials we found on the way. Compared to labyrinth subjugation, our revenue dropped a few levels. If you completed a number of them, then the rewards would amount to something, but there was something more I had to say. On top of that, in the coming war between Lorphes and Zayn, we will be participating in it as well. When she heard that, Eva seemed a bit interested. As I thought, she must yearn for battlefields as a minstrel. I can't think it would be anything fun to watch, but it's true that hero tales are preferred by a large portion of the populace. Imprudent as it may be, I'm interested. But the divine beast couldn't comprehend it. Killing one another of the same species? I don't get it. Well, if their numbers grew, perhaps an extension of a turf dispute? It was a turf dispute in itself. Clara spoke. But our scope can't be considered that much a fighting force. Even if they be of good quality, mercenary brigades must stress on numbers as well. And it isn't certain we will make any money if we participate. We didn't have the know-how to join in and make a profit as mercenaries. But there was someone who was knowledgeable in that field. The fourth offered me some advice. Lyle, say you'll gather information. On top of that, schedule out the requests into time intervals, and get together the necessary goods for them. I opened my mouth. Our participation in it is a definite fact. But for now, we will prioritize gathering information. The result of that intel will see off our course of action, and I was thinking to gather info as we carried out the requests. When I announced the verdict, Arya hesitated a bit. But doesn't that mean, if we participate in war, we'll be fighting humans, won't we? When Arya looked around her, Miranda spoke. If we're going to have to experience it eventually, getting a feel for the atmosphere at least once would be preferable. But I don't want to die a dog's death. If I think it too reckless, I will oppose you. Rather than personally being against it, she seemed worried that I may take reckless actions. When I nodded, Novum opened her mouth. Aletsan asked that you write a letter of introduction, but perhaps you were too rash. She is sure to return to her homeland of Lorphes, and if we end up joining Zayn's side, we will become mutual enemies. But when everyone recalled Aletsan, she wasn't one they could bring themselves to hate, so I'm sure they had their share on their minds. And she was, without a doubt, a competent one. I can't really say she'd emerge unharmed from a battlefield. No, people walking the battlefield for the first time like us would probably make for good targets. Monica spoke. This is a little troublesome. If it were a little sooner, I could be of major assistance, but, well, as long as you have Monica alongside you, we'll have the strength of thousands. I'm a maid, after all. I scoffed. Then what will you do with 10,000 enemies? Even if you take on 1,000 yourself, just how many would that leave? And why is it that a maid is supposed to put us at rest? On my questions, Monica did a single spin, and let her twin tails sway. She pinched the sides of her skirt, and lifted them to give a tidy bow. That's just the sort of thing a maid is. And the current me is the full option version. Everything I couldn't do before has become possible. The only change I ever saw was how her convenient cleaning and cooking tools had multiplied. I gave a vague reply, and looked over everyone. Any objections to our participation? None? Then our actions from here on will center on fulfilling the requests we've accepted. But we'll leave some members in BIME to collect information. With 9, we could still complete requests while leaving a number behind. There, Miranda raised her hand. Any ideas, Miranda? Right. I've given work to a number of information dealers here. It was around that time that I got to know quite a skilled one. I'll introduce you to him, Lyle. She said that with a smile, but her words caused me to recall. She said she had Novum under surveillance. So she's investigated investigators beforehand. Miranda tacked something onto that. I also had him look into the surrounding countries. Including Bonsium, that is. It's fine if we take action after listening to what he has to say, isn't it? I looked at her. I had a few things I wanted to say, but having said something along the lines of accepting her everything, I couldn't really criticize her in taking action of her own accord. What's more, this is definitely working towards my sake. If it was going to drag my feet, I would be able to caution her, but... Understood. I'll meet him. And I must give my thanks. It's just, next time, it'll help if you consult with me beforehand. When I said that, the fourth. Lyle, how about you foot the information bill? She's sure to have spent quite a sum on it. That one's your responsibility. I gripped the jewel, and spoke. And tell me how much it cost. I'll pay it. Miranda slid the hair in front of her ear back. Oh, then perhaps I should say 100 gold or two. She said that in a joking tone. Fine. If it cost that much, then I'll pay it. Her expression turned serious. I lied. But I'd like you to be firmer with these sort of dealings. I'm happy you trust me, but being too loose about it is no good. Thinking her quite integrous, I nodded, and confirmed the sum Miranda had really paid. The sixth spoke. As expected of Miranda. With this, we've saved the trouble of searching out an information dealer. There, the fifth. Are you an idiot? There may be a better one out there. And we'll need much more information from here on. You think 1 or 2 will be enough? After attaining everyone's approval, I stood to put it to action. Now then, I wonder what it'll come down to. I doubt it will be that convenient for me, but if I wanted to defeat seals, then I'd have to use whatever I could. I can't keep being so easygoing. Or so I thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 3, Information Dealer Rano. Information Dealer Rano. So this is the place? The area Miranda brought me to wasn't near the main streets of Bime. It looked like a place that would become quite busy once night fell, but in the middle of the day, there were few people to be found, and I couldn't feel any vigor from it. I walked behind Miranda, and we entered a building to find a young girl greeting us. Welcome. Ah, Miranda-san. Your sister isn't with you today? She looked like a lovable child, but she gave off bit of a mature and calm air. A gnome? When I thought that, Miranda spoke. He is my lover. We're going out with marriage as the premise. I felt like I would do a spit take. The gnome girl put both her hands to her face to hide her expression. To avoid misunderstandings, I was about to try explaining the situation. So this is the enemy of womankind you've spoken so much about. How surprising, he looks kinder than I'd imagined. Ah, Rano-san's in the back room again. Miranda nodded, and confirmed what she owed with the girl. Thank you, Ines. So how much will it cost me? The gnome called Ines informed her of the rate for her request. It was just checking up on rumors. Making certain of some facts, and sniffing around recent hearsay, it'll probably run around this much? When she wrote out a price, it looked a little high to me. That opinion was shared by the ancestors in the Jewel, and the fourth. Proficient as this place may be, if they can only do work disproportionate to the sum paid, then we have no business here. And wait, it's quite clear there aren't many employees here. The two known as Rano and Ines were around, but it didn't look like they employed much personnel. But Miranda spoke with satisfaction. Very well. I'll hand it to you on the way out. There, Ines smiled. Quite delightedly. Thank you very much. With this, we'll finally be able to pay off the rent. The latter part of that was definitely not something I wanted to hear from a business, so I couldn't help but end up doubting the information dealer Miranda recognized. Is this really all right? I followed behind her, and headed for a room further in. Inside it was a man lying atop a sofa with a blanket draped over him. What's more, he reeked of alcohol. There was ale, and light snacks on top of his table, and regardless of how high the sun was in the sky, he was soundly asleep. I turned to look at Miranda's face. His skills are the real deal. He maintains deadlines, and take his personality out of the picture, and you'll find no better. He responded to her voice. Well, sorry for having such a troublesome personality. What? Bringing a guy along this time? Raising the upper half of his body, the male yawning as he stretched his arms was most likely Rano. When I greeted him, he violently cleared off the top of the table, and told us to sit. The door opened, Ines came in, and she hurriedly wiped off the tabletop before putting some tea out on it. And in that space of time, Rano brought out some documents. Miranda accepted the folder, but she handed it off to me. You're not going to read them? I can do that after you've looked through them. Read it first, Lyle. Being told that, I opened up the papers, while Rano-san sleepily sat on his sofa, and looked between me and Miranda. And? So the adventurer of rumors a customer, is he? Miranda narrowed her eyes, folded her legs, and looked at Rano-san. Displeased with something? Nope, no complaints here. I treasure clients with the ability to pay. If possible, then instead of Ines, you could just hand the reward money over to me, though. Miranda tilted her head with a smile. How unfortunate. I've already told Ines I'd hand it to her. That's so. Rano-san made a bit of a disappointed face as I scanned through the papers, and nodded. The information's quite precise. Uncertain pieces are grouped together separately. From the jewel, the fifth looked at them through me. Both Lorphys and Zayin are small. Wait, haven't they shrunk some from how they were in my time? The sixth spoke. On that scale, if they're moving 10,000 troops, it should be needlessly difficult. Did some groundbreaking new strategy come about while I was away? I looked at the documents, but it didn't look like there was enough territory to mobilize that many troops to begin with. An all-out war. If they collected up as much manpower as they could, then I wouldn't say it'd be impossible, but such a thing was sure to bring about internal problems. Zayin is bigger than Lorphys, but they don't look to be of the scale to move tens of thousands of soldiers either. And information on other countries were written down as well. The nations around Bime were all small ones, at least when compared to Bonsium. Those small countries would go at each other in small-scale conflicts, and it seems that squabble has been going on for a few hundred years. There, the third spoke up. Ah, so that's it. It's because they have Bime. The adventurer's capital, a place where large masses of mercenaries and adventurers exist on a regular basis. If any trouble comes up, they just gather up mercenary troops and adventurer parties from Bime. Hearing that, the seventh. There's a possibility the guild's moving things behind the scenes, and doing quite well for itself. And it looks like it's an area where the surrounding countries won't watch quietly if any one of them starts gaining land at a rapid rate. He proposed that the countries in the area had such circumstances going on. Then is the coming war also nothing but a farce? When I looked at the papers with that on my mind, my head began to hurt. The contents covering the pages were worse than I had anticipated. Looking at my expression, Rano-san seemed quite amused. What, did learning Zayin's internal affairs disappoint you or something? There are plenty such stories rolling around this world of ours. I shifted my eyes from the documents to the man. If it was Zayin alone, then so be it. But Lorphys is just as bad, and their neighbor Selva is dubious as well. Then the homes of heroines, countries Galleria and Russworth. Each and every one of them is nothing but war, war, war. Rano-san laughed. For a former Count Heir in a country as large as Bonsium, this must look like nothing but petty skirmishes. Well, they have circumstances you won't find in a superpower. And this is the capital of merchants and mercs. The fact that there are so many here who would make it big in a war just goes to show how many wars there are around here. Thinking I'd heard something I shouldn't have, I handed the documents over to Miranda. She confirmed their contents, but her expression did not change. It doesn't look like she was shocked by them. But inside the jewel, the ancestors were starting up an uproar. Seriously, the hell, this is too terrible. Rather than terrible, just what are they even doing? Even if you got together one or two of the countries here, you don't stand a chance against Bonsium. We're not even fighting on the right scale. Even if you're going to hoist one up, how many troops would they be able to put out? Getting your hands on personnel somewhere, and suppressing the surrounding powers will take too much time. If you're going to do it, you'll have to subdue them all at once, or it ain't happening. But if even that won't be enough, as I thought, we'll have to get the countries around Bonsium to move as well. It's true that Bonsium was a large country, but even compared to the Wheeze territory I hailed from, the countries here were smaller, and less developed. Doing nothing but war, their landmass and populace had stagnated. And Rano-san quite nonchalantly just put it out that he knew my circumstances. I looked at Miranda, but she shook her head. So he investigated me already. The adventurer of rumor. That's what he called me. I should take it an extent of information was already circling around. The seventh spoke. His personality's a problem, but his ability isn't bad. There's no loss in having connections. I thought a bit. Could I get you to investigate more into Zayin and Lorphys? Rano-san made a serious expression. What do you want to know? Any more info than that, and I'll have to hitch a ride there and investigate it myself. The fee will be quite high. Miranda was still standing next to me, but she didn't give her take on the matter. She was likely leaving this case to me in its entirety. But that's just how skilled this man is as an information dealer, is how it is. Not just gathering, it seems he has enough competence to infiltrate. You'll go there yourself? When I posed the question, he shrugged his shoulders and spoke in a joking tone. There's no one but me and Innes here. Give me the time and money, and I'll be able to look up quite a bit. The voices from the jewel told me the information they wanted. I took them into account when I spoke. Then Zayin's goal, their rations and the scale of their troops. I'd like you to confirm the adventurers and mercenaries joining in on their side as well. The same goes for Lorphys. And could you look into the surrounding countries as well? Rano-san opened his mouth, and after a space of silence, he shook his head. Oi, could it be you plan to join in the war yourself? I'm not saying you can't, but I'll be charging a small fortune. Even if you pick a side as a mercenary, the fee here will be much higher than your reward. Information quality and amount, that's just how much value it would have. Can you do it? Rano-san scratched his head. The time period? We plan to carry out guild requests for a while. We'll be leaving some people in the city, but could you get all this done in a month's time? Hearing a month, he made a doubtful expression. I knew it was physically impossible, but I wanted to see how much he'd be able to get together in that time frame. From the jewel, I heard the sixth's voice. Lyle, I'm sure you already understand this, but don't trust this man. Don't forget you can get information from other information dealers as well. I gripped the jewel, and Rano-san opened his mouth. I can get their rations and internal affairs. But the mercenaries and adventurers enlisted will change at the drop of a hat. Even if I probe into it, by the time I tell you, it'll have risen or fallen. I'll also say that the surrounding countries will be impossible. I nodded, and confirmed the fee. Listing transport costs, lodging at the destination, and food as necessary expenses, Rano-san began calculating it out. The fourth spoke. Yeah, that's a bit high. He looks skilled, but I can't really say how skilled. I nodded, and officially issued the request to him. I paid the down, and filled out the paperwork. And after me and Miranda paid the previous request's fee to Innes, we left the building. Within the jewel. Called in by the sixth, I was given a battle axe, a halberd to hold. My specialty is sabers. When I said that with a troubled face, the sixth sighed. Are you an idiot? You plan to continue using a saber on a battlefield? No, if it's you, perhaps you'd be able to pull it off, but you'll need a weapon made right for the plains of war. Made right for the plains of war. Meaning I'll have to put up a fight everyone will remember while on the battlefield. Surrounded by enemies in full plate armor, I'm sure there will be some cases where I won't be able to use my mass-produced sabers. Then how about the first's giant sword, or the second's bow? Not bad, said the sixth, as he pushed the battle axe onto me. The first sword isn't bad, but that one costs too much mana. The second's bow, how to put it, that one isn't going to be a flower on the battlefield. Ah, I see what you mean. While bows and magic performed wonders on the battlefield, naturally, means to block them were always prepared. And the ones who really stood out in their efforts were the ones who held up their weapons and fought in close combat. It would be more memorable to see a man take down 5 with a sword or spear than to see him shoot 5 dead. It isn't bad to expand your options. You know how to handle it, right? I have learned the basics. Saying that, I took a stance. The sixth looked over my form and put his hand to his chin. You're looking the part. Now then, start by showing me your thrust. I thrust out the halberd as told, and followed it up by cutting back with the axe portion. The sixth looked over all my movements. And after I had shown them all, he spoke. Not bad. But you've no flexibility. Right by the book, that was. Well, put in a little experience, and it's sure to become something formidable. Hearing him tell me to put in some experience, I made a conflicted expression. You mean I should go right into fighting with this on a regular basis? No practice? Holding a saber was one thing, but I couldn't help but be anxious over a halberd. The sixth laughed. What, nervous? Polearms aren't bad at all. Gives you nice reach. And a halberd can thrust as well as it can cut. You can even use it on horseback. I took a stance, and he did as well. Holding up the polearm gave a sense of unease I didn't feel with my usual saber. The sixth repeated a few thrusts, and I moved the weapon from side to side to parry them. And in the next instant, the axe portion was closing in on my stomach. A horizontal swipe. I jumped back to make some distance, and continued on in a defensive battle. What's wrong? Try swinging it dexterously like you do with that saber of yours. Even if you say it, this is too sudden to. The sixth's room of memories. The scene it displayed was the yard of the mansion. By the sixth's kick to the ground, dirt was shot onto my face. My sight was snatched, so I tried to take distance, only to stop upon sensing a fountain behind me with the second's all. Without a word, the sixth brought down his halberd at my face. When I opened my eyes, the halberd's spear portion was right in front of me. He grinned. You've still got a long way to go, Lyle. Pulling back his weapon, he held it in one hand, and hung it over his shoulder. The man seemed quite delighted. Is he having fun teaching his specialized weapon? Come to think of it, the seventh's weapon was a gun. He'd shot me full of holes a number of times with a weapon that had an exceedingly low number of users, a gun. And wait, why is it that when we're all of the same house, the ancestors all have different weapons? Like how I'm a saber user. I picked up a saber from my father's influence, but first through seventh had free choice of their weapons. There wasn't any semblance of a fighting style passed through the ages. The first was a giant sword. The second a bow. The third, quite plainly, a normal sword. The fourth, twin daggers. The fifth, a snake blade. The sixth, a halberd. And the seventh, a gun. The variation was all over the place. Is that the end of it? With his question, I held up the halberd. Not yet. At the very least, I'll get one blow off of you. When I said that with a smile, he looked surprised at first, but he soon raised a loud laugh and held up his halberd. Good spirit there. I'll take you on until you've given up. So I thrust out the polearm towards him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 4, Trouble, or Goddess of Fortune. TL, oh boy, 3 a.m. Trouble, or Goddess of Fortune. Grasslands spread out before me. The sky was high, and the sun hid behind the clouds to produce an unpleasant chill on my skin. If the sun came out, it'd definitely be warm. Winter was nearing its end. I held up a spear, as I remained wary of my surroundings. I asked May to take on Kalin form, and strapped a saddle on her to practice swinging a polearm on horseback. The spear was borrowed from Arya, by the way. Hey, don't hit my head when you swing that thing around. If you hit my horn, I will bite you. Watching me sit on her back and deal with monsters, she seemed more concerned that the spear would collide with her head. Porter was parked on a well-maintained road. Arya leaned her back to the machine as she watched over us, while Eva kept lookout. Clara was riding on Porter's roof, looking over at us. I'm making sure not to, but horseback fighting sure is hard. I was practicing it at the sixth suggestion, but I didn't have a horse to begin with. There was no helping it, so I had May take on Kalin form instead. Arya sighed. Hey, isn't this ridiculously luxurious? Not having a horse, do riding a divine beast instead? Eva looked around, before agreeing with her. Only Lyle. And wait, why horseback? It's storybook hero standard fare, so I've not any complaints, though. Arya seemed amazed as she looked at Eva. That's your problem? You're just going to ignore the fact he's seriously preparing for war? On the way back after completing our requests, I would practice horseback spearsmanship whenever we'd found a group of monsters. On top of it being hard to balance, I got the feeling it would be easier to fight if I got off. We found 3 goblins, and I urged everyone to let me fight alone. May trampled the goblin that stepped out in front of her with her forelegs. Oi! When her sudden movements destroyed my balance, May laughed. I mean, it aimed for my legs. And wait, how much time are you planning to spend on these small fries? Fighting on a horse was truly difficult. From within the jewel, I even heard some laughing voices from the ancestors. The sixth. Try properly fixing the axis of your body. There are loads of people on the battlefield where it's hard to tell apart the movements of man and horse. I'll be troubled, even if you tell me that. At the very least, it'll be bad if I can't get the form together, I told myself as I practiced. After we defeated the goblins, Clara came down from the roof to collect up the magic stones. Arya came beside her. Hey, let me have a go next. I dismounted from May, and confirmed it with her. May, is that fine with you? She didn't sound too interested. I don't really care. Arya took her spear back from me, and happily jumped onto May's back. She had been a noble lady albeit for a limited time frame, and it seemed she'd ridden horses before. Her spear-toting figure atop a Kalin was quite majestic. It's been quite a while, but it sure is a nice feel. There, May. Ah, she feels more stable than Lyle. I averted my eyes from the two of them. It really has been a long time since I last rode. And ended up giving an excuse. Perhaps finding that interesting, Arya sent May running with her right hand on her spear, and her left gripping the reins. Having finished collecting the magic stones, Clara removed her gloves as she spoke. She's skilled. She's got it down nicely. I'd heard Arya was born into a warrior household, but really, if she was a man, it wouldn't be strange if she became a captain or general. I looked at Arya. You're right. But in the present day, there are plenty of women who play quite large parts on the battlefield. I'm not sure about queens, but there are the 2 maiden of the Great War, and the Holy Maiden. See, 3 of them right in the area. Clara gave a sigh, before turning to face me. And her eyes were more focused than usual. And that holy maiden is the problem here. I had transmitted the info I'd received to Clara. She'd read through the documents. So Clara knew about the current holy maiden as well. Of course, the current one was terrible. The theocracy of Zayan was a country that pledged its faith to the last goddess. There wasn't any problem in that, and in general most religion in itself consisted of devoting yourself to one of the goddesses. The problem lay in this generation's representative. Priests generally succeed their roles through blood, so they're not much different from nobles. Yet the country's top is decided by looks and talent? From among the consecrated virgins in service to their temples, irrelevant to bloodline, one that excelled in appearance and talent would be selected as the next holy maiden. And because of that, there was a tendency for proficient ones to be selected. At times, due to the circumstances of surrounding countries, a noble's daughter would be sent into nunhood, and make her way all the way up to holy maiden. The high priests that held the roles of ministers seemed to be the ones actually carrying out the ruling, but the holy maiden had her share of authority. And the high priests were no monoliths in time. For a theocracy to go picking fights with everyone around it, that's no good, isn't it? Zayan's history was also a history of war. But perhaps because the predecessor had been of the moderate faction, the squabbles had died down for the past 20 or so years. Up to then was simply awful, and perhaps the newer generation had a grudge with Lorphes, as she had tried to get into a large-scale war with them a number of times. Waging war just after taking power. Having heard of Zayan's situation, the ancestors' reactions coincided. The 5th and 6th sounded particularly irritated. In order, 3rd and up. Their reason for war is terrible. I'm getting the urge to support Lorphes unconditionally. Just what could they be thinking? Should we get them back, and put a trauma so deep in their skulls they'll never wage war again? Their rationale for war is non-existent. Zayan's side is out of the question. Definitely out of the question. Crushing them will feel more refreshing. We won't be able to put Lyle in power, so I must refuse. Just trying to manage that country will take up all of Lyle's time. And it ended up I wouldn't be fighting on Zayan's side. The 5th said that even in the time he was alive, they irrationally attacked the feudal lords around him a number of times, and he was an individual who'd been forced to endure it. He couldn't forgive them on an emotional level. When I got the urge to breath out a sigh, a response came up on the search skill. A yellow point was being chased. I immediately called out to everyone. Someone's being chased. Clara, return to Porter. Arya, stay up there, and follow us. Eva. I called out to Eva, and had her look in the direction the chase signal was in. Among us, she had the greatest eyesight, so after staring a bit. A few carriages are being pursued. They're large carriages, so it doesn't seem they'll be able to get away. But, With a perplexed face, she addressed me. It's strange, I mean the ones chasing them don't look like bandits. There are definitely some circumstances behind that one. Hearing that from her, I began to consider it. So a chase with circumstance? Maybe it's best we don't get involved? The carriages turned right towards us. Lyle, what do we do? On Eva's question, I decided to help them. When I touched the jewel, the 3rd let out a bit of a fed-up voice. But he sounded a little happy. Playing hero, is it? Well, there are times when the ones being chased are the ones in the wrong. And wait, the ones doing the chases do seem to be directing some hostility towards us. The 6th. Be careful. Those movements aren't a simple bandits. I issued out orders. Clara, move Porter to put it between the pursued and pursuers. May, turn back to human form. Everyone hop onto Porter, and keep the pursuers company. We boarded Porter, and Clara began driving it. I moved myself to the moving Porter's roof, gripped the jewel in my left hand, and brought out the bow. Eva also came up top, and stood stanced with her own bow. The ones chasing the carriage was a group of males on horsetop wearing full-body robes. When they saw that we were approaching, they immediately sent 3 our way. 10 pursuers, no, they have some more behind. Their movements were one thing, but their decision to send 3 our way was also a swift one. The 5th gave me a warning. Lyle, don't hold back. Your enemy is coming with the intent to kill. There's the possibility the party being chased are completely in the wrong, so risking death for their sake is simply absurd. The 7th. You'll have to consider how to seal their lips as well. How troublesome. Good grief, in such a busy time. I took a deep breath, and made a pose to pull the bow. After locking onto the enemies with the select skill, I didn't hesitate to fire my arrows of light. The bolts came towards them, and the 3 riders immediately changed course and took evasive action. But the arrows followed along and pierced through their robed figures. One in the chest, another through the shoulder. However, the third man in the center used his horse as a shield to escape the arrow. And after landing on the ground, he began sprinting our way. I fired the next one, but this time, he tossed a knife to shoot it down. He saw through it? The 7th raised his voice. I see. He at least has something going for him in trying to challenge all of us alone. Eva shouted out. There! She fired an arrow. Perhaps she had some hesitation, and the projectile missed its mark. Our party had little experience fighting human opponents. He quickly closed the distance, so I turned the bow back to its jewel form and pulled my saber. This one's fast. Before I could remove the jewel's chain entwined around my arm, he jumped towards the roof of our speeding porter. The hand that emerged from his robe was clenched around a weapon. I pulled my spare saber to parry the slash from his dagger. And making a landing on Porter's roof, he locked glares with me. While we exchanged such pleasantries in that narrow space, Eva fired an arrow from behind me. And in that instant, I stepped in to slash at him. The man had prioritized stopping my attack over the arrow. With the bolt now stuck in his thigh, his movements grew worse. I used his saber to ward off a blow from the dagger in his left hand again, before using my other one to cut forward. Too shallow. It's not that I didn't move in far enough. My opponent sacrificed an arm to avoid a fatal blow. As his left hand flew off somewhere, the third let his voice from the jewel. Lyle, kick him away at once. By the seconds all, I could sense a peculiar swelling in his body's mana, and I could feel the impending danger. I immediately put it to action. His eyes opened wide, and after the robed man fell from Porter's roof, he rolled along the ground a number of times and exploded. Eva behind me looked at the man who'd just erupted into flames. He blew himself up. Her expression indicated she couldn't believe it. When I looked in back towards the direction of the carriages, the pursuers immediately turned to retreated. And another explosion sounded. Turning around, I saw the place where we'd incapacitated the other 2 was also a torrent of flames. The pursued carriages dropped speed and began coming towards us. And I noticed of the 2 I'd shot, it was the survivor who'd initiated the explosion. Just what is this? When I muttered that, the 4th let out his voice. Once more, it looks like you've picked up quite a troublesome one. We met up with the carriages and observed the area before disembarking. The horses the pursuers rode were riding off into the distance, and the pursuers themselves along with them. Even when I checked it up with skills, their responses were moving farther and farther away. Arya looked at the burning spots. No sane men would blow themselves up like that. May step down in human form. Personally, I don't think there's a sane one to find among humanity. And the ones to step off of the carriage was but another group of robed figures. As they stood on guard, a single short old man removed his hood. With desolate white hair adorning his head, he grew a lengthy beard. He was quite thin, and while his eyes naturally drooped, the rings under them were something horrible, making his face look villainous. But I give my deepest of gratitude for saving us. I am called Gaston. From the look of things, you seem to be adventurers. I nodded, and Gaston-san deeply lowered his head. After you've only just saved us, I know it may be inexcusable of me to ask, but could you possibly take up a request of ours? We'll put out a reward, of course. From the jewel came the 6th's voice. Definitely suspicious. Politely cut all ties with him here. Saving his life was already more than enough. Is what he said, but even if I was to refuse, I couldn't help but be curious over the contents of such a request. We've only just completed a request ourselves. There's a limit to what we'll be able to do. And Gaston spoke. It isn't anything difficult. I'd like you to take up guard duties. There shouldn't be a problem if we make it to Bime. If you've completed a request, would you already happen to be on the way there? It became quite hard to decline. There were some enervated voices from the jewel. But if it was only escorting them, or so I thought, as another robed figure came down from one of the carriages. From the build, probably a woman. Gaston, what shall we do about the ones who were attacked? There, Gaston-san began to panic. Wah! I'm sure I told you not to leave the carriage. Other women were aboard it, and they all wore the same robes. When Gaston hurriedly tried to return them all inside, the first woman took off her hood. I give my thanks for coming to our aid. When we were first assailed, there was a carriage that fell behind. If possible, I'd like you to go to their aid. I'll pay in full for your services. Gaston-san held his right hand to his face. And I looked at the woman. I had seen a sketch reminiscent of her among the documents. Could you be? Clara came up to me, and seeing the woman's face, she was also quite flustered. Lyle-san, this is bad. Really bad. Aria. Something up with this lady? May. Right, that sketch. This person does look like it. While she seemed a little irritated at Aria's statement, the woman let it slide. Blonde hair, and eyes a light blue. I had heard her age was in the mid-30s, but I felt she could pass for her late 20s. I have served as the previous generation's Holy Maiden of Zayan. My name is Thelma Zayan. And I want to officially make a request. Would you take up our escort? The woman who named herself as the previous Holy Maiden looked right at me. I felt a cold sweat break out, but some cheers were risen in the jewel. The third seemed to be hitting against the table. Lyle, you did it. Let's take up the former Holy Maiden's request here. With this, Lyle can get involved in this story. What's more with a former leader diplomacy card? How shall we use it, men? Don't let her get away. Definitely don't let her get away. Secure her at once. The fact she was running means there was a need to flee Zayan, or perhaps those were pursuers from Lorphes. This is getting fun. Good things happen to good people. He did his good deeds by the day, and the goddesses have blessed him with fortune for it. They can be useful now and again, I see. Very well, listen to her situation, and think up how you're going to use it. I thought. Even when a troublesome one's come along, these guys rejoice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 5, Holy Maiden Candidate. Holy Maiden Candidate. Thelma Zayan. The woman who once held the title of Holy Maiden drew closer to the burned-down carriage as we kept lookout of the surroundings. There were traces of battle around, and in the burned carriage were the bodies of men holding weapons, whom I assumed to be guards. Whether their deaths had led to victory or not was cleanly burned away. Eva held her hand to her mouth, while Aria's face was pale. I didn't feel too great either. Come to think of it, that was the first I'd directly dispatched a human on my own. I had rendered the return trip of some adventurers in Aromsas impossible, but it's not like I had directly dealt with them. I felt a strange sense of unease. Clara walked over to my side. Lyle-san, only one of them survived. They've lost consciousness, but they're more or less safe. I nodded, and headed in that direction. Zayan's former high priest Gaston Bonini intended to perform their last rites, and bury the dead. But due to a lack of time, he was digging out the holes with magic. Couldn't you give them a more respectful burial? Is what Thelma-san said, but Gaston-san shook his head. He understood how dangerous it was to remain here. Clara tugged at my sleeve. Lyle-san, I didn't want to say it, but if you'll let me have my say, why did you accept this request, even listening to her willfulness on top of that? We should have been on our way as soon as time permitted, but... Clara's words were correct. They were correct, but I had circumstances of my own. Mainly the ancestors in the jewel. The third spoke. Put her in your debt here, and have her rely on you in Bime. Luckily enough, Novum-chan and the others are out searching for our own stronghold in Bime. They plan to buy a relatively big one, so you could even give them shelter. Novum, Miranda, Monica and Shannon, the reason the four of them were left behind, on top of information gathering, was to attain a base in Bime. Normally, I'd have taken Monica along, but there was cleaning to be done in the property they'd purchase, so she wanted to stay behind. But as she saw the rest of us off, she looked extremely lonely. The sixth. UVE got to give a good impression. While you're at it, to get yourself more involved in this mess, do you think you could try drawing out some information, Lyle? The ancestors were even more lively than usual. I felt like letting out a sigh, but I endured it and turned my eyes to the survivor. He had yet to regain consciousness, and we had handed over some of the medicine we had on hand to treat him. The fifth spoke. How suspicious. Even after they'd erased all other evidence so cleanly, having a survivor left behind feels quite out of place. Is it a trap? I turned my eyes to the surviving man, but there wasn't anything strange about him. Even confirming with skills, I couldn't really understand anything. I should have taken Shannon. Rather than leaving her to lend a hand in cleaning, she may have been more useful on this side. It was too late, but I regretted not putting more thought into our formation. I addressed Clara. Well, it isn't a bad thing to get her in our favor. And let's remain wary of this survivor of ours. There's something bothering me. Hearing that, Clara nodded, and went off to transmit my words to the rest of our comrades. I looked at the former holy maiden Thelmasan. A hooded girl was standing beside her. From how those around were treating her, she was being cared for just as much as Thelmasan, so she must be an important one. When I remained vigilant of our surroundings, I sensed the pursuers close in the distance a bit. They haven't given up. I can only think they're getting their numbers together to launch an ambush. Our opponents were familiar with battle, and they were resolved enough to blow themselves up. On top of equipment gathered in accordance with their ordeal, I could tell they weren't bandits. There was a possibility there would be poisons in their weapons, and I got the feeling concealed weapons were fair game. How troublesome. The giant sword will be a bit rough. And the bow was blocked. I didn't think they'd start their counterattack so soon, but they were accustomed to battle. Turning the jewel to the giant sword to fight would be too dangerous. The information about the bow was already transmitted to them, and perhaps they had put up some countermeasure with it. While I tried thinking up a new plan, Gaston-san came over to us. I apologize for taking our time. Let us depart at once. I nodded, and issued orders. I had me comrades board porter, and had us take up the rear. I also thought it best if we looked after the injured. We'll take care of the injured. When I said that, Thelma-san wandered over, and shook her head. We cannot trouble you to such an extent. And I want your party to concentrate on guard duties. The injured man is one who has been in service to us for many years. Please let us use our own hands to treat him. From the jewel, the seventh let his voice. So pushing her to leave him with you won't work. If you tell her there may be something wrong, her sentiment for her friend will dull her decision. Lyle, he won't wake up for a while, but you have to stay on your guard. The fourth was of the same opinion. I want to remove uncertain factors as much as possible, but you'll lose credibility if you force them apart. And tying him up since something may happen was also impossible. He was a cause of concern, but we abided Thelma-san's opinion. But the third gave a proposal of his own. Lyle, tell him to lighten the load on a carriage so the important ones can get away, and load the man onto that one. At the very least, keep damage to a minimum. Just calling him suspicious wouldn't get anywhere. I gripped the jewel, and proposed the third's proposal to Thelma-san and Gaston-san. The way back to Bime. Stationed at the back of the group, we looked at the three carriages pressing on in front of us. They had stripped off quite a few of the parts, but their constructions were sturdy. With a former holy maiden and high priest riding them, it doesn't seem they were something prepared spur of the moment. Climbing onto the roof, May looked behind, and started up a conversation with me. Hey, I'm a bit curious, but... what is it? I turned to her, and she plopped herself down cross-legged, but she continued speaking without sending her eyes my way. What will we do if those guys from before come back? Run? Fight? I answered the question. Run if we can. I'd like to think they won't follow us all the way to Bime. But if we're going to fight, we're going to crush them. There was the possibility they'd infiltrate Bime, and lay in wait. Luckily, the attackers were stuck on us, and there weren't any traces of them having sent a message to their boys back home. 12 in number. We didn't have that many fighters, but we had May alone. She was the most reliable among our current numbers. Arya and Eva were dependable as well, but the problem lay in that they had hesitation. And I can't say I didn't have any either. So when it comes down to it, it'll dull my blade. But if I hesitate, I may die. And I can't go around dying here. When I confirmed my resolve once more, May turned her face to me. Then aim for victory in the road ahead. The path becomes narrow, and our opponents seem to be in a hurry, so wouldn't they aim for such a point? You're using a skill to raise this group's movement speed, so the other side will be a bit impatient. The speed skill hastened our movement. If I pushed it, then outrunning them may be possible as well. Do you have some sort of plan? When I asked, May smiled. It isn't a plan. I'm just a Kalin. I've taken on humans seeking to seize me. And a number of them were quite troublesome folk. No matter how far you run and run, they'll give chase, so there wasn't a choice but to defeat them. But if you hold out slaying them, the survivors build up their knowledge, and build up their traps in numbers, so I always aim to take out the whole herd at once. Purposely fall for the trap, and lure them out? I nodded and listened, when the fifth's voice came from the jewel. I ignored it. You've been through a lot, May, the tears are. May gave a grin. Even we will kill humans if they corner us so. But at such time, you've got to get all the troublesome ones together, and take them out at once. Fall for the trap, and aim for the moment they all try to jump you. As I thought, she was thinking to purposely take the bait. That's a dangerous one. If we're surrounded like that, there'll be casualties. You aren't here alone. There, May looked right at me and scoffed. You're joking. Lyle, it's best you trust in your own power just a little bit more. Saying that, she turned her field of vision to the back and didn't say another word. Inside the carriage, Thelma called out to the young girl sitting beside her. Aura, you've been acting strange for a while now. The girl beside her was Aura. Her hair was long and wavy, while her body's build was quite delicate. She had gone against the current generation's holy maiden Remus Zayin in the saint selection process, so Thelma had taken it to herself to take her out of the country. It isn't anything, in particular. But how nice it is for us to be able to meet adventurers on the way. They're huge softies, and easy to make use of. Thelma narrowed her eyes, and cautioned Aura. After they saved us, what's with your attitude? If you didn't have that side to you, you'd have been the perfect candidate. Her education was the same, but Aura's appearance was of high class. Thelma and Gaston had backed her, and recommended her as the next holy maiden. Of course, it's not like her appearance and education were the only reason for which she was selected. Just as with Thelma, Aura was a member of the moderate faction. A little over 20 years ago, while being a theocracy, Zayin was going through a stream of continuous war. It waged war on its surroundings, and continued to pillage and plunder. But it's not like those surrounding nations would just sit quiet and suffer. They invaded Zayin's land in a similar fashion, and brought pain to their populace. Aura lifted her legs up onto the seat in front of her, in quite a sloppy fashion. She didn't look like what one would call a candidate for leadership. They're only chasing us because we ran. We should have just stayed quiet back at the temple in Zayin. Those divine knight blockheads just hate it when a virgin gets involved in politics. Those divine knights she wrote off as blockheads were Zayin's official knight brigade. Under the name of the goddess, the knights that abided the holy maiden. But their role wasn't really any different from the knights of any other country out there. No, in violence, perhaps the divine knights were a bit superior. The pillager's mindset built over long years of war had persisted through Thelma's time, and she had found herself unable to alter it. And because of that, the anti-Thelma radical party was able to gather and organize itself. The candidate pushed forth by that radical faction was Remus. Thelma let out a sigh, and apologized to Aura. I do feel sorry for getting you dragged into the mess. But if we had run alone, then it would have invited harm unto you without fail. Aura looked up at the ceiling. That's why I never wanted to be a holy maiden candidate. There were plenty more options, weren't there? They should have just had a pretty girl a bit lacking in the head department sit on an empty throne, yet they just had to get her dragged into politics, did they? Thelma held her head to her brow. Likely from a headache. And so war came year after year, and I couldn't do anything of the hatred that had been passed down through the ages. In my time, our neighbors made an alliance, and came from all sides to wipe Zayin off the map, you know? Aura laughed. And wouldn't that have been better for all of us? Of course not. A silence fell between the two of them. After a while, Aura opened her mouth. Once we get to Bime, I'm going to go on to live a quiet life. Thelma shook her head to the side. That has a nice sound to it. But there should be an if somewhere in there. The adventurers we've hired seem proficient, but I really don't know what's to come. She had a hunch towards the identity of the squadron chasing them. The subdivision of the Divine Knights kept for assassination, sent by the radicals. Under absolute secrecy, they'd committed a number of ill deeds, and they were a squadron that existed for covert operations. They were the elites of the Divine Knights, and quite a troublesome existence. But they hadn't dispatched that great a number. If they were able to make it to Bime, the assassins would probably return to the country, thought Thelma. Aura rearranged the folding of her legs as she looked at Thelma. Wouldn't this have been solved if you tried to get along with those blockheads? If it's you, Thelma-sama, then you could have done it, right? In truth, couldn't you have retired over 10 years ago, built up a temple or something in the sticks, and lived a quieter life? After her face became expressionless, Thelma began grumbling out complaints. Even I wanted to retire and build up a family, but Gaston wouldn't stop crying. And we weren't able to find the next candidate. On top of that, the Divine Knights went on strike, and we couldn't use them at all. Yet whenever we relied on adventurers for their neglected jobs, they'd complain, just what did they want me to do, damn it? I wanted to retire to the countryside and get married or something. Having flipped a strange switch, perhaps Aura knew she had done wrong, as she tried to follow through. She was in debt to Thelma. She was able to serve by the Holy Maiden as a consecrated virgin, and was treated quite favorable. How about you find a quiet life in Bime too? See, marriage is still. After hearing that much, Thelma smiled. Aura, I turned 36 this year, yet you imply there's still a partner for me? Even when it would have been hard 10 years earlier? Seeing her enlightened smile, Aura's heart began to fill with pitiful sentiment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 6, High Priest. High Priest. Night. Carrying out guard duty, we kept watch of our surroundings as we stopped to rest. Our movement speed was high, so we made more distance with our pursuers than I had anticipated. But there was something I wanted to confirm, so I went and asked the former High Priest Gaston-san. A little parted from the campfire, we conversed with warm drinks in our hands. There was plenty I wanted to ask, but getting to know the backstory of our pursuers was the first priority. And what Gaston-san's group had as their objective was important as well. Gaston-san made a tired expression as he explained the situation. Elites of the Divine Knight Brigade? He nodded, before muttering in an annoyed fashion. Elite in name alone, they are an assassination corps. They've always been a unit that carried out some questionable work. The former Holy Maiden Thelma-sama was of the moderate faction, so she couldn't help but build up resentment with the knights. From the jewel, I heard a voice chastising Gaston-san. It was the fifth. Then instead of just opposing them, why not moderately send them out to subjugate monsters and bandits, and make a show of praising them for their efforts? Opposing them to create sparks within the country, and is it already a raging fire? Just abandoning a huge problem like that is unreasonable. Even when he abandoned quite a few sparks with his own children, I thought to myself, but restrained from putting it to mouth. I tried softening the fifth's words, and transmitting them. Monster slaying, and bandit subjugation, wouldn't it have been fine if you recommended they performed in that field? There, Gaston-san made a horridly worn-out smile. You think Thelma-sama hadn't noticed? Even if I don't look it, I'm of high priest lineage, you know. Naturally enough, we didn't want to maintain a knight brigade, yet hand no work to them at all. High priest lineage. In noble terms, perhaps count or viscount, or some position around that. There are sure to be unnoble-ish parts to their duties, but their priesthood was decided by heredity. It's likely just how things worked in Zayin. I don't hear about things like that much elsewhere. Not invading foreign soil. The high priests and knights conspired against pouring their efforts into internal affairs, and we ended up having to rely on adventurers. We put some needless funding into it, and somehow got the shape of it together, but that took 20 long years to accomplish. Without being able to hand her position over the entire time, Thelma-sama went through much troubles. The fifth apologized to him. I'll be frank. I'm sorry. The man couldn't hear it, but I also had some feelings I couldn't put away. Thelma-sama, was it? Then couldn't she have just stayed in power, without handing the role to the next generation? There, Gaston-san put his hand to his forehead with a troubled expression. Quietly, he spilled his feelings. Age-wise, the Holy Maiden is a strict position. They must always be pretty. She may still be beautiful, but shall I say she isn't a match for the younger girls? The populace was also demanding a new one. The sixth, fed up. I'm surprised rule has been successfully handed down all the way up to now. Besides, if they're meant to be pretty decorations, then wouldn't just anybody do? One wrong move, and how easy would it be to instate a puppet? There, the third. Ah, so that's how it is. Like this, some country's woman becomes Holy Maiden, and they use Zayin to indirectly destroy the countries opposed to them. And I thought it was stupid how they were always picking fights with those around them. No, I still think it quite stupid, mind you. While thinking it was messed up, in various ways, I questioned Gaston-san further. About the current generation Holy Maiden, She used to be the daughter of a noble family from the neighboring country of Selva. Even when we're usually supposed to avoid girls from such origins. Selva. A small country, and one with a few things moving about behind the scenes. In this land jumbled up by a complex array of small nations, they were maintaining a status quo. Unlike a certain two countries, there weren't any signs of them going through intense battle. Would it be possible to get these lands together? No, in the first place, is it physically possible? When I became anxious, the seventh spoke with delight. How nice. The previous Holy Maiden, and a high priest of the moderate faction, you've got the top and her aid in your grasp. The fourth. This is getting close to rebellion. No, this is rebellion. The former Holy Maiden who stole back her seat, and the high priest driven out. The third continued on. Saddened with the state of her country, the former Holy Maiden couldn't let herself sit still. Though it would be better if she was a tad younger. The fifth. Well then, how about putting the two of them on the surface to build up influence, and putting Lyle at the center? If you get Zayn in your hands, you can use rebellion as an excuse to completely overhaul the ruling methodology of the country. The sixth. Right. The Divine Knight Brigade? Let's crush the elites they've dispatched here, and now. Thinking of the scale of the country, there shouldn't be that many of them. I'm sure it'll be a grave blow. From what I've heard, she officially handed off the position of Holy Maiden. It was a bit forceful, but Gaston-san couldn't help but acknowledge it as well. Yet the ancestors were telling me to go forth under the banner of rebellion. When I tapped and rolled the jewel with my fingertip, the third tried to convince me. Don't like it, Lyle? Then think about it like this. For Zayn, a country whose ruling order is full of problems, you'll use this opportunity to reform them. What, the surrounding countries are already using it to run riot, after all. More than anything, you're doing good. To lead this land of endless strife along the right path, why now swallow down your tears here? The fifth as well. And wait, even if you leave it alone, it'll eventually be crushed by seals. While that thing still has her eyes on her own country, overbearing as it may be, you should more or less get this land together. Even that may not be enough, but you should think of the surrounding situations as well. And they're an opponent I can't forgive overlooking. The fifth seemed brimming with motivation. Within that, the sixth called out to me. Lyle, I get how you feel, but it's true that there's a need to break the deadlocks on this situation. You're just a piece of that. And if you abandon it, Seals is sure to move in the foreseeable future. Look a little ahead, and make your decision. His was a kind voice. After a while, I asked Gaston-san of his plans from here on. Once you reach Baim, what do you plan to do? We can't be working up too much a fuss. I only wish to secure safety for those that were dragged into all this. Both Thelma-sama and the former Holy Maiden candidate Aura-sama are with us. At the very least, perhaps I can end it by having them set their mark on me alone. While his appearance looked villainous, he was quite a nice person. Perhaps he'd gone through a fair share of trouble. Even so, the ancestors were. What? Former Holy Maiden candidate? That means the rival of the current one, right? Oh, you've got even more cards to play. She was good enough for candidacy. There are others giving orders within Zayn, right? This is going to be fun. Then once we've got our just cause, should we go sell our names in Lorfies? That one also has nothing but a princess as well, right? The king and queen died in accident? It's nothing but shady talk. And there's an overly large amount of countries maintaining tranquility. Even when their names pop up, for a country not to show a single movement. No, this time really was worthwhile. You get to chip down the war potential of the power you'll end up fighting, and you've even got your hands on a just cause. Now you should get everything together, and make the preparations for victory. They sounded like they were enjoying it. Enjoying the hell out of it. These guys are scary. I took a deep breath, and offered a proposal to Gaston-san. Gaston-san. Something the matter? It's about the pursuers. There's no doubt they're still chasing us. I anticipate they will launch an attack on us shortly. I understand that. Rotten as they may be, they're the elites of a night brigade. If you think it impossible, I do not mind your party flee. But at that time, if you would only take Thelma-sama and Aura-sama alone. The others, if possible, please take them along. As long as they can get my head, they should be satisfied enough to. Before he could finish, I smiled. You don't mind if we take them out first, do you? Ha! Watching his surprised face, I began explaining the plan. It was a valley along the shortest possible route to Baim. That space surrounded by rock face was a terrain difficult to traverse through. But having decided we would proceed down the shortest route, we couldn't help but pass through it. If I may add on, this was a space quite suited to an ambush. With so much gravel, it was hard for carriages to press on. Even within that, Porter was moving without a problem. Porter, you really are a reliable one. His marvelous glassball eyes looked as if they were sparkling radiantly today as well. Our reliable comrade. Now then, it's about time. Looking around, I confirmed the situation with skills. I verified the surrounding terrain with the fifth dimension, and used the sixth spec to get a grasp of the enemy states. They had pushed themselves to overtake us, and had circled around. There was some worth to be found in purposefully planning following a route that could go no other way than this valley, and luring them out. Clara approached me. Lyle-san, the preparations are complete. Arya was keeping lookout, and Eva the elf seemed to have noticed from the surroundings air that enemies were around. Rather than us, they were going for their designated target, the carriage. I sensed the tense presences around, as I issued orders to May at her position. May, you can hear me, right? Can you see my map? On the map floating up in my head, a number of red dots were shining. A little separated, was a group keeping watch over us as well. And if the main force failed, they likely planned to return and give a report. But we couldn't let them get away. I can hear you. And wait, it's pounding in my head. So which one am I supposed to be attacking? I had her undertake the attack on the party watching us from further away. With that distance between us, another risked letting them get away. I'll leave the further ones to you. We'll take down the ones launching the attack. Sure. I'll be back soon enough, but will I make it in time? I achieved communication with May through the skill connection, and told her to beat down ones keeping watch. To a Kalin such as herself, a small force of knights was easy enough. The greater problem was the main force that was going to be attacking us. To Clara walking beside me, I called out. Message relayed to May. I left the ones keeping watch to her. She plans on meeting up with us once she's done with that. Clara's eyes turned to Porter. She was sweating, and rather than anxious, it looked as if she was working hard. When the surrounding enemies took up their positions, Arya was nervous. She sensed the atmosphere and put power into her body. Eva had also noticed the enemy, but she was pretending she hadn't. Just where would they aim, and where were they deployed? I could understand them like the palm of my hand. I gripped the jewel in my left hand, and raised up my right to cast magic. Ice wall. Around the line of carriages and around Porter floating walls of ice came into being, as if specifically aiming for those points. Fire began to come down. They shot arrows as well, but the walls of ice blocked them. The horses drawing the carriages were excited, and calmed down by the coachman pulling on their reins. After I warded off attack after attack, a robed group jumped down from the cliffs. 7 in number. 2 held back in weight atop the crags. As the armed men ran our way, I changed the jewel in my hands to the bow, and used a skill. With select setting my aim, I fired off a few arrows at the sky. After the first one flew up high, it soon went out view. I turned it back to jewel form, hung it around my neck, and drew 2 sabers. Our opponents seemed suspicious of my actions, but they sent 4 running after the carriages. The remaining ones came at us. I stood in front of Clara, weak in close combat, to protect her, while Arya and Eva met them head-on. So even as we try to hold them back, you'll go for their mark, how loyal. I looked at them, and opened my mouth, but it didn't seem they intended to answer. I gave a wide grin. By the way, you really should pay attention to the sky. While he seemed a bit intrigued by my words, the robed man before me displayed no hesitation in thrusting out his spear. While the gravel made it easy to lose one's footing, he accurately aimed for my vitals. Sharp movements, but softer than the sixths. I used the saber in my left hand to repel its point, turned my body, and used my right saber to cut down the arrow shot from atop the cliff. Using that motion, I managed to plunge my saber into the robed man's body, and kick him away. I left the saber in him, getting hit a bit by the blood spurt, and used my free left hand to prepare magic. When I turned, I saw the enemy trying to cut at Eva in front. Stone bullet. I pointed my left hand at the enemy, sending a number of rocks from the ground flying into him. He swung off his robe to circumvent some damage. And avoiding it, his gaze fell on me. Those eyes of his were filled with hatred. Don't focus so much on me. I'm sure I said it already. The robed figures apart from the ones that came at us broke down the carriage doors, and marched in. What they were searching for was likely the former holy maiden and candidate, as well as the high priest. When the coachman ran from the carriages, the sky began to shine. Our opponent's attention turned there, as small arrows of light began raining down one after the next. We stopped on the spot. They tried to flee from those small bolts, but in this enclosed valley without a place to run, they were pierced through carriages and all. Each one of them was low in output, but with so many of them piercing through, the enemies collapsed without resistance. When I looked around, I saw Arya stained in blood, clenching her spear, as her legs gave way below her. I ran over, and looked at her foe. So she managed to use her skills to defeat him. She was trembling, and her breathing was strange. She must have received a mental shock unlike what she felt when slaying monsters. I put a hand on her shoulder. Good work. Get some rest. Arya nodded, hung her head, and vomited. I patted her back, and looked around. Eva was sitting down. She didn't seem to be injured. Confirming with my skills, there weren't any surviving enemies. And jumping down from the cliffs, May landed on the ground. As I thought, it's already over. Just as I said. Seeing her stick out her chest in pride, I gave a light, "You're right," in response, as I patted Arya's back and looked at Porter. The back door opened, and the former Holy Maiden and company came out in succession. They had been forcefully stuffed into the narrow loading tray. Seeing the aftermath of the battle, Thelmasan spoke in surprise. "Could it be you really defeated them?" "There should have been close to 10. Eyes of disbelief were sent our war, and after Gaston-san disembarked, he also looked between us and the defeated elites. From the Jewel, the third. Now then, with this, Lyle has left a strong impression. While we're at it, was it 15 elites? You were able to beat them, but... Lyle, this is only the start. On his serious voice, I gripped the Jewel. But beside me, Arya was still spitting up. I patted her back and continued calling out to her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 7, Runaway Son. Runaway Son. After turning the tables on the Divine Knights from Zayin, we dug graves for them. Thinking just leaving them as is was too harsh, Thelmasan proposed it. Because they were doing their jobs as Knights of Zayin and were men of her country. Hearing that, the sixth spoke. Reasons aside, leaving them will leave evidence behind. Why not cremate and or bury them? Make sure you collect their equipment. Arms, luggage, and horses. After collecting up their belongings, we gave them proper burials. So as not to give any Divine Knight comrades out to investigate any information on us. At the same time, it would to gain a favorable impression with Thelmasan. I mean, we had to earn their trust in the time span before we reached Bime. While it wouldn't be enough to oppose seals, the current me didn't have the leisure to be picky about my means. I needed Zayin's power. After we buried them, former Holy Maiden Thelmasan offered up a prayer, and gave us her thanks. On top of risking your lives to fight them, I thank you for going along with my pleas to such an extent. I do think you have your dissatisfactions with it, so I shall be putting an extra on your reward. It appears she was taking my sentiment into consideration. But I shook my head. You sure are kind. But the initial proposed sum will do just fine. That was the contract we signed. Just think of this matter as a freebie. You have my gratitude. I heard that many adventurers were of a rougher sort, but it looks like there are splendid ones around as well. Next to Thelmasan, Gaston-san looked on with worry and lowered his head to me. I answered him with a smile and looked up at the sky. With the attack and the cleanup, it had begun to grow dark. We'll have to camp here tonight. If we rush, about 2 days to Bime? Let's prepare for tomorrow and get some rest for now. Internally, I thought. I have to gain her trust in 2 days, divulge the plot to retake Zayin, and have her become my just cause. That's quite a high hurdle. While I grumbled about it, it was the ancestors' proposal. In order to gain more power, there wasn't a better idea around, so I went right into putting it to practice. But I also thought I wasn't suited to the task. Is it going well? Seeing Thelmasan and Gaston-san give their earnest thanks, my heart began to hurt. Within the Jewel. The sixth's room of memory. While everyone was falling asleep, I consulted with the sixth generation head. While holding a halberd, and fighting him, that is. When I did a horizontal slash, he judged it, and dodged by a small margin before repeating a series of thrusts on me. So what was the problem again? You feel like you're deceiving them, and it's a load on your mind? I avoided the thrust, regained my stance, and got my breathing together. Why yes. Rather than deceiving, I'm using them, and how should I put it? He put his halberd over his shoulder, looked at my face, and touched his left hand to his chin. Feeling guilty? Well, I guess there's really no helping it on an emotional level. I undid my stance, and let the halberd clasped in my right hand fade away. The sixth pierced his own into the ground, and sat on the spot. I sat as well. Lyle, your field of vision is narrow. Try getting a greater outlook. Field of vision, is it? It's best I don't joke around saying I can perceive every part of my surroundings with the second skills, isn't it? The sixth showed his teeth, and grinned, before talking to me. Right. Not that sort of vision. Just how will your actions resound into the future? And what each result of your moves may bring, consider what might happen if you do nothing at all, as well. The sixth put it simply. Seals wasn't the only reason. He told me his take on why Zayin couldn't be left as it was. There's a blatant issue with its governing system, and the surrounding countries are making good use of it. I'm sure Zayin makes use of it in its own way, system, but at this rate, all that awaits it is ruin. It's been 300 years since the unified continent under the centrist kingdom collapsed. Now they've all gotten themselves together, and it's about time they put an end to all the constant warfare. That wasn't wrong, but I questioned as to whether I should be the one to do it. I didn't like how it felt like I was using seals as an excuse to take advantage of them. I'm not wrong, am I? Is it really alright to get Zayn and Lorfies involved in this mess for my sake? There, perhaps the sixth sensed some hesitation in me, as he stood and changed the surrounding scenery. We were within a representation of his memories. So it was a place where he could change the scenery at will. Don't worry so much. Then how about I show you a good example? And there, I found the urban lands of the West territory governed by the Walt house. It was smaller than it was when I was driven from my home, but I could see the same traces. I followed him in standing, to see a young man get punched out the door of a small bar. The one hit through the air had his long red hair swept back. The figure of the sixth in his younger days. The look in his eyes was even sharper than it was now, and he gave off quite a thwarting impression. This is? A memory from when I ran away from home. And the young sixth generation head. Fine stood, and shouted out as if he were a roaring beast. Don't F***CK with me. Lower my head to that asshole? Not on the death of me. Walking out the bar was a large man, with a bald head and magnificent goatee. His shirt was pushed out by his sheer muscle, and he looked formidable at but a glance. Perhaps he had really fought his way through war, as there were numerous scars on his arms and face. Kid, I don't give a damn how much a tab you rack up drowning your worries at my place. Run wild all you want. Punch me, and see if I care. But that man. I ain't gonna take any insults at Frederick Sama. Lifted up by the collar, Fines glared, and spat out his saliva. And I watched it. Is that the bar's owner? The sixth nodded embarrassingly, and scratched his head as he explained. That's right. He let me drink on a running tab. I heard about it later, but apparently the fifth's men would come by now and again to pay it off. Only learned that one when I'd earned enough to pay it myself. Speaking nostalgically, he looked upon the fight of Fines and the large man. Fines sent a punch, and perhaps he had his share of training as well, as the barkeeper was sent flying off his feet. The town's residents gathered around and looked at Fines. Even when he's that man's son. It's that pattern where the parent's proficient, and the child's no good. Will the Walt house be alright? Just looking at the reactions around, it seems the fifth had quite a favorable impression. He was famous for being a womanizer, but it seems he was loved by his people. When Fines mounted the man, and began punching him left and right, the scene turned gray, and its time came to a stop. The sixth spoke to me. To me and my brothers and sisters, he was the worst father there was. His attitude without any emotions or interest pissed me off. But the people loved him. Why do you think? I gave a simple answer. Because territory management doesn't have anything to do with the Lord's family problems? No, but it does bring about problems with succession, so. There, the sixth showed another scene. In it, stood Fines, all beat up from a brawl. An old couple was calling out to him. The sky was dark, and perhaps it was winter, as Fines looked quite cold. You'll get sick if you stand out here. Our house doesn't have much, but won't you step inside? Perhaps Fines realized that he was going to freeze to death at that rate. He accepted the couple's goodwill, and entered the house. They gave him a warm welcome. They prepared a bath, and a splendid meal. To that old couple, they must have been doing their best for him. So Fines ate, and slept in a warm bed. And the sixth watched the scene with nostalgia and embarrassment. It was always nothing but failures. Lyle, you see, I was an incorrigible fool. I snapped and left the house, ran rampant, and had to be saved by someone else. It was always a repetition of something like that. When I heard that, my words wouldn't come out. I thought he was a little delinquent-esque, but he really was a full-blown delinquent. As I felt myself surprised he was able to return to the house safely like that, the Fines began to speak. Fines was in the middle of breakfast. Why did you save someone like me? That impudent attitude of his wasn't something that should have been directed at the ones who saved his life. Even so, the wife seemed delighted. With this, we will finally be able to pay off our debt to Frederick Sama. We've troubled that man far too much. Fines spoke unpleasantly. That damn old man? Yes. Our village burnt down, and he made it possible for we, the survivors, to live on here. He rushed over to save the village. Yet we could only speak ill of him. I've always regretted it. Fines looked a little surprised, but his attitude instantly turned sour. That's because that's his job, damn it. It's all that damn old man's fault for not making it in time. You lot are being fooled. But even after hearing that, the old couple smiled. UVE got me there. But that man was kind. So kind it was even pitiful to watch. The memory footage cut off, and we were in the yard once more. The scenes changed again. There, the sixth let out a sigh. As if I could show you any more embarrassing sides of me. Next is a memory from after I returned. Well, I guess this one's also an embarrassing one, but... In front of the mansion stood some troubled soldiers. A ragged finds before them, they seemed to be hesitating on whether to let him in or not. The path to the entranceway opened up, and from it the fifth. Fredericks walked out. I could see Fine's mother beside him. Fine's mother ran over to her son, and with all her might, delivered a slap onto his face. Bwah! His upper body swayed with the force, and next she used the back of her hand to hit him the other direction. Seeing that, I thought. Ha! She looks kind, but she's ridiculously strong, this person. Stupid son of mine. Running out the door, and coming back in such a pitiful state. Just how much do you plan on making me worry? Seeing the woman continue a series of slaps, I drew back a bit. I mean, Fine's was becoming even more ragged than he was before. Fredericks also looked as if he was retreating a little. With his face battered so much, Fine's cheeks swelled, and he looked quite pitiable. My mother's palm, you see, it resounded in my heart, but it also resounded in my skull and bones. In various ways, it really hurt. Fine's large body froze up under his mother's skull. Seeing that, Fredericks sighed, and spoke. Ha, go get in the bath, and change out of those clothes. Once you've eaten and slept, come over to my place. If you make up all you've gotten behind in while you were away, I will accept you as my successor. Saying that, he turned, and returned to the mansion. The gatekeeper's soldiers lent their shoulders to the unsteady young Fine's, and carried him along behind. And shedding tears, Fine's mother followed along her son. You were forgiven? Yep, forgiven. Well, I complained about this and that to my brothers, and shared some sarcasm. The worst was when Millie IA asked, has your head cooled down yet? Her lecture made me quite sad. It seems the sixth was quite a siscon. Ahem, he purposefully cleared his throat, before speaking to me. Well, if you're asking what I'm trying to get at here, right, even if you think you're doing good, it may not be so in the eyes of another, and even if you know you're doing wrong, some might see it as you doing good. There's also the fact I wanted to show it to you some time around. He showed his embarrassing memories, and acted ashamed of them. And he muttered to me. Yet I could only ever fail. In the end, I was a worse man than my father. Before we were to depart, Gaston-san and Thelma-san brought a single young girl over to me. Her name was Aura. Gaston-san's party had supported her in becoming the next holy maiden, and she was one of the candidates. Her brown, long hair curled so much I felt that any more, and drills would naturally start to form. Her modest chest was, unlike Thelma-san, wrapped in the simple black uniform of a consecrated virgin, and not emphasized in the slightest. A perfectly level body. When they brought such a girl over to me, Clara stood, and took Eva and May out towards Porter's loading tray. I'll go check up on Arya-san. Got it. Seeing the three of them part, Thelma-san spoke. It seems they're being mindful of us. But it is for the better. And Gaston-san explained the situation to me. Lyle Dono, we are headed for Baim in order to allow the holy maiden candidate Aura to flee. I'm sure you understand that our lives are in danger in Zayin. And having appraised your skills, I have a request to make. Could you offer shelter to our Aura-sama? Shelter? Saying that, I looked at the girl called Aura. But when our eyes met, she averted her gaze. Thelma-san cautioned her. Aura, you're being rude. But Aura was. I'll have to decline. While he may be my life's savior, that was simply him working off his pay. I cannot bring myself to trust this adventurer. What's more, if we get all the way to Baim, I'll have you all let me free. I'm no longer relevant to the holy maidens, or the temple, or even Zayin anymore. Seeing her turn to return with those words, the fourth let his voice from the jewel. The long-awaited holy maiden candidate doesn't seem up for it. If she's going to be like that, even if you persuade her, you won't be able to put her up top. Though Mr. Lyle would surely be able to do something about it. I ignored the second half of that, and looked at Gaston-san. He looked quite apologetic, so I asked his situation. Putting Aura-san's guarding aside, what will you two, and all the others do? Thelma-san hung her head, put her hand to her chest, and opened her mouth. We are all too involved. The next pursuers or perhaps the ones after will get to us eventually. To be quite honest, I never thought they would try to kill us so seriously. I was naive. Gaston-san as well. She may be trouble. But Orasama isn't a holy maiden or anything, she's just a girl we lifted up. At the very least, I want her to find a different life, and find happiness of her own. From within the jewel, the sixth spoke. That's wrong. The moment they lifted her up, she became just as involved. There's no putting a stop to that one anymore. She'll be targeted without a doubt. Both Gaston-san and Thelma-san were kind at heart. But as they were, there would surely be some things they wouldn't be able to protect. So that isn't enough. I thought. Do the two of you plan on dying? Thelma-san shook her head. Her expression looked a little clouded to me. I've no intentions to die. But no matter where a former holy maiden such as myself were to go, I'd cause nothing but trouble. In that case, I'm thinking to find a home as far as I can. Gaston and the others are the same. I corrected my posture in front of the two of them. And I spoke with a serious expression. So you're running away? I'm not sure it's my place to say, but as things are, Orasan's life will be targeted again. Rather than a former holy maiden, wouldn't Orasan be the greater threat to our enemy? That is. Gaston-san looked quite troubled. He really was tired, and perhaps that was what was dulling his field of vision. Stuck in a corner, his mind felt cornered as well. The third spoke in an aloof voice. Oh? It looks like Lyle's hopped on board. Was it because of the sixth's persuasion? What did you tell him? The sixth made it short. We just talked a bit. Reminisced a little. I looked at the two before my eyes. If things keep going at this rate, won't Zayin go through some horrible times? With Lorfies attacking, masses of uninvolved civilians may end up dead. Thelma-san looked down and spoke regretfully. I understand that. But there is nothing left for us to do. Overbearing as it may have been, the holy maiden status was formally conceded. Gaston was driven out of his high priest role as well. Gaston-san spoke to me. His small and slender fingers formed a fist. It's not like we cast it aside because we wanted to. It's just that there's nothing we can do. We've no power left to hold back the divine knights or the other high priests. I carried myself boldly. And I told myself. No, it's possible. I'm able to do it. Pushing my right hand against my chest, I unreservedly spoke with confidence. No, it's possible. With the two of you, of course, and Orasan, with the Holy Maiden candidate's power, we can take back Zayin. Thelma-san raised her surprised face. Take back? Lyle Dono, what are you saying? Zayin's rule has been officially succeeded to the new Holy Maiden. And isn't that where the problem is? A needless war is to break out, and she's trying to kill the Holy Maiden candidate, along with the rest of you. Am I wrong? Gaston-san spoke. That's definitely the case, but what do you mean to do in taking it back? Taking back an entire country isn't something to be done with these measly numbers. I grinned, and went on. Want to try betting on me? Just leave it to Lyle Walt. You'll end up betting your lives, but rather than waiting for untimely assassination, I think this bet would be much more worth your while. Thelma-san sent me a look, and took a step back. And with suspicious eyes, she asked. What is your goal? Using us to rise up in the world? I thought you were a kind one, but it seems I had misread you. It seems I've gotten her to harbor distrust of me. There, the fourth offered me some advice. Lyle, just be honest here. But cover up a bit of it. Right, have her misunderstand. Don't worry, the one that makes the misunderstanding is the one in the wrong. Listen, just repeat after me. As I pictured the fourth's scheming face in my head, I followed his lead. What I want is, the country of Zayin under you. I tried heeding the fourth's words, but a little while after I said it, Thelma's face turned bright red, and she began to panic. She looked between my face and Gaston-san's in confusion. Www, what do you think you're saying? I as well, the moment after saying it. Oh why? What's that supposed to mean? I just gave her the misunderstanding that I was a hopeless one, didn't I? While I was troubled, the fourth spoke. Don't panic. Right now, let her misunderstand, nod, and only correct the statement once she's lost all escape routes. You may end up the enemy of all womankind, but it's something necessary for the current Lyle. The fifth was taken aback. Even if you're my own father, you're the worst. If Mama was here, she'd definitely rain you with jeers. The seventh too. You re the worst. You're making me see a future of Lyle being stabbed from behind. Okay, Lyle, how about you apologize here? You can't just leave this sort of misunderstanding be. The 6th as well. Lyle, corrected at once. Listen here, this is no good. I've failed in this one before. The 3rd. 4th. Max, we're going to have a long talk after this. Lyle, this is bad, so make sure you explain it, K? The 4th spoke. Wait. I mean, after coming this far, getting another girl or two doesn't really make a difference. And if it's Lyle, he should be able to. His voice became inaudible halfway through. So I gave a purposeful clearing of my throat. It seems I've made you misunderstand something. To be more precise, what I want is a reliable government in Zayan, as it had under your rule. If left alone, there are too many demerits to be had for an adventurer like myself. With a reddened expression, Thelma took a few deep breaths, and nodded a number of times. Right, of course. But if there's a battlefield to be found, don't you adventurers make Moana? Thelma-san bit her tongue, but me and Gaston-san acted like it hadn't happened. I explained my own situation. The guild I am associated with is a bit of a pain. I'm sure I'll have to start explaining from there, but when there's a war, the quota we have for fulfilling requests goes way up. That would be quite troublesome, so I want to keep the countries in this area at peace. I have other things going on as well, but leaving Zayan as it is would be troublesome. Because from what I've heard, there will be many more wars to come. Her panic rendered Thelma-san incapable of making rational decisions. She seemed satisfied as she looked at me, and nodded. And wait, it didn't seem much of what I was saying was actually entering her ears. Gaston-san was the same. He was bewildered, and didn't try to butt into the conversation. Well, we can talk more about my circumstances on the trip, but how about we cool our heads a bit? Let's talk some more during our next break. Thelma-san's face was still red. Right. That's for the best. Otherwise, I can't properly. Gaston-san too. Well then, we'll come again next time there's a break to be had. And they parted as if to run away. A strange sweat had broken out, and when I moved my hand to wipe it, I felt a stare from behind Porter. When I turned, I saw a pale-faced Arya peeking from Porter's loading tray. And my other comrades were peering this was as well from the golem's shadow. Eek. I ended up giving a panicked retreat. Even when I didn't do anything bad, why do I feel so much guilt and regret? This is all your fault, 4th. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 8, The Outsider of the Basement. The Outsider of the Basement. We entered a break for lunch, had a light meal, and replenished our fluids. Right around now, if Monica were here, it would be possible to prepare something extravagant, but for now, hard bread and water had to suffice. By the maid's words, we also ate a bit of salty preserved meats to replenish our salt levels. While I sat on a nearby rock, May was wholeheartedly biting into a chunk of the hard, dried-out meat. It was a non-perishable that didn't taste too good. May didn't seem to mind. The ones we were to guard were resting in the shade of the trees. Eva and Clara were keeping watch, so Arya was also on break. When I turned my eyes to the Holy Maiden candidate, Ora-san, I saw that Gaston-san was trying to persuade her. Ora-sama, we cannot run away forever. You need to be placed under protection somewhere. Ora-san took a sip of water. And that somewhere has to be Lorfi's? Then no. Even I know full well just how much they hate us. Thelma-san also looked troubled, but she couldn't bring herself to pressure the girl too much. After all, it was her own efforts that had gotten Ora-san involved in all this. So the Holy Maiden candidate is that reluctant. And noticing my stare, Ora-san stuck out her tongue at me. May laughed. She sure hates you, Lyle. But why do you need another Holy Maiden anyways? If she doesn't have the motivations, just have the other one do it. May's opinion wasn't wrong, but there was a reason Thelma-san was no good. While doing her best, Thelma-san had lost in popularity to the current reigning Holy Maiden. That gap wasn't a big one, but it's still true she lost. She then prepared a rival candidate in Ora-san, but the individual's lack of motivation was what put more people on the current Holy Maiden side. Thelma-san's that. She's gotten too old for a Holy Maiden. See, they're usually supposed to serve around 10 years at most, but she did her job for more than 20. She worked hard. It's about time she got some rest. There, May looked at Thelma-san. From my point of view, they aren't too different. They can both produce children, so isn't it fine? Come to think of it, why did you seduce her? When May turned to me, I took a bite of the dried meat in my hands. I didn't seduce here. That was a misunderstanding. There, the fifth let his voice from the jewel. When May was around, he spoke up quite often. That was an unpleasant happening. We've had that man swear never to do it again, so fret not. Perhaps curious about my conversation, Clara and the others were peering my way from Porter's shadow. And Thelma-san suddenly sensed something, and began to panic. She didn't hear the contents of the conversation, but such words went right through Eva and May. Eva spoke aloud of how she was happy she could write a song with this, and May complained that I should have just seduced her already. It sure is a pain. So, why does that make the younger one any better? I returned my eyes to Ora-san. The Holy Maiden is a sort of idol of worship, it seems. The last goddess, they revere the seventh goddess, but still, the country needed a representative. If they are to be a decoration, then a young and pretty girl would be best, or so I've heard. The Holy Maiden's role was a decoration. But at some point, they had begun to gain authority, and so other countries interfered, and other countries were used, putting Zayin in the position it was in now. The fifth spoke. Aura would be the better one to put at the head. Even when negotiating with Lorphes, having a new representative would put you on a bit better terms. There's a possibility they won't be as wary. That doesn't seem to be how it'll go with Thelma. At present, our intentions were to join Lorphes' side, and take Zayin down. For that sake, we needed an individual to take up the role of the legitimate successor of Zayin. Once we return, we'll have to gather information again. Based on how it goes, it might not have to be Lorphes. If it was best to get a third party to intervene, that's what we'd choose. If nowhere looked like it'd work, we'd have to be a bit unreasonable. The ancestors stated they wouldn't really recommend that one, so we weren't moving towards putting it to practice. But to put it simply, we would have to proclaim independence for a portion of Zayin with a large density of Ora-san's faction supporters. On top of chipping away at their national power, we would be able to make a union with Lorphes in opposition of Zayin. But with my goal in mind, it wasn't something to be too happy about. I stood, and spoke to May as she finished her meal. We're departing. We'll arrive in Bime by tomorrow. I said, as I thought. I have to think up a way to win Ora-san over. Should I rely on the third? Bime. It was a large building. It seems it was once used by a wealthy merchant, but the adventurers deemed him too hard to work with, so it became hard for him to trade or give loans in the city. Next to the mansion was a large storehouse, and it was easily able to fit Porter. With enough space for even a number of Porter units, Monica looked satisfied. There shouldn't be a problem if I make some noise here. There's some distance to the surroundings. A splendid manor, with a vast yard, and large storehouse. There was a certain reason they were able to get such a fine article. It was considerably inconvenient. It was separated from Bime's central district, and on top of that, there was a rumor that late wealthy merchant was still loitering around somewhere in it. In truth, it did feel there was something there, so Miranda and Shannon had gone to the basement to deal with it. Novum had started cleaning, and with all its blemishes, she saw how Monica and the others were able to purchase it so cheaply. It would be too much a pity to tear it down. I see, so many accidents occurred that no one wanted to buy it. Monica didn't believe in ghosts, or the occult. But now was different. Since I've found myself in a fantasy world with magic, something like a ghost isn't going to scare me at this point. But putting an end to it all before the chicken dickwad returns is Monica's role. We really must exorcise these spirits. Monica took out some goods that looked like they would have a considerable effect, but looking at the water that had been sold as holy water. It's just filthy water. The rest are all nothing but decorations. I tried gathering together some cheap things for effect, but it doesn't look like it'll do anything. But keeping them on her, Monica walked around the storehouse and conducted a scan. There seems to be some sort of hidden passageway. Even the storehouse has a basement to it, so there must be something beneath this mansion. I shall have to divulge its secrets. Shaking her twin tails, Monica seemed to be having fun as she walked forward. After finding the concealed entrance to go to a lower level, she wrenched it open with brute force and descended the stairs. Entering the dark basement, Monica happily hummed a tune. Shannon was clinging onto her sister Miranda. She held a lantern in one hand to light up the surroundings. Wahahaha. I can see the invisible flow of magic. I can see right through all the traps that old merchant set. Miranda found it quite hard to walk, as she chucked the knife in her hands at the wall of the passage. It hit into a switch, causing rusted spears to jut out from the walls. Their movements were dull, and a few of them were even snapped. It's been left alone so long that it's come to this. Now then, what could be in its depths? Shannon shook, but she spoke with bravado. I am sure it's the rich guy's treasure. He was wealthy, so he must have quite a fortune. Even hearing that, Miranda didn't seem all too interested. All she wanted was to have the mansion in a usable state. And putting up strange expectations wouldn't mean something would come out of it. You often hear about the rich ones and upstarts using their money to buy strange things. It'd be quite a laugh if he put all these traps to shelter what turned out to be a forgery. Hearing a sound from afar, Shannon held on tighter. Shannon, it's getting hard to walk. And you haven't been of any use this whole time. But it's scary. The presence of something that isn't human is moving around. And we're being watched, or how should I put it, this is definitely bad. That's why I said it. That even if it was cheap, not to buy it. Shannon looked like she was going to burst into tears, so Miranda sighed, and firmly held onto her hand. Walking on, she found yet another trap. She threw her knife to get it moving, and after a strange noise sounded, she confirmed that it was broken. Leave them for a few decades, and they stop moving, I see. She was interested in what sort of traps had been set, but after so many years, she determined there were few that would still function properly. Not voicing any more problems about Shannon's embrace, she started forward again. We really must confirm what's in the basement. It'll serve to kill some time before Lyle and the others get back. As Miranda walked on, Shannon looked around her surroundings warily as she clung on so tight there was no chance of the sisters being separated. Inside the mansion, Novum was busy cleaning the master's study. It was blatantly obvious that it would become Lyle's room, so she was cleaning it quite carefully. She opened the window and took a cleaning implement in hand, only for it to slam down with a bang despite the lack of wind. Hearing the loud sound behind her, Novum showed not a hint of surprise as she proceeded to try opening the window again. This time, even though it wasn't locked, it wouldn't open. It felt as if it were being held down by something. I want to finish cleaning the main rooms by the end of the day, could you go play somewhere else? She turned from the window, and looked in the center of the room to find a plump man with violet skin. He had a number of cocktail rings around his fingers, and a golden chain around his neck. Before the mansion's master that was no longer of this world, Novum put down her cleaning supplies, and gave her greetings. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Novum. Novum Forkses, if you will. I am the lover of Lyle-sama, who has purchased this mansion. No, that's wrong. The engagement has already been annulled. Vassal isn't quite right either. Now what shall I call our relationship? Yes, let us just leave it at Lyle-sama's loyal servant. When she directed a smile, the black-robed man slowly began to rise into the air. A large scythe was held in his hands. Seeing the figure before her, Novum could understand just sort of existence he was. She narrowed her eyes. I thought all outsiders had been eliminated, but it seems you collected up all the teachings you could find. Eternal youth isn't that good a thing to have, you know. Novum swiped her right hand, and gripped it around the Forks' house's heirloom staff. In search of eternity, magic stones and materials were gathered. And long ago, research was carried out to fuse man with monster itself. None of that should have been known to the public. All the records should have been erased, but it seems the man who once lived in this mansion had grasped onto the clues, and experimented on his own body. Having been left in a state where he couldn't research any longer, the former master lowered his scythe at Novum. But Novum caught it with her left hand. She gripped the blade, and no matter how much power he put in, she wouldn't move an inch. I cannot simply ignore one who has dabbled in outside teachings. At the very least, a painless. Novum let the staff in her right hand take the shape of her own scythe. That scythe that gave off a silver sheen traced a single line across her opponent's abdomen. The violet man opened his blackened mouth, and raised a scream. His body began to burn in a pale blue flame, leaving nothing but ash on the ground. Watching the ash smoothly disappear into the floor, Novum reverted her scythe. So a little of him still remains. Saying that, she collected up her cleaning supplies, and decided to probe through the mansion again. Miranda found Monica at the end of the basement passage. What are you doing? Seeing Monica in the pitch-black room with a book in her hands, Shannon was unable to raise a scream. She fruitlessly opened her mouth, and collapsed. Miranda snatched the lantern from her hands, and looked around the room. Monica was looking through the various books and documents. This is truly interesting research here. It seems there was a series of experiments carried out. You'll find some jail cells further in, and there are traces that monsters were once kept there. Well, we can't really make this one public, so we will have to dispose of it. Hearing that, Miranda understood that the wealthy man who once made a home here was carrying out some strange research. She narrowed her eyes, and held the lantern to the bookshelves on the wall. Quite a few titles she was unfamiliar with were lined up, and there were even books in words she couldn't read. Beside them were the required dictionaries to read them. There were a number of desks in the room, so there must have been a number of people working and researching here. Placing the lantern on the desk, Miranda looked at the entrance to the room. Some footsteps could be heard coming from it, but neither she nor Monica felt like panicking. Because they knew whose footsteps those were. The one to enter the room was Novum. "It looks like you've beat me to it. It does appear the master here had some unsavory hobbies of his own. We will dispose of all the books and documents here." Her tone was stronger than usual, and her eyes that wouldn't permit dissent caused Miranda to shrug and go over to Shannon. Monica put the book down and looked around. "We can use this room. Could you leave the cleaning to me?" Novum nodded. "Please do whatever you like. However, everything that has been left in this room will be disposed of. The furniture as well." Miranda spoke in sarcasm. "Even when they've got some high-class desks lined up?" Without giving a response, Novum silently stared at Miranda. Miranda stroked her hair, let out a sigh, and nodded. Yes, do what you will." "Well, using what's been left in this room is a bit, we should just wipe it all out while we're at it." Novum spoke. "I don't think there's a problem with the mansion itself. But please keep this matter a secret from Clarice-Anne. Her attachment to books is a strong one." Monica nodded. Miranda also agreed. Shannon was out cold, so no one tried asking for her opinion. TL, the term used here translated to outsider, is one that refers to teachings outside one's religion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 9, Determination. Determination. There wasn't much longer to Bime, and we were taking our final break. The reason we rested a little separated from the main road was so travelers and peddlers, and other adventurers wouldn't be able to recognize that we were one party guarding another. I don't think there were too many out there able to make it out at a glance, but there were no absolutes, so we took a break a little ways away. Though that's not all there is to it. Keeping wary of our surroundings, I turned my eyes to the carriages we were escorting. With the last attack, their exteriors were left in quite a state, but with a little servicing, they would work just fine. Nearby, that attacker's horses were resting, loaded with the attacker's belongings. From the Jewel, the fourth spoke. "We'll have to leave the horses with someone, so the expenses will pile up. And if we aren't skillful in selling the equipment, the information will flow around. Maybe you should safekeep them for a while." I was of the same opinion. If it all ended with me thinking too much about it, then that's all and well, but if our opponent was persistent enough to search for us in Bime, there was no room for negligence. The sixth let his voice. "Of course, if they wanted to find it out, there would be any number of ways for them to do it. Never think there'll be no way for them to trace you. Now then, before entering Bime, how about you?" Kaya. Before the sixth could finish, I heard a scream. It was a woman's voice. Me and Eva, who was also on lookout, raced over, and there stood the injured man who we had come to the aid of. He had been out cold up to now. He quietly mumbled to himself, as he held up a knife. Aura. Perhaps she was in the middle of treating him, but the consecrated virgin nearby had fallen onto her back in fear. Behind her, Aura-san stood stock-still. "Why?" She had an expression as if she couldn't believe something, and it seems her mind hadn't caught up the current situation. Her fatigue from unfamiliar travels must be at their peak as well. For now, I should. We weren't the only ones to run over. Thelma-san and Gaston-san came as well, and they called for Aura-san to run. "What are you doing? Hurry and run away." Thelma-san grabbed Aura-san's arm and shook her back to reality. The individual herself successfully recovered from her confusion, but... Aura. The man jumped at Aura, and the virgin stepped up front. He pushed her aside with brute force, so Gaston-san stood out in front of Thelma. Guh. It looked as if a knife had pierced through his stomach. I leapt forward, grabbed the man's arm, cast aside the knife covered in blood-like substance, and held him against the ground. The man screamed out, as if under a spell. Aura. He cried out a number of times. A skill that interfered with, and controlled one's psyche. Whether it was the same as the third's, or only a similar one, whatever the case, the man was controlled by that skill. "Stay down." I restrained the struggling man, as Eva raced over to Gaston-san. Clara also came over to lend a hand to the consecrated virgin on the floor. Arya and May kept watch. Thelma-san went to Gaston-san's side, and gripped his hand. "Gaston. Thelma-sama, so you're safe. His breath was rough, and as Thelma-san answered, everyone besides you is uninjured, he seemed delighted. Ora-san slowly wandered over to him. Gaston-san looked as if he was forcing his smile. Why did you cover for me? I'm not a holy maiden candidate or anything anymore. There, Gaston-san. I apologize for getting you involved in this. But I'm glad you're safe. As Thelma-san grasped Gaston-san's chest, that blood-like substance flowed out in a steady stream. His clothes were dyed a deep red. Thelma-san laid Gaston-san down and held onto his arm. Others began to gather around, and when they shed their tears, Ora-san's legs gave way beneath her. I tied up the flailing man and rendered him unconscious, before speaking. We will take an extended break. Our party shall also assist in the burial services. Thelma-san. Thank you. And Ora-san, still collapsed on the spot, shouted out. What's this? This is all because of your failure. Because you didn't protect us. That's why High Priest Gaston had to throw down his life, is it not? If you took up the request, you should be risking your life protecting us. What's this? What's all this? Seeing the young Ora-san's tears, my heart began to ache. Thelma was with Ora in their carriage. She sat on the right side, facing the front. Ora sat far on the left. Lyle's party was preparing a grave for Gaston, and Thelma had boarded the carriage in order to calm Ora down. Ora, don't blame yourself. When Thelma said that, Ora's tears started coming down in large droplets. I mean. From Ora's point of view, there was no doubt that Gaston was just a high priest using her. But it was also true how much he cared for her. Even Thelma had been nothing but a merchant's daughter at the start. Ora was born into a poor knight household, being left in the custody of the temple when she no longer had any relatives left to look after her. To the two of them, the Holy Maiden was nothing but the marionette of the high priests. And within that all, Gaston had served them with all his heart. No, perhaps that had all been to protect Zayn, but neither Thelma nor Ora could bring themselves to hate the man. Having managed to protect you, Gaston was satisfied. He was smiling, you know. Ora spoke. If that lot had done their work properly. Then Gaston. The day she had become a candidate for the Holy Maiden position. Gaston had told her to drop any honorifics when dealing with him. In order to make clear their position as master and servant. And Gaston had served her the whole time with that level of earnesty. Ora, it's not as if Lyle Dono's party had been negligent. Lyle Dono had sensed the possibility that something like this would happen. He even insisted we kept as far away from that man as possible. But I was the one to push for it. Right, Lyle had requested his party be the one to look after the injured. Thinking back, he had likely predicted the possibility right from the start. Then he should have just out and said it. It's because he. Ora. When Thelma cried out, Ora's body jerked in response, and she shut her mouth. I'm sorry. But I knew this was going to happen. Eh? Thelma closed her eyes, and indifferently went on. Inside the carriage, with her robe still partly stained red, she crossed her arms over her lap. Our lives would eventually be targeted. That's precisely why we ran. I thought that the possibility would be lower for you. But you were the first one he tried to target. Originally, it would have ended with us alone. Ora looked at Thelma with a blank expression. Then once you let me run, you, and everyone else would. Thelma hung her head. There would likely be nothing we would be able to do on our own. Run as we may, they would come to kill us. But I never thought you would be their highest priority. Thelma spoke from her heart. The one targeted with the highest priority was Ora. The Divine Knights, no, the one Zayn wanted dead was Ora. Ora spoke. Then, it's my fault, Gaston. Thelma went on. It would have happened eventually. 'Twas only a matter of sooner or later. Ora held both hands against her head, and gripped onto her hair. She looked as if she was about to tear it out, so Thelma took her hands, and stared into her face with a serious expression. Ora, when you get to Bime, you're going to live a quiet life, right? Thelma-sama? I'm going to try struggling with those that remain. Luckily, Lyle Dono has some connections. I've no idea how far we'll be able to go, but I'll make sure to direct Zayn's eyes my way. Her words filled with determination were no fabrication. Ora shook her head to the eyed. Let's run together. I can't have you die as well. If it comes to that, then I'll have but another debt I cannot repay. In her messy tear-filled vision, her eyes caught a glimpse of the red stains on Thelma's robe. Perhaps she imagined Thelma's death, as her expression was growing paler. Even if you may speak ill, you answered our expectations, and became a holy maiden candidate. You're truly a kind girl. She hurriedly rose to compete against the current holy maiden Remus. Had she the time, she may have even won. But Thelma knew the girl herself had only become a candidate out of obligation to her. Aura, from here on, you should decide your own life. Me? That's right. You need to make the decision. If you're going to live quietly in Bime, then once we enter the city, we'll be nothing but complete strangers. I'll leave it to Lyle to make sure you've got the arrangements to make a living. But do not get involved with us again. That will be for your sake. I don't want to. I don't want something like that. Aura put both her hands around Thelma, and Thelma embraced her in return. It's fine to run away. If you choose to fight, what awaits you is surely a crueler road. Both me and Gaston only desire your happiness. Aura raised her face to look at Thelma. Her eyes were reddened, and her mouth fastened shut. It seemed she was holding back her tears. I don't want to part anymore. I don't want to lose any more family. Mother. Thelma kindly patted her head. Even when I told you not to call me that anymore, ever since you were small, you were always such a spoiled one. She gave a bitter smile. Thinking of their age difference, they really could be mother and child. In all actuality, the age gap was only a little less than Lyle and his own mother. Gently separating herself from Aura, Thelma spoke with a smile. We'll reach Bime by the end of the day. Aura, you have to choose. It's your life, you know. Aura cast her eyes down once, before wiping off her tears and raising her face. I will fight. As a holy maiden candidate, as one concerned, I will fight. So please don't leave me behind. Thelma's face turned serious. Are you fine with that? You won't regret it? A quiet life has its own happiness to be found. Aura's face was just as serious. She had already resolved herself. Thelma nodded, motioned Aura to disembark from the carriage, and spoke. I'm sure they're already done with their work. Aura, come down, and wash your face. You can't be showing such a look to Gaston, can you? And you must tell everyone your decision. Aura nodded, opened the carriage door, and jumped down. Thelma watched her back with a smile. It was truly a motherly smile. But... When Aura reached the outside world, her face cramped up, and froze. There were 2 doors on the carriage. In front of the left door, we applauded Aura-san as she disembarked. Arya and I, as well as Clara, Eva, May, and everyone involved. Alongside us, the consecrated virgins who came alone, and others concerned. The man who was flailing about before was also clapping with a smile. Gaston-san looked quite delighted. Aura-sama, so you finally made your decision? Seeing him break into tears, there were a few others who ended up crying as well. But the girl herself. Aura-san had frozen up as if she'd seen something she couldn't believe. When Thelma-san jumped down beside her, Aura-san grabbed her. You tricked me. How rude. I have done no such thing. In truth, that man was injured and unconscious, and it's true that his mentality was interfered with. Lyle got rid of it beforehand. But the one he tried to aim for first really was you. Aura. And the possibility of me or Gaston dying is still as high as ever. Bringing you around as you were without resolution was making me uneasy. And if we didn't go this far, you'd think up an excuse, and would never have spoken your true feelings. How many years do you think we've known one another? Thelma-san looked at the man who'd been thrashing about, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. The voice I ignored from the jewel came from the third. Ain't my skill amazing? If it can brainwash people, then of course it's possible to dispel brainwashing. With the third skill, we were able to disarm the man who'd become a human trap. So we had him put on an act, and borrowed some blood-like substance from Monica's bag of tricks prepared to kill some time. But telling him his comrades had died, and then having him put on that act. That one was also a painful one. From my consultation with the third, that was the means we'd selected, but... The fifth laughed. Even your terrible personality's showing up in your skill. Though it worked out well this time. The third and fifth laughed, as if to threaten one another. The seventh spoke to me. Now then, Lyle, it's about time to disclose the trick. I took a step forward, and spoke to Aura-san. In order to make you serious, I directed a play. By the way, if you refused, you'd have been motioned to go out the right side door, where you'd find a fake grave. While you prayed for him, Gaston would have been sent ahead to Bime. But you've shown your resolve. We will support you with all we have. When I said that with a smile, Aura-san returned the smile as she walked up to me. The reason I purposely said it in an irritating way was to make her direct her dissatisfaction at me. It would be troublesome if she started hating Thelma-san or Gaston-san, after all. Having the help of all three of them was an absolute necessity. I see. So you mean to say I've been dancing on the palm of your hand? I thought you looked unreliable, but you're looking more promising now, Mr. Adventurer. We both smiled and laughed, before my conversation partner raised her fist into the air, and slammed it into my body. I had underestimated it as the fist of a young girl, but it seems my appraisal had been mistaken. The movements of her body were smooth, and her fist without a shred of hesitation pounded into my stomach. Gaha! The impact rang through my insides, and I spat out the air in my lungs before collapsing onto my knees. When I told her I was the one behind the curtains, I thought I would get a slap or two, but for her to go for the solar plexus. She had even added in the motion of her hips, and on that splendid blow, I forcefully formed a smile. Splendid body blow. There, Ora-san continued smiling as she looked down over me, and pointed her thumb at the ground. Very well. I shall take part in your plan. You've been able to fool me splendidly. And if you can do that much, then perhaps I can place a bit of expectations on you. From the jewel, the fourth let his voice. This angle, that fist, you're bringing back memories of my wife. The sixth. Well, she looks resolved enough. Now then, we've gotten all the cards we wanted in our hands. Lyle, it's starting to get fun. It's starting to get painful for me. When I put all my effort into my smile, Arya beside me muttered. Lyle, you're trying too hard. It seemed she was empathizing with me. Eva spoke. I think I'm going to cut out this scene. Let's just try to spin it as an emotional one. She was taking memos to turn it to song. And hearing that, Clara. You should be firm when you're making records. Decisions like that cause chaos for scholars down the road. Like I care. I just want them to listen to the song. There's no need for unnecessary truth. You've got to please the customers. That's your take on the matter. I don't think it's good to decide it so arbitrarily. It's because elves are like that so many scholars are still fighting over the meaning behind folk songs. It doesn't seem she would forgive Eva cutting this scene. If you wanted to ask if it was Clara-esque, it was. So they both took their memos and clashed their opinions. May looked over us from afar. Humans sure are a pain. And said that. But I think so too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 10, Worse Than Zayn. Worse than Zayn. Having arrived in Bime, I went to the guild alone to report on our requests. Putting off selling materials and magic stones to tomorrow, I went to the showers within the guild building, and washed off the sweat and dirt. After going under that lukewarm unpressurized shower a while, I got myself together, and headed towards the reception's desk. If possible, I wanted Tanya-san, but if she wasn't there, I hoped for a receptionist abundant in experience. I never really thought about which line to join in Bime before, but this time, I tried confirming who was at the counters today before choosing a line. Around, I could hear the gossip of the day. Did you hear? Quite a number of mercs are hopping onto Zayn's side. It's because Zayn's always permitted pillage and plunder. Heard Lorfie's princess is a stiff one in that regard. Not interested in that stuff, or so it goes. That Alette, you know? It seems she's been going around to all the skilled mercenary brigades. Them knights sure have it hard. Laughing adventurers. Thinking about Alette's situation wasn't something too pleasant for me. But expecting that much camaraderie among adventurers was no good. And the party that usually accompanied her around was, rather than a mercenary brigade, an adventurer party that was strong in labyrinths. I'm not really sure how they'd fare on the battlefield. From the jewel, the sixth let his voice. So she's gathering aid? If she hasn't gone home yet, then that's convenient for us. Lyle, how about getting in contact? Covering up the matter with Aura and company, of course. Right now, I don't know what sort of reaction Alette-san would give. For Lorfies, they were from a troublesome country that gave a petty false accusation to attack. I gripped the jewel, and moved forward in my line. There are fewer people than usual. As I looked around, and got such an impression, a different group of adventurers lined up behind. Oi, the guys from the South Branch called out to me, but what do you lot think? So the mercs are recruiting? It's getting real here. Does Zayn have the upper hand? Then just say, if you're fighting for Zayn, then why the hell not? Why don't you? Fool. In that case, Lorfies will be willing to even go into debt to get mercenaries on their side. Lorfy's is going to start looking more profitable, just you wait. The seventh spoke up, in a voice filled with anger. This is why you can't trust adventurers at all. I let out a light sigh, as I took note of more signs that war was approaching. When my turn came around, I sat in the chair, and handed my documents over to Tanya-san. As always. After she took the papers, I presented my guild card, and she spoke a bit as she started into the required paperwork. A safe and steady B evaluation, is it? As I thought, your party is a proficient one. Come to think of it, you guys purchased that haunted house, but is everything alright? Hearing about a haunted house, I tilted my head. Tanya-san said something along the lines of, "Oh, you've just gotten back so you don't know," as she sent some eyes of pity my way. The paperwork finished, I accepted the documents, and my guild card before opening my mouth. Tanya-san, the truth is, there was something I wanted to talk to you about. I spoke in a serious expression. And on hearing my voice, her face turned from a smile to a serious one as well. This isn't the best place. So be it. Supporting skilled adventurers is a receptionist's job. I'll have to swap out the counter, so please wait on the second floor. When I nodded, Tanya-san called out to a staff personnel filing papers in the far back. Rua, I leave this desk to you. I've got business to attend to. Wait, senpai. Perhaps because she had risen from her seat in such a hurry, her papers fell on the floor, amplifying the new guild receptionist's panic. I got out of the line, and headed for the second floor. She didn't exactly tell me where to wait, but I saw her come up the stairs not long after. Her walking posture and atmosphere, perhaps it was the case that Tanya-san used to be an adventurer. She told me to enter one of the conference rooms, so I followed her words. It's the first I'd been in one of these since that introductory seminar we took when we first got to Baim. I thought, as I arbitrarily sat in a seat, and Tanya-san sat in front of me. She was directing a smile, but the air around her seemed somewhat sharp. Now then, you called me out, so it must be something adequately important. If it's a love confession, then please stop right there. I'm in the middle of work. Oh, so I have a chance when you're off the clock? That was a joke. Even with her smile, her eyes narrowed. I apologized, and began to speak. I have something to consult with you. Alette-san is still in Baim, isn't she? I cannot say. When Tanya-san said that, I nodded. I could go look for her if I wanted, and that wasn't where the problem lay. I gripped the jewel, and the truth is, on the return trip from the request, I ended up lending a helping hand. I took up a guard request of my own accord, and it doesn't seem I will be able to carry out guild requests for a while. Tanya-san looked at my face as she rested both her elbows on the table, and locked her hands in front of her face. She did it in a way as if to hide the area around her mouth. So you accepted a personal request. Adventurers are free to do so. Well, it's true we'd prefer you took it through the guild. Personally, I hope you accomplish it safely, and go back to accepting guild requests. Yes, that is my hope, so is that the end of it? Is that all you called out to me for? That was the sort of atmosphere she gave off, and while I couldn't see her mouth, her attitude indicated it was surely smiling. I ended up giving a bitter smile. Her gaze shifted a little, so I apologized. My apologies. From here on's the main matter. How should I put this? I'm a bit troubled. Troubled? I looked straight at Tanya-san, and spoke with a smile. A high priest of Zayin, the former Holy Maiden, as well as the former Holy Maiden candidate who went against the current one. That is who I've ended up helping. The contents of the requests are to return Zayin to its rightful rulers, but I'm a little hard-pressed to go about it alone. So won't you discuss it a bit with me? My smile caused her face to cramp up. Her locked fingers hid it, but I could tell from the movements of the rest of her face. And undoing her hands, and taking her elbows off the table, Tanya-san corrected her posture. She let out a sigh, and looked at my face. I see. That one's beyond me. Well, it's worthy enough for calling me from work, or should I say I'm glad we didn't discuss it at the desk. But, Tanya-san spoke disinterestedly. The guild will not support either side. Whether it be for Zayin or for Lorfy's, if the request comes to the guild, they'll process it all the same. It's impossible to gain its cooperation for one side. I recommend you don't bring up this topic too much elsewhere, Lyle-kun. Hearing Tanya-san's opinion, the fifth in the jewel. Meaning the guild will happily have the two fight on as they make money. It's the capital of merchants as well, so such is to be expected. The capital of merchants and mercs, that was Baim. There are plenty of industries that make money precisely because war exists, and when battle comes, their merchandise will fly off the shelves. Joining one side, and putting an end to it, wouldn't be in the guild's best interest. Because the merchants were the ones ruling the city. I don't think the guild would be able to go against them. No, the guild itself could even be called a merchant company dealing in magic stones. However, then that's a relief. The guild will be impartial, you say? Reluctant as I may be to say it, that's how it is. Perhaps she thought I was being sarcastic, as she stood from her seat. But I called out to stop her. That's not the end of the conversation. Did you want to seal my lips? Even if she said she wouldn't say anything about, that doesn't guarantee she wouldn't report. I was carrying around a spark of war, after all. And it's not something as small as Mithril. When Zayn arbitrarily started a war over something so petty, there's no way they would be able to ignore the sparks I carried. No. I don't feel like sealing any lips. I was only glad that the guild would be impartial. From inside the jewel, I heard a delighted third's voice. Really, a blessing they'll be impartial. Though it would be fine either way. The fourth also spoke. Well, if you're gathering manpower, you really will have to rely on the guild. I continued on. I want to give a personal request myself. I want to offer a request to the party of Crike Benini. Tanya-san seemed to understand what I was thinking. She put her left hand to her forehead, and looked at me in an irritated manner. Well, the right person in the right place, they say. It definitely seems like a request he'll like. I'll bet. So I descended back down to the first floor with Tanya-san, and filled out the paperwork to submit a request. Tanya gave a report about Lyle in her higher-up's office. Her superior continued processing his work as he lent an ear to her words. That's so? He picked up the former holy maiden? I can't really praise someone for picking up everything they find, but he sure found a big one. Her superior smiled, but Tanya did not. Should we report it to the main branch? There, her superior shook his head. And why should we? It's not like it'll put an end to war. More so, however he moves may even magnify its scale. Oh, if it comes to that, would it be bad that I didn't report it? Yep, let's put a word in after all. It's not like they'll do anything about it. Tanya was Tanya's name while on sweeper duty. If there was a call to capture, or perhaps assassinate the former holy maiden in Lyle's custody, then she would immediately spring to action. But her superior was a different story. He hasn't asked for safe haven from us. Assistance-wise, well, he's asked for some, has he? If it's a request, then why not just carry out the normal request procedures? He didn't sound interested. More than that, he didn't seem to think it would influence anything too much. Are you certain? If it becomes a larger matter, or it puts the guild at a loss. It won't. And there are more than enough requests coming to the mercenary South branch as it is. It's not like Zayen and Lorphes are the only places to make money. The mercenaries are already moving. Skirmishes have already broken out on the border. Supplies are already selling. A few are even putting all the rare metal they've stockpiled on the market. Good grief, just what are the adventurers doing? The higher-up man didn't like to see adventurers acting like merchants. Albano's party, huh? I heard they had gotten some rare metal iron in the last labyrinth. Tanya thought a bit, as she reported there were no major problems as a whole. Tanya, we are people of the East Branch. Making things profitable for the guild is important, but how about we look where our feet are planted? If the adventurers don't return in good time, our requests will hit a flat tire. Even if we find a labyrinth, there's be no one to send. Isn't that bad? And you see, the guild is there to make it big in magic stones. Magic stones wouldn't really come in during war, he sighed. Upon hearing she wouldn't have to take any action against Lyle's party, Tanya felt relieved. Her superior. And I'd really like to get them in our favor. I want to end the war quickly. Otherwise, the other branches will start complaining we aren't doing any work again. Before her joking boss, Tanya finished her report and turned to leave the room. But she was stopped. Tanya, if you can get someone in your debt, then do it. I don't want to part with skilled adventurers. As long as it doesn't put the guild at a loss, that is. Looking back at her superior, Tanya gave a single bow, before walking out the door. Could it be, I'm being tested? Returning to Tanya, she thought that outside the room. In the mansion Novum and the others had found, I received the report from Rano-san. He was clean-shaven, and he hadn't drunk a drop, so he looked like a completely different person. Now then, this is the situation on Zayn you've asked for. I scanned through the report, and nodded. It's pretty much the same as what I've heard from Gaston-san and Thelma-san. Having been able to prove Rano-san's skill level, I proposed my next request. I'll take my time going through the report later. Now on to the next request. Next? I've already given Miranda-chan what I got on Lorfies. Lorfies. They were carrying a bomb greater than I'd anticipated, and I was hesitant to make use of them. In a single word, terrible. Worse than Zayin. Terrible enough to account for Aletsan's troubled predisposition, and then some. Not happening. No, next I'd like you to gather information on Selva. Selva? To my knowledge, they're the ones showing the least amount of movement. They're waiting and watching. Well, if you want to call them ominous, I won't argue. Rano-san also thought them suspicious. From the jewel, I the fourth let his voice. Lorfies only has a single princess. But that kid has a prince she's engaged to, so why isn't the guy even trying to help? And according to Gaston, the current holy maiden is of Selvian descent. That gets all the players together. I heard the fifth's voice. Lorfies and Zayin. And Selva, just what could they be thinking? Personally, I'd like to support the Selvas behind the curtains theory. The seventh laughed. No, there are possibilities Zayin's holy maiden is just being put to work by them. The sixth. It may be that both countries are just playing parts in their own play. Beat up Lorfies, withdraw, then have Selva pretend to rush in to give aid, and then take over the government just like that. The third spoke. In that case, even if they didn't do anything, sending over that princely fiancé would already achieve that effect. From my point of view, the guilds behind the curtains theory is the most interesting one. All the wars in this area were a result of the guild moving behind the scenes. When he said that, the other ancestors. Ah, nice one. Well, they'll make money, so I'm sure they're at least moving something behind the scenes. Fifth, that would be the merchants. The guild's a bit different. Same old. They're merchants of magic stones. But, well, their opinions on the matter were aligned. And in regards to that, I felt like agreeing. The third acted as proxy for what they were all thinking. Lorfi's princess is the only one without a behind the curtains theory. When I sighed, Rano-san looked at my face. What's wrong? I don't think you'll find anything that'll give you a bigger headache than Lorfi's. No, that's too low a level for comparison. Zayin is also plenty strange. When I said that, the third laughed. Lyle, you sure are stupid. There isn't a single decent country in the world. Everyone's got something strange somewhere in them. Hearing that, the other ancestors laughed. Wow, my head really does hurt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 11, The Fourth Camp. The Fourth Camp. I decided to make a large alteration to our objective. Damn it, if Lorfi's princess wasn't so bad, we would have just attained victory on Lorfi's side. Lorfi's, who found Mithril in the labyrinth. Zayin, who claimed it was a gift to them from their goddess. That was what the start of war looked like to the public eye. But there, a third country, the Kingdom of Selva, comes out. Looking at the numerous pieces of information. Selva's prince, and Lorfi's princess, and only daughter, were engaged. Zayin's holy maiden was a former noble daughter of Selva. The country had connections to both sides, and yet that third power showed not a single movement on the surface in this war. That was Selva. The living room of the Manor Novum had purchased, and that was in the middle of renovations to receive us. I sat in a chair facing a table, and spoke with the voices of the jewel. They're a suspicious one no matter how you look at it, but can we really do anything about this third country? On my voice, I heard a response from the jewel I had placed on the table. It was the sixth. Fret not. Luck has blessed you with a number of cards to play. A former holy maiden, a former high priest, a knight of Lorfi's, and a former holy maiden candidate. Think about the information that comes in, and choose where you should be aiming for. Where should we bring the outcome of the war? That was quite a hard problem for me. There, I sensed a presence, took the jewel in my hands, hung it around my neck, and closed my mouth. The third spoke. Oh my, she's already here. I heard some footsteps gradually getting closer. I turned my chair towards the door, as a somewhat violent knocking sound came from it. Come in. When I said that, the door was roughly forced open. Entering the room was an out-of-breath Shannon. Her breathing was all over the place, as she turned to me, and opened her mouth. At first, her voice wouldn't come out as she wanted, so after a bit of silence. Lyle, there's a visitor for you. Seeing her tired face, I smiled. Oh, I see. This mansion sure is vast. I laughed and stood, as Shannon, who was getting a bit of a remedy for her lack of exercise, glared at me in resentment. Then just sell it off already. I'm too scared to sleep at night, yet no one even brings up the thought of selling it. People call it a haunted house, you know. We purchased a famous haunted house in Byme, but a few days had already passed since I first got here. Nothing particularly strange had happened. I'm sure the rumors just led to embellishment. According to Novum, there was a dungeon in the basement, so perhaps that was the cause of some rumor. Even so, Aletsan moves quickly. I took Shannon along, and left the room. I got the feeling she was keeping strangely close to me, but that must be because she was scared to be in the mansion alone. When the shortened distance made it quite hard to walk, the sixth spoke. Lyle, hold her hand. I thought it would be better than trying to move with this strange closeness, so I held my hand out to her. She mulled over it a bit, before taking it in her own. So we walked down the corridor together, and headed towards the room prepared for guests. After thinking over it a long while, Shannon spoke. I am sure you're scared, so I don't mind holding your hand, okay? She said that, so? Yes, many thanks. When I gave a spiritless response, she began complaining under her breath. I listened to them, as I thought over how to proceed talks with Aletsan. Now then, how will Lorphys treat us? Walking down the hallway, with sunlight streaming in through the windows, I worried for our future. The reception room of the manor. Sitting on a sofa, with a table between us, I faced Aletsan. Diagonally behind her, her adjutant stood with splendid posture. Monica took that same position behind me after she finished putting out the tea. I really wonder why the maid was standing in the background. She's definitely mistaken about something. Complaining a bit about Monica, I was about to start up conversations with Aletsan. However, she was the first one to open her mouth. I heard you hired Krite. Could you be intending to participate in the coming war? I sipped my tea, saw she was looking downwards, and nodded. If you'll be on our side, we're acquaintances. You'll receive some favorable treatment. But if you'll be on the enemy camp, we'll show no mercy on the battlefield. She sounded quite calm, but her atmosphere was somewhat sharp. We will be joining in. And if you're asking which camp we'll be in, well, I'm thinking of participating in my own personal fourth camp. How's that sound? The cup in her hand stopped, and she directed her field of vision at me. I continued with my explanations. On the return trip from a request, we picked up a large cargo. It ended up leading to us taking on a personal request, but in that case, rather than attaching ourselves to any side, it made the prospects of forming a fourth camp look more favorable. When I said that with a smile, Aletsan made a serious expression. Us and Zayin, it's a problem of two countries, is it not? Right. That's what I thought at first. But that third party was behind Lorphys, waiting for them to weaken, or perhaps be erased altogether. Let's skip the minor details. At first I was thinking to participate on Lorphys' camp. But that made me feel much too anxious. The royal princess. I don't want to be the one to say it, but she's quite awful. When I said that, the adjutant's expression turned sharp. Aletsan held up her hand to calm him. It seems you've heard a strange rumor or two, but our royal princess is a beautiful and wise one. The current war is quite a pain on her heart. If it were to let us evade war, then just give the mithril away, she said. If it were for the sake of her people, then she would not mourn the loss of fortune. Lorphys had lost its king and queen, while the princess was an only child. They were a small country, and they had their branch families with stake to the throne, but the royal princess was the one named as the successor. However, she had yet to be enthroned as queen. It was in a dubious position. That was the current state of Lorphys. Aletsan confirmed with me the details of the third camp. Very well. Lyle, you seem to believe there's already a third camp, but where will they come out? I'd definitely like to hear that. I've heard you used information dealers to collect a considerable amount of intel, after all. She held the info that I was collecting info. It's true I didn't really care about hiding that fact when I collected it up. I'm thinking of Selva as the third party. They will come out when Lorphys is exhausted to an extent. They'll either hammer the final nail in the coffin, or offer some condescending assistance. I don't know which yet. Aletsan breathed out a sigh. Her adjutant was about to say something, but she waved her left hand dismissively to shut him up. Looking at me, she drained whatever remained in her cup of tea, and opened her mouth. While Monica moved to give her a refill. That's right. Selva is also moving. But we're trying to do something before they can make their move. It seems you've investigated a bit, but sticking your head too far in will shorten your lifespan. Those words could have been taken as a threat, but I shrugged my shoulders, sat deeper into the sofa, and continued my piece. I'd like to make a few requests. A meeting with Lorphe's crown princess, Zayn's former holy maiden Thelmasan, and the former high priest Gaston-san. Finally, the former holy maiden candidate Aurasan. I'd like a meeting for the three of them. On my words, Aletsan made a face of surprise. That would be Zayn's moderate faction. Quite a find. I see, you've picked up quite an outrageous package yet again. If you'll leave them with us, we'll be considerably grateful. I shook my head. I already accepted their request. And we'll be having them hide for a while. What do you plan to do by meeting? You'll be aiding our side, I'm sure? On Aletsan's words, I nodded. I do want Lorphes to be the winning side. And Zayn has a lot coming to them. They should go through a bit of pain. While we're at it, I'd like to take Selva down a notch. Aletsan made a perplexed expression. For that, I'm thankful. But what exactly is your goal? Are you trying to build up a mercenary brigade? Rather than succeeding, I get the feeling the possibility of failure is greater in this instance. I directed a smile at her. Oh, we'll win. And the preparations for that are this time's meeting. I will assist Lorphes and lead them to victory in the coming war. Well, there will be 2 countries on the winning side, though. 2 countries? When she said that, I spoke with a smile. So what will you do? Will a meeting with us and Her Highness be possible? Making a conflicted expression, Aletsan. All I can do is give a report. I'm not in a position to make a decision. It could be the case that an order will come to capture you by all means. Seeing her give a fearless laugh, I spoke. And when it comes to that, I'll just be moving to Zayn. When Aletsan left the mansion, I went into the next preparations. The hall on the first floor had plenty of space, and we would be holding an inaugural meeting there. We hurriedly moved to make it presentable, put out tables, and lined up food and ale. Novum and Monica prepared dishes one after the next, while Miranda, Aria, and Clara put them out. May looked like she'd lay her hands on the food, so Shannon was keeping watch over her. And Eva was. It's fine if I sing a light song, right? Right. One that rouses the spirit would be nice. In the hall I prepared, I heard the details of the song from Eva. In order to make things livelier, I asked her to sing. I don't like how I'm not the main act, but I guess all's well as long as I can sing. How many can we expect? She seemed a little unsatisfied, but seeing the number of tables lined up, she ended up asking that. Ah, right. I never told you. You were out shopping, and you helped prepare the outfits. So while everyone was busy preparing, I informed Eva. The ones coming are Kreitsan's party, and other dreamer adventurers hoping to hop on board this story. Kreitsan's acquaintances as well. Small parties, and ones formerly knights of some other country are coming as well. Speaking to the scale, around 100, perhaps? We scraped up all we could, and at present, that was out limit. So you gathered up 100? And you're going to be picking a fight with Zayn without borrowing Lorphe's power? Even if you plan on directing a small force with tactics, you'll be fighting with those numbers alone? I smiled. Don't worry. That includes support, so the ones who can fight are less than half that. Equipment won't make it in time, so this time, it'll count for around 30 people. Eva seemed taken aback as she looked at me. The enemy numbered in the tens of thousands, so there was no helping it. Because with that, us included, we would be bringing the fight with force of around 40. I understand why she felt like making light of it. It's alright. Believe in me. Even like this, I'm a man who doesn't do the impossible. When I said that, she let out a light sigh. I'd prefer it you said that with an expression filled with confidence. Like the one you had not too long ago. Well, I decided to follow along, so I won't oppose. And if you succeed, there's no doubt it'll be a hero's tale. I'll just add this on, but please don't die before you confess. I'm really looking forward to it. When she teased me at the end, I felt my face redden and averted my eyes. And Thelmasan and Aurasan came over to us. They were wearing Monica's homemade garments, creating quite an atmosphere. Wearing those white dresses that looked as if they were stuck fast on their bodies, both of them seemed embarrassed. Aurasan. Hey, what is that maid of yours thinking? Clothes like these that show off so many lines, what's more, she called our normal clothing uncharitable, but... Seeing what Monica had put Thelmasan and Aurasan, as well as the rest of the consecrated virgins in, I had a single thought. Putting the virgins in sister uniforms, she's definitely mistaken about something. But when I told her that, she merely replied, "You are the one who doesn't get it." And when she made outfits for High Priest Gaston-san and the girls, they were all quite showy. Thelma-san spoke shyly. "This one is a bit too embarrassing. Is there nothing to drape over it?" Seeing her fidget, Eva. "Isn't it fine? It barely shows any actual skin." I'd have increased the exposure level myself. Quite a few of Eva's stage outfits were quite extreme. No, wait, she didn't have many, but all of them were extreme. Aura spoke in irritation. "Don't ruin the Holy Maiden's image." That maid scoffed when she looked at my chest. Seeing her cover up her reserve chest with her right arm, I looked at the ornaments on her arms and head. Everything Monica produced was of superb craftsmanship. A few of them were bought and worked in, but her touch was splendid. No, Monica was in a hurry, and there's no more time, so there's nothing we can do. And Gaston-san looks kinda satisfied. We directed our eyes towards Gaston's advance into the hall. He was wearing the outfit that had been made for him, and as it was for male usage, it had little exposure, but it was still flashy. His hat was narrow and long, while his robes looked spacious. He seemed quite satisfied with his white and blue high priest attire. According to the man himself, it was more comfortable to wear than what he usually had to put on. Apparently, Monica is too multi-purpose. If she can finish up modifying Porter, we'll be done with all the preparations. We'll have to hurry up with preparing for Zayn's side. So we hurried to prepare the party, the inaugural assembly, and I verified something with Thelma-san. Sorry to change the subject, but make sure you take care of that matter. Thelma-san looked towards me and nodded. Without a doubt. In the first place, if you're going to attain victory with this number of troops, that's enough reason to get you in government. By the way, are you really planning to march into war with 50 soldiers? I'm an amateur in that field, but I don't think taking down a large force with few numbers is as easy as the fairy tales make it. Aura-san stuck her glare on me. How much war experience do you have? Her eyes were doubtful, and perhaps because she was wearing an outfit she detested, she was taking it out on me. I gripped the jewel once. Well, a considerable amount. And it's not like I'm going to be fighting an army of 10,000s, you know. I'm not going to march on the main battlefront. Hearing that, both Aura-san and Thelma-san made faces of surprise. Eva alone was. Hey wait, then even if I put it to song, it's not going to be very exciting. She seemed quite disappointed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 12, Holy Knight Brigade. TL, what was previously translated as Holy Knight will now be translated as Divine Knight for accuracy's sake. I do apologize. It was my intention to do so when I first read through this volume, but I kinda forgot. Holy Knight Brigade. In the entrance hall used for the inaugural assembly, over 100 adventurers had gathered. They talked amongst themselves, as they waited nervously. I was distanced from the tables, watching over them from the wall. This time, I wasn't an attendee, but the host. Monica was busily moving around, and she put the temple virgins in maid clothes to have them help out. When she came up next to me, Monica. As I thought, perhaps keeping them in their temple robes would have been better? I was sure it would look out of place, but by doing this, I've killed their character traits. What are you even talking about? More importantly, do you think we have enough food and drink? When I confirmed it, she nodded. We've made no oversights. But there is a bit of a problem. Yeah, I understand that one. We'll be able to hold out until the end of this battle, right? Yes. I understood the problem we carried. After Monica checked in with me, she went back to work. I looked at the hall. Kreitsan was there, and he was wearing conspicuously high-spirited clothing. I'm not deceiving him, but I'm certainly using him. It isn't a good feeling. Dreaming adventurers. Rather than using it to get rich quick, those that wanted to escape from this lifestyle. Right, the ones I gathered were those aiming for government service. I had Kreitsan gather those aiming for knighthood as well. Birds of a feather flock together, I see. Among them were adventurers formerly of knight households. Just as Arya hailed from a militaristic viscount house, there were a number of adventurers with similar heritage. In order to reclaim their former glory, they had resolved themselves to hop aboard this time's mission. From the jewel, came the slightly fed-up voice of the fifth. No matter the time period, you'll find folks who can't calculate loss and gain. Well, the fact they're at least resolved is decent. The sixth as well. Exactly. But they'll be reliable for now. And thinking of the future, the Holy Maiden will need those who will move as her arms and legs. I turned my eyes to the stairs. It's time. With some drink in their systems, and some time to alleviate the tension, we had prepared the stage for the others to make their appearance. The consecrated virgins, not in maid clothes, but in the outfits that Monica had sewn, they came out, and talk broke out among the people in the hall. And when the VIPs came out, it all went silent. Yep, she's definitely a holy maiden as long as she keeps her mouth shut. In a white dress that seemed to be stuck fast to her skin, down came Aura-san. Behind her followed the former holy maiden Thelma-san, and former high priest Gaston-san. When I sent a look to Eva, she nodded her head. Eva had a skill of her own. It wasn't too useful in battle, and the girl herself didn't really seem to like it. Its name was voice, it amplified the sound of her voice, and let a larger number of people hear it. And this time's centerpiece was her stage back music. Even without instruments, she could put on performances with her skill. Majestic music began to stream into the assembly hall. Eva didn't show any signs of having done anything, and I couldn't help but wonder where exactly the music was coming from. It's rare for there to be a skill hated by its holder. No, did it manifest precisely because she didn't desire it? There are quite a few mysteries with skills. There was a reason Eva didn't make use of her skill. She hated it. She wanted her voice to reach on its own. She didn't want to rely on a skill. Music was to be made of instruments, and playing them together before a crowd was the whole point. So her skill was nothing but irksome. Or so she said. This time, we didn't have the leisure or time to hire an orchestra, so I left it to her. The atmosphere and sound, as well as the real holy maidens, no, the former holy maiden candidate's appearance set the hall in silence and anticipation. Aura-san stopped partway down the stairs, and looked over the hall before speaking. I thank you all for gathering. I, Aura, am grateful to be in your presence today. Unmotivated and violent, from my image of her, the girl's current bearing was too different. I felt like I was going to laugh. I held back and listened, but the contents were, to put it simply, let's go forth and beat Zayn's Divine Knights black and blue together. Because if you succeed, you'll get government offices, and I'll take you on as knights. Is how it was. Right, that was the bait for this time's gathering. We couldn't pay a reward. But it goes without saying we had to prepare the necessary food supplies on our side. And Aura-san sent a glance to me. In order to take back Zayn, here, a new knight brigade will be formed. Its lead shall be left to the one who saved my life, Lyle. I took a step forward, and the eyes of the gathered adventurers gathered on me. It will only be temporary, but I shall graciously take up the position of commander. And Aura-san. I would like to leave the role of vice commander to Krite Benini-Dano. Krite-san was so moved, he broke into tears. Why yes. His voice as he answered was shaking a bit. After spreading out her arms, Aura-san crossed her hands over her small chest, and made a pose of prayer. Here, a knight brigade, a holy knight brigade has been formed. Brave ones, may you sally forth with the protection of the goddess. To oppose the divine knight brigade, we had formed a holy knight brigade. By the way, the naming was done on the spot. They were barely any different. Well, even if it doesn't quite roll off the tongue, it's that, the Holy Maiden's Knight Brigade, or how to put it, that does sound like something that country would have. It's a temporary name, and anyone can come along and change it later. It was a simple thought, but perhaps it would work out fine? And like that, the Holy Maiden's Knight Brigade was dubbed the Holy Knight Brigade. The hall heated up again, and I got the feeling I was the only one mulling over the name so much. Now to take the next move. I'll have to meet Albano-san's party tomorrow. The next day, I took Miranda, and found Albano-san in a bar. It was a store that sole entrance was an alleyway, and not the best place to be. But the quality of the dishes they put out was high, and the taste was delicious. Taking a swig of ale, Albano-san looked at us. Assist on Zayn's side? Don't want to. I only ride winning horses. When he said that quite boldly, I gave a bitter smile, and nodded. That's all right. But it's not like swinging a weapon is all that makes a war, right? Around us, rough folk drank ale, and made merry. Harlots called out to the customers in the bar, but they didn't come closer to us, as Miranda was at the table. Albano-san looked at us with his cup still held against his face. Miranda extended a hand towards her food. What we want to leave to you is spreading rumors in Zayn. That the former Holy Maiden candidate has stood up, and that she will wage war on Zayn. Albano-san thought over it. Rather than hesitating, it looked as if he didn't understand. I do know you lot are making some flashy moves. Making use of Krite's rock-headedness, and spreading rumors on your own? I nodded. It's to win. We've no intentions of losing. Of course, I've not a preference for losing battles. It's a family tradition. We won't fight losing battles. Only the third threw down his life to buy time, but that was because it was a necessity. It wasn't for his own loss, he lost his life for a greater victory. Albano-san laughed. Nice. I like guys like you. But what will you do by spreading rumors? If that's all there is to it, I will admit there's no demerit to us, though. He seemed to think it may be a trap. Yes, spreading rumors is all we need. After that, it'll embellish itself on its own. And there are a number of rumors I'd like you to leak. Please spread them in order. I'll put up the funds for your food and drink while in Zayan. Once you're done spreading them, you need only return. Neither me nor Miranda expected him to do the job properly. But rather than having him carry it out, we wanted the fact to remain that we had made the request to him. When we were making so many showy moves, we believed there were those watching us. Well, if that's all, then why not? But I've a request of my own. What could it be? When I said that, Albano-san made a serious expression. Let me in on this matter. Miranda was a little wary as she uncrossed her legs under the table so she could move at a moment's notice. And smiling, What could you mean by that? You want to join in? I can't see you working well alongside Kreitz-san, you know? Albano-san put his hands up on the backrest of his chair, and turned his body diagonally towards us. What? I don't care about that night brigade. I just want to get out of this lowly lifestyle of mine. No, make that we. We're a hopeless gathering of trash. But look here, we don't have to be at the top, but we have our longings for a respectable life. When that chance is rolling around in front of us, isn't grasping at it the human thing to do? I breathed out a sigh. So what exactly do you want? I'll take up the request. While I'm at it, how about you tell me what you'll be doing over there? The third let his voice from the jewel. Well, we're only doing this to show our enemies that we're making a move. I don't think there'll be a problem if he betrays, but... I looked at the responses on the search skill. Albano-san was giving off a blue signal. And there was also a red party in the bar. When I sent a wary glance their way, Miranda saw, and noticed as well. Albano-san spoke. You'll find adventurers here on one side or the other. Those guys are on Zayan's side. They may go out to sell info on us. My party will take on those sorts for you. You guys don't look too skilled in that field. We weren't the best at it, I concede. And what reward do you want? Money, status, fame. I'd like to say all of them, but let's just say I want something considerable. Even if it isn't a Zayan governmental position, something like a medal others will recognize. Former bandits, as long as I can get rid of that label. With an earnest face, I nodded. And? Come to think of it, Albano-san? What? Zayan's Night Brigade, do you happen to know of their elite force? Those guys that do the dirty work? Yeah, I know them, what of it? From my point of view, I can only be envious. They do the dirty work, and people call them the goddamn elites. Would you be interested in that elite force? Albano-san made a face as if he couldn't comprehend my words. Miranda inferred what I was thinking. She put her hand to her chin, looked at Albano-san, and nodded a number of times. Well, maybe it's just right. Oil and water. And said that. I spent my time carrying out such preparations, and in 2 weeks' time, Alet-san came over to the manor. What she brought with her was a letter. I accepted it in the parlor, and looked at her face. I'm looking forward to our meeting with the Crown Princess. When I said that with a smile, Alet-san made a dubious expression. You already brazenly investigated it beforehand, that's quite a nice personality you have there, Lyle. I graciously accept your words of praise. She likely didn't want it to come to this. But with those 3 cards in my hand when the meeting was proposed, I thought I'd surely be able to meet the princess. Even if I myself wasn't of such high position. Alet-san looked at my face. I'll just say this beforehand, but if you won't come under Lorfy's umbrella, we can't back your cause. Even if we can cooperate. Funds, goods, manpower. I knew Lorfy's didn't have the leisure to send such things around. That's why I didn't depend on them. I don't mind. All I desire is that things may go well for both of us. I do think you will profit from it as well. There, Alet-san addressed me. This is... I'm not certain, but I think you should deliver it to the former Holy Maiden candidate Oridano. It seems there's been a movement. Seeing her mutter that in irritation, I nodded. Right, that fiancé prince did take up a stay, did he? Quite a troublesome thing when war is approaching. While she made it clear she shared my opinion, Aletsan didn't say anything to that effect. I don't think the results will come out how you think they will, Lyle. I smiled, and heard a voice from the jewel. It was the seventh's voice. Results? That's something you take for yourself. And our preparations are already on to the next stage. There's no stopping it anymore. The fourth as well. If we stop here, it'll be a large blow, . I ignored his depression and spoke to Aletsan. We'll try to do something about it. That's so? Even so, that maid of yours isn't here today, I see. When I saw her look around the room, I smiled and nodded. It was a fortress on the outskirts of Zayan. It had once been put to use, but now the knights dispatched to it had little to do. Its soldiers were just hired from the surrounding villages. It had been constructed to mark the border with Lorfi's border, but that line had been pushed back, and the fortress had lost its role. Even so, it had close to 50 stationed, and it was maintained for the sake of it. The reason its expanse was unproportional to the few people gathered was due to its lack of strategic value. The soldier on duty sighed atop the fortress's wall. A soldier from the same village walked over. What's that? Were you gambling late into the night or something? The yawning man spoke in contempt. What else is there to do? Even if they give us money, there's nowhere to use it in this bloody fort. The knights have no motivation. Even if we train, there's no meaning to it. This fort should just be demolished already. There wasn't any helping the young soldier saying such a thing. In the meaningless Fort Noinel, the demoted knights didn't seem to care, and the place reeked of alcohol from morning to dusk. The subordinate soldiers' morale was endlessly low. Even when there's a war with Lorfis, it sure is peaceful here. Looking into the distance, the soldier murmured. Is that a horse in the sky, boy? Isn't that a Kalin? You screwing with me? Where? It's really flying. Without wings. The soldiers were excited over such a rare sight. And the others stationed in the fort were the same. Without any stories to speak of, the boring fortress was soon roused by the sighting of the Kalin. It didn't take much time at all for the hungover knights to stumble outside and see the Kalin spanning the sky. Quilans are supposed to bring good luck, right? Then something good will happen to us as well. But a single one of them rose their voice. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. The bell was promptly sounded, and the knights and soldiers knew what that meant, but no one took up a weapon as they looked outside the fortress walls in surprise. Outside was what looked like a large iron-made box with a cylinder furnished on its side. Even without a horse, it was steadily moving. What the hell is that? Why did you lot let it get so close? The hungover knight opened his eyes and grasped the lapel of the soldier. But the knight himself was in trousers and a shirt, he didn't have a weapon on hand. The Kalin caught my attention. There, one of the soldiers shouted out. Oi, look! That can't be. On top of the metallic box was a girl in a white dress. A cloth rendered her face invisible. Her wavy brown hair was clear enough, though. The Holy Maiden? The fortress soldiers had never seen the real Holy Maiden before. They had only ever seen the previous Holy Maiden Thelma a handful of times. The knights determined that was wrong. Her outfit was different, but she had a certain air to her. In that case, he recalled a rumor. A single knight spoke. So it's Orasama. Having escaped from Zayan, she had rose to action in Bime, and was gathering soldiers, or so the rumors went. But the knights hadn't anticipated she would come to such a remote regions. Why is she in such a desolate? A soldier asked. What should we do? Is it all right if we shoot some arrows? Before any orders could be issued to the soldiers, the iron box carrying the Holy Maiden had come all the way to the gate. And the large cylinder turned towards the center of the gate. What are your intentions? Damn it! Get your weapons at the ready! That is a fake. There's no way she'd. After the knight had said that much, a violent explosive sound rocked the fort. A number of soldiers collapsed on the spot, and smoke was coming out of the area around the gate. The knight immediately looked towards it, to see close to 100 men stream into the fortress walls. With those fully armed soldiers streaming in, the knight quickly remembered he was unarmed, and retreated further in. There, with her shoulders, stomach, and thighs exposed, and with separate cloths lazily covering her arms, chest, and waist, a young girl descended from the sky. Who are you? The knight put his hand to his waist, but he had left his sword behind. To the giggling girl, the knight snatched a spear off a nearby soldier, and let out a thrust. As the girl dodged it, she continued into a spinning kick, and kicked the man off of his feet. The kicked knight rolled along the ground, before colliding with the wall and losing consciousness. Strong. When another knight said that, the intruders ran up the steps, surrounding the ones atop the wall. Determining they were beaten in numbers and equipment, the knight. We surrender. He surrendered. If it was really the force of the one calling herself the rightful Holy Maiden, Aura, he calculated that nothing terrible would happen to them. The young girl spoke. Hurry and tie them up. Aura-sama is coming. And send out troops to secure edible supplies from the area. Gather up soldiers as well. It's our victory if we can finish preparing before the enemy comes. Hearing that, the knight was sure about it. Damn it, for us to lose without fighting. So the knight was bound, but he noticed the one binding him wasn't the most skillful. His men relieved of their weapons, the soldiers were being bound one after the next. The knights began to move. As he was being transported down the stairs, a voice called out to the enemy soldier who'd bound him. Oi, help out over here. No, I have to move this one to the dungeon. To the troubled enemy soldier, the knight. I've surrendered. I shan't run. And you've bound me so I can't run to begin with. There, the enemy soldier pretended to hesitate, before going back up the stairs. The knight grinned, as he descended with his bindings still on, and proceeded to undo the ropes. Amateurs. It looks like she scraped together some adventurers, but she could only get 100 at that. They're not even sufficient in supplies. He hid so as not to be found, as he proceeded through the fortress, heading for where he'd tethered his horse. And after straddling the saddle, he set it running towards the destroyed remains of the gate. The enemy cried out something towards him, but the knight ignored it. If I bring this info back with me, I'll be saved. Let's say we confronted the enemy, put up a good fight, but were breached. And that I did my best to convey the message. Aiming for Zayan's capital, the knight galloped on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 13, Royal Princess. Royal Princess. Lorphe's royal castle had a sturdy make. The town around it was organized for efficiency. If you want to put it another way, it gave off quite a simple impression. And within that simple castle, the audience hall alone was extravagant. It looked to be that a number of ornaments were forcibly adorned. The red carpet spread out, and at the room's highest point sat the princess in a large chair. Beside her sat her engagement partner, the Prince of Selva. Princess Anarin Lorphes had her hair in a half up. But her long hair was her pride. It was tied at the end, and when she sat, she would drape it over her shoulder. Her violet hair began to turn pale around a third from the tip. A white dress, and perhaps for the sole purpose of resting her hair on, a red mantle was hung around her shoulders. Her skin was pale, and had a kind-looking expression. Her slightly drooping eyes contained green pupils. But her face looked a little troubled. She took some fleeting glances at the reactions of her fiancé beside her. Dario Selva. Perhaps her smiling fiancé wasn't quite amused, as his smile was stiff. His white hair and comfortable white clothing made his tan skin look overly prominent. His red eyes were looking at us. Beside the royal princess, a few steps down, sitting in the closest position to the couple, Prime Minister Lonbolt cleared his throat and proceeded the conversation. Well then, your request is to be left independent. Is that correct? Former High Priest Gaston Sand denied it. The heads of both men looked oh so lonely, so perhaps a sort of sympathy had been built. Lonbolt Sand's tone of voice was a kind one. Lonbolt Sand looks like he has his troubles. While he didn't have hair on his head, his eyes were sharp. His body was slim enough to make people watching him feel worried. That was Lonbolt Sand. No. Not our own independence, we wish to retake our country. The reason we have opened this meeting in Lorphes is only to proclaim we will not be launching any attacks on your side. Around were nobles and knights, enough to make the audience hall feel narrow. From the jewel, I heard a rude voice. It was the seventh. It's shabbier than my mansion. The third spoke. Well, even when compared to what the fourth had at his time, they have less land. There's no helping it. Confirming the faces around, the fifth. They're too small in scale, and they can't gather troops. If they don't have the numbers, they have to raise the quality. I see, they do seem to be putting some effort into it, but why does only this room feel so strange? The others are nice and simple. The fourth spoke. It's kinda in bad taste. Even from my point of view, it's in bad taste. The sixth seemed to be looking at Dario. Could it be that prince called Dario's preferences? Around his arms and neck, he does have an excessive amount of ornaments. even when he doesn't seem to be an upstart or anything. Selva was a country with a considerable amount of history. They weren't new upstarts, but I couldn't say they had particularly good taste either. Is that their national character? In that case, it's been arranged to match Selva. Lonbolt-san addressed Gaston-san. I see, so you're aiming to retake. And for that sake, you seek our assistance. The one to speak out there was Thelma-san. No, we will move of our own accord. Let's see. After reclamation, there will surely be times we'll seek out your assistance. Aura-san stayed quiet. Both she and Thelma-san were wearing the dresses Monica had prepared, and the eyes of the surrounding men gathered on them. Dario whispered something quietly to Princess Anarin. After observing that action, I looked around. I didn't let slide that Aletsan and the other knights were making some unpleasant faces. And Royal Princess Anarin opened her mouth. But I'm sure moving individually will prove difficult. What say you to taking up a stay in Lorphes? I think there's a share of things we can do for your cause. Thelma-san spoke. No, the sentiment alone is enough. While Zayn is bringing so much trouble to Lorphes, we know full well how much will be afforded. What we wished for here was an agreement not to lay hands on one another. And my personal goal was to see the princess. Beside me, Novum was expressionlessly looking at the princess. Now wasn't the time to smile, but she was making quite a serious face. Rather than that, it felt as if she were ascertaining something. On my other side stood Miranda. Miranda was sending her eyes at Dario. Princess Anarin was. If you come under our side, I'm sure negotiations will become possible. We've finished preparations to hand over our mithril. Won't you lend us your strength in evading this war? In regards to that persuasion, Thelma-san. I appreciate the proposal. But this war has already passed the point of evasion. Armies of both sides are already gathering on the border. It seems small fights have already broken out. And Zayn won't back down until the result they seek is before their eyes. Zayn didn't want mithril from the start. What they wanted was a pretext to attack. It's only that mithril had come out at around the right time. When Thelma-san was about to persuade Princess Anarin back, her fiancé Dario made a move. He stood and clapped his hands. After all eyes gathered on him, he opened his mouth. No, this is truly wonderful. A holy maiden making a stand for her homeland. No, former holy maiden, was it? I do find it beautiful. But instead of looking only at yourselves, I wish for you to look at Lorphes' current state of affairs. Not to be mean, but you are the ones who have caused its current strife. Isn't it only reasonable that you lend your assistance? It was a sound opinion, but I knew. Selva was moving in the backstage, and they were steadily making preparations. Putting together the information gathered by information dealer Rano-san, and the conclusion he reached, hearing his hypothesis, there were a few places I could nod to. Selva is in a hurry. The reason for their hurry was that they neighbored the two maidens of the Great War. The country shared a border with both of those women of war. To oppose them, national power was a necessity, and they also needed cooperation with other countries. Rano-san hypothesized that it wasn't Lorphes, but Zayn that was aiding them. Well, I can't really say where their real objective lies, but whether it be whittling down, or snatching, there's no doubt that a tasty outcome awaits for Zayn and Selva. And this time, Lorphes' position was that of the prey. Aura-san opened her mouth. She seemed to have had enough of the atmosphere here. We are saying we will resolve the problem on our own. And our proposal is just as you've heard. Wouldn't that be most beneficial to your side? Our proposal. It was a rise to action in the parts of Zayn's territory that had once belonged to Lorphes. So far, we had captured a declining fortress, and we were going to direct ourselves as an independent power from there. It was a pain, so I didn't really want to do it, but if we weren't going to stick onto Lorphes' side, there was no choice but to choose a route like that. I mean, the current Lorphes was close to moving by every word of fiancé Dario. It was moving to Selva's will even more blatantly. If we went and joined this side, we'll either be confined to the reserves, of assassinated. What a pain. One of the lined-up nobles raised their voice. Your Highness. If they make a stand in the remote regions, Zayn will have no choice but to direct some of their troops there. Meaning it will cut down their deployment on the front lines. Wouldn't it be best to accept this talk? The other nobles as well. Right now, chipping away at the enemy forces is vital. From Zayn's perspective, there's no way they could overlook the stand of these former holy maidens. More so, I think it fine if we offer them a bit of backing ourselves. Goods, as well as soldiers and funds. The more they have, the better for us. He said to support us, but he was seeing us as a diversion for the enemy. The right decision if he wanted to protect his homeland. There, Princess Anarin. Even before war has begun, you already think of fighting. It is the government's role to search for ways to avert it no matter what. She's got a point there. But the mistake she's making is. The sixth put my thoughts to words. Naive. It isn't before war has begun. It's long since started. Perhaps this girl would have become a fine queen if she didn't put out her mouth in times of peace. The third too. Her appearance is nice, just right for a decoration. Well, the problem is how she's blind to love, perhaps? Right, perhaps she had fallen for Selva's prince, but she was at his every whim. The horrible part of it was how she took Dario's words over her own vassals. Various internal problems had broken out, and Lorfie's domestic affairs were a mess. She'll immediately change her stance on her fiancé's input, so we can't really trust her. The reason the ancestors proclaimed Princess Anarin as terrible was because we had found such information. Her words held no credibility. That's why we couldn't trust them. There were too many insecure factors to be had with her as our ally. So we took some distance. Aletsan offered her opinion to Princess Anarin. Your Highness, it wouldn't be strange if Zayn moved at any moment now. Averting it is already impossible. I beg of you, for the sake of both causes, use this meeting to. And once again, an opinion was cut off. Dario pointed at me. You were permitted to stand in this hall because you were to be the next vice-captain of the Knights, but it seems you were not of such caliber. Negotiations are to be had until we can attain the greatest possible outcome for the people. And do you have knotholes for eyes? A mere adventurer, what's more, a nameless adventurer, and part-time knight captain. Do you seriously believe one who has never commanded soldiers can bring down a fortress? Then let us say it as we stand, you are incompetent. Hearing those words, the third shook with laughter. Truly. Lyle hasn't experienced a real war yet. That one isn't a mistake. I was of the same opinion. And I saw the knights and nobles in the audience hall holding back their anger. Even so, Dario continued to speak. From what I've heard, you've gathered no more than 100 adventurers. Will you even reach that fortress of yours? Aletsan followed through Tormi. Even in Bime, Lyle Dano is an excellent adventurer. I shall guarantee it. I believe he has outstanding future prospects. Dario snorted. How far off the mark can you be? This is why Lorfie's Knight Brigade is no good. Knights pretending to be adventurers, and laboring themselves over. To Dario's side, Princess Anarin spoke. I deeply apologize, Dario-sama. But Alette made that statement with the country's well-being on her mind. Please permit it. The fourth. Well, she's young. Around the same as Lyle? Love airs her judgment. It's a fatal flaw at this point in time, mind you. Within the hall, the surrounding nobles and knights began to realize where they stood with Dario. We were being completely left behind. I held back on giving a bitter smile, and sought permission for my next statement. Beg pardon. Is it all right if I have a say? When it quieted down, Lon Boltzan looked at me, and permitted it. We are the ones who should be apologizing. Please go ahead. Not to Dario, I spoke whilst looking at Princess Anarin. Well then, as long as we're able to get a fortress in our hands, would the problem cease to be? Perhaps irritated at being ignored, Dario stuck his mouth in from the side. You'll take one down? One ignorant of war sure knows how to flap his mouth. Dario was in his mid-20s. But as far as I'd researched, there were no records of him stepping onto a battlefield. I looked at Princess Anarin, and tried again. Well then, about the fortress. If we get our hands on Fort Noinil, will all problems between us be resolved? Well, it really wouldn't resolve anything. But still irritated, thinking we couldn't do it, Dario spoke. Just try it. Lose and come back if you will, but please make sure you don't get that holy maiden of yours stolen while you're at it. The fifth let out his voice. It's because it's more convenient for him if we're out of the picture. More so, maybe it's best for him if we were crushed and disappeared altogether. And the princess as well. Yes. If you can accomplish it, we will feel more secure with leaving the Holy Maiden in your hands. Internally. Already treating her as the Holy Maiden. What's more, acting as if they're of higher position. It's not like we're relying on them, but it's convenient to say the least. When I bowed, I felt a reaction from my skills. There was a presence hurriedly approaching the audience chamber. The third called over to me. I felt some mischief in his voice. Lyle, how about you? Hearing him, I mused over how embarrassing it'd be if I failed, as I made a grand gesture. Very well. Then I, Lyle Walt, shall take control of a fortress. What? It's a simple matter. Let's see, yes, and that's the end of it. When I snapped my fingers, some ridiculing eyes fell on me. Princess Anarin was taken aback. Looking at me, Dario. Have you lost it? Said that, with an indecent smile on his face. Novum beside me opened her mouth. Lyle-sama, you're joking too much. And Miranda as well. It would be better if he was always like that. They were both mildly amazed. But neither of them looked down on me. And the hall's door burst open with some momentum. The one who opened it was a knight who looked to be a messenger. Perhaps he had rushed here as he was out of breath. After taking a single deep breath, he spoke. Message in. Fort Noinal has been. The surrounding reactions were quite interesting. Eyes opened wide, quite a few were looking between my face and the messenger's. Inside my head, thank God I was right. I was saved the embarrassment. I was overcome with relief. Fort Noinal has been taken by a group calling themselves the Holy Knights. Within the ensuing uproar, I spoke to the princess. Glad to have resolved our matter. We will be heading to the fortress. Don't worry, we'll draw the enemy away for you. It should prove at least mildly to Lorphe's advantage. And we don't need any reinforcements. I'm sure you have it rough as it is. This chance we've created for you, please put it to good use. When I gathered up all our members to leave the chamber, a voice called out to me from behind. It was Dario. Wait. Do you understand what it is you've just done? With this, Lorphes and Zayan have lost all chances of avoiding this war. This is all your responsibility. From the jewel, I heard the voice of a third enjoying himself. Lyle's fault? Ha. No, this is your problem with Zayan, and you just happened to make it a tad easier to take a stand, so he did it. And he gave you prior notice, so doesn't that make him the upright one? How cruel. Even with prior notice. Prior notice, is it? Well, I did tell him before the information got here, but how ill-natured. The third seemed to be having fun, knowing it would come to this. He really was a schemer. I knew I had prepared enough forces to take it down. But I never thought the messenger would come in at that very moment. I turned, and gave my response. Oh, you're putting the blame on me? But how troubling, you see, I have no right or obligation to Lorphes. I question whether there's a need for me to take responsibility. Well then, it will be getting busy from here on, so I shall be taking my leave. As I left the hall, I saw Aletsan stick up her thumb in a position that Dario couldn't see. She was considerably delighted. But it really would be getting busy. Now then, on to the next move. I hurriedly moved on to the next move. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 14, The Other Side. The Other Side. Inside Fort Noinal. A single room surrounded by walls of stone was fitted with adequate furniture. Light streamed into it from a small window. Inside that room, Shannon cast off the white costume she'd been wearing and threw it down on the bed. That damn brute. He used me as bait. I'm definitely going to smack him. It was the outfit Monica had made for the Holy Maiden. Besides her, Clara was reading in a corner of the room. Yes, he definitely used you as bait. But that's because you were the most suitable body double we had among us. And this time was quite a helpful venture. Mei-san keeping watch from the sky, and Shannon-san using her eyes to inspect the path. Lyle-san's amazing to be able to do all that by himself. It wasn't just Shannon and Clara who had come as a separate detachment to command the main body of the Holy Knights. Arya and Eva, and Clara and Monica. Most of the party had been sent towards the fortress. The pile bunker furnished on Porter was a disposable siege weapon that Monica had made. It had taken down the gate, but had broken down after one use. She had made 2 in total, so only one of them remained. According to Monica, it's a defective product, but it has romance, apparently. At present, Monica was working on Porter's maintenance and preparing meals, while the Holy Knights had went into preparations for the next task. Arya and Eva were on lookout, and May had headed off to Lorphes. If everything went according to plan, she would pick up Lyle's group and return. And while that was going on, Shannon was flailing about. Clara was Shannon's guard and safekeeper. If you go outside, they'll know you're a fake at once, so stay holed up in your room? That bastard definitely has it coming to him. Clara sighed. I do admit it was harsh. But because of that, it looks like things will work out. The close to 40 soldiers of the fort have offered their assistance. What surprised me most was the knights. We purposely made it so they could escape, yet only one of them tried it. Shannon was once an imperial noble daughter. She was a bit knowledgeable in that field. He was shipped off to this remote land, so he's probably a knight without promotion prospects, isn't he? He's going to bet on us to try and get a promotion. Or perhaps try and betray? Having taken in the soldiers, the scale had risen to around 150 troops. But that was still insufficient. Clara pushed up her glasses with her fingertip to reset their position. Now is the real deal. Well then, I do hope Lyle Sands' group will be able to get here safely. Shannon spoke. Wanisama's with him, so there's nothing to worry about. Isn't it right about time they got back? Look, there they are. Quailan's sure are convenient. They can fly through the sky, after all. When Shannon looked outside, Clara went to the room's window to take a look. A small dot in the sky gradually grew bigger, and it took her some time to realize that Point was a Kalin. The ones to arrive at Fort Noinal were Aura and Thelma. Aura jumped off the Kalin May's back and felt a sense of joy as her feet planted themselves in firm soil. A robe was draped over her dress, and she looked quite cold. I'm never flying through the sky again. Aura said that with a pale expression, and perhaps Thelma was the same, as she was pressing her hand to her face. Her complexion wasn't the best, and both of them had been through quite a bit. May reverted to human form, and addressed the two of them. We were only late because you two were so rowdy. Calm down, why don't you? Even May was tired. She sat down on a wooden crate of the fortress. Arya ran over in full armor, and called out to the three of them. Where's Lyle and the others? May shook her head to the side. Elsewhere. He said for those two to go ahead and persuade the troops. Also, Gaston-san and Novum will be coming next. Without Novum here, he's quite anxious, it seems. Hearing that, Arya. I thought Lyle would be coming first, . Seeing some anxiety from Arya, May recalled her message. What Lyle had told her. Come to think of it, Lyle said to let you give orders for a while. Said it would be a good experience. Hearing that, Arya looked a little happy at first, but her expression soon turned tense. Understood. I'm to learn to do a proper job, am I? Hearing that, May. If that's what you think, then it must be so. I'm looking forward to a meal. And I'll be resting a while. I'll have to go back over there again soon. Looking at May lay herself over the wooden crate, Arya was mildly fed up as she turned to Aura and Thelma. Good work. I'll guide you to your rooms at once. Hearing that, Aura looked over the fortress interior. So you really took it down. She muttered it as if she still couldn't believe it. Thelma was the same, but her complexion was slowly returning. After coming this far, there's no option but to believe it. Aura, for now, just do what you can. Rest a little, and give an address to the soldiers. Arya explained the fort's situation to Thelma. At present, the soldiers are being cooperative. Without any persuasion, they've opted to join our side. There, Thelma nodded, but even so, it is necessary. And please put a guard on Aura. I'm sure there are those without the best of intentions. Arya nodded, left May behind, and guided the two through the inside of the fort. In the inn we booked at Lorphe's, me, Novum, and Miranda were standing against the wall. The room wasn't vast, but it wasn't narrow either. We moved around and rented based on need, and occasionally, we would rack up needless expenses by renting two separate inns. In front, Gaston-san and Lonbolt-san were talking. It was an exchange of countries I couldn't really understand. Return that point? But to us. I understand. But we must recover our national power no matter what, or else the future looks. The reason they were talking about future plans was because it would prove necessary once Zayan was taken back. I looked over their secret talks and gripped the jewel. The one to let out his voice was the sixth. What, can't calm down? There's nothing you can do here, Lyle. Even if you say something here, you don't know enough about the state of affairs, and you'll only trouble those two. The third called out. There's long-term circumstance, and circumstance you can never understand unless you live there, so you can only watch over them until they reach an agreement they can be satisfied with. The third intended to leave the national problems to the two of them. And the two of them had already gone into things far removed from taking back Zayan. Lonbolt-san wiped his forehead and top off with a handkerchief. I could tell that both participants were quite passionate about it. Gaston-san also wiped his brow off and offered a handshake. Lonbolt-san smiled. Very well, we shall proceed matters as such once Zayin is recovered. Gaston-san spoke. Let us both bring forth a favorable result. They each smiled as they gave wishes towards the safety of each other, but Lon Boltzann's expression when he left the room was the epitome of severity. Even if we fail in taking Zayin, he'll move so that the damage he suffers is kept to a minimum. What was decided upon in their talks was the assistance they give after the country was under one flag. I was also involved, but I left this matter to Gaston-san. Looking outside, I saw that it was beginning to get dark. Gaston-san turned to us and explained the situation. Lorphys is unable to provide assistance in the recapture. And after its success, he even asked to borrow some of our troops. If we accept that deal, we'll somewhat be able to maintain Zayin's national power. I nodded. Understood. After reclamation, I will personally make a move. I'll move by Lorphys' words. Thank you very much. Anne. I deeply apologize. As Zayin is, we've no means to reimburse you for your troubles. Even after receiving so much aid, the present state is one where we cannot put out an adequate reward. I smiled. No, there is already a huge merit in it for me. I'll leave that matter to you. When I brought it up, Gaston-san nodded. Why, of course. It's just as much a merit to us. But is it possible? When he inquired towards the possibility, I heard a knocking sound from the window. It was May. I sent a look to Miranda. She went over to the window to let her in. May was making a bit of a tired expression. It really is busy. Lyle, the fort is going smoothly. Those two are going to persuade the soldiers and go out to the surrounding village to look for applicants, it seems. They think they can get a number of knights, and some of the priests of the more remote regions. And for some reason, there weren't any movements around. The enemy isn't attacking. After taking in Gaston-san's slightly surprised expression, I nodded. It seems there was a reason some would choose to ally with us. To elaborate. The ones sent out to the remote regions are mostly those of our faction. But there are also those plotting unsavory actions. For there to be no enemy movement. I apologize, I have considerable knowledge about the country's military affairs, but I don't know the reason. I touched my hand to my chin and thought. There are other areas with troops stationed nearby the fortress, right? Did something happen? And wait, do we have a lot of allies? Should I go there personally to discern friend and foe? When I felt the impulse to move myself, the fifth's voice came from the jewel. Lyle, leave this to the ones you've dispatched. You've prepared this much. If they're to fail with all that backing them, then that's all there is to them. How about you believe in them a little? The ones around you are all amazing, I tell you. Hearing his opinion, I felt it wasn't suited to the man, and felt like laughing. I endured it and directed my eyes towards Gaston-san and Novum. As planned, we will send Gaston-san and Novum first. Miranda and I will remain. Novum hesitated for just a moment. Lyle-sama, isn't that dangerous? I believe that having you return first here would be. I smiled at her. It's all right. They'll do fine on their own. And even if I remain here, I have Miranda with me. Miranda shrugged her shoulders and looked a little happy. If you say it like that, I've no way to decline. Worry not, I'll protect Lyle. I thought as I nodded. She really is reliable. There's no need to protect me. Miranda's abilities were top class, even within the party. She had a different strength than Aria's, and she was always quite calm, making for a reliable ally. I spoke to Novum. Go. If the enemy makes a move, they'll need your power. There, Novum nodded. May changed to Kalin form in the room, and after going outside, she let the two onto her back before disappearing into the darkening Lorphys sky. Night. Inside the jewel, I received instruction from the sixth for the first in a while. I held a halberd, and was guided in quite a practical lesson. His tall and muscular build let off a heavy strike, and after parrying it with my halberd, I used the shaft to try sweeping his feet. My constitution was different from his, and it was clear as day that I wouldn't be able to win if I learned to swing it around in the same way he did. He took a leap back, and I stepped in to give pursuit. There, the sixth gave a grin. He spread out his left hand, and thrust it at me. Now try dodging this. Fire cannon. A large fireball flew at me, so I swiped my left hand to the side. Ice wall. Clashing with the fire, the wall of ice that manifested was blown off and melted. I went ahead and moved to the side to slice at him. The sixth sounded delighted. Nice. Always stay calm. Panic drops your chances of success. He skillfully turned his halberd to turn my strike aside, and put in a kick. Next, he kicked at the ground to send dirt at my face. Are you a one-trick pony? With the second skill field, I could understand my surroundings even with my eyes closed. The sixth let out a thrust, so I went along with his motion, stepped in, and thrust out my own halberd. There was only a few centimeters between our faces, when I found myself spitting blood out my mouth. The halberd had gone through my chest. In exchange, I had managed to lightly graze his side. With a grin, he withdrew his polearm. I collapsed flat on the ground, and rolled to a face-up position. I got my disturbed breath in order, and after feeling the pain in my chest fade away, I tried getting to my feet again. There, the sixth lent me his hand. When I took it and stood, the halberd in his hand disappeared. And he applauded me. Nicely done. You pass. That was a passing grade? When I looked unsatisfied, he gave a bitter smile, and scratched his head. Are you an idiot? Just how long do you think I've been swinging that baby around? If you want to win for real, it'll take several years in the making. But if you can do this much, then I'm relieved. Saying that, his smile turned sincere, and he looked at my face. Now then. Lyle, I'll show you something interesting. Something interesting. Well, I'm feeling quite refreshed here. So do you want to know why I behaved so reserved around the fifth? Hearing that, I tilted my head. Come to think of it, the sixth of his memories was quite violent and vulgar to his father. Their relationship wasn't anything like it was now. Come to think of it, I do find it strange. Well, about that. In our history, I'm the most, how should I put it, it was nothing but failures. A laughing sixth showed me his memories. It was inside the mansion. The surrounding imagery changed from the yard to its interior, and there a single woman sat and shed her tears. Her clothing was in tatters. That's my younger sister. When he said that, I looked at the woman once more. Her clothing was something you might find on a village girl, and her hands were beaten up. And her hair was in a horrid state. I could see bruising on the parts of her limbs visible outside of her clothing. The gray and stop time gradually regained its color, and began to move. The sixth offered me an explanation. A sister of a different mother, you see. She was once sent to a hostile feudal lord, a vassal house nonetheless. We pitied her the most. Following the sixth's sorrowful words, a woman different from the sixth's mother came to weep before her. When time came up to speed, the woman's mother embraced her daughter tight. The woman spoke. I'm not a slave. I can't take it anymore, that house. I don't want to go back. Fines nervously looked upon the desperate women. The sixth went on. A lord of a region we had to hold down no matter what. But of all things, they opposed us, and of the other lords, barons, and counts I believe. Anyways, they were a house that's pledged allegiance wouldn't stop rolling around. And as that happened, the sister was sent in as a bride. Because she was of good lineage, she would birth superior children. They worked her quite like a slave, it seems. The sixth made a clenched fist. But if they did something like that. While I thought that, Fredericks, the fifth in his active years, came into the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 15, Finds Walt. Finds Walt. It was the sixth's room of memories. Having come there to study, I received a passing grade, and was shown the sixth's memories. A single woman, the sixth's younger sister of another mother, sobbed as she held onto her own birth mother. Looking at the fifth, at Fredericks, she hung her head, and cried even harder. The sixth of memories. Fine spoke. Pops, she just went through hell. Leave her be. Fines rose to protect his sister, but Fredericks was different. He looked at the sobbing girl, and spoke to his mistress, the woman's mother. We're bringing her back. Make the preparations. There, the woman. It's because you married me off to such a place. Treating me like an object. In the end, I'm nothing but a daughter with good blood, after all. In regards to that, the mother continued holding the woman raining jeers close, as she took her out of the room. And perhaps Fines couldn't endure it anymore. He grasped Frederick's lapels. So your damn beasts really are more important than your children. With your daughter being treated that way, you don't even feel irritated, do you? There, Frederick smiled just a little. And he punched Fines off his feet, and restrained him against the ground. The one who ran into the room was the legal wife, Fines' mother. Fines. Seeing a scene of her own son held to the ground, Fines' mother panicked. And Frederick spoke in a quiet voice. Right, that how you all should be, you pass. Saying that, he released Fines and spoke in a loud voice. Prepare the armaments. Send out a runner. Fines, you'll also be coming along. No, you should stand at the head. Seeing the figure of his father smiling, Fines looked surprised. And with those words, Fredericks left the room, and the vassals gathered in front of it. After he issued out a series of orders, they began moving around in hot haste. But they seemed somewhat happy. Fines was lifted up by his mother, as he looked at his happy father's figure, and muttered. The hell! That unsociable man is. There, Fines' birth mother spoke. He used to be a man who smiled a lot, it seems. He used to be kind. Haven't you ever heard it from your grandmother? Fines. I'd heard. But it was surely bullshit. Saying that, Fines parted with his mother and left the room. Seeing the scene, the sixth put his hand to his jaw. He looked upon it with some happiness and nostalgia. The scene changed. It was a scene outside. In the very center of a settlement was a district surrounded by thick walls of logs. Fields expanded outwards, and a river ran through. But it wasn't such a serene setting. Knights rode their horses, and the soldiers marched in orderly lines. Equipment and numbers, there was certainly some regulation to them. Holding up a flag, and heading for the close, the armored mass walked peacefully through the settlement. What is this supposed to be? Normally, they'd put up a resistance if you go that far, right? The sixth raised a laugh. It was a grand laugh, as he pointed at a certain point. What if you go far enough that resistance is pointless? Looking back, more knights and soldiers were walking in succession. They weren't only gathering on that path. They gathered from the surroundings as they headed for that walled district. The sixth spoke nostalgically. Our father thought of the Walt house's martial law. But to fully actualize it, he would need those that had studied it stationed across the land. And he couldn't just teach everyone without discerning friend and foe. That's why we were necessary. He educated us, and trained us to be deployed in foreign land. He taught the daughters as well, and taught them to pass the doctrine to their children. He did something like that? Yeah. But at the time, it was so they could make it to the top in any house. I wondered whether there was really a need to go that far. In the 7th era, there's no doubt it had spread even further. Troop numbers, weapons, messengers, military regulations, it was around that time that an elite force that maintained all of those points was completed. That may be why the equipment looked uniform. And the sixth spoke. Look. The soldiers who climbed up the wall to look are dazed, aren't they? It's because this is the amount he could gather at a moment's notice. There's the fact it was still within the territory, but that means it was the fifth's doing that created a situation where so many troops could be mobilized at once. The surrounding feudal lords had tormented him enough for him to feel a need. Looking at the town, an envoy hurriedly came out to negotiate. The scene changed to a tent with Fredericks and Fines. In it were men with extra armaments. The envoy was making a pale expression as he looked at Fredericks sitting in his chair. Next to Fredericks sat the woman, no longer in a village girl's clothes. Her mother was escorting her, and she hung her head as she sat. Seeing her like that, her brothers of the same mother tried to stand and attack the envoy. Their other siblings around held them back. Unhand me. You've heard what these guys have done to our sister, right? Take his head, and make that our response. To his rampaging brothers, Fines spoke. Don't kill the messenger. That is our rule. If you want to kill him, wait for the battlefield, or after that. The envoy's face was pale. Count. We've sworn to enter your patronage. This treatment is too much. And Frederick sent a glance to his daughter, casting her eyes down. Tell this envoy what's happened to you. Your family will see to the rest of it. There, the woman kept her head hung, as she quietly began to recount. Once you birth a boy, we no longer need you, they said. The envoy's face grew paler, as he tried to correct a misunderstanding. That's wrong. That was when we were teaching her the rules of our house, and while we may have gone a little too far, we thought it best to be strict with our teaching. The sharp eyes around shut up the messenger, and the woman opened her mouth once more. Along with her siblings behind, were some other vassal nobles. How many gold coins are the furnishings your mother gave you worth, they asked. A poor and unreliable house, they said. Crying, the woman used a hand to wipe her tears. The reactions around were cold ones. And there, Fredericks started laughing. I see, so I'm a broke noble, am I? Sorry about that. I've got so many children, there isn't much to go around. And then? The envoy sent a look to the woman, and his eyes were getting teary as well. Remembering everything that had been done, perhaps he was beginning to regret. People of the Walt house should just be slaves. We're going to turn coat and take what we can, after all, so you need only hand over your noble blood. They took away my son. I haven't even held him before. Hearing that, whatever filled the tent had turned to a thirst for blood. Those around the vassal houses yelled at the envoy. So that was your intentions after all. Since you came under the same banner, you said to let your past misgivings slide. Count. Leave the vanguard to my house. As a house that has welcomed in a daughter of yours the same, I cannot forgive any such as he. They're fine siblings. After treating our sister like a slave? Don't screw with me. Hey, tell them to prepare to war once I get back. That's why I told you never to take up a house like this. The only one here who'll help you is the waning baron, so go try and sell yourself to him. The sixth was smiling, but as I couldn't swallow the situation, I tilted my head. Waning? What exactly happened, Dot? Around this time frame, the Baron house next door was on the decline. Well, they did do a toll on Walt house land. Look, the fifth disinterestedly crushed all the bandits flowing in, and crushed a few mercenary brigades. He used quite some terrible means, but the Baron house that had taken the opportunity to try and plunder, their knights were killed, and on top of no longer being capable of plunder, they lost their horses and equipment. What's more, with constant losses, they even lost their credibility. Hearing that, I got the general idea. The fifth had endured. He crushed the bandits invading, and crushed the mercenaries and men of other houses that had come to pillage and plunder. Meaning the Walt house was becoming a troublesome entity for its opposition. But if they're all part of the same country, doesn't repeated plunder drop credibility as it is? But the sixth. It's actually quite common, you know. We put our municipal power into opposing, and using marriage politics, we increased our allies. It was true noble blood. Anyone would want it. A magician's blood. Even among nobles, there were quite a few houses without that bloodline. So that's what the fifth had made use of. The envoy frantically tried to alter the explanation, but the flow was no longer changeable. Frederick stood. That's enough. Go back and tell him to prepare his weapons. The envoy sat down on the spot and sought assistance from the crying woman. Please help. At this rate, our land shall be annihilated. You'll never go through the same experience again. So I beg of you. The Fredericks. Then return my grandchild. I'll educate him myself. And present your lord's head. The rest of him separately. After that, he declared he would crush the lord's vassal houses as well, for letting the present situation slide if they didn't. Did they actually agree to that? The sixth. Of course not. But it wasn't that hard. The images changed to a burning town. The mansion at its center was ablaze, and the woman held a baby in her hands. Nothing around it is burning. Looking around, the only thing on fire was the mansion itself. And the bodies of knights and soldiers littered the ground around it. According to the sixth. Once the envoy returned and explained the situation, they began preparing for war. But their people weren't so eager. It was an army of 10,000. They were already scared and surrounded. Well, after that, the Walt house went on the offense, and this became something of a signal flare. Like that, what would happen if you went against the Walt house? The other pledged houses were very well informed. And it seems their reactions did change henceforth. As Fines looked at the burning mansion, Fredericks came over to him. Anne, remember this. This isn't someone else's problem. If you hesitate in the slightest to make a decision, this is the Walt house's future. Fines turned to him, and Fredericks handed the blue gem over. Pops. And that's the end of my job. You take up the rest. I'm retiring. I'm already tired at my age. Yeah, I leave the rest to you. Saying that, he gave a tired smile and walked off. The footage turned gray, and its time stopped before the sixth spoke. We were surrounded by enemies, and we couldn't tell friend from foe around us. What we could rely on, right, perhaps it was the Forks' house alone. So my father somehow managed to get it to take shape by our generation. Even now, I refuse to admit his methods were right, though. The fifth made a lot of children. But at the same time, that should have made a large problem. Fights within the family, meaning wars among siblings. Wait, could it be the fifth made sure that everyone in the family's hostility was directed, rather than the sixth succeeding the house, he made sure all hostility went his way, to get the family together. Or at least that was how I saw it. No idea, is my honest answer. I never asked, but maybe? Who knows? The man will never say anything about it himself. But while we had plenty of fights amongst ourselves, it never came down to killing one another. Whenever something happened, we would gather as you saw, and fight an enemy together. There's plenty I only heard from my mothers after the fact. Looking back on it, I've found I can't deny it all. The surrounding scenery changed, and we were in the mansion's yard. The sixth folded his arms, and called over to me. You see, Lyle. I only moved the army the fifth had prepared. I was able to fight those around me and win, because the fifth had prepared it all. The preparations for victory were assembled, and we won as if it were the natural course. That's all there was to it. The sixth had greatly expanded the Walt house's land. But he told me it was only because of the fifth's groundwork. I spoke to him. That isn't all. You're strong and reliable, sixth. When I said that, he turned around and laughed. And glad you think so. I failed in various things, and ended up troubling Broad as well. He always ended up taking some distance from me. The sixth's and seventh's relationship was one I thought of as favorable. But these ancestors of mine had learned to not show it on their faces. After letting out a deep sigh, the sixth earnestly looked into my face. Lyle, let me teach you a skill. Real spec. That's my third skill. It lets you take in even more information than before. According to him, it was of what state each party was in. It let you learn things in even more detail. But what I was thinking of wasn't the skill. Why, it's not like it has to be now. Hearing my clinging voice, the sixth shook his head. His final skill, the sixth's third skill, teaching me his final stage skill meant we were to part ways. No, it's because it's now. This is all I can do for you. Have the others support you the rest of the way? They're much more reliable than me. But nothing's over. It's only just begun, hasn't it? And I'm still relying on you, sixth. The sixth scratched his face with his fingertip, and gave a bitter smile. No, it's over. If you can't win, then that's all the man you are. But I believe you can win. So here's enough for me. No, I get the feeling that if it isn't here, I'll be lingering around forever. It isn't a bad feeling to stay behind. But you see, Lyle, our objective is to hand down our skills to you. And that's been it's been stretched out quite some time. Just try using my skill. All you have to do is think that you want to know more. I did as told, and tried using the skill. The information I gained was on a different level from search or spec. You can use it alongside the fifth skill, but it's one's amazing on its own. With so much info flowing in, it's quite a pain to master. When I used it, the sudden increase in input caused me to hold my left hand against my head. The sixth watched over me with a smile. You can't keep it up for too long, but it's quite convenient. But I'm sure you can master it in no time, so that's a load off my mind. With that, I've nothing left to regret. I wanted to say something. But I recalled the regrets I'd felt with the first and second. I had shown my deplorable state to the first all the way up to the end. With the second, my refusal had left it so I could never give a proper parting. So I forcefully formed a smile. Thank you. I think you're an amazing person, sixth generation. You have your no good parts, but, well, you've taught me a lot of things. The sixth gave a gentle smile. I'd have liked to teach you even more. Ale, and the slots, adult fun as well. Well, I also had quite some fun teaching you, Lyle. While I'm at it, I leave Miranda and Shannon to you. Make sure you make them happy. So those are what you'll make your last words? I know. I'll do whatever I can. The sixth joked around. And I matched him. And as the surrounding picture started fading away in grains of light, the sixth scratched his head. As I thought, that one was a lie. The truth is, I still have one regret. That's what he said. He was laughing, but he looked a little lonely. What is it? The sixth put his hand on my shoulder. I never got to see you victorious. Riding a horse and swinging around a halberd, I wanted to see your first campaign. No, that's wrong. I wanted to see you stand against seals. Good grief, even when I'm just supposed to teach you my skills, I can't help but want to look after you. Then why not stay and wait a little longer? When I stated my mind, the sixth shook his head again. I said it, didn't I? If I did, I'd lose sight of when to hand it over evermore. Stick out your chest, Lyle. If it's you, you can do it. In my life of failures, you're one of my few points of pride. So much that I even want to give thanks from my side. When I opened my mouth, the sixth's figure began to vanish. Lyle, thank you, and I believe that you can do it. To me as well. Sixth, you're my pride. An ancestor I'm proud to have. Whether my words reached or fell short, the sixth smiled and disappeared. When I woke, my face was covered in tears. I touched my face to find I was crying after all. Even when I held it in. As I thought, I'm no good. I'm sure he saw me cry. I raised the upper half of my body and muttered, only to hear a response from the jewel I'd placed on the bedside table. It was the fifth. It's fine. It's not like he'd be angry about it. The seventh thanked me. I give you my thanks, Lyle. I had always kept some distance from the sixth. When he recommended me the halberd, I had turned him down. Even now, I can remember the lonesome look on his face from back then. When he was teaching you, he looked like he was truly having fun. Thank you, Lyle. I looked at Miranda sleeping in the bed next to mine. The outside of the window was still dark. There's no time for me to stay still. But just for now. I still had regrets within me. I should have had him teach me more. I should have talked to him more. Come to think of it, the sixth supported me from the start. He followed through for me. It's going to get lonely again. I took the jewel in my hand and clenched it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 16, Selva's Assassin. Selva's Assassin. Inside Lorfi's royal castle. Its walls contained the room of Selva's second prince, Dario Selva. In his vast room, his chewed on the nail of his thumb, as he walked in circles. A knight he had brought along as a guard from Selva cautioned him. Your Highness, I'm not sure what to say about that behavior. We've sent documents on the current affairs to the country, so all that is left for us is to await orders. Dario yelled at the knight. Cut the crap. As if you can understand how I feel. How miserable me was sent and sent back from both Galleria and Russworth. I'm my brother's spare, I am. And yet finally comes the chance for me to hold a territory of my own. Yet that brat, that damn Brayet. After taking a flower vase in hand and slamming it against the wall, Dario took some deep breaths and sat down. Second son. Living in a corner of his house as his brother's spare. Yet his brother up and matured without problems, so he was sent off to some foreign land to go get some children. The countries of the War Maiden, Galleria and Russworth as princesses weren't interested, and he was sent to the small nation of Lorfis. Once I became king, I planned to become a vassal nation at once. If Selva joined with Zayn, they'd have enough power to oppose Galleria and Russworth. As the country held a border with the two constantly at intense war with one another, Selva had a need to augment its national power. Linking hands with Zayn, the deal was to let them do the plunder they wanted oh so badly, and have Selva rule over Lorfi's land afterwards. An exhausted Lorfis would have no choice but to rely on Selva. A deal with Zayn had already been exchanged under the table, and Selva would act as an intermediary to end the war. That was the scenario. That brat. Because of him, they're going to turn their backs to me again. The knight let out a sigh before speaking to Dario. They're moving in a way that conceals their whereabouts, but it's impossible for them to get away. They will never reach Fort Noinel. On those words, Dario. Then bring me his head at once. Because of a single boy, the entirety of Selva is facing a crisis. Why do you look so carefree? Dario took out his rage on the knight that was there to guard him, but his head was full with how he was going to break the deadlock. He had reported to the country, but the fact he wanted to achieve victory on his own no matter what may have been a result of his panic. Women, and an old man. They'll be taken care of at once. The knight who was sure Lyle's group hadn't left showed off his leisure. Because there hadn't been a single report of them leaving the city. Lorfi's castle town. Walking together with Miranda, I confirmed the presences approaching us. They were blatantly showing hostility, and even though it was still so bright out, they were keeping a fixed distance from us. I tried using Real Spec to get some information on them, but there was too much info coming in to filter down. When I held my head, Miranda entwined her arms around my own. Are you all right? You look pale. Hearing that, I shook my head. They're coming. 6 in number. 2 groups of 3, to be more precise. They're watching us for now. You can understand that much? I continued walking beside her. I've recently become able to. But I'm not used to using it. Miranda nodded a number of times, before sending a glance around. The six immediately took some distance, and Miranda rested her eyes on a food stall. Lyle, I want to eat that. That? Sure, why not? We were never able to sightsee. So which one do you want? The atmosphere indicated the coming war, and the people walking around looked somewhat anxious. All I could hear was rumors of the war. After buying some food from the stall, perhaps they had dropped their guard, as they had closed the distance again. Miranda also sensed the hostility. She took a bite, and asked me, "Think they'll attack us here?" I'm sure they were following us to find out Orisan and the others' whereabouts. They likely thought we were continuing our stay, and that they had yet to leave. It'll probably happen if we return to the inn. I did think this would happen, but it seems this one's from Selva alone. The only ones chasing us were from Selva. Lorphes wasn't showing any moves on the surface. From the Jewel, the third spoke. It's possible he doesn't have too many sympathizers in Lorphes. Well, there's only one pureblood princess, and if they're choosing her a partner, they'll give in at a Selvian prince, I guess. If you want to look at the surrounding situation, Zayin didn't have royalty. A little further away were the countries of Galleria and Russworth, but it seems they were governed by women. The reports didn't say anything about them having children. The fourth spoke. But they do seem a short-tempered bunch. Even so, if they had worked with Lorphes to attack us now, things would have gone quite favorably for us after recapturing Zayin. If they were going to attack, they might as well send Lorphes as well, it seems. The fifth as well. Because we'll be able to smoke out those aiding Selva here. Well, if they won't show their tails, then so be it. After taking a bite of the sweet from the stall, I spoke to Miranda. Want to walk through the town some more? There, she spoke a little disinterestedly. While being watched by such dangerous folks? If it's a date, I don't really mind. I gave a bitter smile. A date with so many chaperones? Now I have to wonder about that. And we continued walking through Lorphes. When noon came around, we ate our lunch and started walking again. As we rested, and the sun started to fall, fewer people walked the streets. And it was then that the pursuers made their move. After we purposefully entered a narrow alleyway, the six sent a team of 3 ahead to get the drop on us. On the map in my head, the form of them hurrying forward to trap us was actually relatively interesting. This isn't their home turf, so they're a little lost. When me and Miranda raised our pace, we purposely ended up at a dead end. Here we are. I raised my hand, and used magic. Fire bullet. The ball of fire shot into the sky, before being sucked into the sky tinged with orange and purple. The area around us was a bit spacious, but it was something of a garbage dump. When I looked at the entrance, I saw the 3 knights that had gone out of their way to chase us. Their outfits gave off an adventurer-esque feeling. They looked a little tired, but I could tell they were doing their part not to show it. They had spent several hours of their day keeping watch over us, and at the end, they were lured in. There's no helping their fatigue. You are Lyle and Miranda, correct? I'll have you lead us to Zayin's holy maiden. Drawing their swords, they started walking closer. I spoke. The 3 that climbed onto the roofs haven't gotten here yet, you know? I do recommend waiting just a little longer before you attack. The leaderish man didn't show any signs of distress. It was a bit sad. So you're a skill holder. If it's support type, then I fear you not in battle. We're 2 men and 1 woman. And our comrades will soon be here. I felt a swelling in the leaderish man's mana. His body suddenly expanded, and his coat was ripper apart. With his muscles bulging this much, it was as if he had become a massive muscle in itself. Miranda opened her mouth. So there are these sorts of skills as well. He was grinning, and his tone was gruffer than before. A support skill will never be able to beat a vanguard skill holder such as myself. Kill the man. Extract the holy maiden's location from the woman, then do whatever you want. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was highly excited. The 2 subordinate-like ones took some distance from the leaderish man. But perhaps he didn't like that, as he ended up smacking one of them. They collided with the wall, fell onto the floor, and stopped moving. They stopped drawing breath. The 7th spoke. An increase in power, and a loss of self-control? That would be the berserk skill, perhaps? But who the hell chooses someone like that to pursue people? Fed up as he was, he gave commentary in quite a calm voice. The leaderish man. Answer. Why yes sir. After his subordinate barked an answer, he turned, and came at me. I stopped Miranda as she moved to stand in front of me, and drew my saber. His body was big enough to make the sword in his hand look puny, but I went up regardless. I didn't use a skill. I dodged the slash he lowered, and cut at my opponent's arm. What I had swung with an intent to lop it off only made a shallow cut with a bit of blood. You sure are hard. What do you plan to do by getting so close to me, fool? He tried to grab me with his left hand, so I discarded my saber, and grabbed that arm. After it let out a conspicuous grating sound, the leader-ish man's belligerent smile started to warp. Skill. Limit burst. The first second stage skill. No one said I only had one skill. Be bastard. As he raised his right sword hand, I tripped him up. I took my eyes off of him as he fell, to see the remaining enemy was already bound up by Miranda's threads. And seeing I was looking away, he tried to thrust out his blade. I took a half step to the side to avoid it. Pulling out my reserve saber, I stuck it into his head, and looked at the sky. After a few flashes of light, down came May in Colin form. So I sheathed the saber, collected up the one I dropped, and looked at Miranda. What shall we do now? The man on the ground was making a pale expression as he looked at us. But he kept his mouth closed, and glared. After May landed on the ground. The three up top. I kinda ended up defeating them, but was that bad? Hearing that, Then I'll have to leave a message with this guy. Your Highness, your treatment of us brings a tear to my eye. Could you pass that on? He was looking at the ground mortifyingly. Who can say? Just who's this Highness you're talking about? In his last bit of resistance, the man tried to play dumb. Whether he passed it on, or not, I didn't really care. The fact that we fought here was the important part. Of course, none of our opponents had anything to let one determine they were assassins of Selva. But with this, I knew how that country saw us. I looked at Miranda. Will the strings come undone? They'll disappear after a while. Though he may be like that a couple of hours. After sending another glance at the man rolling across the floor, I ushered Miranda onto May's back. I hopped on after her, and May kicked off into the sky. Lorfie's sky was growing dark, and I doubt there were many to confirm May's form. Even if there were, it would hold little meaning. As we rapidly gained distance from the fortress, May explained the situation. People from the area are gathering at the fort. Around 200 at the moment? And Zayn has still yet to move. Hearing that, the fourth sounded like he'd thought up a question. Still? By our plan, it was dubious whether you'd make it in time for the battle. What's taking them so long? To that opinion, the third. You properly let some get away, right? Come to think of it, it was a single night that ran, right? The fifth. Maybe he was attacked by monsters along the way. But in that case, you've some leisure. I don't want to waste too much time, though. There was much to worry about. It was going well, but food and equipment. Maintaining all that with our party alone was the limit. The seventh spoke. Perhaps they're preparing to send in more forces than anticipated. Around 100 attackers, with strategic value in mind, I thought they would move around 1,000 troops at most. The third anticipated something. Even if he returned safely, there's no telling that the knight reported the numbers accurately. It may be the case that they're moving quite the forces there. The fifth issued me some orders. Lyle, look at enemy movements on the way back. You may be pushing May, but confirm the terrain while you're at it. I spoke to May. May, can you fly a bit more? I want to confirm the enemy movements on the way back. There, May. More? Not that I mind. She seemed quite tired. Miranda put her arms around my stomach from behind, and raised her voice. Lyle, what are you thinking? I to her. No, rather than thinking. Within the temple, rather a castle of Zayn's capital, the knight captain received the report. He wore ceremonious armor, and was just about to head to the front lines when the notice had come in. You should have just sought aid from some other fortress out there. The one who threw the report papers back at the battered knight was a man named Armand Bernard. The knight captain in his mid-40s was one of the proponents of the war. The knight shook as he explained the situation. I hadn't the slightest idea where the enemy had laid their hands. They suddenly attacked the fortress with 500 men, and staying in the area without being discovered was an impossible feat. In order to bring this report back, I frantically raced on my horse. A vexed Armand found it quite strange that the night before his eyes wasn't wearing any armor. Without any equipment? You're not going to say you ran away, are you? I lost it in a battle with a monster. Even so, I desperately came all the way. Because of the continuous angry screams from the captain's office, the news was heard outside. Taking a consecrated virgin alone, a single young girl entered the room. Her long silver hair was done in ringlets. She wore the uniform of a holy maiden over her body, and her emerald eyes took in the knight captain. Armand, what is the meaning of this? Did you not dispose of Aura and Thelma who fled? Armand put a knee on the ground, and the worn-out knight did the same. And no, this is but an unreliable piece of information. Remus Zayn. As the current holy maiden, she was aware of the rumors going through the country. There was a rumor that Aura evaded my assassination and gathered soldiers in Bime to stand against us, was there not? Without any evidence, it can only be a rumor. Remus spoke in a fed-up tone. Oh, she definitely did it all right. From what I heard, the rumors said 100. But 500 soldiers, you say? Does that not mean she's found someone to back her? We cannot leave her be like this, right? Captain Armand wanted to go off to the front line and take charge of his troops at once. He had waited oh so long for this day to come. Little girl. A decoration should just act like a decoration. But I truly cannot leave them as they are. If we're mobilizing troops, it will be 1,000 to 2,000. But if that fails, close to 20,000 troops were moving. There were mercenary brigades as well, so a precise count was still uncertain. However, not all of them were soldiers capable of battle. There were support squadrons for the rear. The current state of affairs held around 15 to 14,000 capable of battle. At the very least, it'll be harder to push back Lorfies. And who should I send? The mercenaries lowered their down payments with the prospects of plunder, so I can't think they'd move for internal affairs. Even Armand hesitated to give them free rein to plunder. But in that case, how many soldiers could they send? Should I leave them be? But I can't think they'll make too grand a move. As Armand frantically thought it out, Remus spoke. Yes, that's enough. I will give an order. Send 3,000 troops. 3,000? That is excessive force. Here, we should send 1,000 to test the waters and root them there. Even if they took a fortress from us, they shouldn't be able to move from it. After we've returned, we can deal with them at our leisure. But Remus was irritated. Even whilst there are rumors that I fear Aura's little rise? What's more, when the common knowledge is that they have 100, you want it to appear to the people that we fear such a number? Armand panicked. What's the meaning of this? Why did such rumors? The rumors are spreading too fast since that one brought the information back. Could it be there really is a mole? No, we banished all Thelma's allies to the remote lands without fail. I see, so they're purposely leaking it. The fact that wasn't strange at all was Zayn's current state. Since they can't be in the temple, the probability of them having infiltrated the city is high. But with so many mercenaries going back and forth, finding them will be, who shall I send? If one of our allies really was to be a mole, in this case, I should be the one going. Putting off punishing the knight to a later date, Armand stood. Understood. I will take 3,000 elite soldiers and head for Fort Noinel at once. 3,000. With that number, Norman thought it possible to beat down the 500 men the knight told tales of. Remus was surprised at the sudden change in Armand's behavior. I'm doubtful as to whether there's really 500. There's the possibility he reported less as more. But even if they're lesser in number, 3,000 will be able to take them down. Armand couldn't trust most of the knight's report. And as the enemy wouldn't leave the fortress, he thought to crush them with numbers. There, Remus. Of course you aren't. In the first place, your job is to be my guard. The Divine Knights. Their original duty was to be the Holy Maiden's guard. Her shield. But while calling itself a theocracy, it was a country that had repeated pillage and plunder and war with its surroundings. That role had been reduced to a public stance. In truth, Armand's house had been a knight house for generations, and besides the fact they didn't exactly call themselves nobles, they differed not from the other countries out there. Oh Holy Maiden, aren't you the one who said it was important? I will personally take command, and raise a festival of blood upon that rebellious lot. After Armand pressed forth his own way, he called out to the knight. Come. I'd like to hear the specifics. Well then, Holy Maiden, I must beg your pardon. We can find any number of replacements for you, girlie. If Remus was to be killed, then the assassinating Aura wouldn't be able to gain the support of the people. Armand knew that, and thought that it didn't really matter if Remus dropped dead. Walking off, Armand looked at her with annoyed eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 17, Sacred Night. Sacred Night. Inside the fort. In a place that looked to be a conference room, I moved pieces on a map in accordance to the recon I had done with May. The important members were gathered, and there were 3 large game pieces crossing the map. Kreitsan cried out. T-3000. And no, we have some soldiers gathered from the surroundings. Around 300 capable of battle. Then with that number, we may be able to do something. When we was about to say that, he put his hand to his mouth, and thought. I looked at the top of the map. The 3,000 soldiers are elites dispatched from the capital. On top of that, they have enough weapons to siege. Isn't that a bit of a treasure? I looked to Thelma-san. Hearing of 3,000, she had crossed her arms in front of her chest. A gesture that looked as if she were praying. Thelma-san, would 3,000 be a majority of Zayan's forces? Ah, by forces, I mean the forces they keep in the capital. Thelma-san spoke to me. I can't speak in precise numbers. In my generation, there was an extreme decline in war, so there was an increase in population. If they recruited from the area, I believe they would be able to maintain 4,000. Gaston-san. If you include the squadrons from across the land, it would be 10 and 5,000. They can't pull much of that from the border. He seemed to think we wouldn't be able to accomplish our role, so I shook my head. That's enough. Are the capital's unit of higher quality than the provincial ones? The sensory input I got from May, and my skill real spec showed numeric values that indicated our foe surpassed us in terms of equipment. Thelma-san to me. They're better trained, and the quality of their equipment is high. In my time, I had maintained them at 1,000 a. Military might was a necessity, but the uptake cost was high. Even if that number was recruited from the populace, just how much would have to go into training and equipment? Even if we're to fight a defensive battle from the fort, it isn't an unwinnable battle. When I thought that, a sarcastic voice came from the jewel. It was the third. How could this be? The enemy is sending 3,000 elites. The fourth as well. Thinking about it normally, when they learned our numbers, I thought they would send 1,000 at most. Does that make the enemy command a skilled one, or not? The fifth was. We can win on the defense, but we'd lose in a war. I won't way we can't beat 3,000 enemies. But it wouldn't reflect well on our next actions. In that case, we wouldn't get the essential result we wished for. The seventh too. If they're evaluating us accurately, they have quite a commander on them. In truth, with 3,000, even if we ambush them in an open field, I'm sure they could get back at us. Right, the land around Noinal was open plains. And in such fields, numbers couldn't help but do the talking. But the third and up. Then we don't have to fight them at all. How bold of them to leave their citadel open. I'd never do anything like that. Just abandon the fortress. And aim for the capital. Thinking of their remaining forces, that sounds best. We could increase our troops in the villages along the way. It does seem the capital and provinces have a different set of values, after all. And the abandonment of the fortress was decided. When I touched the jewel, the third explained. It's not that you can't win, but you'll pile up casualties, and there's a possibility you'll be rendered immobile for some time, right? And as the other side has taken out siege weapons, their movement speed will be slow. In contrast, we have small numbers, there are numerous paths that lead to the capital, while your enemy will feel prideful with its numbers. Things are coming together so well it's actually scary. The information I got from May was precisely displayed in my head. While they were keeping wary of their surroundings, their movements were clearly making light of us. The fifth spoke. Also, if you have Zayan's people fight themselves ragged amongst themselves, it'll become a pain later. While I'm at it, if the enemy mainly consists of inhabitants of the capital, it'll be advantageous if we go on the defense. I thought. Even when they have the terrain advantage? And even if we take down the capital, will everything really go as we want it? If the populace itself opposes up, isn't that the end? And as I thought to myself, the members around looked anxious. The seventh let out his voice. Lyle, don't forget the sixth's words. Have some confidence, don't let your men worry. And this battle is proceeding quite favorably. That opinion differed from mine, but if the ancestors were saying it, I chose to believe in them. I raised my face, laughed, and spoke to everyone. We're abandoning the fort. And we'll go into recruiting soldiers from the villages and towns as we make our way for the capital. Gaston-san, please indicate the villages that would be easiest to take in. This is the enemy's likely trajectory, so only ones away from that, please. Shinai said that everyone was dumbfounded. Arya looked at me as she acted as a representative to speak everyone's opinion. Eh? The capital, are you serious? I mean, its defenses are much more amazing than what we've got here, aren't they? The one to answer was Ora-san. While looking at me. In these cases, wouldn't the usual route be to take down nearby fortresses? There, the third in the jewel let out his voice. That's wrong. No matter how much a decoration they may be, the king, no, in this case, the Holy Maiden. If we take the Holy Maiden, then at that very moment, it becomes our victory. Even if you call them a figurehead, that has nothing to do with the people. Now then, our plans went a little off course, but let's have some fun with this. I smiled. It's all right. It's only become easier than planned. Also, the capital will likely use their mercenary brigades to intercept us. Now then, let's get into the preparations. I hit my hands together twice, and everyone's faces were taken aback. I tried to soften the mood with a light joke. Let's have some fun with it. When I said that, the surrounding expressions looked appalled. I was trying to lighten the mood, but as I thought, it seems I'm not suited to jokes. It was a town on the border of Zayin and Lorphys. The mercenaries of Zayin's side had gathered, looking forward to the orders to attack, as they waited. But according to the notice that had come in, the Supreme Commander, the Knight Captain, had headed for Fort Noinal to subjugate the former Holy Maiden who'd taken a stand. So yet another postponement was made. A majority of the brigades had contracted for cheap. The reason being that pillaging Lorphys was permitted, and they could swipe whatever they wanted. But if they weren't attacking, there wasn't anything to steal. The small skirmishes didn't generate any real profit, and the mercenaries' dissatisfaction built up by the day. In a place like that, Albano struck up a conversation with one of the brigade chiefs. Bloody hell! If that's the case, we should have tried our luck elsewhere. Hitting his cup a number of times against the small round table, the chief put his displeasure to words. Albano was the same. I know, right? Hired at a bargain, and put on standby. In that case, it'd be much better to find work elsewhere. The chief agreed. But there was a reason he was out drinking with Albano. Albano, is it really that Holy Knight Brigade from Bime? The former Holy Maiden who formed it only had up to 100 soldiers, right? It was to gather information. Yeah, no doubt about it. That was the number in Bime. But she's quite a popular one. A sharp one to top it off. Hearing that, the chief didn't show a reaction. So, Albano. It may be that the Knight Captain's going to lose. The chief laughed. Now that sounds nice. If that high and mighty divine knight pretending to be a noble loses, it'll finally be our turn. There, Albano spoke tiredly. You sure are stupid. In all actuality, if the Knight Captain falls, it'll be the end. If the 3,000 elites of the capital lose, how do you think they're going to fight Lorphys? Hearing that, the chief put his hand to his chin. This side still had the numerical advantage, but for Lorphys, their country itself was at stake. He could anticipate they would put up a harsh resistance. Albano. And it's only 100, you see. At most, 400 or 500, yet they'll send 3,000? Zayin's top dogs desperately want that former Holy Maiden to disappear, or so the rumor goes. I'm thinking there's something dark going on in the back rooms. Hearing that, the chief slapped his hand on the table. When he removed it, there were a few silver coins left behind. Speak your mind. Based on its contents, I may up your reward. With his brigade's members' lives in his hand, the chief needed to know as much as he could. Because based on how things turned out, there was the possibility it would take a turn for the worst. Albano took the coins, and took a swig of ale. You sure are generous. Then I'll sell you a special one. I learned it in Bime, but Selva's moving strangely. You know how their second prince was sent in as a groom, right? What's more, before the former Holy Maiden made it to Bime, the Divine Knight elites moved to get rid of her. The proof? Albano took out the sword hung at his waist, and left it on the table. It was a dagger without any engravings on it. A dagger of the Divine Knights. But as a weapon held by the assassination squad, there was nothing on it to identify its source. It was too weak to serve as evidence. I got it from an acquaintance who defeated them. That former Holy Maiden, it's possible she's got a hold on some considerably bad information. That doesn't serve to prove anything. As I thought. But I only need him to infer I have a connection with Lyle. After that. Don't rush me. In truth, they did get attacked. It's also true they ran to Bime, and it's true that they gathered personnel. That's why the elites are being sent to Fort Noinal, it's possible the one moving behind this war is Selva. They may be planning to play hero, and beat us down once we've damaged Lorfies. The chief. For what sake? Who knows, but if they save a tattered Lorfies, won't Selva's influence in the area rise? Albano let him infer the implication that the mercenaries were there to act as sacrifices to that cause. Fort Noinil. Before it stood the dumbfounded figure of Armand on his horse. What does this mean? He had surrounded the fortress, set up the siege weapons, and begun the assault. Upon arriving, there wasn't the slightest sign of the enemy, so he made sure to keep watch of the area as well. But even after they attacked the fortress, there wasn't the slightest reaction. After they easily destroyed the gate, and sent their soldiers in, all that awaited was empty space. A messenger ran up to give a report. Captain! They left this behind. What the messenger held was a single sheet of paper. On it, "Weary taking the capital. Want to see if you can get there before its fall?" was written, and Armand clenched and crushed it in his hand. That conniving wench! All forces, set out for the capital at once. Conniving wench, he meant Thelma. There, his adjutant knight spoke up. Please wait. After marching so far, the soldiers are showing signs of fatigue. And if we are to move after dismantling the siege engines? Fool! Taking only those that can move is fine. If things go as they are, the capital will fall. The adjutant. No way. The enemy number 500 at most. And even now, there is close to 1,000 able fighting men in the capital. It won't fall so easily. Hearing that, Armand muttered, that's true, but he still had his misgivings. Even so. Return at once. Rearrange the troop formations for mobility. The adjutant responded, but his expression was one showing doubt of Armand. Zayan's capital. The gate should have been sealed tight. But it was wide open. The enemy soldiers flooded in. Even so, there weren't any traces of the gate having been forced open. There was an element of negligence to it, but before anyone knew it, they had breached the gate and opened it. They had permitted themselves onto the grounds of the sacred temple. Armored knights held up their weapons at the enemies coming in. What the knights protected was Remus, the holy maiden. The enemy before them had bloodstains over his armor of blue and while. He wore a helmet with a faceplate, so they couldn't see his face. Remus looked at that knight who seemed to be leading the charge, and shook. What is this? What are you people? On her words, her own knights tried to slash at him, but he cut them down with the saber in his right hands. And that knight in the most conspicuous attire wiped the blood off his blade, and spoke to Remus surrounded by the other temple virgins. You're Remus Zayan, correct? As a shaking Remus was unable to respond, a familiar girl walked up from behind that enemy knight. The enemy force opened up a path as Aura boldly walked up to stand before her. There's no doubt about it. It's Remus. Seeing Aura's slightly sorrowful expression, Remus spoke. Do you understand what you've done? This is rebellion. Doing all this just to get back at losing to me, don't think it'll end well for you. There, Aura replied. Could it be you're counting on Selva? Remus twitched, and sent her field of vision around the room. Aura didn't let that slide. I already know you've linked hands with Selva. There, Remus went into a frenzy. What of it? That old crone may not know, but that's Zayan. That's what we've done to come all the way here. Aura spat out a sigh. As I thought. Remus hurriedly averted her eyes. What is the meaning of this? Didn't that Armand head out for the fort? Could it be these guys defeated Armand? In her fear, Remus began to reconsider the scale of the enemy forces. They defeated 3,000, and managed to invade us? What does this mean? Don't you need 3 times the resident force to take a castle? A feminine armored knight extended strings from her fingertips to bind her and the other virgins. Restrained on the floor, Remus looked up at Aura. Ha, what's with that pervert garment you wear? Your lacking chest is on full display. Remus put up a strong front, but Aura leaned in and spoke. I'm sorry, but we'll be having you die for us. Eh? Remus looked upon Aura's smile with weary eyes. After imprisoning the Holy Maiden, we boldly declared in the temple. The Holy Maiden Remus has fallen before the true Holy Maiden, before Aura Zayan. Throw down your weapons. Surrender, and your lives shall be spared. When Gaston-san gave that same declaration in the plaza out front, the people began to gather. And they seemed dumbfounded at the news of the rebellion ending before they knew it. When the soldiers stationed on the ramparts heard the ruckus, and returned to the temple, they found that everything was already over. I watched over them, as I made sure that no one was making any suspicious movements. Light. I wore extremely light armor for appearance alone, and used the skill connection to establish communication with a separate detachment. Arya, how are things on your side? I received a reply. The knights have been disarmed. And wait, it seems they don't know the scope of our forces. Before dawn, the squadron that rode May over the walls, she carried us, and we opened the gates. After that, we only pressed forward, and pushed all the way to the temple. At dawn, it didn't take too long to bring an end to it all. I checked in with Eva. Eva, how fare the ramparts? The gate has been closed, and the enemy has yet to come. Well, even if they're returning, it'll take a few days regardless of how they rush, won't it? Inside the temple. There were still some who'd hold themselves inside, so I had Kreitzan and company deal with those. I guided Novum and Miranda, and notified them of the position of hidden enemies. Miranda, one's hiding in the next room. I know. On the map in my head, the red and blue and yellow points moved around. It was possible to share that info with everyone, but as they weren't used to it, it ended up causing headaches. So I verbalized the info, and cleaned up the temple interior. Don't kill too much. When I said that, Miranda. If they don't resist, I'll consider it. At that moment, Thelmasan began an address to the people gathered outside. In order to persuade them, and to refer them to Orasan. I decided to concentrate there. We have around 600, we have to get this area under control, whatever the means. We haphazardly gathered troops as we moved, and led them into the capital. The armor I wore was a fake made by Monica. The reason for its low weight was because it wasn't only metal. It also had wooden parts, and it was only there to look the part. Because we didn't have time to prepare it. Damn, why have we been pressed into this last-second situation? I was panicking inside, as I grandly stood to watch over Thelmasan and Orasan's address. I heard voices from the jewel. Third and up. With this, you have a holy maiden in your hands. And a national treasury at that. Since it's come to this, the mercenaries' movements will change. We'll have to send a message to Lorphes. That the time has come. They were taking their time. As always, they were reliable in times like these. But the amount of voices I could hear had gone down. I felt a bit lonely, as I inclined an ear to the speech, and kept watch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9, Chapter 18, Holy Knight Lyle. Holy Knight Lyle. From atop the ramparts, I looked at the enemies approaching Zayan's capital. The numbers deployed outside the gate looked to be around 20,000. There weren't any mercenaries participating. More than that, there were few siege weapons to be found. The troop morale was exceedingly low. They don't want to point a bow at their homeland, I see. Before the army that had arrived before Zayan's capital on the fourth day, I looked at the hesitant troops, and muttered. Our side was the same. The recapture was successful, but our converted allies were hesitant to point bows at those that were their comrades not but several days before. I touched the jewel as I reflected on how I hadn't anticipated that. I'm glad we avoided what? If we properly went at each other, the fissure between Zayan's capital and provinces would widen. And after entering the capital, there were plenty of soldiers who didn't feel it right on an emotional level. After taking control of the temple, the soldiers sided with us. The Holy Maiden was no longer there, so weighing the odds, it would be comparatively easier just to join our side. As I thought, the Holy Maiden held an important meaning to this country. The morning sun rose, and I watched the enemy show no signs of movement as I thought. The mercenaries gave up on them, did they? What's more, they haven't even begun to assemble their siege weapons. A voice came from the jewel. It was the fourth. They won't attack their home, that sort of thing. It's laughable when you think of what they plan to do to another country of humans. What's more, the funds are now in our hands. Mercenaries are cold ones to employers who can't pay. The seventh. Too many have chosen to go along with it. The capital has already fallen. The enemy doesn't have a clear grasp of our side, and our Holy Maiden has already officially declared them traitors. Orasan was named the official Holy Maiden, and she recognized the Holy Knights as the official standing army. Those that abided the Divine Knights were proclaimed as a rebel army. That was actually surprisingly effective, and the enemy was flustered. Ornament or not, the Holy Maiden is the Holy Maiden. The fifth spoke. I doubt they ever thought you guys would be able to take it with 600. Perhaps they think you have 3,000 or more? There were opposing factions within the country, after all. And suspicion turned shadows to ogres. They thought there may be traitors within the country. Not that they're wrong. When I watched the unmoving enemy, Clara beside me spoke. Lyle-san, are you just going to glare at one another like that? It looks like they could crush us just like that. I shook my head. I have an idea for before it comes to that. I turned, and behind me were the sum of the soldiers' families. Clara stared at me quite harshly. Lyle-san, you're really doing it? I nodded. Of course. Wouldn't that be best? I want to keep the casualties as low as possible. The one who suggested this dirty tactic was the third. But all I needed to do was make an opening. We had around 500 soldiers with proper equipment, making preparations to attack. Now, shall we begin? The sun rose, and Zayn's gate became clearly visible. The one looking at the gate, that appeared even more sturdy than usual, was Armand. He exited his tent in his armor, saw the depressed figures around, and snapped. Don't be deceived by the likes of a false holy maiden. The declining troop morale was to an extent where it was clearly visible to the naked eye. Regardless of his orders, they didn't even try to put together the siege weapons. Even if they did, their movements held no vigor. Receiving rebel army treatment, the knights followed the examples of the soldiers around them. Most of the soldiers gathered from the provinces already felt like running upon being called rebels by former holy maiden Thelma. She was one who specialized in internal affairs, who turned an eye not only to the capital, but to all territories equally. And the result that Remus had been killed. That was a painful one. There wasn't a holy maiden left to recognize them. Armand seemed quite irritated as he listened to the voices of his soldiers. I can't point my bow there. My family's in those walls. Don't know what I'll hit. Me poor old mom set fire to the city, and she won't be able to get out. What's this? Even after you called it an easy win, the knights aren't of any use at all. Armand began to panic. It wasn't just the provincial soldiers, the lowered morale was quite severe among the capital soldiers as well. Don't panic. We have 20,000. Take out the rear supports, and that still leaves 15,000. The other side has 3,000 or 4,000 at most, otherwise, it would never have been able to reach the castle while evading our advance. We even have siege weapons. If I force them to work, and push them back. After he thought that far, a voice came from atop the wall. It didn't belong to a soldier. When Armand hurriedly looked up the wall, he saw the residents of the town. Marco, come home. You can still make it. Dear, do you really plan on attacking us? Get over here at once, and apologize. Daddy. Please come home. Atop the ramparts stood the families of the soldiers. And a man in full plate armor came out, and made a bold declaration. I am Krite, Vice Captain of the Holy Knights. Gentlemen, rebel army gentlemen. If you wish to fight, we'll stop you not. But can you bring yourselves to attack the city with the ones you should be protecting? If it's now, we shall not charge the sin of aiding a rebel force. Throw down your weapons, and surrender at once. The same goes for the soldiers of the provinces. If you wish to fight without dissolution, then we shall take you on. Armand muttered. These guys, aren't they embarrassed at all? Putting up unarmed civilians on the battlefield. Oi, start the preparations to attack at. Armand cried out, but a single soldier stepped forward, and dropped his weapons. I'm sick and tired of this. I'm running away, Captain. As if I'll heed your words to point a weapon at my family. You can go fight for yourself. He was a man with short blonde hair, and he threw his weapons and walked off in quite a conspicuous way. Seeing him, Armand thought. I don't know that man, could he be a setup from Thelma? And then another. One by one, the soldiers cast aside their weapons, and parted from the base camp. Halt. Do not flee. Deserting under enemy fire is a capital crime. I repeat, do not flee. They ran away in droves, the knights unable to stop it gathered in front of Armand. Captain. It's impossible. There's no stopping them anymore. Watching the soldiers begin to flee, Armand felt blood flow down his clenched fist. Something like this, without even fighting, for me to lose. In these 20 years, just what sentiment did I feel to endure it? Not long after Armand had enlisted in the Divine Knight Brigade, the Holy Maiden changed to Thelma. And then, they suddenly stopped invading other countries as they had altogether. Putting her efforts to internal affairs, she wouldn't prepare a battlefield for the men who's lived their lives to fight. Cowards and traitors. Are the weapons in your hands mere decorations? He yelled at the gates, and slowly, they began to open. Behind them, the mounted knights were ready to fight. The gate opened. Mounted, I removed the jewel around my neck and gripped it in my right hand. Before us were panicking soldiers. And noticing us, the knights hurriedly took their weapons in hand and got on their horses. After I took a deep breath behind my faceplate, I heard a voice from the side. Arya to my left wore red armor as she called out to me. She held up her spear on horseback, and her form was that of a knight in itself. "What are you getting nervous about now?" On my right, Miranda wore green armor and called over to me. The reason we all wore conspicuous colors was to concentrate attention on us. You sure get nervous at some strange times. Infiltrating the temple was much more dangerous. The others were Kreitsan and adventurers that had once been knights. And behind them were fully armed soldiers. We were able to coordinate them a bit over the few days we had, but attack and rotate was all we could manage. Complex formations were impossible. Furthermore, it didn't hold much purpose on this specific battlefield. I brought my right hand up to shoulder level and held it up front. When I clenched it, it let off a blue light and a silver halberd manifested. It resembled the one the Sixth held, and it had an advantageous point of not consuming too much mana. I held it under my armpit and gave the orders to everyone. Aim for the Divine Knight Brigade. Don't bat an eye at the soldiers. The enemy knight captain's head alone. Then it will be our win. Attack! I urged forward the horse, and the other riders followed. A majority of the enemy soldiers had dispersed, so we were able to launch an attack on the unorganized knight brigade without any resistance. To the knight that raced at me with a lance, I swung my halberd sideways, cutting through lance and all. Arya also spun her spear, and pierced through the knights gathered around her. Miranda parried the spear of a knight with the dagger in her right hand, let out strings from her left, and dropped them from their horse. When she immobilized enemies, the soldiers following behind would finish them off. Kreitsan was also fighting enemies on horseback and pushing them back. Perhaps it was just a matter of personal ability, but he seemed to be relying on his battle experience as an adventurer. However, there really was a problem with our coordination. He's too fixated on it. When I looked at Kreitsan, a horseman's spear came at me from my blind spot. I turned it aside with my halberd in one hand, used my left to draw my saber, and pierced it into the gaps of his armor. Blood spurted out of the crevice. Without pulling my saber out, I let it go. As the knight fell from his horse, the fifth let out his voice. Splendid. For your first time, that is. Look, it's the all-important Supreme Commander, the Knight Captain. Hearing that, I took my eyes off the intense battle around me, and turned myself towards the Divine Knights Brigade Captain. Armand Bernard. He cut down a member of the Holy Knight Brigade, and they fell motionless to the ground. Looking at his weapon, I opened my eyes wide. As fate would have it, we each held a halberd in our hands. My opponent raised his faceplate, and yelled at me. Was it resentment, or anger? I'm not sure, but he looked at me with bloodshot eyes. So you are the leader of the rebel camp. Let yourself be cut down by me. I'll send that woman not long after. I didn't take off my own helmet to respond. The faceplate didn't have an open and shut function installed in it. I wasn't inclined enough to go as far as to take off my helmet to talk to him. There, the third spoke. Lyle, at least say your name. Because this will be the end of it. I held up my halberd. Captain of the Holy Knight Brigade. Lyle Walt. You're the Divine Knight Brigade Captain, correct? I'll happily take you on. Child, just how much will she make a fool of me? Hearing my voice, perhaps he inferred I was still young, as his face turned even redder. He lowered his visor, and the eyes I could see through them were glaring as if to shoot me to death. One-on-one combat between generals on the battlefield. I never really thought it would come to that. I mean, the enemy had no archers or soldiers around to protect them. As Divine Knight after Divine Knight was taken down, Armand hit his foot against his horse's stomach to send it galloping at me. Sparks flew as our halberds crossed paths. The seventh spoke. As expected, a captain of knights, his weapon's quite a piece of work. Lyle, fight him to your heart's content. His body, larger than mine, was swinging around his polearm with unmatched power. After blocking a blow, my horse couldn't endure it and stooped a little. And after lifting it up, he swung it freely left and right. I blocked, parried, and continued looking at him through the scattering sparks. What's wrong, kid? Is that all you've got? That's all. 20 years. The feelings I've held down for 20 years of my life, are you worthy of them? I blocked, repelled, and gradually warded off his blows, destroying his stance on his horse. He tried to take some distance, but I followed him forward. I wouldn't give him that chance. The surroundings had quieted down to watch our fight. And I could understand just how much he had polished his skills. Yet the reason he swung his weapon was terrible. Do you want to steal so badly? Do you wish for war so much? For what sake? On my words, Armand. That is what a knight is. Are you nobles not the same? Fight, steal, and gain glory. What difference does it make? A brat like yourself who knows nothing of war should just shut his mouth. Don't try to act smart, ignorant kid. Armand didn't mean it when he said it, but it felt to me as if he was insulting the sixth. I gritted my teeth. There, I heard a voice from the halberd. No, a voice from the glowing blue jewel embedded in its axe portion. Right, no different. It's true we're the worst trash you could find. Right. One wrong step, and we're no different than bandits. Plain trash. But you see, trash has its trashy pride. Don't lump us together with you guys who only know how to rage about. Not a knight, and not a bandit. You're just trash that's convinced itself it's just. I'd be troubled if you lumped us together. I felt that the fifth's tone was more stern than usual. Did he think of the sixth, and get angry? I took a strong swing to knock the blow he lowered at me aside. His stance crumbled, as I noticed his shortness of breath. Truly, nobles are trash as well. There are plenty of horrible ones among them. I started on the offense, and Armand turned his weapon to defend. Numerous sparks flew, causing Armand opened his eyes wide. Even so. I raised mine overhead, and lowered it. When he blocked it, the force sent him flying backwards, horse and all. They aren't like you, they aren't entities that can only live by taking. There are splendid men among them. Lifting my halberd again, I saw this had been repelled upwards, leaving his chest wide open. I got the feeling I saw the sixth's form. The sixth who fought to extend the territory, but to get to that point his life had taken a number of turns. He had attacked other lands, just as Armand had. But he had a reason for that. They aren't the same. The sixth isn't the same as you. The fifth endured it, the sixth went on the offense. It was to protect it. If they were going to be attacked forever, they determined that they would never be able to defend the territory, so don't lump them together. After changing my grip, I swiped it horizontally. A horizontal gash appeared on Armand's armor, and from it, a large mass of blood flowed out. Still mounted, gripping his halberd, Armand collapsed onto his horse's neck. He raised his face to glare at me. "'Kay kid, go to hell." As his words shut me up, a voice came from the jewel. It was the third. "Lyle, try using mind. Show him that we aren't the only ones who'll fall into hell. I pointed my left hand at him. Don't worry. I'm already resolved for that. Do you think I'm compassionate enough to forgive you? Skill. Mind. It was a skill that influenced the mind. Shook it up, and confused an enemy's heart. But by taking into account the time and place. And by using just a bit of suggestion. Can you hear it? The voices of the sinless souls you've killed for your fame? Can you see them? Those arms wrapping around you, and dragging you down to hell? There, Armand's complexion turned pale. Perhaps he remembered something, as he shouted out a name. Zorro. That's wrong. That was an accident. An accident, I tell you. You. Don't touch me, don't touch me. As blood poured out from his chest, Armand threw down his halberd, and tried to pry something I couldn't see off of him. The surrounding friends and foes were looking upon the scene. There was no choice. I didn't have a choice. Those were orders. I wasn't at fault. Stop. Don't pull me in. No. I don't want to go to hell. He cried out, and with a face dyed by fear, he fell on the ground, and stopped breathing. There, the surviving divine knights cast aside their weapons. That's wrong. I'm different. Please forgive me. I was only following orders. And no. I don't want to go to hell. No. The fear-stricken enemy knight began to surrender, and our war was coming to its end. But after it ended, yet another war awaited. Orisan, who became Holy Maiden. Thelmasan and Gastonsan as her advisors. And the war with Lorphys. Those various battles, and the aftercare. I held up the halberd, and raised a cry of victory. Victory is ours. The surrounding soldiers raised a roar, and the enemy knights sat on the ground. About to cry, and cradling their heads. The surrounding knights and soldiers were looking at me. In their eyes, respect, fear, various emotions were present. And Arya approached on her horse. Could you really be a holy knight or something? And no, I always thought you were a little bit of a strange one, but might you possibly be a real something or another? She took off her helmet and asked with a straight face. What is she even talking about? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Epilogue. Epilogue. Around the time Lyle's party was achieving victory in Zayn. Back at Arums's, the two knights who had been dispatched from Lorphes stopped by Dalian's laboratory. The one who accepted Lyle's letter of introductions, Damien Valle, was a genius known as one of the Academy's 7 great. A few screws in his head were just a tad bit loose, but that's what made him a great, after all. The other members of the 7 great, dispersed through history, were all geniuses, but individuals with problems here and there. Damien wanted to create his perfect ideal woman, or so the pervert said, as he pressed on in his research. In the research laboratory, maids with the same faces and clothing were carrying out cleaning, and they prepared tea for the two knights. Damien sat on his sofa, took the letter, and extracted a small blackboard from it. He said that one was for the others. A maid, an automaton, accepted it, and put the board in her pocket. Suddenly, her red eyes began to flicker. It contains data left behind by our sisters captive in the labyrinths. The corruption is severe, and it is impossible to analyze all of it. Master, it seems that useless Monica managed to lay hands on one of the world's secrets in a labyrinth of Bime. Hearing that, the knights made surprised expressions. But Damien calmly sipped his tea. I see. I'm not really interested in that anymore. I mean, it's irrelevant to my research. But this truly is troubling. With surprise and amazement, the knights confirmed with Damien. Troubled? You mean to say you cannot pass on Porter's craft to us? Damien removed his glasses and rubbed the inner corners of his eyes. Oh, I'll teach you. It's a bygone art already. If you drop some money by the Academy, I think they'll kind and gently teach you too. Of course, the one who formed the base for it was Lyle. It would have just been faster to get it from Lyle. The two knights exchanged glances. They seemed quite troubled. It was never even considered that Lyle was the developer. So then what is it that's troubling you? Damien put the glasses back on and smiled. Lyle's little sister Seals, you see. She's coming to Arums's in the near future. No, it truly is troubling. Troublingly enough, it seems that her target is me. In Lyle's letter, he had detailed the threat of Seals. He wrote it as a warning, but there really wasn't anything that Damien could do. So Damien stood up. Well, I'm sure it'll be easier to procure the necessary materials in Bime than here, right? And the Academy hasn't been feeling too great as of late. Come to think of it, maybe it's because all the important members left for Central? It's just as Lyle said. After bursting into laughter, Damien addressed the two knights once more. Okay, we're running. Number 1, number 2, number 3, pack up my things, we're going to Bime. Those two are our guards. The maids grabbed the hems of their skirts, and lightly lifted them to curtsy. Very well, master. With that, we'll be able to fulfill Monica's request. Damien tilted his head. Request? What did she ask for? The maid named number 1 spoke. A design for a humanoid golem for combat, as well as the development of a golem that makes use of automaton cores. The reward is ancient technology, option slots for us. That incompetent. She said she'd toss over whatever she had duplicates of, so we had to assist her. We shall pummel her into the ground with our newly polished teamwork. Damien touched his hand to his chin. As expected of Lyle. He's doing interesting things, I see. Right. Let's have him take care of us. Okay, prepare to leave at once. When Damien said that, the maids quickly began to rush about the research lab. This one'll go on the large-scale transport porter. It's time for us to show our power. Leave the golem's preliminary design to us. Master can develop the device to incorporate the cores. The two knights who had come all the way to Arums's were dumbfounded by Damien's prompt decision to leave, and all they could do was watch. Bime's Eastern Guild branch. In it stood a robed group of 2. One of them let her light blue hair show from under her hood. The small and slender girl's name was Adele Belgi. The girl of 17 had drifted from Dalian and Bonsium to Arums's, to Central, and all the way to Bime. The one standing to protect her from the waves of people was a tall young man. He carried his spear wrapped in a cloth, and he had a sword at his waist as well. His weapons and build made him out as a warrior at a glance, and those around tried to avoid brushing up against him. His name was Maxim Danhel, 27 years old, and a former vassal knight. He had followed his feudal lord's daughter Adele for protection's sake, and come with her to Bime. The two of them took in the scenery around the East Branch. Adele's green eyes watched the passing adventurers. When she couldn't find the one she was looking for among them, she sighed. As I thought, it's impossible. There are too many people in Bime. As Adele gave up, Maxim spoke with a smile. We've only just arrived. Giving up won't get us anywhere, Adele-sama. There, Adele nodded to him and smiled. Maxim's face reddened a bit, and he scratched it with his fingertip. That's right. There's no doubt he is somewhere here. We have to locate him at all costs. Mr. Lyle Walt, former wonder child of the Walt house. Adele's eyes narrowed. Maxim's brow also moved a bit. His long brown hair was pushed all back at the forehead, and his red eyes took in the surroundings. Dalian, Arumsas, Central, there's no lack of stories about him. Perhaps he's become famous here as well. Maxim spoke as he looked around, and Adele touched her thumb to her mouth and looked down. That's what I'm hoping. Eradicating a bandit brigade in Dalian, and breaching the 40th floor of Arumsas labyrinth with the lowest recorded numbers. The battle of brother and sister in Central. I really do pray he's a good person. But Maxim. There are plenty of strange rumors around him. But it's thinkable that he came to Bime in order to flee. What could you be expecting of such a man, milady? Adele looked up at the sky. She took off her hood, and let her light blue hair out. I don't know. Don't know, is it? No, well, I'll follow you to the end. Maxim sounded tired, but Adele spoke. My family turned strange after meeting seals. They should have been protesting in Central, but when I returned home, they suddenly wished to take part in its civil war. It's clearly strange. I thought it would be dangerous to meet her directly. That's why I grasped for the clues, and came all the way here. Adele turned her face to Maxim. The knights you've called your best of friends have been struck dead as well. Those that were once the prominent knights of Bonsium are of no match at all. It's as if we're in the fairy tales of 300 years past. Adele, who spoke of fairy tales, let out a sigh towards the East Branch, and began walking off. Matching her small stride, Maxim followed. I do feel sorry, Maxim, but let's become adventurers of Bime. Here, we can probe for information on Lyle Walt. Tonight's, at least in Bonsium, becoming an adventurer pretty much indicated you failed in life. But Maxim smiled. If that is your wish, milady. He said that with a smile. What the hell is this? What the hell is Holy Night of Judgment supposed to mean? Inside the temple of Zayan's capital, in the room I had been afforded, I slammed both my hands on the table a number of times. I took down the knight captain, and was waiting for the war to come to an end. That's how it should have been, when Eva suddenly came up to me with a smile. Eva the singer informed me of the story she'd been telling around the capital. There's also the Blue Holy Night, the Holy Night of Love, and the Guardian of Miracles. By the way, the story has two different routes for Thelmasan and Orisan as heroines. An immoral love that crosses the boundary of age. A huge hit among middle-aged women. In Orisan's case, it's just mainstream, so it's plainly popular. I mean, the war started with only 100 managed to take down 20,000. I watched her make a peace hand sign in delight as I pressed both my hands against my head. And the one to enter next was Clara. Lyle-san, the truth is there was something I wanted to ask you about. What is it? When I turned to her with an enervated expression, she took a memo pad in hand. Your sentiment when you decided to recapture Zayan, and the story of where you snapped your fingers in your negotiations with Lorphes, because you knew the messenger was coming. It can't help but feel fictional to me no matter how I write it, so I'd like some more details on the matter. Also, I'd also like the reason you cast aside the fortress you nabbed, and decided to assault the capital. Her eyes were sparkling, and she asked those questions with a serious expression. But Eva. Hey, wait. What do you mean they sound fictional? There's a splendid reason. In order to save a troubled holy maiden, and the people of Lorphes, he stood to his feet. Just because it sounds shady, that doesn't mean you have to twist the truth. Eva drew closer, and Clara raised her glasses so they caught the light. It was a little scary. It's all to leave records for the world to come. If you don't make proper records, then people like you will pick, choose, and modify, and come out with a completely different story in the end. But it's true, isn't it? It's fine for a hero to move without it being for his own self-interest. It's fine if they're a fool who can't calculate loss and gain. That's a true hero. That's wrong. That's definitely wrong. I extended my right hand and mulled over whether to intervene in their argument when I heard a burst of laughter from my ancestors. The third sounded quite pleased with my new moniker. Holy Knight of Judgment. How cool. The fourth even. The Blue Holy Knight and the Holy Knight of Love, so you can't help but be bound to Holy Knight. Isn't that nice, Lyle? With this, you're officially a famous adventurer with a splendid moniker. The work will be rolling in no time. He was delighted over the money we could earn. The fifth spoke. It's better than the Idiot Son and Lyle the Burden names you got before, isn't it? But Judgment, why is it that monikers that sound too proper end up ringing out as no good instead? The seventh held in his laughter. It's fine, isn't it, PFF? But Guardian of Miracles, you say? Even when it wasn't a miracle, but something closer to the preparations you built up. Well, it's interesting, so approved. They're enjoying this. The usual pattern, is it? With those irritated feelings, I breathed out a sigh and sat in my chair. There, both Eva and Clara turned to me. What? Eva spoke in a serious expression. So Lyle, which moniker do you want? I want to tell my tribe to spread it with that as the center. If there are a number of them, it'll get confusing. Clara was much the same. Uniformity is important. Lyle-san, there's Blue Holy Knight of Judgment, Holy Knight of Love, Guardian of Miracles. I think I've heard the Holy Maiden's Holy Knight as well. The last one comes out more in tales with romance themes. You're paired up with either Thelma-san or Aura-san. I looked at their faces and yelled. All rejected. None are to my liking. If you can come up with one I'm satisfied with, then use that. There, the third let his voice from the jewel. You sure are stupid, Lyle. These sorts of things are decided by what other people want to call you. You should pick a safe one while you still can. Even when there's not a single safe one among them? I watched Eva and Clara argue over which moniker was best as I held my head. Inside Zayn's temple. In it stood the final goddess, a statue of the seventh goddess. Looking up at the goddess image her followers had arbitrarily shaped was Novum. Shannon was assisting beside her, while Miranda, Aria, and Monica were working on different jobs. May had gone to deliver a letter to Lorphes, so Shannon was the only one who could help her. They were in an important spot, and consecrated virgins were dispatched as well to clean the place. Why am I cleaning? Just when I thought I was being used as bait, I was shoved into Porter, and the moment they let me out, they tell me to clean the sacred temple. No matter how hard I protest this harsh treatment I get, don't think I'll forgive you. As she voiced her complaints, Shannon used a dustcloth to wipe down a bench. Novum wanted to caution her that her hands had stopped, but as Novum had already finished all of her own work, she couldn't really say anything about it. When Shannon turned to Novum as she looked up at the statue of the goddess, she was a little surprised. It wasn't even comparable to when she was with Lyle, but there was a slight fluctuation in her mana. Her mana that was ever stagnant. Shannon's eyes couldn't see, but they were fashioned with a special skill that let her see mana. By that, Shannon could act as if she saw just fine. Is she angry about something? No, that's sorrow. And as she watched her, Novum's lips moved. Things like us as gods, why did humans? Shannon found herself afraid of that broken voice, and she restarted her work. That moment, Novum called over to her. What's more, before she knew it, Novum was right beside her, leaning down to match her eye level. Shannon-chan. Why yes. Shannon let out a panicked voice, gathering the stares of the virgins around. But thinking she was just being scolded again, the women quickly resumed their work. Novum was smiling. As always, her mana was unmoving. Too little of anything. Once this is over, we'll have lunch, so please do your best until then. Sure. Shannon could only nod. She didn't notice? Thank the goddess. When she thought that, Novum offered a line. And please forget the words you've just heard from me. They didn't particularly hold any meaning. The last nail of the coffin was hammered in, and Shannon nodded again and again and again. Lorphes' royal castle. May met with Alette and Lonbolt in one of its rooms. When she handed over the letter in her possession, Lonbolt put his hand to his mouth in surprise. Perhaps Alette was curious, as she sought an explanation. Prime Minister, how fares Zayn? Lonbolt wiped off his sweat and handed off the letter to Alette. When she took it, she looked over its contents and opened her eyes wide. With only 100 men, he reclaimed Zayn, you say? He really did it? She looked between May and the letter a few times, so May spoke. That's why I said it. That Lyle brought Zayn down. So he told me to come here and see if you were moving as you'd promised. May didn't sound too interested, as she munched on the snacks on top of the table. Bolt spoke. Attack and overthrow Selva? If it's now, then even if forcefully, we can form the international alliance we promised. It's not as if we have to go as far as to bring ruin to them. On that statement, May stuffed the final snack into her mouth and swallowed. That was the plan from the start, wasn't it? And the one that started this was Selva. While I'm at it, the ones who attacked Lyle were people of Selva, weren't they? Honor your promise. May spoke in a childish voice, but Alette. Do you know what that means? To overthrow is. May tilted her head. Swapping out the boss, right? May was a Kalin, and you couldn't say her thoughts were too close to humans. She only thought of wars as something of turf dispute level. And Lyle's opinion was the fifth, Frederick's opinion. May owed Fredericks the debt of having saved her life. If you cannot move, then perhaps Lyle will move on his own. But in that case, I don't know what's to come. Even alone, he would be able to conquer Selva. That's how she made it sound to the two of them. And in truth, with minimal manpower, Lyle had won over Zayn. Bolt found that ability of his to be dreadful. We'll hold a meeting. We can't give a response immediately. May stood, and headed for the window. They were on quite a high point of the castle, but regardless of that, she climbed onto it with a calm expression, before turning around. Finally. Then I'll go tell Lyle you'll have a meeting. Saying that, she leapt out. The two watching her back thought about how they never knew how she did it, no matter how many times they watched. As Monica cleaned, she looked at the space around her. Destruction via magic, and a stained floor. As she cleaned it all, a few days had already passed. When I'm not even taking care of that chicken dickwad, why is it that I have to put so much of my effort in? Recently, I haven't been able to look after him at all. I'm losing my motivation. As unmotivated as her cleaning was, she was still a high-spec automaton maid. Her surroundings rapidly grew cleaner and cleaner. I worked hard. I worked really hard this time, and yet. A displeased Monica was quite disappointed that she couldn't stay at Lyle's side. There, she saw Aura walking down the hallway. She was surrounded by temple virgins, and taking the Holy Knight vice-captain cried alone. Good day, Monica. The weather sure is nice today. Kreit's sweltering smile showed that this very moment was the epitome of happiness, as he gave his greeting. There, a virgin cautioned him. Vice-captain, you cannot greet people as we move. Because others are meant to open a path for the Holy Maiden. Is that how it is? Now that's a pain. And letting out a sigh, Aura waved her hand dismissively. Yeah, we're not having any of that from here on. If we're going to break it all down, and make it up anew, we'll need some new rules. I'll start writing up the necessary ones later. As she ordered the consecrated virgins, tone aside, she was the Holy Maiden. As for clothing, she was still wearing the outfit Monica made, that showed off the lines of her body. Behind her walked Remus in handcuffs. Oh, are you already leaving? Aura nodded. That's right. She's already dead in Zayn, so it's deportation for her. She'll be allowed to carry an extent of her assets. Aura hadn't killed Remus, but Thelma was the same. The Holy Maiden was a decoration and a puppet. And knowing that, neither of them could take drastic measures. But they couldn't leave her in Zayn. The opposing faction had already been crushed, but there was no saying Remus wouldn't try a rebellion of her own. So deportation. You sure are kind. Though I doubt the chicken dickwad would kill her either. He's kind on women, if only he would be kind to me as well. Aura looked fed up as Monica unraveled her true feelings. And a single virgin. I will not allow you to speak such rude words of Knight Captain Lyle-sama, of the Holy Knight of Love. Monica looked delighted. Oh? I'd like to hear more of that in detail. The chicken dickhead is a Holy Knight of Love? Should I call it fitting of him, or a bit more than that, won't you tell me? Ignoring Monica as she drew closer, Aura walked off. Hey, let's go. There, Remus spoke. I'll definitely make you regret this. I hated the country of Lorphys for killing my father, but now is different. Now, you're the one I hate most. Aura answered her words with an unconcerned attitude. I see. And cut it short at 2 words. Inside the jewel. The third looked at the 3 weapons floating above the round table. The first was a giant sword. Then a bow. And finally a halberd. He extended his hand towards those silver weapons, but the third wasn't able to touch them. It was as if they knew who their master was. The fourth looked at the empty chairs around the table. Our numbers have gone down. The fifth hung his head. Right. The seventh looked at the doors on the walls of the room. The entrance to the rooms of memories. There were now 5 of them. We only have 5 doors now. They've gone down yet, AG? Wait, what? 5. The third stood from his seat and looked at the new door that had manifested. The chair in front of it was Lyle's. After this long, no, it's already been a year. It's not strange if it came out, I guess. The formation of Lyle's room of memories caused an outbreak of silence within the jewel. And the third. Want to take a peek? There, the fourth stood and pushed up his glasses with a finger. You re that curious? Then there's no helping it. The fifth stood as well. No, you look like you're all for it. The seventh seat was closest to the door, so he took the head of the charge. First. There, the third. Ah, a cheap shot. As he scrambled forward to overtake him, the seventh opened the door and closed it at once. When the third approached it in wonder, the seventh shook his head. There's no such thing as fatigue here, but... The fourth approached the door. What are you doing? Good grief, see, there's nothing, What the hell? When the fourth opened the door with a smile, his breathing grew rough as he slammed it shut. And quietly. That isn't possible. Why? And this is supposed to be Lyle's room of memories. There's no way he ever met her. Curious, the fifth opened the door. And he slowly closed it and tilted his head. How strange. I'm sure this isn't my room, but... The third couldn't understand. So he opened it himself. There, he found a scene of the mansion he had lived in his time expanding out. And noticing him at the doorway, a single young boy waved his hand. Slay, today we're having Grandma's stew. It's a bit over-seasoned, but make sure you drink it all down without complaint. Say it's bad, and you'll make your grandma cry. Seeing the small boy smile, the third slammed the door shut. His breathing was a mess. Why is Dewey here? This isn't my room. And I don't have a memory like that. I shouldn't have one. The one that appeared was the third's deceased elder brother, a young Dewey. And he had moved before him as if he were truly alive. It wasn't the set movement pattern of a simple memory. The third retreated back a few steps and looked at the door. Third, fourth, fifth, seventh, the 4 men stood dumbfounded before Lyle's room of memories. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Prologue. Prologue. The temple in Zayan's capital. That temple that differed little from a castle looked as if it were shimmering when bathed under the light of the sun. A blue sky spread out, and around it gathered the citizens of the capital. It was a place in which a war took place not too long ago. But now it had managed to regain its composure. In that flurried space, the Holy Knights were formally declared the official Knight Brigade, and at the same time, the Divine Knights were broken up. As the Holy Maiden, Aura Zayan was trying to construct a new system of rule. And in the ceremony, the ones who'd done meritorious service this time around were lined up. But the vice-captain of the Holy Knights, Kreitsan, was wending a discontent look to his side. Where his eyes fell, Albanosan was lined with a grinning expression. Albanosan's subordinates were lined beside him, and they were here because their work behind the scene had been evaluated highly. Having been oblivious to their work, Kreitsan looked quite irritated. Wearing armor that served in appearance alone, I cautioned Kreitsan in a quiet voice. Kreitsan, we're in the middle of a ceremony. A vexed Kreitsan looked ahead and scolded me. Lyle, why did you invite Albano along? That one has no incentive, and his loyalty equates to nothing. The earnest Kreitsan was definitely skilled. But if he was going to be managing a Knight Brigade, he held the fatal flaw of being too straightforward. In order to compensate for him, I thought Albanosan was a necessity. Regardless, I invited him. And wouldn't backstage jobs prove hard for you? Like investigation or snooping around rumors, there are quite a few important jobs we'll need him to do. That's exactly the point. Leaving something like that to that man. During the ceremony, Kreitsan was displeased from beginning to end. I was quite busy with setting up Zayan's new order. We had few civil officials. The ones we had were a group of newbies. On top of that, we dissolved the Divine Knight Brigade, so we would have to form a new unit for that. We don't have enough time. It's impossible. If I was to see this through to the end, it would take years' worth of time. In the jewel hung around my neck, the skills of my ancestors were recorded. I'm grateful that those ancestors put in their advice, but recently, there was something that caught my curiosity. Even so, they've been quite quiet as of late. Normally, they were more than loud enough, but recently, unless I called out from my side, they wouldn't give a response. It made me curious, but I was too busy to ask their reasons. And I was trying to move the plans to the next stage. Now then, next is Selva. Lorfie's movements are dull, but will it be fine? By swiftly attaining victory in Zayan, we were trying to alter Lorfie's objectives towards maintaining the status quo. Looks like I'll have to make a move on my side. Once the ceremony ended, I went right into processing documents in my room. The ones assisting me were Novum, Miranda, Monica, and Clara. At times like these, Arya and Shannon, and Eva and May weren't of much help. A mountain of paperwork was piled atop the desk, and as I went through them, I heard the fourth's voice. That's an important one, so put some money into it. Oh, that one's no good. It isn't a calculation error, it's intentionally been misreported. The one who drew it up is incompetent. Make note of his name, and demote him. The next one is, that one's got a high priority, but it's impossible for now. The documents going around clearly weren't things I should have the authority to look at. The work they related to covered a lot of ground, and all of Zayan's info was going straight to me. The reason such work was passed to me, a severe lack of personnel. A knock came at the door. Some officials of the temple entered my room with yet another few piles of documents in hand. When my face cramped as I looked at the papers, the officials. It's High Priest Gaston's orders. Recalling priests from the provinces looks like it'll take some more time. I hung my head, and pointed for them to place their mountains in a corner of the room. After telling them to take away the forms that had been processed, I gave some work to Clara. Clara, I leave sorting the new documents to you. She stood from her seat, looked at the new piles, and made the exhausted expression I'd been expecting. A complaint. If only these were books, I'd be able to go without feeling this fatigue. Saying that, she went into allotting the documents. Now the reason there was so many matters that needed to be sorted out lay in that the high priests and priests were all of the opposing faction. I had thought of apprehending them, but the fourth gave his take. These guys are all useless. It'll be trouble, even if you send them to the outskirts. Deport them all. It's all because he had said that. And because of it, Gaston-san was going sleepless nights, and my party was resting on rotation. The fact that Monica could process documents faster than I had anticipated was a saving grace. But they kept on coming, and we weren't able to output them faster than the input rate. Monica shook her golden twin tails into a mess. Why is it analog? If it were data, I'd be done by now. If it were digital, I'd be able to manage this country alone. I looked at Monica. Are you getting tired? You can take a break already. Rotate out with Miranda. Miranda was taking a nap on the sofa, and I told Monica to switch out with her. There, Monica stood, and spread out both her arms. What's with your attitude? Please care about me more. I worked really hard. I worked through the nights to make those costumes and armors, and I even modified Porter, yet you still treat me so lightly. Just because he's being called the Holy Knight of Love, the chicken dickwad has evolved to a tengu. I felt irritated, as I stood, and pointed at her. I'm not being called that because I like it. All I said was to rest if you were tired, so what is it you're so displeased with? Monica spoke. God damn it. Just how am I supposed to get my magnificence through the damn chicken skull of yours? I'll prepare some tea. A light snack too. Maybe yelling calmed her down, as she left the room to prepare tea. As she sorted through papers, Clara. I'd like a sandwich. As she indifferently went through the papers, Novum lifted her face as well. Same here. Because that will surely be easier to prepare. Irritated by Novum's words, Monica turned her eyes to me. So 3 people's worth of sandwiches and drinks. No, I'll prepare 4. Miranda slowly rose from the sofa with her hair in a mess. She looked quite tired, and as she stretched, the chest area of her shirt was open, making her brassiere visible. I immediately averted my eyes, and the fourth. Lyle, your face is red. What's getting worked up over something like this supposed to accomplish? When I thought him loud, the fifth reported on his condition. No, your face is just as red, you know? If Mama were here she'd smack you. Don't tell him. I turned back to the papers before me. As I did that, Monica left the room mortified. Even when he doesn't show a response when I give some light flashes, you damn Chiiakin. She pretended to cry as she left. But she properly closed the door behind her. What a conscientious lass. The room quieted down, and Miranda left the room to wash her face. Without any words exchanged, we restarted our work. Lorfi's royal castle. In it, Lonbolt had gathered the ministers to hold a meeting. A few days prior, Zayn formally sent a messenger to request the formation of an alliance. That one's fine. At the same time, they told us to proceed with that matter. It had been some days since May had delivered the letter. An official messenger followed to apologize and say that in the current state, Aura couldn't leave her post. With things as they were, Lorfi's hadn't even requested an apology from her. In the first place, Aura had little relation at all to the hostilities between Lorfi's and Zayn. More so, from Lorfi's side, she was more of an ally. But the problem was the matter in question, that was the issue of teaming up to invade Selva. A single minister spoke. If we cannot recover land from Zayn, then there's a necessity for us to take some from Selva to recover our national power. What need is there to hesitate? And I'm sure both sides have already agreed, but the Knight Captain as well. We've already gathered masses of mercenaries in Lorfi's. If we agitate them any further, they may cause issues within the country. I support the invasion of Selva. Prime Minister Lonbolt had conducted a deal with Gaston. After retaking Zayn, they would invade Selva together, and the land gained would be given to Lorfi's. In exchange for not returning the land Zayn taken from Lorfi's, the matter was settled with them lending out troops. But up to that point, Lonbolt hadn't thought they would win. If he had to say, he did want to invade and recover the country's national power. But while everyone had grasped the fact that Selva was moving behind the scenes, the royal princess has declined. War has already ended, she said. And she's no intentions to annul her marriage with Dario, it seems. The leaders that employed their minds to the country. One of them slammed his fist onto the table. Just what is she thinking? After those bastards have done so much, what meaning is there in offering them forgiveness? Prime Minister, are you sure you haven't failed in educating the girl? The Knight Captain glared at the angry minister. I'll pretend I didn't hear that statement. But there will be no next time. In his irritation, the minister lowered his fist again. Everyone shared the same sentiment. After a while passed without anyone opening their mouths, Lonbolt. They've won so much. And so clearly. If we end it all here, then casualties really will be kept to the absolute minimum. Lyle's victory was so clear that Lorfi's was slow to respond. Of all else, they had anticipated it would take a few months, or even a few years. They had never thought for him to accomplish it in such a short time. After the country suffered some damage, Lonbolt had intended to turn the sentiment of the people, their dissatisfaction towards Selva. But the war had ended with only a skirmish or two. A single minister. Cut the crap. I know she treasures the sentiment of the people. But she should know full well what sort of situation we're in. What emotions we've been forced to endure. Our knights became adventurers to earn for their families, threw down their swords, and some have even taken up garden hoes. More than 20 years prior, Zayn had snatched land from Lorfi's. That was back when Fort Noinel was still the frontmost line. But with the passage of time, and the princess being born after that had happened, it's true that she had come to take it as natural. Lonbolt breathed out a sigh. It's not that we're hesitant to attack Selva. What we truly fear is Zayn. They'll take the front lines in invading Selva, and what say do we have that they not snatch Lorfi's away while they're at it? The other party is a man who took Zayn with only 100 to his ranks. If it's now, wouldn't he be able to take Lorfi's in his hands? With those words, the gathered leaders closed their mouths. When they saw him in the audience chamber, they hadn't been that conscious of him. According to Alette, he was a skilled adventurer. From the way he stood, they thought he might be a fallen knight. But when they tried investigating him, the name of the Walt house of the country of Bonsium came out. They were only lords within that country's lands, but their territory much exceeded what Lorfi's held. Was he really the son of the Walts, of Bonsium's strongest house? That was what they wondered, but now such things were irrelevant. As amazing as it was to defeat a large army with a small force, Lyle had taken a country with 100. That truth struck fear in Lonbolt. There, the Knight Captain opened his mouth. But it's true that we accepted the deal. If we one-sidedly annul our contract, he may use that as a reason to attack us. There are still mercenary brigades remaining in Zayn. No matter what they did, the leaders felt as if they were dancing atop the palm of Lyle's hand. Honoring the promise was scary. Breaking it as well. And without a decision being reached, the meeting welcomed its conclusion. Lorfi's isn't moving. Letting myself fall over the desk, I felt like crying into the unfinished pile of documents. Novum began to pat my back. It's all right, Lyle-sama. I'm sure they're just in a panic right now, and that they'll begin their preparations soon enough. When I raised my face, I felt despair as I looked upon the mountains of papers before me. I promised to help out here until the next war. If it isn't coming, then will I be left on desk work for the rest of my life? There, Miranda stood, and unsteadily walked her way outside. Miranda? I'm getting Arya and the rest of them. We're short on manpower. If I just teach them a bit, then something like paperwork is. She wasn't the usual composed Miranda. She looked like an avenger trying to drag everyone down to the depths of hell alongside her. I stopped her. Think back to the first day. We won't hold up if we take out the time to teach Arya, is what we all decided, isn't it? Even if one person ran themselves ragged trying to teach her, we concluded it would take some weeks, right? There, Miranda turned around and burst into tears. But if there's no change in the situation, we're never going to get out of this work. She was cornered. We were all cornered to an extent greater than what we'd found on any battlefield. Novum also looked at the mountain of papers. Monica-san has work elsewhere as well. She's taking care of work we can't do ourselves. Aura-san and Thelma-san are busy. And Gaston-san is doing the same, or even more than us. He called back priests of the same faction to put them to work. But they weren't making it in time. I turned my eyes to the document on the top. It was Kreitsan's handwriting. On it was a proposal for the unification of armaments issued to Holy Knight soldiers, and he had the design all drafted up. The fourth let out his voice. It was a dry, laughing voice. Ahahaha, rejected. And Lyle, how about increasing the training and work given to Kreitsan and the rest? It looks like they still have time to work on trifling things like this. I resolved to increase Kreitsan's workload in my head, as I thought. Why isn't Lorfis moving? At this rate, we'll never be able to escape from this hell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 1, Lorfis Royal Princess. TL, the author's other major work, Dragoon, has hereby been finished at 167 chapters. I highly recommend you read it, if someone plans on translating it. Its main feature is the character growth of its two major characters, Rudel, doomed to support, aiming to be a Dragoon Knight, and Alistair, the reincarnated hero. Rudel is the main character, by the way. Lorfis Royal Princess. The room in Zayin that was coming closer and closer to being my work prison. In it, I felt like crying out. Unending work. And increasing work. Why do we even need to do this? Work that couldn't help but make you think that. Why won't they move? Even when we're ready on our side. A just cause to invade Selva, as well as the necessary soldiers and supplies. We already had it all assembled. No, to be more precise, we were going to be recycling what Zayin had in store to use in the invasion of Lorfis. The scale would be 4,000. That was all the battle-ready troops we could prepare, and our logistic support was around the same numbers. At the same time, we were hiring mercenary brigades to finish preparing to invade. The numbers were less than half of what Zayin planned to use on Lorfis. But that was plenty. From Selva's diplomatic situation, they couldn't count on reinforcements. They had the larger countries of Galleria and Russworth around them, but those two were glaring at one another, and there was no sign of them coming close to dispatching reinforcements. To be blunt, while Selva didn't have any major diplomatic enemies, they didn't have allies either. They seemed largely uninterested. The ones who had become masters at desk work, me, Novum, Miranda and Clara, looked towards May as she sat in the center of the room. May was eating a meal Monica had prepared. I properly delivered the letter again, you know? But another meeting, he said. It sure is a long process. May laughed, but none of us felt like joining in. I stood and spoke to Novum. I'm going to go confirm it with Gaston-san. I need to get Aura-san and Thelma-san to write up a few documents, so I won't be back a few hours. Novum smiled at me. Very well. I'll make sure to advance forward the work here. She saw me off with those words. Miranda and Clara were making doubtful expressions, and Monica acted as an interpreter for their sentiment. You're running away, I see, damn chicken dickhead. A room in the temple. It was a place more soothing than the rest of it. Plants were planted around, and water flowed through the room's extravagant construction. The white and round table was surrounded by four, but those four were making enervated faces as opposed to their surroundings. A worn-out Thelma-san verified something with a Gaston-san who looked like he's collapse at any moment. Gaston, how is the present situation? I get the feeling Gaston-san was even more ragged than when I first saw him. His complexion was pale, his eyes bloodshot, and the hand lifting up his teacup was quivering. No problems apart from the matter with Lorfies. No, there are problems, but they're at a level where we'll manage one way or another. A limp Orisan put her right hand on the back of her chair, and bent her body as she ate some sweets. They were prepared by Monica. And why can't you just recall them already? If you call back the priests scattered here and there in the outer regions, it will be resolved at once, won't it? Ah, these aren't bad. While she made a delighted expression as she munched on the confectionaries, Orisan also looked quite exhausted. Thelma-san spoke. Even if we call them back, we have too few to send in their place. Since we're going to be changing the fundamental rule of the land, there's quite some work to be done out there. You've officially become the Holy Maiden. In order to prevent foreign interference, we're going to take heredity into account as well. Up to now, Zayan had been influenced by other nations, and manipulated into launching constant wars. Changing that would be a considerable amount of work. A number of priests had collapsed, those losses totaled greater than the casualties of the preceding war. The ones who collapsed retrieved treatment, before promptly being put back to work. This was hell. Gaston-san looked at me. So you shall be going to Lorfies, Lyle Dano? I cannot prepare the paperwork at once, but how should I put it, why isn't Lorfies moving? It's a considerable expenditure for us to keep our troops at the ready here. Less than half the troops. But to move an army and maintain it required money and supplies. If Lorfies didn't move, we'd be the ones rendered immobile. I'm going there to ask. I want to put an end to it already. Thelma-san looked at me. You have another plan, Dot? I took my cup in hand, and after a sip of tea, I closed my eyes, and shook my head. From the Jewel, the fifth led his voice. You resorted to tactics because you didn't have the numbers, but with the numbers together, a frontal assault is the best option. It's best to keep casualties low, but numbers are in themselves a plan and a power. Gathering troops was also a form of power. If you could do that, then you didn't have to actualize a risky plan every time. Nothing of the sort. It will be a normal war. And the reason I could win with strategy was because I had all of you with me. I wouldn't have been able to do so much if I were working alone. Orisan stared at me with doubtful eyes. Oh, I wonder. I heard it from the temple virgins, but in the city, our holy knight captain is being treated like a hero. A hero who used a small force to defeat legions of men. How ironic it must be that we never once went up against a large army. I laughed. If we fought a large army, then even if we achieved victory there, we'd have lost the war. Thelma-san shook her head. But you first have to win for there to be a chance at victory. Still, in that case, why isn't Lorfies moving? Could they be doubtful of our forces? With our army having lost to a minority? That may be a possibility. I won too much, that Lorfies had come to believe the army of Zayan was weak. That we wouldn't be reliable. Whatever the case, we need to get Lorfies on the move. I'll be back as soon as I can, so please press forward the preparations. When I said that and stood, Gaston-san, please return as fast as possible. Or we'll really have corpses on our hands. Gaston-san threatened me with an exhausted smile. After I rode May to Lorfies, I headed straight for the royal palace. Before I could have an audience with the princess, I was to speak with Lonbolt-san first. Alet-san had been chosen to be my guide. Walking through the palace, I struck up a conversation with Alet-san. So how is the situation in Lorfies? Alet-san looked a little tense. It's calmed down. A majority believe that war has been evaded. It seems they were quite negative about war. In Zayan, we've made a formal announcement that Selva was the one scheming behind this matter. We're prepared to mobilize, and if possible, we'd like to make a move at once. There, Alet-san turned to me. We want to mobilize as well. But the leaders' opinions are divided each meeting. And I have to ask you don't get them too riled up. When I put myself on guard, Alet-san made a conflicted expression. Princess Anarin said to forgive Selva on this matter. Without nulling her engagement, she has expressed a desire for Zayan to step down. When I was too surprised to raise a voice. Some laughing voices came from the Jewel. What's with that? Simply awful. Now's the time to attack. Totes not happening. It's a good thing we didn't join Lorfi's side. What should we do? Attack of our own accord? Managing will be a pain. It will be easy enough to defeat them, but Gaston will die on us. While I felt so tired, the ancestors sounded as if they were enjoying it. I knew she'd fallen for the man, but I didn't think it was to this extent. I spoke to Alet-san. We already made the official announcement that we were going to attack, you know? She nodded. Yeah, I know about that one. But the princess, we want to move as well. But we cannot do so without orders. The seventh, delightedly. I'm getting the urge to crush Lorfies now. Should we just take it down while we're at it? On that opinion, the fourth. Rejected. As they are, Lyle's party can't manage it. And taking it will take time. We'll have to get the princess to open her eyes. Kindness is supposed to be a virtue, but it's painful that she can't recognize the present situation. The third spoke in a lower voice than usual. A decoration should behave like a decoration. What's she trying to do by pulling it down? Come to think of it, there were others in this country with claim to the throne, weren't there? The fifth denied that opinion. They're a small country after all. It seems the current princess is actually relatively popular. There will be those that riot if she dies. Disappointed, the third spoke. I see, but the individual herself is going to marry that Dario, so if you asked her to hand off her position, wouldn't she happily hand it over? He hadn't given up yet. What does he find so fun about this anyways? I shook my head, and walked down the palace corridor. I was a bit curious as to why Aletsan looked a little nervous as she watched me. The audience chamber. In it, I found the figure of Dario glaring at me. The princess, Anarin, showed some tension as she looked towards me. In contrast, Dario seemed a bit frightened. I had come as a messenger, so I planned to briefly relay my matter, and wait for a response. The knights were in the chamber as well, alongside Lonboltsan and the other ministers. Everyone was tense, but among them, Dario's fear was out of place. For some reason, the seventh burst out laughing. Damn! Instead of hiding away the Selvian prince, they put him up front. They have no intentions of negotiation, do they not? This is bad, my stomach hurts. Something hit him in the funny bone. Dario truly did feel out of place. And wait, aren't the ancestors just a bit too high-strung lately? They aren't tired like me or anything. Did something happen? After a bit of time, the princess opened her mouth. Pertaining to the matter with Zayn, perhaps it's best I offer my congratulations. Hearing that, the third laughed. Oh my! She's already picking a fight, this girl. She can't even hide it? This girl's too honest with herself. The fourth spoke level-headedly. Is that not why she chose a man over her country? The fifth, also level-headedly. Why of course. And with that line, everyone in the jewel simultaneously burst into laughter. I really don't get where my ancestors' funny bones are. While I listened to their laughing voices, the princess spoke to me with a serious face. But the war ends here. Isn't that enough? I have no wishes to enlarge this war any further. I'll have Zayn pull back their hand from Selva. The ancestors laughed. Their stomachs ached. The seventh. No, it really was the right choice to join Zayn's side. With this one up top, it would be irritating all the way up. The fourth. Well, even if it's interesting from the eyes of a third party, there are cases where those involved can't laugh, I see. My feelings at the time. I can't feel the slightest bit of tension in the ancestors' laughing voices. This is no good. Even I'm going to end up laughing. Other people couldn't hear those voices, I'm sure. They were awaiting my response with earnest faces. But with all the laughter entering my ears, I could only take the serious atmosphere as an extended joke. No, we've already made the formal announcement and declaration to invade, so withdrawing it will bring about various problems to our position. And in our negotiations with Lorfies, both parties agreed to attack together already. The royal princess hung her head, and spoke a little regretfully. Then we shall be fine without the return of the land once stolen from Lorfies. Is that not enough to put your side at ease? Lonboltsan burst out. Your Highness, that's wrong. He began explaining the present state of affairs, but it was getting quite hard for me to hold in the laughter. Every single time, the ancestors would chip in their commentary. The seventh even. When they haven't done a thing, she'll have us return it? She's just going to ignore that we prevented Zayn from invading them? My, how convenient. The third. She really is a convenient princess. No, a convenient woman, perhaps? There were some more laughs to follow. There, the fifth. You guys would never be saying such things if your wives were here. The fourth. Stop it. Don't bring it up now, you've made a strange sweat break out, you have. The ancestors, none of them could raise their heads to their wives, it seems. They usually put up bravado, but when I thought of how frantic they surely must have been before their wives, it made me feel like laughing. No, I did end up laugh. When shocked eyes enclosed me, I looked around. Their expressions were the height of seriousness. I cleared my throat. No, my apologies. Well, let's use this opportunity to wash away all rudeness we've exchanged. So will Lorfies be able to send out troops? Or will they not? It couldn't be that you'll say you'll be assisting Selva, I'm sure. When I frantically tried to smooth it over, I hurried without choosing my words, and ended up regretting my statement. The fifth spoke. What, so you do know how to rile people up, Lyle? Alone in an enemy camp, you don't get too many such opportunities. Ah, my gut. It really was a slip-up caused by panic, and I really couldn't say anything to it. The princess spoke. Trying to threaten us. Lorfies shall never side with one who can act so unjust. If you wish to converse with weapon in hand, we shall take you on. Everyone present tried to stop the princess. But hearing my ancestors' laughs, even that began to look like a comedy. I couldn't feel that this was a tense stage at all. It's no good, I can't hold it in anymore. The fatigue of unfamiliar work and the immobile state of affairs wearing me out. I was psychologically worn out, so I made a mistake I never usually would. My voice echoed through the chamber, my surroundings becoming chillingly quiet in contrast. I ended up laughing loudly. Perhaps determining that was a bad choice, the fourth followed through for me. Lyle, no matter how interesting it may have been, you laughed too much. At least keep your expression constant, and make sure they can't read your intentions when you do it. Now then, that one was bad, so let's change our hand. No, in this case, it would be mouth. My past memories of the fourth talking me into trying to seduce Thelmasan revived, but I was sure he wouldn't do anything like that here, and decided to believe in him. Repeating his words. You call us unjust, but Lorfies was once yet another country making use of Zayin, was it not? You think us ignorant? The holy maiden of 3 generations prior was a person of Lorfies. While I'm at it, there are records of them using the country to invade and pillage in Selva. When we were sorting through documents, I did see such information. The country had such a past, and whenever problems befell it, they did make proper records. The border zone of Zayin, Selva, and Lorfies. The delineation was vague, so skirmishes were an everyday affair. I never thought the paperwork job would prove useful here, but it didn't really make me happy. So you imply you're all just? And in this matter with Selva. It was done to put Lorfies under their rule. To turn it around, they were trying to invade you, princess. You'll just shut your mouth and permit it? From Zayin's point of view, we cannot overlook such a country enlarging their national power. The one who had been silent up to now, Dario, stood, and yelled at me with an immensely threatening tone. Don't get so stuck up just because you won for once. With Zayin's feeble soldiers, you think you can overcome the might of Selva? I smiled. Yes, that was my intention. That's why I got our troops together to begin with. I thought I had already carried out the preparations for victory. But dear second prince, it does appear you know quite well of the battlefield. How about you go home and start preparing for war? I, Lyle, have a desire to learn a thing or two about the plains of war. And you must be oh so strong. I simply can't wait. I was just getting bored of how few worthy opponents were to be found in Zayin. Ahaha, the surrounding expressions are wonderful. I began to sweat as I followed along. Damn blasses. After criticizing me, you riled them up even more. When I thought you'd get it all together, what the hell are you doing? As Dario's expression turned pale, I made the preparations to escape. Linked to me with skill. Connection. I instructed May to get ready to run. May, the signs are looking grim. I beg of you, prepare for our escape. May spoke reluctantly. You're the one that stirred them up, aren't you? Not that it matters. I'll come to your rescue, so just stay put. On top of the sharp glares around, the knights were already reaching for their weapons. They hadn't taken stances yet, but they dropped their hips, and were prepared to move at any moment. Dario tumbled onto the ground, and landed on his backside. The princes spoke. Dario-sama. Apprehend that fool. She turned her right hand at me. As her long violet hair long enough to reach the floor swayed, and the knights were just about to leap, the window to the audience chamber shattered, and May jumped in. In Kalin form. The surrounding ministers and knights backed off some upon seeing her form. A Kalin, you say? A Kalin came to save him? It couldn't be. What should we do? As everyone panicked, Quillin form May approached me. She swung her head to beckon me to her back, so I mounted her. Stay put. Everyone lower your weapons. Lon Boltzan ordered the surrounding knights to stand down and told me to wait. Dario had lost consciousness upon May's entrance and wet his pants. As the princess embraced Dario, it wet her hair. And noticing that, she thrust the man away. Kaya! Impudence! My precious hair! As someone brings something to wipe it with. Seeing Dario collapsed on the floor, the third spoke. I believe I've just witnessed the moment love shatters. And once more, the ancestors burst out laughing. As a cold sweat flowed down me, I began to think of what to do with what's to come. A few hours later, I rode May's back and headed for the capital of Zayin. I was given a letter from Lorphes, pertaining to the invasion of Selva. After that, they soon agreed to join the offensive. Of course, on the promise that Lorphes and Zayin would have no hostilities between them. The participants besides me would surely meet up later to discuss the specifics, but all I could do was hold onto the bag containing the documents and let out a sigh. Just what was it, that audience? It was madness, or how should I put it, I had to wonder why I did something like that. It's certain that I was tired, and mentally unstable. But normally, that would be no good. And for some reason, the ancestors were depressed. In order. Yeah, sorry. I couldn't stop laughing, quite a bit's been going on lately. I'll explain it tomorrow. Once it's come to an end, I have to wonder why I did something like that. I do regret it. Looking at only the results, there wasn't a problem. It's that, that. I was tired. Looking back, that was rude and embarrassing. Let's just forget it ever happened. Was there something to tire out the ancestors? I thought, as exhausted as I was, I returned to my room in Zayin, where I was sure my workload would have increased. Emotionally, I felt from the bottom of my heart I didn't want to return. But maybe I can get Novum to console me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 2, Lyle's Room of Memories. Lyle's Room of Memories. Inside the Jewel. On a break from work, I tried sending my consciousness into the Jewel, only to find a door had appeared behind my usual seat. The doors behind the other ancestors led to spaces they called their rooms of memories. They were the rooms where those memories were preserved, but... why are all of you making such tired faces? When I asked with a tilted head, the third sat down on the round table to explain. The truth is, this door came out not too long ago. I tried taking a peek when it did, but... You went ahead and tried to peek into someone else's memories? Is what I wanted to say, but as his expression was a serious one, I decided to wait a bit longer. There, the third stroked his hair. Even with the four of us looking in, we each saw a different scene. What's more, we saw things we couldn't think could be contained in your memories. I tried entering a number of times, but those memories were just plain bizarre. In my case, my brother. I saw a scene of Dewey alive. No, perhaps it's more accurate to say Dewey himself was there. He was making a tired expression, and it was quite a rare gap from his usual attitude. When we sent a glance at the fourth, he removed his glasses and wiped off their lenses with a cloth. In my case, my wife was lying in wait with quite a daunting pose. It was scary, so I didn't even try to enter. Hearing that, the fifth shook his head. What's to be scared about? You're the only one who didn't venture in, By the way, when I opened it, it was a child's room. Each time, it was a different kid's room, but every time, I would find my son or daughter there glaring at me. I heard of what the fifth had seen, but I didn't have such memories. In the first place, the time periods we lived were far removed. The seventh spoke. Mine was worse. A memory even I didn't know of, a scene. But Lyle wasn't in it. Even when I wasn't present in it, he had seen a recorded scene. Everyone's expression held a number of questions, and I looked at the door to my room. I stood before it, and slowly reached to open it. From behind, came the fourth's voice. It's best you resolve yourself. It doesn't show the nicest of things. As he said, I kept myself on guard and slowly opened it, to find the figure of Seal's back. And as I stood surprised, Seals turned, and directed a radiant smile at me. Damn trash. She said that. The next instant, I slammed it shut with all my might, and collapsed backwards onto my backside. The sudden happenings had thrown my breathing out of orders, and a strange sweat started coming out. The fifth approached me on the floor, and called out. What did you see? I forcefully got my breath together. Seals was there. She looked at me, smiled, and told me to die, but I don't have a memory like that. No, perhaps I've only just forgotten it. I grasped the seventh's extended hand, and stood. Standing in front of my door of memories, I was curious as to why I had seen seals. The third spoke. The other rooms only reproduce memories. We can change it up a bit, but as long as we aren't directly controlling it, it doesn't happen. I entered your room, and investigated this and that. The third sat back on the table, and looked at the ceiling. It's as if they're alive, you know. If you say something, they'll respond. It was just as if I were talking to the real Dewey. Why did it come to this? I couldn't understand it. The blue gem had become a jewel, and the memories of the ancestors had revived. But even those ancestors didn't have a full understanding when it came to jewels. The fourth put his glasses back on. I've been wondering it for a while. Whether jewels are really just there to turn skills to memory, and let everything be passed down. There's that case with seals as well. And seals treated the blue jewel as if it were a failure. The seventh put his hand to his chin, and looked down. It's not only memories, but personalities that are transcribed. Maybe the skills aren't the main purpose, but the personalities themselves. I've tried thinking along those lines a few times to no avail. The fifth sat in his own chair, and linked his hands behind his head. Why would you need something like that? Someone planning to try getting eternal life for themselves? Copying memories and personality forever, and taking over whoever gets their hands on it, in a sense, that would be eternity, but I can't really think there's a point to it. It was scary to think of how such a dangerous tool was being sold on the streets a few hundred years ago. The first bow, an unpopular gem, and it was inherited generation to generation. The Walt house's blue gem. Unlike the yellow jewel in Seal's hands, it was a failure. Apparently. So could the current Seals have been taken over by the vixen of 300 years past? Novum did say she was different, though. Not taken over yet, is how it felt. Right, yet. The third got off the table, and stood to face me. Whatever the case, with so many personalities gathered, there hasn't been a trace of possession or anything. I can't think doing anything like that would be interesting at all. In all actuality, we're all aware we're recorded existences, and not the individuals themselves. Eternal life is a fantasy. When I nodded, he gave a large clap of his hands. Now then, it seems the mysteries of the jewel have increased, but who really cares? The problem is how you're going to defeat Seals. Let's go at this problem piece by piece, and concentrate on invading Selva for now. I folded my arms, and made a dubious expression. We were already prepared to attack at any moment. And now Lorphe's was the same. It's about that, but we'll be off at once. It's just. The fourth responded. Just? Is it really alright that I don't do anything? The next day. The Holy Knights were lined up from the morning, and as the soldiers lined themselves up as well, Orisan came out into the plaza before the temple. To give a proper dispatch to the troops before the mission. She was wearing that white dress that showed off her body's lines, and could it be she actually likes it? I thought, as I looked at Orisan. Both Thelmasan and Gaston were standing a little further behind. Brave soldiers of Zayin. In regards to the unjust acts of Selva, the time has come for us to lower the hammer. The civilians who's come to see the dispatch ceremony responded to her voice, and raised a cheer. From the jewel, came the third's voice. A just cause is important, but if you know what's going on in the back, you can't really get heated at these things. Well, if they can't win, we can't move forward. We were going to crush Selva for our own objectives. Abruptly, I remembered the Divine Knight Captain. Armin's words. Go to hell, huh? I really am destined for hell, no doubt. But that wasn't enough to halt me in my tracks. After gathering the eyes of all in the plaza, Aura spread out her arms wide. I appoint Holy Knight Captain Lyle Walt as the general of this army. The grace of the goddess shall surely bring victory onto you and your men. In a place I would stand out, I got down on a knee, and accepted the task of becoming general. Rather, there wasn't a suited person for the role at present. Yes. I will definitely answer to your expectations. The applause of the people, and the yells of the soldiers shook the capital. Orisan smiled, and brought her right hand to the area around her chest. I expect great things from you, Holy Knight Lyle. She really said it. As those around raised their cheers, I understood. This girl is cementing my moniker as Holy Knight. How cruel. To those who truly didn't know her personality, it surely looked as if she were placing her expectations with me, and gracing me with the name of Holy Knight. But I understood. When I had a resistance to being called Holy Knight, I had once complained of it to her. I stood, and directed my right hand towards her. The true holy maiden of the reborn Zayin. Orasama, I will definitely answer to those expectations. I said that. Her face twitched a bit, and I grinned. The words that did it for her were true holy maiden, it seems. The army of Zayin leaving the capital headed towards Selva's border. Lorphys had stationed their men near their border in their own country. The reason we carried out a plan to operate on two fronts was because it would cut the travel time from gathering at one point. At first, I thought to get all the troops together before acting, but Lorphys' lack of movement had cost too much time. Beside me, in her hastily constructed red armor and with spear in her hand, Arya rode her horse in file. Novum, Miranda, Clara, and Monica were resting in Porter. Porter followed right behind me, and beside it, Eva rode a horse. But her movements were stiff. Arya called over to her. Hey, you look like you're going to fall at any moment. Get a grip on yourself. Eva shook as she scowled at Arya. I've never ridden a horse in my life. There's no helping it. Arya sighed. You knew it was coming. Instead of singing your songs on every break you got, you should have practiced riding. Eva spoke. Even you, Arya. You were doing nothing but going around the food stalls. You think I didn't know how you played around with Shannon, but? Looking at the feuding two, I spoke in a low voice. The two of you. Definitely don't let Novum, Miranda, or Clara hear any of that. Definitely, I tell you. It really was hell on our side. There, the hatch of Porter's roof opened up, and Miranda suddenly popped her head out. She smiled, and followed it up with the top half of her body, before looked at us, and waving her hand. Arya and Eva's faces twitched. Even as Miranda smiled, her eyes were ridiculously scary. You sure are kind, Lyle. If it were me, I'd be assigning them heavy labor for a while. Shannon, how about I make your only means of transportation by foot for around half a year? You're carrying your own luggage, of course. Arya and Eva, yeah, let's study some together next time. With Novum and Clara. I'm sure they'd be willing to help. You're not sleeping a wink until you're capable of doing it all, that. Her face had turned expressionless by the time she reached the end of it, and after that, Miranda disappeared into the insides of Porter. I heard the sounds of Shannon thrashing about. The door at the rear opened up, and she was tossed out. Her belongings on her back, she ran over to me. Just what did you guys tell her? Lyle, let me on your horse. I remembered Miranda's anger, and shook my head. I'll take the luggage for you. Walk on your own. And you need to build up a bit more stamina. Shannon complained to me. Even May was playing around. This is unfair. I pointed at the sky. Are you kidding? May is working on recon at the moment. Just give it up. Arya directed her voice at me. Hey, Miranda isn't serious, is she? Eva as well. Tita thinks besides song and dance, I'm a bit, if it were music, I'd do my best. Both of them gave strained smiles, so I gave an earnest one. Don't worry. I'll put in some break time, Both Arya and Eva hung their heads on their horses. Lorphys' army arrived at Selva's border. Having received a formal declaration of war from Zayin and Lorphys, the country of Selva had recalled their second prince Dario, and it looked like they were going to put up a resistance to the bitter end. Lorphys' army surrounded a border fort, and with the two war fronts Selva had been forced into, they fought on quite favorable ground. They had some mercenary brigades gathered from the start, but two countries had declared war. They could only divide their fighting force, and there was little manpower in the fort. Leading a unit, Alette brandished her sword atop her horse. Defensive formation. Shinshi said that the magicians deployed a magic shield spell to cover the unit. The large shield blocked the magic that had rained down from the fort. Once the magic shield went out, it was time for their allies to fire their magic, and the fortress to block. But with their lesser numbers, they couldn't put up enough shielding. Magic hit the fortress wall, and it crumbled a bit. Alette spoke. Their defenses are tighter than I had anticipated. To her side, her adjutant rode a horse. This is the foremost line at the moment. I believe it normal they prepare a fortress with magic countermeasures. But they haven't put much gold into it. The fortress will collapse in the first few days. A back and forth of magic, and within that, siege weapons had been prepared to press down on the fort. The reason their opponent could only work to endure it was the difference in number. Alette looked around. With the mercenary brigades on our side, the numerical advantage is close to 4-1. It's about time Zayin started their advance as well. I'd really like to break through this line before that. The reason Lorphys decided on invading Selva was due to the influence of Lyle's actions in the audience chamber. His attitude as if he wasn't even taking them into consideration. And the fact even a Kalian would obey him. They didn't want to make an enemy of the man who possessed the very symbol of good fortune. Or at least, the opinion of a minister who believed in that superstition had been taken into consideration. But Alette was different. It was something simpler than that. She didn't want to fight Lyle. Rather than fighting Lyle's party, to which she couldn't come close to seeing its depths, taking Selva on would be much more decent. I don't think we'd lose if we fought, but what's the sense of unease? A Kalian abided him, and even in such an urgent situation, he had burst into laughter. What's more, it was a truly pleasant laugh. Not one he had forced himself to make. He was truly enjoying himself. That kind can be scary. They truly enjoy war. Lionbolt had also noticed that madness in the boy, as he frantically persuaded the royal Princess Anarin into her decision to invade Selva. Well, I don't want to think she was swung around by a love that cooled down with something of that extent, but Anarin had permitted the invasion quickly enough that everyone present was forced to wonder just what had been causing all their troubles before. On top of that, she had given the order to apprehend the royal family before Zayn got the chance. She really can do it when she's motivated. The force surrounding the fortress shot magic at it one at the next, cracking it more and more. To Alette, it looked as if they were taking all their frustration out on the poor building. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 3, Fortress Battle. TL, at this point in time, if I don't do a chapter of something else once in a while, I will gradually begin to lose interest. Fortress Battle. Having invaded Selva, I stood in formation before the fort as Zayn's supreme commander. We surrounded its structure, and the unit we'd stationed began firing magic into it. The ancestors watched that scene from the jewel. I wiped off my mouth with my thumb, and issued orders to Clara. Clara, magic is coming your way. Enter defensive formation. Understood. After I confirmed that the magicians within the fortress planned to concentrate their fire on a single point, and burn it away, I gave orders to our forces on the opposite side of Clara. Novum was stationed on that side. Novum, the enemy is focusing solely on Clara's station. Continue your attack. They've lost most their archers, so it's possible they may come out to attack. The attack centered around our siege weapons shot down the enemy magicians. As long as we kept firing magic at one another, the attack and defense would continue until one side ran out of mana. Seeing both sides exhausted and resting at the fall of night was a standard scene in war. I had thought of using the night to infiltrate the fortress. But the ancestors wouldn't let me do it. The fifth let his voice. They're weak. It's true that things would keep getting worse for them if it went on at this rate, but that wasn't the time to concentrate on a point. He gave a harsh comment at the enemy command. But the fourth was of a different opinion. Whichever way it went, they were going to lose, so it isn't a bad thing to look for the greatest plan. In truth, there weren't as much magic attacks coming from Clara's side, so perhaps they thought to crush them first? I gave an order to the soldiers near me. Send reinforcements. Do we have a messenger around? Why, yes. A nervous knight received the orders, and went off to transmit them. I thought this was quite a roundabout way to go about it, but it was also one of the ancestors' requests. The seventh spoke. I guess this is alright for a start. The third. Just barely a passing grade, perhaps? Lyle's one thing, but both Zayn and Selva's movements are simply awful. More so, Selva's desperate, so you should try to learn a thing or two from the movements of their men. In a fortress surrounded on all sides, the soldiers and knights of Selva were putting up a good fight. But our momentum was on another level. Within my head, with the fifth dimension skill and the sixth spec, I could understand the enemy's movements like the back of my hand. With my skill connection, I could swiftly issue out orders. The stone face of the enemy fortress was slowly being chipped away, and it seems they were panicking as they saw none of their attacks were reaching us. When they concentrated their attacks on the squadron Clara was assigned to, Eva's corp rushed over, and put their magic shield up to block the attack. On the other side, Novum's force had strengthened their formation. The enemy was unable to block the magic of Novum's group, and as the fortress wall was shaved away without protection, I saw another enemy movement. The third spoke. Oh, so they're coming out. It's already the third day, so before their morale hits its low point, perhaps they're going to make a gamble. They were mounting their horses in the fort, and preparing to attack. Alongside the difference in numbers, our side was able to conduct precise attack and defense, the enemy was no longer able to endure it, so they came at us themselves. The seventh didn't deny that decision. If reinforcements aren't coming, then that's what it'll come to if they want the slightest possibility of victory. The state of their rations, and the falling morale. I'd even like to sympathize with this force's commander. But that doesn't mean we were going to halt our hand, so if the ancestors decided to move, they would thoroughly crush them, I'm sure. I stood, and gave a message. The enemy is coming out. Tell everyone to brace themselves. The soldiers ran forth, and Arya came to stand next to me. Rather than putting her out for an exchange of magics, I thought it best to preserve her strength. Monica and Shannon were in the back, and May was also on standby there. Miranda was on the side of the fort opposite to me, and awaiting my order. Their Kreitsan came over to me on his horse. Lyle Kuan. If the enemy is coming, then I shall take them on. Taking along his knights, he held up his spear and showed his motivation. The soldiers held up pikes as they waited for the enemy's arrival, so if possible, I didn't want anyone to go out and meet them. I crossed my arms. Please wait for my orders before attacking. Arya, help out Kreitsan's force. When I said that, Arya seemed just a little bit unsatisfied. You won't come along? The fourth spoke. No, he's earned enough achievements, so there's no real point to sending Lyle out. And wait, it's definitely no good for the general to go up front. The general is not to go up front, was a prerequisite. That was the basics of a winning general. But if you didn't show your might, the soldiers wouldn't be able to put their minds at ease. In that respect, I'd already become much too famous in Zayin. Without even going forth myself, the knights and soldiers were in awe of me. It's because I trust you that I'll remain here. And the enemy is desperate, so don't drop your guard. I lightly patted her back, and she took her helmet in her left hand, and ran off to where her horse was tethered. I don't think it was just my imagination that she looked a little happy. Hearing that, the third spoke. Trust, I see. Well, she really has grown, you know. That Arya-chan. It's her growing period, so how about having her aim for a general position? The third said it as a joke, but I got the feeling she fit the role surprisingly well. I'll consider it. And the fourth. Lyle, you've dragged those girls this far. You better take responsibility. Watching her back as she straddled her horse, waiting at the ready for the enemy's arrival, I strongly gripped the jewel. Once the fortress gate lowered, and acted as a bridge, the knights came out on their horses to attack. The soldiers followed behind, setting a course for the main camp where Lyle was stationed. Arya gripped her horse's reins in her left hand, and cradled her right-hand spear under her armpit. Nearby, the Holy Knights, and the Divine Knights who'd gone through a slight occupational change looked quite nervous before the enemy's advance. They were wearing helmets, but she could hear their rough breathing. Within that, Kreit stationed at the front looked at the battlefield from up on his horse, and spoke. It's amazing. How clearly I can make out our opponent's movements. Soldiers with pikes were waiting to intercept the incoming cavalry. When both sides collided, a number of knights fell from their horses, with spears in their bodies, and blood flowing out. But many knights had brushed away the attacks, and broken through. When the soldiers began their intense battle, Lyle gave the signal. Kreit raised a loud voice. Attack! And matching his words, the knights urged on their horse towards the enemy. Arya kicked her horse's stomach to urge it onwards as well, as she looked at the knight closing in. Wounded? But still. A broken spear was sticking out of a chink in his armor. But Arya took her mounted stance, and let out a thrust towards her enemy. Her spear that was able to pierce straight through him, armor and all, was imbued with a hardening effect from a skill. But as he spat up blood, he dropped his weapon, and grabbed onto Arya's spear with both his hands. Bastard! Perhaps so as not to let her take back her weapon, he put in all his power, and tumbled himself off his horse. Arya confirmed foot soldiers of Selva nearby, relinquished her spear, and pulled out a sword at her waist. I'm not too used to using this one. She jumped off her horse, and with her sword in one hand, she cut down the few foot soldiers coming straight at her. The glowing red gem hung at her chest allowed her the use of skills. And seeing it, the commanding officer leading the soldiers shouted out. She's a skill holder. Surround her and take her down first. He ordered his subordinates, but Arya was smiling a bit under her helmet. Too slow. Her own skill, with quick, her movements became too fast for enemy eyes to follow, and after cutting at the commanding officer, she cut down the foot soldiers around him as well. Her dime-a-dozen sword had become completely unusable from the chipping of the edge, and the blood covering it. Perhaps she could still use it as a blunt weapon, but Arya hadn't polished her blunt weapon handling skills up too much. She picked up a sword off the ground, pierced her own sword in its place, and took in her surroundings. With eyes of fear, the soldiers of Selva were looking at her. There, a single knight came out before her. He had pierced a single knight of Zayn with his spear, before discarding it, pulling out his sword, and trying to lower it at Arya. When Arya hit the bow aside, her opponent jumped down from his horse, landed, and set his aim on her. In the weed-ridden ground, the foliage came up to his knees. Yet he was moving around quite freely in his armor, as he locked blades with Arya. This one's strong. Arya tried to retreat to make some distance, but the knight's stance changed to hold his sword against his opposite hip. It's coming! Arya suddenly leapt to the side, as a shockwave swallowed up the surrounding grass. Arya was able to use a similar skill, but the similar yet different skill caused her interest to be piqued. Under her helm, perhaps Arya was having fun, as she laughed. Very nice. I've never really gotten the chance to go against a skill holder. Arya tried to jump into his chest area, but he closed in the distance at the same time. Her skill-reinforced sword let off sparks, and the blade chipped away. But her opponent's sword was perfectly intact. Amazing. How much do those go for? Their knight of Selva spoke. Invader, be cut down by my blade. After clashing a few times with her picked-up sword, Arya felt she was at a disadvantage against her opponent's physical strength. His sword was of splendid craftsmanship. It was even possible it was a magic tool. She made the judgment as she saw her own sword hardened by her skill was getting torn up into an unusable state. Arya tossed aside her sword, and drew the dagger she kept at the back of her hip. And retrieving a stick with her right hand, she swiftly fastened the dagger's hilt to its end. As her enemy closed the distance, Arya used her dagger-turned short spear to block, before kicking him off. The enemy knight, he surely had experience, but his swordplay was by the book. He had likely made it through up to now with his strength and skill. Through his visor, the knight glared at Arya. You know how to use your legs, woman. On her enemy's words, Arya laughed. And you're too well-mannered. Saying that, she stepped in, and used a skill. Quick! As her movements changed, the enemy knight coughed her attack, and even countered. He had enough ability to keep up with her accelerated movements, so Arya made use of another skill. Body strengthening. Weapon hardening. And after taking a big step forward. Slash! The first time she saw the skill was when Lyle had gone to subjugate bandits. The bandit leader had stolen her red gem, and had shown off the use of the skill. But the slash Arya used wasn't the same one the bandit let out. In sharpness and destructive power, with Arya's physical ability and talent, it had all been dragged much higher. The knight opened his eyes wide, as Arya's short spear cut a deep gash into his plate armor. By her feint, his own sword only cut fruitlessly through the air. Blood poured out of his helmet, and when Arya withdrew her short spear, it flowed from his abdomen as well. Her body was splashed with the blood spurt. The collapsing knight addressed her. Tell me your name, . And Arya replied. It's Arya Lockwood. While she couldn't see the knight's face, she felt he was smiling. And he looked around. It is our loss. If you're going to steal a weapon off the battleground, you might as well use mine instead. And Arya. Around them, the ones who'd come out to attack were being slain, and many were surrendering themselves. Arya kept wary of her surroundings, as she heard the knight's final words. The next time we meet, we'll be in hell. She offered a short prayer to the deceased knight. And she accepted his sword. She took off his scabbard as well, and after inspecting it, she found it really was a magic tool. I can only really use it as a well-made sword. I've heard that it'll interfere with my gem's skills otherwise. With her spoils of war in hand, she heard the soldiers raise a cry of victory. Looking at the fortress, she saw they had raised the white flag of surrender. And watching it wave, she gripped the sword, and thought. Hell, is it, but this scene is yet another hell. Around, the bodies of Selvian knights and soldiers. And though less than those from Selva, the corpses of Zayn's knights and soldiers were littered around as well. The news that came to Lorfi's camp was the truth that Zayn had breached through a border fortress within 3 days. Alette received the notice as well, and when she heard the specifics of it, she was shocked. It was night. As the light of the lantern lit up her tent, Alette gripped the document in both hands. The small number of days wasn't the problem. In truth, Lorfi's had done much the same to a fortress of Selva. But what she couldn't believe on the report form was the numbers. They don't even have 10,000? What's more, they brought it down with essentially 4,000 troops, at the lowest estimate. The enemy should have numbered 2,000 to 3,000. So you're telling me they brought it down with those numbers? Normally, as long as supplies lasted, the defending side had the advantage in a fortress battle. Quite a few conditions were necessary, but even so, with only a little more troops, it wasn't a situation that would work out so easily. And in all actuality, Lorphes had pushed through with numbers. Reading down the report, she saw the name of Crite, of whom she hadn't the chance to invite to her side. He had taken the general's head, and performed the greatest service, or so it was written. But Alette had noticed. They purposely gave Crite all the achievements. I do admit if you use him like this, he'll shine quite nicely. Crite's strong and weak points were known to her. She knew them, but didn't try to invite him herself. Crite was good at faithfully fulfilling whatever was asked, but only performed average when the situation called for him to make a decision himself. No, even lower than average, perhaps. You needed to be quite a general to make good use of Crite, or so she appraised the man. He's not ordinary. As a knight, and as a general, he's first class, a genius of sorts. Alette never thought Lyle to be a knight of such caliber, but there, the question surfaced. Then why did the Walt house drive him out? It didn't seem that he had any particular problems, but female relations? Did he lay hands on a woman he shouldn't have? It's possible. I have to warn the royal princess one of these days. Letting out a sign, she straightened out the clenched papers, and neatly folded them. There, it came to her. No, wait. He's an upfront womanizer, and if he'll even lay hands on people he shouldn't, the royal princess, even Anna Rinsan, if it comes to that, then Lorphes will be. With a flash of inspiration, Alette immediately went off to consult with her adjutant. She leapt out of the tent, and in the now vacant space, the report she had abandoned leisurely drifted down to the floor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 4, Selva Falls. Selva Falls. The capital of Selva. I stood in formation at a place where I could see the castle jutting above the walls, as I looked at the main force, Lorphes' army. Their scale had swelled to 20,000, and it was mostly mercenary brigades. Some were those formerly hired by Zayn to invade Lorphes, but once they learned they wouldn't be paid, they had swiftly changed sides. While musing over the importance of money, I looked over the city receiving the attacks. We had kept our assistance at only drawing the enemy's attention for them. I mean, there was barely any profit for Zayn in this war. The border zone where most of the problems and disputes occurred had been officially afforded to Zayn. But that was just about it. No matter what we did here, it wouldn't really profit Zayn, so I couldn't work up their motivation. Because profit for me, and profit for Zayn are different things. I should minimize the exhaustion of the knights and soldiers that have been left to me. But I didn't want anyone to think we were being passive about it, so we were going to carry out the role of drawing Selva's manpower our way. And as a result of that, a considerable force was pointed in our direction. Looking at the movements within the capital, even the residents had been flushed out, and they were ready for battle, so Selva's resistance was quite a desperate one. I unconsciously clenched the jewel, when May stationed nearby called over to me. I hadn't had her conduct recon this time. In the rear, Novum was to treat the injured. And Clara and Miranda were supporting a detached force. Arya and Eva were assisting another force as well. Shannon and Monica offered their aid to the rear supports from Porter. Hey, is it really fine if you're not giving direction? Her line of vision ended at Kreitsan. And with the equipment of the Divine Knight Brigade that carried out the dirty work equipped on his body, Albano-san also sat in a chair at the base camp, putting his arm around the chair's backrest. The two of them were glaring at one another. Kreitsan spoke. We have proclaimed we shall assist Lorphes. What are we doing, not aiding their attack more proactively? Inside the base tent, Kreitsan hid both his hands against a long table. And to him, Albano cleaned an ear with his right hand's pinky, and made a fed-up face. That's why everyone calls you Rockhead. There's barely any gain in it for us. What's more, the other side will be troubled if we're too enthusiastic over it. Now just try getting first dibs with our forces. What sort of face do you think they'll make? When they have close to twice the amount of troops, they'll lose face if we one-up them here. We should just keep our distance, and hammer in magic. Kreitsan was too assertive. And Albano-san too passive. As the two clashed their opinions, the adjutant Knight Noiverdell listened to their takes on the matter. Then, isn't Lyle Dano's idea of assertively attacking, and drawing their attention good enough? When eyes fell on me, Kreitsan nodded. Is that really enough? Albano-san spoke. What exactly do you plan to accomplish by jumping into the fray? Lorphes is already moving to make this land their own. Their young knights want to use this opportunity to get some badges on their shoulders. Use your head a bit. Kreitsan's face turned bright red, and he grasped at Albano-san's lapels. Albano, by whose grace do you think it is you're standing here? Our high and mighty holy knights. Did you think I'd say it was because of you? Maybe the battlefield air was getting to them, as they began exchanging blows. I received a, "Gonna do something about it?" look from May, and stood from my seat. From the Jewel, I could hear a strained voice from the 7th. "Good grief, they haven't matured at all. The 4th as well. It'll be a bit rough leaving things to those two. You really should be careful with who you leave up top. They're talented, but they can't help but antagonize one another. Both parties had their strong points, but they had a number of weak points as well. If you're going to do it here, at least take it outside. Though having our commanders out of here will be out of the question." There, both of them sat in their chairs. A messenger raced into the tent. "Message. The force from Lorphes has breached the walls. They went on to open the gate, and have succeeded with their infiltration. It took a few days to get to this point, but that was surprisingly fast. It looks like the difference in numbers was a large factor." There, Kreitzan spoke. "Let's send a force ourselves. I will personally command the cavalry. Albano-san. And I'm telling you, you don't have to move a muscle yourself. Get in their way, and you'll be hated." Their opinions were divided, but I didn't give my input. I wasn't going to stay in Zayin for long, so I wanted the two of them to build up some experience as the next candidates for the captain seat. These two too far out there. There, Noisan let out a sigh. "Let us assist Lorphes some. Shut down their soldiers on the ramparts. Avoid attacking the city as much as possible. I'll send a messenger to Lorphes to confirm it." Scratching his short black hair, Noisan issued orders. It looks like he took in their proposals, added them together, and divided by 2. When he looked at me, I nodded. I heard the 5th's voice. "I see why Alette didn't recruit either of them. They're too extreme. The 3rd spoke. "In that case, of the two, making one of them the knight captain is out of the question. They get into fights even when they're of the same rank. I looked at Noisan as he received the report, and issued orders in the tent. From the formation of the Holy Knight Brigade, if I had to say, he wasn't one who stood out too much. The type that usually leaned towards supporting people. I sat, and put my hand to my chin. As I watched Noisan a while, May looked into my face. "What are you thinking?" "HM? Nothing much. A former noble, fallen to adventurer, was it? Age-wise, in his mid-20s, he's had his troubles, and more than that, if he was a former adventurer, he's sure to have gotten some education. His personality is one not to go to the front, but if he has these two." I had called him to headquarters for the role of Knight Captain's adjutant, or maybe vice captain, but this personnel selection wasn't as bad as I thought. It may work out. When I gripped the Jewel, the 5th understood what I wanted to say. "As a compromise, isn't it fine?" The 3rd. "If their individual traits are too strong, a traitless knight captain can balance it out. The 4th spoke. "Not bad. Rather than that, if those two are there, something like this is." The 7th thought him more suited than Kreitzan or Albano-san. "If he's had his troubles, won't it be fine? Looks earnest enough. His main problem will be making those two work together, is how I see it. I nodded, stood, and approached a busy-looking Noisan. He looked at me with a perplexed expression. Did I make a mistake somewhere?" He was preparing himself to have his errors pointed out by me. I put my left hand in his shoulder, and stuck up my right thumb. "Congratulations. You're the next knight captain." The surroundings went quiet, and it felt as if time in the tent had stopped until the next messenger came running in. The Knights of Lorphes who'd infiltrated the capital of Selva arrived at the palace, and apprehended all its royalty. Seeing all the blood spread out over the floor, Alette grimaced. "You've bought too much hatred unto yourself, Prince Dario." She had entered the palace to give a report to the knight captain within it. After verifying his whereabouts, she increased her pace to search out for the room. In an unfamiliar palace, she asked directions from a number of patrolling soldiers, and when she arrived, she gave her captain the report. The Alette Corps have successfully subjugated the resisting Selvian forces on the western ramparts. In that minister-class office, the captain sat in a chair, read over the report, and nodded. "Splendid work. Is that all you've come to report?" The fighting was already dying down within the capital, and the flag of Lorphes was being hoisted all around. As they entered their 2nd day since infiltrating the city, they had sent a knight to Lorphes Castle to report their victory. Alette spoke to the tired-looking knight captain. "No, there's more. It's a personal report, or more of a proposal." They had just achieved victory, so the captain was in a bit of a good mood. He took his eyes off the papers, and met her face. "Personal, I see. What sort of proposal? There, Aletsan. Yes. Between Princess Anarin and the captain of Zayan's Holy Knight Brigade, let us have her engaged to Lyle Walt. After Alet said that, her captain knit his brow. Are you sure you're not too tired? And gave that response. But Alet was serious. She was proposing it in all seriousness. Lyle had a problem with womanizing, but his achievements this time were greater than anyone's. He properly headed the armies of Zayan, and had shown off the height of his commanding ability. I'm serious. He carries the blood of a count house and the superpower of Bonsium. What's more, speaking of the Walt house, they're world-renowned, are they not? There shouldn't be many problem with a marriage, considering his status. If we do it, Lorphys is sure to gain a strong and competent king. To Alet's long-winded explanations, the knight captain drew back a bit. No, before taking status into account, he was driven out, so what's the point, and I can't think that Zayan will let him go so easily, right? Holy Knight, was it? There are rumors of him and Zayan's Holy Maiden. An elf had passed through Lorphys and sung their songs. The rumors had already reached. Lyle's name had started to spread as the name of a gallant hero. If we have him drop by and announce the engagement before they make an official announcement, there shouldn't be a problem. The knight captain spoke in a quiet voice. It's because you think like that you can never find a. Did you say something? Alet pretended not to hear it and drew closer and closer to him. She put both her hands on his desk and brought her face even closer. Why, you're close. Too close. Even if. Hypothetical, you see? Even if you manage to reel him in, from our princess' point of view, the Holy Knight is a hated enemy. There's no way she would. No, wait. The knight captain put his hand to his mouth and thought. Alet looked over him. It's that princess we're talking about. It's possible she's forgotten her hatred alongside her feelings for Dario. And if we succeed, we'll be put on a higher position than Zayan. From what I've heard, his knight captain position is only temporary, wasn't it? Meaning while he still has some mind to leave Zayan. Alet knew that Lyle had only temporarily taken up the role of Zayan's knight captain. Her captain knew it as well. Taking his hand off his mouth, the captain spoke. A marriage of nobles, it's an affair where the opinions of the individuals are second to nothing. But Anarin-sama adored the stories of heroes. Alet nodded. His face isn't bad. And his bloodline's a famed one. Now that Dario is away, this is our chance. The knight captain leaned his weight onto the back of his hair. I'll at least propose the idea to Lon Boltano in the castle. I'll send a fast horse. Your job is to bring it up with Lyle Dano. Yes. Alet rushed out of the room, and hurried herself all the way to where Zayan's forces were camped. After Selva was invaded, and I thought everything had ended, for some reason I was invited over to Lorphys' royal palace. Aletsan called me over, saying he wanted to meet to further friendly relations for the future, and apologize about past events. My job was pretty much over, and once I formally handed the role of knight captain to Noisan and Zaten, it really would be the end. Kreitsan was opposed, while Albano-san accepted it. When I asked Kreitsan whether he'd be able to handle all the paperwork required for the job, he made a conflicted expression, before reluctantly conceding. Albano-san had slipped out of his adventurer life, and become a knight of Zayan. He couldn't do paperwork from the start, and it seems he planned to pass all that sort of stuff to Noisan in its entirety. No, I still have to return to Zayan, and do all the formal processes to hand over office. I saw all the gaudy ornaments had been stripped from the audience chamber. The fourth spoke. Oh, so this is how it looked before. I quite like the nice and calm feel to it. The fifth. It's because they prettied it up for the fiancé's tastes. More importantly, don't you find something curious about the eyes of the princess before us? Last time's audience was quite horrid, and I did feel apologetic about it. So I had brought my feet here with the intent to apologize as well. That's why I came, but... Lyle-sama, what are your hobbies? The third spoke in amazement. This isn't an apology, is it? And wait, isn't her face a bit red? What? Lyle, did you do something again? Did you turn Mr. Lyle when I wasn't watching? I haven't had any growths lately. If I had, I would have denied this audience with all my might. Because it would be more than clear it would bring a disadvantageous outcome to all parties concerned. She stroked her violet hair restlessly, and before such a princess, I really didn't know what to say. I felt an unfamiliar of some sort, and a strange sweat began to come out. No, you called me a fool not too long ago, right? Hobbies, is it? You what do you mean by that? There, she said something like, Kaya. as she held both her hands to her face and loosely bent her body back and forth. The hell's this? It's actually ridiculously scary. Lon Boltzan standing beside her. Come to think of it, your comrades are all on the pretty side. As a single man, wouldn't that be a lot of trouble? It is, I'm sure. Well, how about you decide the legal wife here? It must be hard to live an adventurer's life forever. All of my comrades had been invited to the audience chamber as well. Lon Boltzan's eyes were directed at them. But his eyes weren't the eyes of someone gazing upon a beautiful lady. What is this guy talking about? As I thought that, the seventh seemed to understand something, and he spoke to me. Lyle, this is a chance. It seems that Royal Princess has fallen for you. I've no idea the reasons, and I don't even want to know, but if you keep this up, you can get Lorfies in your hands. The third too. Oh, not bad. It was quite a big problem, and it isn't a bad idea to secure a single country while you're here. You'll be able to make free use of Lorfi's troops, after all. The fifth. I'm not really sure about that sort of thing. No, I do think it's necessary, but how should I put this? That girl's no good, isn't she? The fourth cut out he fifth's opinion. On this occasion, we can more or less ignore the minor problems. Lyle, say something to encourage her, and see how it goes. Listen here, this is for victory. It's something necessary to win against seals. You must steel your heart, Lyle. When he told me it was to defeat seals, I swallowed my fears, and addressed Lon Boltzan. Why, you have a point. Well, it really is hard to be the only man. There, Miranda spoke. Oh my, how awful. Even when I'm being so mindful of you myself. More importantly, how about you just say it out already? Why did you call Lyle here? He sent a bit of a harsh stare to Miranda's belligerent attitude. But Miranda didn't falter. Lon Boltzan spoke. I was going to bring it up later. It seems the princess had gone off script. The original plan was to apologize to all of us here, and call me back alone later. Apparently. Lorfies had placed a high evaluation on your achievements in this matter, Laldano. How about it? Want to try your hand at the throne, O Holy Knight? Within the jewel. The fourth gave a cheer. Okay, it's here. Now Lorfies is in the bag. If you use this as a foothold, negotiate with Zayn, and gain full control of the entire region. But at that moment, Novum gave a bright smile, and opened her mouth. That is not possible. I unintentionally ended up turning around. After the surrounding eyes gathered on her, a displeased royal princess shouted at her. Why is that? Are you unsatisfied with me? The hero of hope, taking in his bloodline is yet another duty of royalty. Within the jewel, the fifth. No, there's something wrong there. There's something more important you should be looking at here. The seventh as well. Novum is opposed, you say? There's no way she doesn't understand what it means to get Lorfies in our hands here. Lyle, persuade Novum. Novum was smiling, but she soon erased it, and looked straight at her royal highness with a serious expression. There, the princess opened, and closed her mouth, unable to say anything in return. Lyle-sama and your highness statuses are too far removed. And Lyle-sama has a large objective he wishes to achieve. I do not believe a marriage here will be of benefit to either side. There, Lon Boltzan spoke. A large objective, you say? Novum nodded. And there are also the Walt house's precepts. The precepts its heads have adhered to for generations. I cannot say it here, but this union would be in violation of them. I cannot approve of this marriage. I heard some cries of such impudence from the surrounding voices, but perhaps there were many who didn't want someone like me laying hands on the throne from the start, as there were some nodding nobles as well. Lon Boltzan sensed the surrounding mood. I see. Personally, I am interested with your goal. Lorfies has gotten quite in debt to you, Laldano. If there is anything we may assist you in, we shall offer our support. Sitting in her chair, the princess looked sad as she put her hands on her lap, and hung her head. I do feel sorry, but it's also true that I felt quite relieved. I decided to believe she would find a nice partner sometime down the line. So we carried out the apologies initially planned, and shook hands on the matter. The audience ended, and we were on the way back to Zayn. I sat on Porter's roof, and asked Novum, who was on lookout duty beside me. The sky was blue, and the sun was unhindered by the white clouds scattered around. While taking in those piercing rays of sunlight, I spoke to her. Hey, why did you refuse that proposal back there? If you hadn't, we would have had the country of Lorfies in our hands. There, Novum made a blank face. As if she was explaining the obvious. And no, well. I mean, she didn't follow the Walt family precepts. And even if she may be a princess, her status wasn't a match with yours. I held up the palm of my hand to her face, and motioned for her to stop, and wait a bit. To summarize, you really just denied her on nothing but the precepts? Novum smiled. Yes. Because she wasn't someone worthy for you, Lyle-sama. It was an extremely nice smile. And with that smile, she told me the princess was unworthy. In my head. Yet the first generation who made those precepts randomly threw them out while drunk. Even if I said it, I doubt she'd believe it. I slumped down, and spoke to Novum. The sun is getting stronger. Novum, you should go inside. I'm fine. I've learned how to reduce the sunlight around me with magic. I must protect your skin as well. Sure. I had forgotten, but as always, Novum offered me excessive care. In the jewel, the ancestors sounded their voices. In order, third and up. If Novum-chan says it, I guess there's no helping it. Thinking over it calmly, trying to look after that woman and manage the territory would be hard. These guys sure change their minds fast. But what should we do? There's quite a large and urgent matter coming our way, is there not? We really do have to find a way to solve it. It was right before our eyes. A large issue that required immediate input. It was. I ended up using all our money in this war, but what should we do from now on? A problem of money. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 5, Lyle's Party. Lyle's Party. After passing through Lorphes and returning to Zayin, it ended up that a party was to be held to commemorate our victory. Celebrating a joint victory against Selva with Lorphes. Besides that, it was a party to celebrate the completion of the goals all that paperwork hell had been directed at. In the temple's plaza, a large number of participants indulged in the buffet-style arrangements, as music streamed into the space. But I was... Oh holy night, is it really true you relinquished your captain position? The new captain Noidano, will he truly be reliable? Holy night, which one are you really gunning for? Is it Orasama, or Thelma-sama? Personally, I'd like to support Thelma-sama here. I was meeting a barrage of questions. I smiled as I offered some harmless and politically correct statements, looked at the people gathering around me, and sighed. But I could put up with it. From the jewel, the seventh offered some advice. Lyle, don't let your guard down. Your opponents may use this moment to see through your character. A lot of them are just asking useless things out of self-interest, but there are some useful ones among them. When I turned an eye around, I saw Miranda and Arya being called out to by some young men. They seemed to be merchants. Other than that, the knights were striking up conversation with Clara, Shannon, and May. Monica was quietly standing diagonally behind me, and it was as if no one else could actually see her. If she could do something like that, I'd like her to use it more often. But looking closely, no one tried to talk to Novum or Eva. Eva was an elf, and as a demi-human, she received some discrimination. I had to push through saying she was my comrade, to even let her be invited through the door. But the one that intrigued me was Novum. I was sure someone would call over to her. And as I thought that, I cut my conversation short, separated from the people around me, and walked over to Novum. Putting the glass in my hand to my lips, I held its liquid in my mouth a bit to moisten my dry throat. From the continued conversation, I had grown tired of making a smile. Novum, Eva, are you having any fun? When I sensed such a voice, the two standing around the plaza's pillars looked at me. They were wearing dresses they'd picked out, and the impression the two of them gave off was quite different than usual. Eva showed me the plate she was carrying. The food is good, but I'm not really sure. The stuff Monica makes had more variation. It was a hurriedly thrown together party after reclaiming the country. There's no helping if they were lacking in preparation. Monica spoke to Eva. I usually put in all my cooking skill to make it so that damn chicken Dickwood's body grows as to not be able to live without me. But if you want to praise me, I'll happily accept. Hiding her mouth with her right hand, Monica laughed. Eva sighed, and placed her plate on top of a nearby table. You're the same as always. Even so, I'm surprised you got so many people to come. Besides temple residents, it looks like knights and merchants, perhaps? There are a few others, though. Novum carried a glass filled with some drink as she explained to Eva. They are envoys from other lands. Also officials of the guild, and what looks like the adventurers who came along as their guards. They've been staring at you, Lyle-sama, for quite some time now. I did feel their fleeting glances, so I decided to head over. If they were guild officials, then I should at least meet and give my greetings. And there were a large number of people aiming to strike up conversation with me here. Even if I spoke among my comrades, it wouldn't really lead to anything. The third spoke. I've only experienced this sort of party a few times, so I don't really know, but is Lyle popular? The seventh explained to him. He's the centerpiece, I'm sure. I'm not even sure the holy maiden who reclaimed Zayn, or the former holy maiden or high priest could amount to him at the moment. The fifth sounded bored. Well, as long as you listen to nothing but his achievements, he's a hero. In truth, the rumors that he retook Zayn with just 100 must have spread by now. There are plenty of folks who'll be curious. Foreign envoys, the knights, and the guild. Then the merchants. I wonder if anyone will be willing to finance me. I thought that was a bit too much to ask for, but I wanted to deal with our money problems promptly. I was able to sell my name quite well this time. But at the same time, I empties my wallet. I have to do something, and earn some money. And earning it up steadily is, come to think of it, once we return, we'll only be able to take up dispatch requests for a while, so the profits won't be too great. The completion fee. We decided not to accept it this time. Because both Zayn and Lorfies were barely scraping by. No, Lorfies may have been down on their luck, but Zayn had only gone through a bit of internal dissension. But right after that, it sent soldiers to assist Lorfies, and it didn't get any major profit from that. Soliciting money from them like that made me feel quite reluctant. And it would be troublesome if they went into economic strife. I really must do something. I thought, as I greeting the guild officials with a smile. Having come to Bime, Damien stood before the rumored haunted mansion. He had searched out the mansion Lyle had purchased, taking along a conspicuous gathering as he came right up to the front door. Behind him, 3 maids of the same exact appearance and outfit followed. In contrast, it felt as if Aulette's 2 subordinate knights were the ones out of place. A gathering of rubberneckers had gathered at the peculiar sight. While Damien and the maids stood out, what stood out more was the large golem standing behind. No, rather than a golem, it was a modified porter variant. Able to be laden with large loads of cargo, the large porter rolled along behind them. It was even bigger than the porter Lyle had completed. But its main motorized portion was smaller. The box it pulled behind was the majority of it. It was furnished with a number of wheels, and the curious residents of Bime pointed at it, and spoke amongst themselves. My, there's a perfect building for it over there. It looks like a storehouse. What say we take it for ourselves? The short Damien held a large metallic staff in his right hand, and he used his left to correct his slipping glasses, as he looked out at the large storehouse in the yard, and declared. The maids. As expected of our master. That was a statement without the slightest thought given to the other party. But that's exactly what makes him our master. Well, we can negotiate with that piece of scrap metal who calls herself a special model, and snatch it later. If that doesn't work, we need only beat the living daylights out of her with our coordinated plays. My skills are thirsting for battle. To those 3 maids, Damien turned. Why fight? We'll borrow his storehouse, and if we say we're using it to make the golem he requested, he'll surely permit it, right? Don't do unnecessary things. The maids hung their heads. Aulette's subordinate knights were about to call out to console them, but he scolded us. Meaning we are no longer trivial existences in our master's eyes. It's yet another step forwards. At this rate, we're getting closer and closer to making it so his body can't live without us. As Damien waited at the door, a group of 2 appeared. They wore robes, and one of their builds could be made out as a warrior's. He stood in front as if to protect the smaller girl, and the maids stood lined before Damien. Taking off her hood, the girl showed her long wavy light blue hair, as she greeted Damien's party. Good day. And pardon my rudeness, but I am not wrong in assuming this is the mansion of Lyle Walt, am I? When the other party threw out Lyle's name, Damien had the maids step down. Oh, Lyle's guests? I'm also a guest. No, I'll be living here, so perhaps a comrade in arms? Anyways, something like that. So what is your business? If it's not urgent, then hand off the right of way. I myself am quite busy. Perhaps irritated by Damien's attitude, the man standing beside the girl, besides Adele, addressed Damien. Aren't you being a bit rude? I don't know who you might be, but we have also come on urgent business. We shan't hand it off so easily. There, Damien looked over the man. Maxim from his head to his toes. You sure are prepared. Could it be you're testing your skill? I heard it on the way, but Lyle sure has become famous. I believe it was, what was it again? As Damien turned to one of the maids, he had forgotten Lyle's moniker. To the man who'd immediately forget whatever he wasn't interested in, maid number 2. Holy Knight, Master. Right, that one. Since he got that title, did you come to test your skill on him? Or would it be related to his little sister? When Damien said that, Maxim removed the cloth from the spear in his hands and took a stance. When he uncovered his well-crafted armament, Adele had him step down. The maids had lined up in front of Damien again, each with a different weapon in their hands. Maxim, stop it. That person isn't related. Still. The girl had a wary Maxim retire, before apologizing to Damien. I give my deepest apologies. For one of our retainers to do something so rude. Maxim didn't look satisfied, but Damien looked at Adele, put his hand to his chin, and nodded. Oh? You're certain I'm not a follower of Little Sister? Her followers have a different atmosphere about them. And did you not purposely provoke us? On Adele's words, Damien looked at Maxim. No, I really wondered whether you'd catch that. You did look quite tense. Even so, it's the little sister again. Seals, was it? Damien had seen through their tension. And when he voiced Seal's name, the two of them blatantly put up their guard. So he sent a smile at them. My, what a coincidence. I also came to Lyle to solve my Seal's problems. Though in my case, I came to run away from her. Adele calmed Maxim down. I'm sure. I've heard not a single soul can stand before her without becoming her slave. A majority of them become quite fanatic about it. They wouldn't take on an attitude like yours. At that point, the door of the mansion opened, and a blonde-haired girl in maid garments came out. Looking at the faces gathered outside, she showed blatant displeasure on her face. You've got some nerve to be fighting in front of someone's house. This is why you mass-produced machines are no good. Behind her, Lyle came out in casual clothing. Seeing Damien, he seemed quite surprised. Damien raised his hand. Yo, Lyle. The truth is, I ran the hell away. That automaton over there gave a request, so could you lend your yard's warehouse to me? I've got nowhere else to live. He sent a smile at Lyle. And Adele and Maxim seemed quite tense as they looked at him. As all eyes gathered on Lyle, he spoke. I just got back, so can't I have a single moment of peace? Anyways, come in. I'll listen to what you have to say. And wait, what's that large object behind you? When Lyle sent his field of vision behind them, Damien. A large-scale porter. It's quite useful for moving cargo. Of course, it took quite some money to make, and it's impossible for a normal human to move it. Now then, let's get right into unpacking it. As Damien began moving to his own beat, Lyle opened his mouth. Yes, that's fine, but the talks come first. I'll lend you the storehouse, alright. And said that. The day right after I returned to the mansion. Damien dropped by my mansion. I asked about it in the reception's room, and it seems Seals was planning to pay a visit to Arums's, so he had come to Bime in order to flee. And I looked at the girl sitting beside him. A man of large build was standing behind, as if to protect her. Monica was facing the 3 maid units, her eyes letting off a red light. I can ignore those ones. I thought, as I heard out the girl who named herself as Adele. So what business does one of Bonsium's Belgie house have with me? When I first heard her speak, I thought she was a follower of Seals, but it seems that was wrong. And when I asked for the finer details, she looked straight at me as she spoke. Dalian, Arums's, Central, and Bime. I've heard many a rumor about you. Lyle Waltano, I would like to ask but one question to you, what sort of existence is Seals Walt? I put my hand to the jewel out of reflex. There, the 7th let his voice. A small seed sown in Dalian, is it? It's come all the way here to bud? The 5th as well. And it's budding in a nice direction. It doesn't look like she's deceiving us, but... I confirmed with the skills, but Adele and Maxim were in a yellow close to red. Meaning they were quite lost. I met her gaze. I think of her as an enemy to defeat. There, Adele's and Maxim's indicators solidified at yellow. The 6th search skill really was convenient. And looking relieved, Adele put her business to words. Lyle Dono, won't you take in this Adele Belgie as one of your comrades? I looked between her and Maxim. And they both nodded. Maxim spoke. Protecting Lady Adele is my duty as a knight. If it is to serve milady, I shall follow your orders as well. When I returned my eyes to Adele. My home, the Belgie house turned strange after coming into contact with Seals Walt. They jumped up to join the civil war, and are repeating a pointless stream of battles. It felt as if they were watching a long dream. Before meeting her, my parents were supposed to be in opposition to it all. I recalled the words the first had said. Monster. Seals, you are. Adele looked down and shook her head, before raising her face again. I fled from my house because I judged it dangerous to meet with seals. And while I was traveling, I caught rumor of you. Of the actions in various lands, of the one driven from his home, but I suddenly felt embarrassed. So she's heard quite a bit. There, the fourth. Lyle, you don't have to be embarrassed. The reason you did it was in hopes that a time like this would come. In my mind. Even if you tell me that, fourth. I couldn't quite accept it. Adele continued on. A griffin slain in Central, you fought seals there as well. And after that, to here, you float all the way to Bime. It wasn't to escape, was it? As she stared at me with serious eyes, I nodded. She had come all this way in search of me. I should deal with her seriously. I determined I couldn't win as I was. That's why I came here to build up power. If you wish to judge it for good or bad, I'm sure it's for the worse. But I do intend to win. There, Adele stood, and gave an orderly bow. It wasn't thoughtless. That much is enough to put me at ease. Use me, Adele Belgi, however you see fit. Though all I can really do is paperwork. And Maxim got on one knee before me. If Adele Sama is to serve you, then you are also my lord. My life is yours to use. From the jewel, the seventh let his voice. A loud voice at that. Paperwork? Paperwork. Domestic affairs. Belgi. The Belgi house, is it? I've got it. The Belgi house specialized in domestic affairs. Lyle, you're dealing with famed feudal lords of Bonsium. That's a house that's put out a number of prime ministers. Though they didn't do anything too notable in my time. He sounded a little uneasy at the end, but I decided to take the two of them in. Understood. I will gladly accept your cooperation. And Damien raised his face from his tea. That sounds interesting. Then I'll join in too. Eh? When I voiced my surprise, he tilted his head. Why so surprised? No, I mean, if it's you, then I'm sure it'll work out some way or another, and if it doesn't, I'll just head for the hills again. And you don't plan on fighting seals individually, correct? When I heard the rumors, I got this gut feeling you were going to do something big. I thought he didn't say anything he didn't have interest in, and it seems he had put quite some thought into it. But the next word settled it. And if I ride the winning horse, I get the feeling you'll kindly provide me with a lab and research grants. I made a bitter smile. Maxim cleared his throat and asked me. Anyways, what exactly should we be doing? I averted my eyes a bit from everyone gathered. Earning money. And muttered that. Adele made a dubious smile. Why yes, realistically speaking, we will need money as well. She followed through for me. But Maxim looked fed up, and Damien quite disappointed. It looks like he really planned to embezzle research funds out of me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 6, Money. 7's, Money. Besides its main building, the estate had a large storehouse on its premises. In its basement was a connecting passageway, and an underground facility with some traces of something having been researched there. There was even something like an underground dungeon. In such a place, Damien was frolicking about. Nice. Very nice. This simply feels like the perfect place to do some research. I can leave my large-scale porter in the storehouse, and use this space to bring about the woman of my ideals. With skin glossier than usual, Damien's eyes were glittering as he delighted in spun in the basement research facility. The three maids, upon hearing that, immediately went into. Oh my, there's dust in a place like this. One traced the top of the furniture with her fingertip, and sent some fleeting glances at Monica. Hearing that, Monica shook up her twin tails, and refuted. We've only just returned. This place was a low priority, so I put off its cleaning to the end. If you guys want to live here, you should at least help out. Damien used a finger to push up his glasses and reset their position. It seems his spinning had caused them to misalign. You can use this place however you see fit as long as you don't get in the way of my work. Now then, I do want to bring my equipment in, but with a facility like this, there's likely a separate entrance for large cargo. It isn't a bad idea to snoop around a bit. Ah, right. Saying that, Damien told maid number 3 to bring it out. And from the gap between her skirt and her apron, number 3 produced a cylindrical object. When she opened the lid, I heard a popping sound. After she took out its contents and spread it out on the table, I saw it was something of a blueprint. I looked into it. What are the blueprints for? Damien looked at Monica, who was being stared down by number 1 and 2. It's that girl's request. In exchange for handing over extra option slots, she gave me a request for a golem. What's more, a type that uses an automaton's core. Those cores are the only thing I can't seem to replicate, but if it's just making a golem out of it, we should be able to produce a golem with a sort of sentience. I turned to Monica. So this is what you were talking about before? She raised up her twin tails and touched her left hand to her hip, spreading her legs a bit apart to settle into a pose. You can praise me if you want. No, praise me, damn it. I prepared all this for you, chicken dickwad. But Damien, it'll still need quite a bit of experimentation. I'll have to prepare a prototype as well. The theory is solid, I'm able to make that prototype, but I don't have any materials to work with, do I? It seems he was lacking in funds, so he couldn't make it. I looked at the humanoid golem of the blueprints. Its form was that of a woman in armor. The design was quite different than the golems Damien made use of. You took quite some inspiration from the female form. How much would one of these cost? There, Damien looked up at the ceiling and muttered to himself, before. With the equipment in order, 2,000 gold. With that, I can make a prototype, repeat some experiments. For the first one to be perfected, it'll take around 3,000, perhaps? But after that, I should be able to mass produce them for 500 gold per. I ended up doing a spit take. We don't have that sort of money. And wait, considering the amount of cores we have. Damien spoke with a smile. It's best you resolve yourself to spend several tens of thousands of gold. Well, there are other problems as well. Other problems? When I asked, Damien. Processing the metal is a problem, but more than that, it'll need to make use of a large quantity of rare metal. After making one right by the blueprints, I'll have to verify it works without problem, and modify. We'll also need merchants capable of working rare metal, and making requests to such people will also cost money. At the very least, it'll run for the aforementioned sum. Regardless, it would cost money. Meaning I should think of the sum he presented was an absolute minimum. The chances it would cost more than that were quite high. Damien was still smiling. But isn't it fine? There are plenty of skilled craftsmen here, apparently. If I had to say the most pressing problem, it would be money, and securing those capable personnel. I spoke. And that's the hard part. Even now, I felt I would crumble at the knees. Several hundreds of thousands of gold, something of that scale is impossible for me alone. Raising money. If you were to think of an adventurer's means of earning money, taking requests from the guild was the best way. When I brought my feet to the guild for the first time in a while, I found the adventurers and receptionists' eyes gather on me as I came through the door. As I was walking through the city, I felt such stares as well. But within this building, it was even greater. I walked up into a receptions line, when a receptionist called out to me. It was Tanya-san. Lyle-kun, a moment of your time please. Eh? She got me out of the line by pulling me by the arm, ascended the stairs, and led me all the way up to the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor was usually used for meetings, but I had never even stepped into the floor above it before. Having been brought to such a place, I looked at the adventurer leaving the room. Messy and curling long black hair, and a tall stature. The woman looked at me, and grinned. Oh, so you were called here too, boy. I thought you had more prospects than Crite and Albano, but that sure was fast. Tanya addressed the woman. Marina-san. So you're taking a subjugation quest this time as well? There, Marina-san. I've no interest in anything else. I want an opponent that puts up more of a fight, but, boy, from what I've heard, you're quite strong, right? That small girl flashing her navel was more my type, but I'm starting to get interested. Saying that, Marina took a step closer to me. I immediately bent the upper half of my body back, and reached for my weapon. I didn't pull it because Tanya-san had entered into the space between us. Pure, untainted thirst for blood, feeling that, I broke into a cold sweat. Tanya-san spoke. You're playing around too much. Personal quarrels within the guild are forbidden. Marina-san put her hand to her lips, and smiled. Don't make such a scary face. But fighting you isn't bad either. Now then, I'll be going off to complete my request. See you later, boy. She took her leave, and I sent a glance to the back of her black coat. In the jewel. The fifth evaluated her as follows. You find them here and there. Those beast-like folks. Call them battle maniacs if you will, but anyways, they're strong and out of the norm. But the seventh didn't like dealing with them. Strong by nature. Different than those around you. Not anything like martial arts, the type that has feral strength. I wasn't too good with them. The fourth, interestedly. That girl's the same as the first. Simply strong, that sort of thing? No reason to it, but anyways, a strong person. From the eyes of one who's spent their life polishing their strength, they're a troublesome type. The third spoke a bit thoughtfully. I'd have wanted something like that. Well, that kind's irrelevant to money or loyalty, to they're hard to deal with. Anyways, Lyle. Hearing that, I turned back to Tanya-san. She had walked ahead, and was beckoning to me in front of a certain room. Lyle-kun, this way. As I headed for the room, she went inside. I followed behind to find quite a calm space. A table was placed in its center, and the chairs were extravagant. Even drinks were prepared. What room is this? When I looked around the room and said that, Tanya-san. A room that deals with a portion of adventurers. Adventurers with stories they wouldn't want others to hear, and adventurers with competence are directed to this desk. Of the ones you're acquainted with at the East Branch. Besides Marina-san, there's also Alette-san. According to her words, a portion of adventurers. Adventurers whose abilities were recognized could take care of their receptions here. Not only in simple strength, unless one cleared some conditions set by the guild, they wouldn't be able to come here. So I'd been recognized by the guild, you say. Rather than that, they had no choice but to recognize you. That sort of thing. Zayn and Lorphys, and Selva. It seems a number of monikers for you are circling around. The one we've heard most of. Holy Knight, was it? A named adventurer, a number of people come here to raise their names. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, the need has arisen for us to prepare private rooms to deal with them. From the jewel, the third sounded satisfied with that explanation. I see. At the first floor's desk, there's a chance someone will eavesdrop. It's a countermeasure for that. Making a bit of a worn-out expression, Tanya-san spoke to me. But a majority of adventurers will never set foot in here. Even if they're competent, most parties will still take on requests on the first floor. That one made the fourth satisfied. Meaning it's a measure to keep watch of the ones that stand out. People that require special attention. Isn't that nice, Lyle? It's not nice at all. Tanya-san sat across from me, and took out some documents. She had a number of requests prepared. Looking at them, their monetary sums were different from what I'd seen up to now. I get the feeling these are different from the ones I often see on the first floor. I turned my eyes from the documents back to Tanya-san. She smiled, and tilted her head a bit. Because we'd like competent adventurers to fulfill requests befitting their competence. The monetary rewards are only set to match that. Meaning they were of high difficulty, and most adventurers would be hard-pressed to finish them. Those sorts of requests gathered here. Looking through their contents, there were even some for griffin subjugation and dragon subjugation. What's more, it wasn't just around Bime. You can dispatch further than the countries around Bime? That's how it is. The guilds servicing the area often find themselves unable to cope when unexpected monsters come out. They seek assistance from other guilds. But it's not as if there are always enough skilled adventurers on hand. Bime had its fair share of those adventurers, so they send those requests to us. I put my hand to my chin and looked over the forms. All of them offered between several tens of gold to several hundreds. Even if we complete these ones, labyrinth subjugation requests will still circulate to you preferentially. But it's less dangerous than passing through a difficult labyrinth, so more adventurers prefer accomplishing these. If it was several hundred gold, it's true that choosing this route provided more of a stable income. Without knowing what sort of labyrinth it was, and what enemies you could find in an unknown labyrinth. Rather than challenging something like that, the enemies you'd fight were clearer, making it safer to prepare for. But the heads of history showed disapproval. The fourth. That one, with the travel distance, and the time it takes, its efficiency is terrible. Dragon slaying in the far north? The travel will take 2 weeks by boat one way? It'll be a month before you return. Even if they give you 800 gold for it. The third held the same opinion. And considering the equipment you'll need, the profits are less than half that, aren't they? It doesn't really matter, but doing nothing but these to earn money is it's not nearly enough. Dragon slaying. The opponent was a dragon, a subspecies, at least. A nostalgic opponent. I mean, the flightless land dragon with its large forelimbs was an enemy I'd fought in the first room of memories. If it was a dragon capable of flight, the reward would probably go up in the thousands range. Tanya-san looked at me. Land dragon subjugation, I see. Interested? It's taken a stay in the forests, and it is an individual that has repelled the night brigades sent after it. If you beat it, you'll be able to raise your name. Looking at the papers. It does interest me. It's a monster I've fought once before. There, Tanya-san made a curious expression. Would that be before you became an adventurer? Land dragons are a subspecies of dragon, and by no means an easy enemy to take down. They brought countless adventurers and knights who came under that impression to an early grave. I looked over the document, and smiled. Our ancestor took one down alone. Well, it's a nostalgic foe, so I was only curious. I am right in need of money. When I complained, Tanya-san spoke to me. Money, is it? It's possible you could solve that problem at once. Of course, only if you complete that request, that is. I was curious, so I looked at Tanya-san. What do you mean? It seems you've forgotten what this city has been named. While this is the city of adventurers, it is also the city of merchants, Lyle. Hearing that, the fourth. You say they'll support an adventurer? There are times the feudal lords of Bonsium will hire them, but the merchants should be hiring bodyguards or specialists. According to this receptionist, it sounds as if they'll provide a considerable sum. There, the fifth spoke, as if just recalling. We're next to the sea, and if there are plenty of merchants with ships, there should be a considerable amount of merchants who can set up large enterprises. If there's no feudal lord, they're deciding the tax amongst themselves. Well, it's a different place from Bonsium. The seventh spoke delightedly. Now then, I'm sure they've piled some up. For the sake of continental peace, how about we put a bit of their funds to good use? The third got everyone's opinions together. Yes, let's go get a prior investment. I had completely forgotten we were in foreign lands. Right, if we haven't got any money, we need only take it from someone who does. I thought. What's this feeling? I get the feeling these people are even darker than usual. Tanya-san looked at my troubled face in wonder. What's wrong, Lyle? Tanya-san, could you go into that in a bit more detail? Shannon looked at the blueprints Monica had brought out. To be more specific, she was looking at the paper that gave off a bit of a strange reaction. The ink had been injected with just a bit of mana, so Shannon could see its lines as well. And what those lines showed were ambiguous to her. Looking at the sheet over the table. Besides Shannon, Clara and May were there as well. It was a strange grouping, but the others had gone out shopping, and they wouldn't be back for a while. Monica ignored the three of them, and went into cleaning the room. Clara gripped her glasses steady as she looked at the prints. Why is it woman-shaped? If they wanted to make it look strong, then armored golems like the ones Professor Damien uses would be best. May spoke uninterestedly. Humans are always doing incomprehensible things. Isn't this just one of them? Or maybe it's Damien's or Lyle's fetish? Munching on the sweets in her hand, May looked at the blueprints. She dropping crumbs around, and Monica approached to clean the area around her. Please don't spill. And don't dirty the blueprints. Well, I've copied them out, so I guess there isn't a problem. Hearing about copying, Clara twitched in response. But she returned her eyes to the prints. Shannon spoke to Monica. Hey, why is it shaped like a woman? There, Monica spoke as if it were natural. It will use the cores of my sisters. Of course it will take on a woman's form. The equipment is needlessly extravagant, but it's supposed to look like a dress. There's no helping if it costs some money. Clara spoke levelly. Wouldn't it be fine if you cut down those costs? There. Women cost money. That much can be left to the chicken dickwads' hard work. Well, to explain a bit more, the dress-type armor has a purpose of its own. Explaining the mechanics behind it is a pain. Yep, as I thought, a woman has to dress her best. Let's just leave it at that. Shannon put her thoughts to mouth. How strange. And how many sisters do you have, anyways? Many, is the only way I can answer that. If you want to speak in production numbers, probably a few 100,000. If you want to narrow down to my production line, then a few thousand. These are all the cores I have on hand, though. Monica held up a cube on the palm of her hand. That small cube was made of a number of smaller ones stacked together. Shannon spoke. It's somewhat strange. And scary. Shannon wasn't able to understand it, but shaking her head, she turned back to the glowing lines on the blueprints. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 7, The Trace Trading Company. The Trace Trading Company. She saw the ocean. Slowly sinking down into the deep and dark depths of the waters, she saw the lights grow further and further away. Glittering small and red lights drifted through the sea in masses, but there were no signs of any life forms around. And after she reached the bottom, the small light began to gather into her. They leisurely took their time, and once those lights began to fade out as well, she found herself resurfacing. A voice called out to her. Your role has ended. A shadow against the light of the sun called out in a feminine voice. She got the feeling the figure had called out a name, but she couldn't catch it. And she found herself saying something. Next time. There, the shadow extended a hand. The arm she extended herself to take it was horribly sullied. Beaten up, and having come up from the sea, her arm was covered in variants of water plants, and shells, even coral had stuck to her. Her heart started beating faster. She looked into the water's face to find the image of a monster reflected back. And her conversation partner smiled. Good work! After her forgotten name was called out again, her arm crumbled, her body fell apart, and she sunk to the ocean's depths once more. Breaking up into small pieces, her unsightly form joined the ocean's floor. When she opened her eyes, it was still dark outside. Outside the window, she saw some lights here and there across the town. The girl with her breathing in a mess moved her head, and extended a hand to the pocket watch on her bedside table. When she took the golden clock in hand, she opened its lid to check the time. Once open, the lid emitted its own light, letting her read the face. She raised the upper half of her body, and got her chaotic breath in order before brushing away the hair stuck to her face from her sweat. It's 4. Going to sleep now won't end too well. Touching her left hand to her forehead, Vera Trace looked over the room. It wasn't the room on the boat she was used to, but her own room in her mansion. It was clean, but it was furnished as if no one was actually living in it. After rising, she pinched her sleeping wear. She had sweat quite severely. It's happening a lot lately. I used to get them once a year, or never. That nightmare was one Vera had seen a number of times. Every time, she would wake up in shock. I wonder when the first was. Shaking her head to the side, she stripped off her pajamas, and headed to her room's bathroom in her undergarments to take a shower. Her black hair was grown out in the area she tied into angel wings, and that part reached up to her lower back. But the rest of it was barely long enough to touch her shoulders. Her well-shaped body held splendid curves. Even with a body like that, the girl had her own things to complain about. Among them, her greatest complaint was her reserved chest that set her apart from her younger sister. If they were a bit bigger, would people look at me too? She looked into the bathroom mirror to find her own violet eyes looking back. She traced her pale skin with a finger. Even after spending a majority of her year on the high seas, her skin showed no signs of tanning. Other people had told her she was different from others a number of times. But she wasn't treated any worse. More than that, the sailors even called her a goddess of fortune. Because no matter how much danger struck, as long as she was on board, strange as it was, the boat would never sink. On the oceans inhabited by dangerous monsters, they wouldn't attack when she was there. The individual herself thought it as nothing but a coincidence, but others didn't see it as such. And at this point, she had received a precious boat from her father, and was working for the sake of her family. Vera Trace was a prominent merchant girl, even in Bime. I'll have to go shopping today. We're setting sail next week. It seems we have some valuable cargo this time around, and they told us to take it across no matter what. Muttering that, she took off her undergarments, and got into the shower. Vera Trace? Having dropped by Rano-san's office with Miranda, I accepted the report, and read the name aloud. I had gotten some fame, and a name like Holy Knight to myself, but in exchange, I went through a drastic drop in capital. Even so, I had received my money's worth, and my treatment from the guild had changed. But it still was troublesome not to have any money. It would put quite a restriction on our actions henceforth. Of course, we weren't troubled with living expenses, but as I was in a position where I needed a national-level budget, I had no choice but to seek out support. And I had requested the investigation on that matter to Rano-san. Miranda silently scanned through other documents. Rano-san scratched his head with a sleepy expression as he explained it to me. The ones who can answer to your hopes are probably the Trace House. They don't currently have any adventurers they're backing, but as merchants of Bime, well, they're one of the merchants controlling this city. They mainly profit off of trade. A large trading enterprise that owned a number of large-scale transport ships, and quite famous in Bime. If there was anything strange about them, perhaps it was that they hadn't exclusively contracted any adventurers, while being merchants of the city of Bime, perhaps? At that scale, it wouldn't be strange if they were backing a number of promising parties. Yet the Trace House wasn't doing anything like that. Rano-san explained. They're working quite extensively, but that isn't the only problem. When you send out a ship, you see. With storms and accidents, and monster attacks, it isn't rare for it to sink. But the Trace House had a high success rate. If you compare it to others, it's a considerable gap. So they have that credibility to them, and a wide relation with other mercantile houses. That's why they're one of the prominent merchants of Bime. To such an extent there isn't a fool who'll lay hands on them. I looked at the documents. I was trying to find a merchant who would sponsor us, but while the Trace House was on the top of the list, they were the party with which we would have the lowest chances of success. Or so was written on the report. You don't think they feel like backing me? Rano-san smiled as he rested his arms on top of his sofa. Harsh as it may sound, at your level or reputation, even if you make a market for yourselves, I don't know if they'll even take you seriously. To the Trace Trading Company, countries like Zayin and Lorphys are small fries in the realm of trading partners. Even if you offer them a monopoly in those nations, I can't say for sure they'll make a move. From the Jewel, the fourth sounded conflicted. Doing something like that would be troubling. Monopolies have their share of merits, but they have plenty of demerits as well, even to, I underestimated Bime. As expected, we can't let our guards down around merchants. The seventh was considering the other reports as well, but the best choice is still the Trace House. The others will want Lyle's fame, so they'll be relatively easy to nab, but this one won't get much merit from taking Lyle under their wing. No, there's even a chance they'll clash with other merchants. Zayin and Lorphys were dealing with non-Trace merchants. Pushing those houses aside, and even conflicting with those that said Zayin and Lorphys as their main bases of operation, I highly doubt the Trace House would be interested. And at present, they were conducting large transactions between other countries. They were a mercantile house that didn't need my fame or connections. The money in terms of the other places are all much the same. 1,000 gold a year, is it? Work requests are a separate sum. Rano-san laughed. If they're going to contract a famous party, there are surely merchants who would put out double. But if it's an adventurer party they're going to be using regularly, they'll settle for a lesser sum, I'm sure. And it's all as long as they get you to themselves, is the condition. What's more, this is an estimate, you hear. Play it poorly, and you'll be on even worse terms. With my reputations, it seems this was around the limit. As Tanya-san said, rather than my merits as a mercenary, they may be evaluating based on my standalone prowess. If they're going to use them as bodyguards, even if they weren't too smart, strong people were best. Warriors over tacticians. That's why Tanya-san told me to call out to the merchants after slaying a dragon or two. Finished reading through the papers, Miranda turned her field of vision to me. Anyways, if we want to have a chance, it'll be with that Vera girl, you say? Lyle, think you can get her to fall? As she asked that quite naturally, I pointed both my palms at her and shook my head. I have no idea what you're talking about. Fall? Would a cliff be involved? Even like this, I still have quite a resistance when it comes to hitting or cutting at girls, you know? Rano-san looked at Miranda. If you want a chance, it'll be with the girl, is what I'm saying. It's unbelievably low. Of all else, I haven't heard any talks of her being a flippant one. And at present, the time she spends aloft is longer than her time on land. I asked the sailors, but apparently, she's a goddess of fortune, and not a target of romantic affection. Hearing about goddesses of fortune, I tilted my head. Goddess of fortune? Rano said, it's just a rumor, you know. AS&D said it was an unreliable tidbit of info. No matter how difficult the voyage, if Vera is aboard, it will succeed. It isn't just the sailors that believe that. The people of the Trace House do too. That's why Vera's a goddess of fortune. I looked at the documents, as I put my hand to my chin, and pondered over it. If we want money, this is the best place. With other merchant houses, they'll have relations with other adventurers or mercenaries. That's not bad, but I don't like how it feels they're going to restrict our movements. As I thought, Miranda looked at my face, as she giggled to herself. Come to think of it, you'll need a sea route to go north, right? How about hopping aboard one of the Trace House's state-of-the-art ships? It'll shorten the way there and back. Rano-san as well. Come to think of it, it's just come into the port. A large-scale model with quite some speed to it. I heard it was Vera's personal one, but there's no doubt about it. The state-of-the-art ship the Trace House didn't want to sink at all costs, was naturally given to Verisan. Well, putting seducing the lass aside, you'll at least have a chance to talk and see if you can get some support. There, the fourth let out an interested voice. Come to think of it, I've never tested the effectiveness of my skill on a ship. It does work on smaller boats, mind you. The third. Ah, that sounds nice. If he can raise the speed of ships, then Lyle's got something to offer to the Tracehouse. The one to oppose those two opinions was the fifth. He may crash something, and there'll be disputes, so you'd best stop it there. Though there shouldn't be any problems if it's just to test it out. Still, Trace and a goddess, a coincidence? Sure doesn't feel like it. I thought over the fifth's words, as I got all the papers together, and handed them to Miranda. She used a finger to trace Vera's name on the front binding. How interesting. Last time Novum denied Princess Anarin, but I wonder how it'll turn out this time around. Hearing that, Rano-san covered his mouth. That rumor was true? What's more, Damien of Arumsas has holed himself up in your mansion. What are you doing this time? I stood, and addressed him. I'll leave the payment with Innes. And I'm not doing anything too big this time around. I'm just going off to complete a request. I said that with a smile, but it doesn't look like he believed it. I do think dragon slaying is important. But here we have a guy who ran from knighthood. Well, if it's nothing, then so be it. And just hand the reward to me. With Innes, it immediately disappears into rent and living expenses, and I only get chicken feed over here. Miranda laughed at his words. Don't want to. I want to stay on good terms with Innes. And you should at least pay rent and living costs. Rano gave an unmotivated response of, it's a pain. And it works out one way or another, even if we default, as he lay down on the sofa. I thought. When he's so unsteady in life, why is his work so thorough? I became a bit interested in the man known as Rano. Novum brought her feet to the Trace Trading Company. She carried a letter of introduction from the guild, and dropped by with Clara to ask if they'd let the party board their ship. They were led into a back room of the firm, and the man in charge came out to give them his greetings. The man in his 30s wore a stylish suit, and had a soft demeanor. He sat on a sofa, opposite with a low coffee table between them. Clara put the offered drink to her mouth, and it didn't seem she would participate in the conversation. Novum told the man their business. We have heard there is a boat bound north. That its movement speed is a cut across the rest. Would it be possible for you to take us on board? There, the man in charge replied. I have read over the guild's letter of introduction. I never thought the Holy Night of Rumors party would make such a request of us. But it isn't a passenger ship. It has the necessary facilities, but we can't just have you hitch a ride and leave, can we? I do think it would be safest if you rode a ship provided by the guild. The region the land dragon subjugation had come up in would take much too long to reach on land. They would need to cross a mountain range, and while it wasn't impossible, a land route wasn't much of an option. And a guild ship would also take too long. That was on top of the dangers of its sinking. To be honest, it would be possible for us to get there by ourselves. Novum spoke with a smile. We are not requesting a free ride. Our objective is to shorten our travel period. We will be able to pay money to compensate. There, the man pretended to think hard on it. Unfortunately, even if you offer money, I think it'll be difficult. It's our state-of-the-art large-scale vessel after all. Some parts of its craft have been kept to absolute secrecy. If you insist so heavily, could you board a different ship? It'll be one of our own ships, and with the guild's high recommendation, we won't mind you riding free of charge. From the smiling man, they could feel a considerably strong intent to refuse. At that moment, a knocking sound rung through the room. The man made a troubled expression and apologized, before standing and heading for the door. What is it? When we're dealing with guests. The man's voice outside was barely audible. No, wasn't this matter my jurisdiction? It seems they were arguing outside the room. Clara emptied her tea, and looked at the door. It sounds difficult. As expected, they don't want us to approach their goddess of fortune? Well, there are those sorts of rumors about Lyle-san. After hearing the rumors about Lyle, no parent in their right mind would ever let their precious daughter aboard the same vessel. That's why Novum and Clara were the ones who had come to negotiate. It had ended in failure. That's what Novum thought, but... No, there's something strange. She could hear some flustered voices on the other side of the door. At a time like this? But still, we could find adventurers to take up guard duty anywhere, understood. I'll try asking. Tell the boss that as well. The door opened, and the man entered. He looked a little more impatient than before, but his smile hadn't crumbled. And the man. I apologize for before. And our circumstances have changed. If you will accept a request of ours, we shall accept the previous matter. Of course, we will also pay a considerable reward for it. Seeing the man's change in attitude, Novum smiled. Could you go into the details? And said that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 8, The Vera Trace. TL, does anyone know if there's an easier way to type in than Alt plus 0275? The Vera Trace. At the port to the north of Bime, a large number of ships were anchored. For every ship with a sail, there was one with smoke coming out its chimney. I felt the sea breeze as I went to the place I'd been ordered to. A place with a conspicuously large vessel. The slaves loading on the cargo shed their sweat as they conversed over where they'd go drinking today. There were lots of people around, and I felt if I turned away for only a moment, I would end up losing Shannon. I looked behind, and found that Monica was holding Shannon's hand. So I looked forward with some peace of mind, and we walked towards the biggest ship at the port. I've left Adelsan and Damien at the mansion, but, even so, it sure is a large vessel. Looking up at it up close, the size of the ship surprised me. In the Jewel, the third was excited. Amazing they've even gotten around to make something like this? It really makes you feel the difference in era. The fourth was also excited. Just how much funds and talent went into making it more, if it's made a profit despite all that, I'm starting to get the urge to buy one nut. The fifth stopped the fourth with an appalled voice. Stop right there. If it sinks, it's all for naught. The seventh didn't know that such a boat existed, so he honestly admired it. If you load cannons onto it, you'd be able to take down towns near the coast. You could sink other ships to your heart's content, could you not? Hearing that, the third sighed. Just because you like using guns, could you not load cannons onto everything? Guns and cannons are the weapons of the rich, and they're more a hobby than anything else. Right, firearms were considerable expensive weapons. They could substitute for magic in some instances, but every single shot required bullets and gunpowder. They could display a certain level of performance, but as it was possible to block them, they weren't too widespread as a weapon. It seems they had their fanciers, and even now, they're being heavily modified and altered. The seventh bragged about his own weapon. You just don't get it. It's no longer the age of sword or bow. From now on, how you succeed in using guns will decide the outcome of war. The fifth ignored that opinion. Way too costly, so rejected. Training the wielders alone will take too much time and money. And from there, the guns, and gunpowder, and bullets, substituting for them with bows and magic would be quicker, easier, and more efficient. While there were many wooden ships around, the Tracehouse's ship was of metal. It had a smokestack, letting off fumes into the sky. As I gazed at such a ship, I heard some voices. How are the preparations? Lady Vera's belongings have yet to be loaded. After that, we need only wait for the last-minute cargo, and the guards. Guards? When I turned, I saw a woman on the gangway holding up a parasol. She wore a red dress above, but it became a miniskirt below. Black thigh-high socks, and brown boots. Her hair was black, and it was tied into angel wings. But while the sides were long, the rest of her hair was cut around her shoulders. And the girl with a brown leather traveling bag had a golden pocket watch at her hip and, from her back, I could see the grip of a gun peeking out. When our eyes met, she looked over me sharply. After her violet eyes took me in, she put down her bag and pointed her finger at me. Wouldn't that be those adventurers over there? And wait, why are you letting them on? I never heard anything about this. The sailor, the captain at that, apologized to the young woman. I apologize, milady. But it seems a large monster has been sighted in the sea route we're taking this time, even for you, would be too dangerous, so the boss made the arrangements. Letting out a sigh, the girl picked up her bag, ascended the gangway, and boarded the boat. Looking our way. Then come aboard already. Even if you're guards, if you haven't boarded when the time comes, you'll be left behind. After giving some bitter smiles, we headed for the boat. The man in captain-like clothing looked over us with serious expressions. I produced the Tracehouse's letter of introduction from my handbag, and handed it over. All clear. Well then, please board. But it's no passenger ship, so it won't be much of a graceful voyage. Once you enter the ship, the crew will guide you. I nodded, and led my party members up the ramp. Novum looked around as she spoke. So they've gotten able to make something like this. She seemed impressioned meanwhile, Miranda. Bonsium doesn't have much a connection to ships. In the lakes and rivers, you can find small ships or boats, but that's about it. Shannon, watch your step. Just as Miranda warned her, Shannon tripped on the steps. Why can't they make the gangway any easier to climb? The captain laughed as Shannon lectured the step with teary eyes. Even like this, it's one of the finest gangways. Better than those planks you see over there, right? There, I saw the planks leading up to the wooden ship nearby. Truly, it was better than a line of wooden planks. Going over the sea and stuff, you humans are definitely strange. As Eva climbed with a pale expression, May pushed her from behind. Hurry it up already. And behind them, Clara was already wobbling on her feet. Fall and I die. She was saying that to herself, and at the end of the line, Monica and Aria were shaking their heads. You won't die. It's fine, the chicken dickwad will save you, and perform CPR while he's at it. He'd never let such a chance slip by. Right, damn chicken? Monica, just what do you take me for, whatever? We're going ahead. Aria grabbed Clara's arm, and walked beside her. Good grief, then isn't it fine as long as you don't fall? Seeing us, the captain took off the cap on his head. Will we really be alright? With this party? He seemed anxious as he looked at us. On top of the boat. From the deck, I was watching the other ships leave port, when a voice called over to us. You'll be in the way over there. Come inside. The one who called out was the black-haired red-dressed girl from before. Her age was around my own, if not a bit older. No, I heard someone would come to guide us. There, the girl let out a sigh. She folded up her red parasol. Follow me. Everyone's busy, so I'll guide you in my free time. Hearing that, we exchanged some looks before following behind the girl. Vera Trace. As we took our luggage in hand to move, Verisan spoke. Hey, by the way, is that really all you're taking? You've deposited the rest somewhere, right? No, this is all. Ah, but we properly have other things along as well, so don't worry about that. Upon hearing my reply, she thought for a bit, before nodding, and leading us inside the ship. When they saw her, the sailors we passed by smiled, before opening the way. As I mused over how well liked she was, we arrived at our first destination. This is the guest room. We've prepared 3 rooms, so use them how you see fit. The narrow room we were led to had 2 bunk beds. 3 of them were prepared for us, and the doors had the memo, for guard use hung on them. Novum spoke. Then should we leave our luggage here for starters? When she said that, Verisan. It's fine if you leave your belongings, but you should manage your valuables yourselves. They're locked, but you're on a ship, so there are some things you'd best be cautious about. And the sailors are mostly ruffians, so don't go carelessly picking any fights. Hearing that, Aria scratched her head. We're bodyguards, you know? There, Verisan laughed. You think you can properly fight atop a boat? What's more, this is pretty much the home turf of those seamen. I recommend you avoid fighting them. Look, when you've left your luggage, I'll lock up. We left our valuables, left our rooms, and followed Verisan. A dining hall we assumed we would eat at, bathrooms, and a bath. The bath was more of a space prepared for one, and if you wanted to take a bath, you'd have to prepare it yourself. Clara could prepare hot water with magic, so I thought of leaving it to her if we ever wanted one. After showing us to all of those, she led us around the general area, where the lifeboats were kept, and where we weren't allowed to enter. In the end, she showed us to a large room in the rear of which I wasn't sure if it was alright to call her personal room. It was vast and extravagant. Ornaments, and lovely dolls, cloths, and bookshelves. Countless ornaments. The room with a red carpet laid out beneath had a rug of what seemed to be monster fur. With white and black stripes, that fur came from a large cat-like monster. Clara spoke. Isn't that a white tiger? A large one at that. There, Verisan sat on a sofa, stuck an elbow into the armrest, and rested her face on her hand. That's right. Sit wherever you want. Every time they give me all sorts of gifts, and it would be a waste not to use them, so I hang them here. The large stuffed animal is the first one I received many years ago. The large stuffed bear had a large bell hung around its neck. A question rose in my head, so I asked. Why did you let us into this room? There, Verisan looked at us with a serious expression, as she sat up straight, and brought her right hand to her mouth. Oh, I wonder. But I simply felt like doing so. Ah, besides the crew, perhaps you're the first man to be allowed in my room. After Verisan laughed, her eyes turned towards Novum. Hey, what's your name? Novum smiled. It's Novum. Novum Forxes. Verisan looked delighted. I see. I'm sure you already know, but I'm Veritrace. Perhaps I should call myself one of the cargo you're charged with protecting? I really don't need it, though. It seems we weren't needed here. Goddess of Fortune, is it? The boat she boarded wouldn't sink in any storm. Because she had such a jinx on her, the sailors called her a goddess of fortune. When I was about to name myself, Verisan held up her hand and told me to stop. I already know about you. I just remembered, but blue hair and eyes, you're Holy Knight Lyle, aren't you? I never thought such a talked-of adventurer would be boarding this vessel. Seeing her laugh to herself, I do quite hate that moniker. Pleasure to meet you, I'm Lyle Walt. When I gave a courteous bow, Verisan nodded, stood, and greeted me. You probably knew, and I said at once, but I'm Veritrace. I'm sure my father pressed your party to come along, right? The guild has already sent a ship to deal with the monster, it seems. Shrugging her shoulders, she sat on the sofa again. There, the fourth's voice came from the jewel. Lyle, here you should at least say, no, I'm here because I wanted to ride your ship. I ignored his opinion, and asked what had piqued my curiosity. Come to think of it, this ship must have a name, right? What is the ship called? Verisan frowned a little as her eyes glared at me. I'd like to think you didn't know before you asked. The ship's name is the Veritrace, father named it. Even when it's a cutting-edge vessel, what was he thinking? Seeing her rub her temple with her right hand, I gave a dubious smile. And Monica opened her mouth. I heard it was state-of-the-art, but just how amazing is it? Verisan looked at us, and smiled. That's a secret. Is what I'd like to say, but I'll tell you what I'm sure you can find out yourselves. The important parts have been processed from rare metal. It wasn't possible for the craftsmen or shipwrights, so we had to call in a famous dwarf blacksmith to make the parts. At the very least, there's no doubt it goes past what other merchants would invest in their ships. On top of not having a sail, you didn't see any water wheels either, right? This one uses something like a screw inside the water. Hearing that, Monica nodded a number of times. I care not about screws, but the blacksmith interests me. Could you introduce him to us? Verisan made a dubious expression. Wait, screws are considerably amazing, you know? Well, I'm sure the blacksmith will be impossible. He's not an acquaintance of mine, but one of father's. I heard my grandfather helped him in his younger days, so they probably got acquainted around that time. And after we chatted a bit, Clara thought up a question and asked. Why did you let us into this room? Verisan stood. A knock came at the door, and one of the shipmate entered the room. Milady, it's time to depart. She took out the pocket watch hanging at her hip and checked the time. Right on time. Very well, let us be off. Yes. The sailor left the room, sending a mildly surprised expression at me at the end. The door closed, and after a while, the outside scenery began to move. Verisan breathed out a sigh. I'm not even the captain, but it somehow got to be like this. Sorry. And as for why I called you here, I wanted to hear what you had to say. You're adventurers after all. You know some interesting stories, don't you? Verisan's expectant eyes. And all my comrades sent their eyes towards me. What's all this? Shannon spoke as a representative. I mean, if it's interesting stories, you're all we've got, Lyle. Monica as well. Yes, when the chicken is in peak condition, it's a splendid time of laughter and tears. I tried to correct Monica's statement. Please don't act as if my peak condition is only post-growth. There, Eva looked at me, and put her hand to her mouth in shock. May was the same. She put both of her hands behind her head. No matter how you look at it. When I looked at Arya, she averted her eyes. Sorry. I can't defend you here. I turned my body towards Clara, and she turned red to her eats. I apologize. I ended up remembering it. Timidly sending my eyes at Miranda. Peak condition, in a sense, it really is you at your best. She was laughing. At the end, I looked at Novum. Whichever Lyle-sama you may be, you're the best Lyle-sama to me. She gave a radiant smile. But within the jewel, I heard some laughing voices. That's right. Mr. Lyle is surely his peak condition. Regardless of his usual failure, you'll never see anything like that from Mr. Lyle. Stop it, PFF. As expected of the wonder child of the Walt house. The cutting edge of your post-growth is the greatest in all our history. I guarantee it. I fell onto my knees and planted my hands into the ground. On top of the slowly swaying boat, That's a lie. That man isn't me. Hearing those words, Verisan looked a little interested. Ah, so you've made a few blunders post-growth? I do feel sorry to ask, but, why not? It didn't take long for my comrades to start talking about my past mistakes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 9, Sawajan Assault. Sawajan Assault. The second day at sea. I opened my eyes in the room I'd been given on the swaying ship. As I stretched my body, I heard some voices from the hall. Eva's and Clara's voices. I won't last if this goes on much longer. I feel sick. I scratched my head. And used to traveling by sea, the two of them had been seasick since yesterday. When I rose, Monica called over to me. Good morning, chicken dickwad. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and looked at her. Without a doubt, she was in my room, preparing my change of clothes. I locked the door, right? Looking at the door, the turner on the handle was definitely in the locked position. Before Monica, a lock of that level is akin to nothing. Before the grand task of taking care of my damn chicken, a lock of that level isn't even an obstacle. Once we're swaying, I prepared a wet towel today. I accepted the towel soaked in cold water, wiped off my face, and decided not to think too hard about Monica. I got the feeling a lock like this one wasn't actually too hard to open. So I asked about my other companions. It sounds like Eva and Clara are having it rough, but how about the others? Monica took the towel back, before taking out a morning outfitting set from between her skirt and apron, and motioning me towards a chair. I sat, and she began to set my hair. That Novum bitch is nursing Arya and May. Since that little girl Shannon was in quite a horrible state, Miranda is dealing with her. Quite a bit happened through the night. Even as you say it, your face isn't in its best complexion either, chicken dickhead. As expected, an unfamiliar ship voyage. What's more, with it being the second day, I was beginning to show signs of fatigue. I sighed, and asked about Shannon, who seemed to be in the worst state. So the worst one is Shannon. It must be an ordeal to clean her room. Monica finished setting my hair, and took out a cup with a smile. She didn't tell me to drink it, but to use the semi-transparent green liquid within it to rinse out my mouth. No such problems. Monica, full options version, am not just for show. I have long since completed the room's cleaning and laundry. From the Jewel, I heard the seventh's voice. This automaton. Could it be she's actually quite proficient? Her usual conduct is all unbelievable, but it may actually be true she's the concentration of the wisdom of the ancients. I had almost forgotten from her usual behavior, but Monica did serve me faithfully. And there were many times I'd been saved by her high specs. The fourth didn't seem too satisfied with that. And wait, why did the ancients make an automaton like this, I wonder? I get the feeling it's a waste of technology, or something. Oh right, Lyle, are you alright? We haven't arrived at the expanse of sea in question yet, but you haven't been rendered immobile, have you? The reason we were taken on as guards for the Veritrace was because the ship would be passing through an expanse of sea with increased monster attacks as of late. There was no choice but to pass through it, and with it known that a number of ships had been destroyed and sunken already, they had no choice but to hire guards. Or course, from the Tracehouse's reaction, they didn't think anything would happen to their goddess of fortune, but as a just-in-case measure, they had put out the job. I felt a bit sluggish, as I clenched the Jewel to inform the fourth I was alright. I stood, Monica presented my change of clothes. Whatever. When I took them, Monica made a triumphant expression. If we go on like this, you'll become a no-good human being who can't live without me by your side. It's alright. I'll look after you until you die. Those words didn't make me happy at all. But I undressed and tossed my outer garments aside. Outside. I went out onto the deck. After a light meal, I went out to suck in the outside air. The one who came with me was a pale-faced Eva. She had also come to take in the great outdoors, but ended up that I had to lend her a shoulder. Oi, are you really alright? Eva's breathing was out of order, and her complexion was terrible. I am fine. They told me I can just vomit into the sea if I have to. This girl isn't fine at all. As I thought that, I sighed, and headed over to a spot on the deck where we wouldn't be a hindrance. Gripping the railing, she stared into the distance. It looks like she was trying out the seasickness countermeasure she heard from the sailors. I should have stayed at the mansion. Her eyes were teary now, but I did in fact recommend she stay behind. Both she and Clara showed interest in visiting foreign lands, and tagged themselves alone. I rubbed her back as I spoke tiredly. You're already here, so just give it up. By the third day, you should get used to it. Even so, for the land to be so far away. On the left side of our course, I could see some land in the distance. Eva looked at the land. I want to go back to land. Anne complained. When I supported her weakened back, a voice called to us from behind. I turned to find Vera, her red parasol out, and her long bunches of hair swaying in the salty breeze. You're quite out of it. Is it your first time on a ship? For both me and my comrades, it's the first for almost all of us. We hail from Bonsium, you see, so we never had much a chance with the sea. Bonsium barely had a coast. Even if it had lakes, it wasn't a place with much relation to the ocean. Holding her parasol in her right hand, and stroking her hair with her left, Vera-san approached me. In contrast, I'd barely seen a scene outside the ocean. Never climbed a mountain before. Is it any fun? I tried to remember climbing a mountain, and the memories of when I went on a picnic with my family ended up coming back to me. We had guards around, and they watch over our family with a smile. And my mother and father smiled gently, and Seals was. When I tried to remember, I ended up holding my left hand against half my face. Seals was, huh? What sort of face did she make again? No matter how hard I tried to remember, I couldn't recall. Vera-san approached me. Are you all right? Don't push yourself, and get some rest. The stretch of sea we hired you for is still a few days away, so you can use your time up till then to get used to the boat. I shook my head. No, I'm fine. And Eva's. Looking over to Eva, her pale face was swelling, and she was holding her mouth. Eva it's no good. As Vera-san gave a wry smile, she spun her parasol and gave some advice. When you want to spit up, it'll be painful if there's nothing in your stomach. Eat a little, and drink some water. Alcohol is out of the question. She took out a handkerchief, and when she handed it to me, I ended up bewildered. Because it was quite an expensive-looking handkerchief. Use it. Wipe off her mouth. It's a waste of her good looks. As I wiped Eva's mouth, the sailors hurriedly emerged onto the deck. And the one on lookout rung the bell, and shouted out in a loud voice. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Vera folded her parasol, and tossed it over to me. After reaching for the holster at the back of her hip, she pulled out a golden gun. Its grip had a black gemstone embedded in it. That's my favorite parasol, so don't lose it, okay? Seeing the golden gun, the seventh was filled with intrigue. So it's a revolver type. In my time, they were much larger, and only had 4 chambers. It even has 6. The barrel is still wrong, but it's more square than round, huh? The hammer portion's been compacted, nice. I want one, Lyle. I myself did not. But I did honestly think it looked cool. And when Vera-san held it, I felt it made for a pretty painting. Pushing her hair back, she confirmed the cylinder, and looked around. Take it as usual. Make sure not to hit one another. Damage the boat, and your food for the fishes, you got that? Yep. Leave it to us, milady. We'll make beehives out of them. They all took their weapons, and gathered on the deck. Sabers in their hands. And among them, there were some sailors with guns as well. They weren't handguns, but 2-handed ones with barrels longer than a meter. The 5th spoke. They all equipped with knives on their ends? The 4th just noticed it now. So if you run out of bullets, it becomes a spear. In that sense, maybe guns aren't bad? The 7th shouted out in high spirits. I know, right. I know, right. I'm certain that guns will change the world. But the 3rd was a bit negative. If you fight with that, the iron part of the gun? Won't the area that sends out the bullets bend out of place? The 7th gave an excuse. It's quite delicate, so it's possible it'll become unusable. But still. It will be right as rain after some servicing. And it's an incredible weapon you can use to fight, even if you run out of bullets, is it not? While listening to the voices of my ancestors, I snapped my fingers, and a treasure chest manifested on the deck. I took out 2 sabers from it. And as I did that, I handed Eva the parasol. It's apparently precious, so don't dirty it. Well, I feel it'll end in a jiffy. After drawing the sabers, I left the scabbards with her as well. I won't. But they clearly look like they know what they're doing. Are we even necessary? I did think Eva was on the mark. There, the second skill. all detected the presence of monsters around. Holding hostility towards us, they jumped out onto the deck. Their forms, we had seen in the labyrinth before. They were Sawajins. But compared to the past Sawajins, the color of their scales and skin was more ominous, and quite a few of them had scars here and there. Their movements had a sense of sharpness we didn't witness in the labyrinth. Vera held up her golden gun with one hand and discharged it. Smoke broke out of the muzzle, and one of the Sawajins that had landed on the ship had its head blown off. The deck was splattered with an eerie greenish-blue blood, and with that as a signal, Sawajins started leaping from the water's surface one after the next with harpoons in their hands. I stood to protect Eva behind me. One of them rolled across the deck, raised its body in front of me, and took a stance. But after I heard a gunshot, the Sawajin was blown off to the side. When I looked in the opposite direction to its trajectory, I saw Vera expressionlessly pointing her gun. The seventh spirits rose even higher. She modified her gun into a magic tool. They've gotten that far, what's more, with that caliber, for her to be able to handle the gun with one hand. I was glad he was enjoying himself, but I myself was sweating. Please don't hit us. Vera-san shot another Sawajin that approached her, opened the cylinder of her gun, and began swapping out bullets. The burnt-through shells fell to the floor, and I could hear a number of light metallic sounds. Around, the sailors were in the middle of battle, and I could hear gunshots and curses. After loading all her bullets, Vera-san spoke. Then please don't move. And the next ones are coming. It seems the range she could sense was vaster than the second's first stage as Sawajins began leaping out of the water she was staring out at. Even though the ship's deck had quite an elevation, what jumping power those monsters must have. I thought, as I slashed from bottom up at a Sawajin coming at me with its harpoon, and cleanly bisected it. Taking out monsters one after another, Vera-san voiced her admiration. You're not famous for nothing. That was quite a clean cut. She said as she unloaded her gun on the next enemy. Her nonchalant face as she continued shooting down Sawajin caused me to break into a cold sweat. Her dress wasn't stained by a drop of blood. But it looked to me as if it was dyed red with it. They just keep on coming. There really are a lot. She spoke that up, as she consecutively shot 3 shots at the water, and one of the Sawajin that leapt out fell straight back down. The seaman on lookout cried out. Big one coming. The headless ones come out. Vera waved her left hand to the side, and raised her voice. Prepare the cannons. The enemy is a slow one. Take your time, and set your aim. When I looked at the water, I saw what appeared to be a turtle shell surfacing. A few hundred tentacles were protruding from it, and it was approaching the ship. A shell jellyfish, is it? I heard they're called things like headless, or one-eyeds. I moved close to the rail, and Eva stood as well to look at the monster about half as large as the ship itself. If something like that attacks. Lyle, look down. Hearing that, I looked down at the hull. A hatch on it opened, and from it a large cannon was pointed out. But it wasn't the sort of cannon I knew of. It's overly long and narrow. For the Sawajin approaching me from behind, I chucked the saber in my left hand. It spun in the air before sticking into its head. And the monster slowly fell dead on its back. When I turned my eyes back to the water, Vera-san issued out orders. How are the preparations? Ready any time. The sailor heard something from the barrel sticking out of the wall, and stuck up his thumb to Vera-san to inform her the preparations were ready. Vera-san grinned. Don't think you'll be able to break our hull so easily. Fire. The 5 cannons protruding out let off fire, and the ship shook greatly. And Novum and Miranda burst onto the deck. Lyle-sama. Christ. If they hadn't told us not to go out, wait, what's that? Novum looked at me in worry, while Miranda watched the large monster shell burst open and sink. Looking around, the Sawajins were beginning to flee. And the battle was nearing its end. The cannon's bombardment had destroyed the shell, and with blood gushing out, the monster sunk back down to the ocean's depths. Watching that scene, Vera-san returned her revolver back to its holster. That's our fighting power. How about it? You still think we need guards? To her provoking eyes, I ended up giving a wry smile. You have a point. But if you have that much power, I must wonder why we were hired. They must worry for you quite a bit. Seeing they definitely didn't need our help, I laughed in self-derision. But Vera-san stroked her hair a bit sorrowfully. That's just an excuse. He just wants people to think he's doing what he can. It's always like that. Tying me down to this ship. The hell's goddess of fortune supposed to mean? As she looked up at the sky, her profile looked as if she were enduring something. At the same time, Ha! Why is my vision shaky, and my body suddenly feels heavy? I was unsteady on my feet, and Novum and Miranda rushed over to me. Lyle-sama. This isn't happening. I never thought it would. The abnormalities of my body caused me to break into a cold sweat. Why, at a time like this? From the jewel, the ancestors were. HMHMM. It's finally come, has it? What off timing he has. No, I'm sure you mean perfect. We have some time. I do hope he recovers before we reach the stretch of ocean in question, but... Well, whatever the case, as I thought, Lyle sure got it. To go through a growth with this timing. In my head. It's a lie. This can't be, someone tell me it's a lie. As I headed for a growth, my insides filled with dread. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 10, Trident. Trident. The guest room I used to sleep. In it, I lay, dead tired from the break of dawn. I'm sure my face was quite pale. It was painful to move, and I felt terrible. A bucket was left nearby, and Novum was in the room nursing me. Lyle-sama, are you alright? Do you want some water? The deterioration of physical state before a growth. It was coming out in me quite evidently, and I was also being battered by seasickness. From yesterday evening, I'd already sped up a number of times, and caused trouble for Novum and Monica. Shannon stopped by the room to observe my state. How terrible. She looked over my weakened form with a delighted face. Behind her stood Monica with laundry in hand. Little girl. The chicken dickhead's fever time is coming. Please quiet down. She looked down at Shannon with an unpleasant expression, but when she looked at me, she was smiling. Chicken dickhead, I've washed your sheets, and your clothes are in perfect condition. Now how about a change? You can't greet your fever time in such wet and sticky clothes. She was truly delighted as she recommended for me to change. Novum gave a bitter smile as she stood, and extended a hand to me to help me stand. But taking her hand was a pain. Just leave me alone. And I'm definitely not failing this time. You hear that? Not happening. I've already failed 4 times. The fifth time onwards will be different. When I pulled my blanket over my head, Shannon laughed. It's impossible. Definitely impossible. Now embarrass yourself more. There, Novum embraced me, and carefully lifted my body. I was probably making a terrible face, but she smiled as she sat me up, and began stripping off my clothes. If you wipe down your body, you'll feel relieved. Okay, Lyle-sama? Seeing her nurse me so kindly, I heard a voice from the jewel. It was the fourth's voice. He's not matured at all from the start. You're bringing back some memories. At the first inn, she washed your hair, while you remained unmindful, and treated it as natural. The one who followed through for me was the 7th. Hey, his health will be shot out until he's done with his growth. There's no helping it for now. But thinking back to the beginning, you've sure grown quite a bit, Lyle. The 5th's voice was just a little lower than usual. It's become lonelier here than it was at the start, thought. The 3rd sounded as aloof as usual. But it's gotten lively around Lyle, so isn't it all fine? See, we shouldn't even be here to begin with. Think of it as a spot of fortune we get to witness Lyle's growth. They were acting as if it were a good thing, but I could feel nothing but malice from the growth part of it. Are they talking about that Mr. Lyle again? Damn it, it's definitely these guys' fault that I was never able to restrain myself before. And since I left the house, I get the feeling my personality has taken quite a run for the worse. Aria called out to Miranda, who was reading a book in their room. Clara had gotten quite used to the boat, but her health declined whenever she tried reading, so she was outside taking in the outside air for now. Aria had finished her daily training on the deck, so she had returned to the room with a towel around her shoulders. Where's Shannon? Miranda didn't take her eyes off the book, sitting atop the bed, flipping through the pages. At Lyle's place. That girl's too curious to help it. Aria's face turned a little red, and she touched her hand to it to hide her embarrassment. Yeah, he's been in that state for a few days now. He's sure to be in high tensions once he gets up. Miranda continued reading the book as she conversed with Aria. In a sense, that's him at his best. He doesn't feel the slightest bit of shame or embarrassment, so that's around the only time that man can show off his abilities to his fullest extent. He's never gone out to battle like that before, but I really wonder whether he's stronger than the usual Lyle. Aria hung her towel over the railing of the bunk and took off her clothes. After taking off the garments that had been stuck to her skin from her sweat, she began looking through her bags for a change. It's common to make mistakes in a post-growth state, so isn't it a general rule to avoid battle? That's right, but I can't help but wonder. In all actuality, just how strong is a serious Lyle? Aren't you curious? After wiping down her body and changing, Arya sat on her bed. Serious? He's still holding back? Perhaps Miranda had finished the book, as she closed it, and set it on the bed. He's not. But just what would happen if he used all his skills to their fullest? Lyle has 8 whole skills, does he not? Even if they're support class, shouldn't that number be formidable? That blue gem of his has been handed down for generations, so there are no duplicate skills in it. It's needlessly amazing. Unable to comprehend the meaning behind her words, Arya tilted her head. So Miranda sighed, and gave an explanations. You listening? When you're in a time of crisis, and you have no choice but to manifest a skill, then it's common for body strengthening, or some other simple skill to manifest. But if you have those simple skills from the start, you're going to get something different, right? Arya nodded. I kinda get it. My red gem also has a body strengthening skill. And wait, I still don't really know how it differs from Lyle. Similar strengthening skills. The red gem contained a strengthening skill of the Vanguard class. The blue gem one, a strengthening skill of the support class. But even if there were some differences here and there, they demonstrated similar effects. Miranda raised her hands in the air, and assumed a pose of surrender. There's no way a non-specialist like me would be able to explain it. But you can tell there are some subtle differences, right? More importantly, I'll be rotating out with Novum, and taking care of Lyle tonight. I'll be getting some sleep now, so please don't wake me. Miranda brought the book to a small desk in the room, lay down, draped the blanket over herself, and closed her eyes. Arya spoke. I never heard anything about, and she's already asleep. Seeing Miranda instantly fall asleep, Arya began to think over how she would spend the rest of her day. Bime, Lyle's mansion. In the large estate, Maxim was swinging about his spear in the yard to polish up his skills. Automaton number 2 was maintaining the yard, and the two of them were the only ones visible in the entirety of the vast mansion. Maxim endlessly repeated the basic movements, wiped off his sweat, and was about to take a break, when he heard a scream from the mansion. It was Adele. What is the meaning of Fei's? Lady Adele. Maxim threw his towel aside, took up his spear, and leapt into the mansion, heading straight for Adele's room. Automaton no. 2 collected up Maxim's towel, and offered a line. If this was Master's, I'd preserve and worship it. Let's get back to work. She muttered that. Bursting into Adele's room, Maxim saw the girl fall prostrate over her desk, and called out. Are you all right, milady? Slowly raising her face, Adele sought salvation from Maxim with teary eyes. I'm not all right. Just what is this mountain of paperwork? Why is paperwork from Zayn and Lorphes being delivered straight to Mr. Lyle's mansion in Bime? Maxim looked at the mountain of forms. He's a hero who's done magnificent service for both countries, so I don't believe it's strange for these sorts of documents to come. Is it strange? There, Adele hit her palms against the desktop a number of times. Of course it is. Why are the reports coming here? Why are the proposals seeking his authorization? Just what did that man do? What's more, this letter from the Princess of Lorphes, it's a freaking love poem. What is this? What did you do, Mr. Lyle? Maxim hung his head in regret. I apologize, milady. There is nothing much I can do to. Adele let out a sigh. Then can you get me a refill on my drink, Maxim? They're apparently going to be picked up today evening, so I'll have to have them done by then. He took a cup from a tired Adele. Maxim put his spear under his armpit, and held the cup quite preciously, as he left the room. I'll have it ready at once. As Maxim dashed down the hallway, Automaton made number 1. Don't run in the halls. Offered him a warning. It was around when the ship voyage was entering its 6th day. Lyle was still bedridden. At this point, it was agony for him to even let out words, and if someone talked to him, they'd only get a meh or yeah in response. The bridge was about to enter dangerous water, so Vera had checked his room to confirm he was still in a horrible state. The captain asked Vera about the state of her bodyguards, aka Lyle's party. Milady, how are the adventurers faring? A few of them are moving around quite calmly, but the man has yet to show himself, so the sailors are getting worried. Rather than worry, they were beginning to wonder if he'd really be of any use. Vera reported what she'd seen without any falsehoods. He's still in a pregrowth, and absolutely no good. The timing was too bad. They really are out there, those luckless folks. Whatever adventurers, once they got to be first rate, I thought they would have to be the luckier ones, but it looks like that man is different. The captain pulled his cap down and gave a dry smile. Well, that's quite anyways, we have you with us, milady, so there's nothing to worry about. Vera's expression hardened a bit, but she immediately smiled. Those goddess of fortune rumors again? Don't go there. They drive all the men away, and I'm quite troubled here. The captain raised a loud laugh. Then it's the men who've got no eyes for women. You're a fine woman, milady, so they'll flock to you whether you like it or not someday. Vera offered a light response of, and how nice that would be, but inside, she didn't feel all that well. The ones who draw close are all just after the money. And when I'm out here on the ocean, just how do you expect me to meet a people? Good grief. Vera recalled her younger sister and the young servant who'd worked at the mansion. Their ages were around the same, and the boy who assisted in work around the mansion, he had been Vera's first love. She wasn't still dragging it out. But when that boy grew to the age where he could take a ship out to sea, it was her sister he had begun to court. The sisters weren't at odds, and Vera even said she'd support her. Before I knew it, he had started speaking to her normally, yet I was always a milady, wasn't I? I've always been called heartless, but it's honestly quite rough. She knew the red parasol the boy had given her as a present was something her sister put out money for, and asked him to buy. Her sister was likely trying to be mindful, but Vera found herself becoming pitiful. If father recognizes it, he's sure to be the successor. And I'll be stuck on this ship forever, will I? She herself had yet to recognize their relations. But Vera was under the impression that one wasn't a problem of time. The young servant was talented, and blessed with an earnest personality. And that was the part that had drawn her in as well. I really should have talked with him some more. Once I get back, the three of us can sit down for a nice long. When she thought to herself, a voice came from one of the numerous metal tubes on the bridge. It was the one connected to the lookout post. I can see something. And the sky is clouding over. The captain shouted at the panicking sailor to get some more definite information. Vera looked out the window of the bridge, before rushing out of it. What's all this? There wasn't any wind before, and this is. The weather had been splendid right up that point. Seabirds were flying around the vessel, but now they had disappeared entirely. Swirling rain clouds were spiraling their way into the sky, and as rain began to fall, Vera pushed her black hair back and looked ahead. When she gripped a nearby railing, the boat began to rock violently. A sailor followed her and told her to return. Milady, quickly go inside. You'll get wet. Vera was looking straight in the direction of the boat's trajectory. And after pointing her hand at the sailor, she immediately gave orders. Turn this boat around. Port or starboard, I don't care. Change our course at once. But pushing the sailor to the side, the captain popped out his head. Milady! The rudder isn't working. It's as if we're being pulled in, reeled in ahead. Vera mortifyingly looked straight ahead. There, showing its face from the water surface, was a large monster, one known as a god of the seas. A trident serpent was looking their way. It had 3 heads, and the middle one looked just like its namesake. From the sides of its jaw grew sharp protrusions unidentifiable as horns or fangs. They were made of an unknown metallic substance. Such protrusion weren't on the other heads, but she noticed the 6 eyes of the 3 heads were looking their way. She could only despair. It was several times larger than the Veratrace, and from the eyes of sailors, a monster that was a difficult one to even try and survive against. Yes, it was a monster, and even if it was called a god of the seas, it was looking on them as prey. A little below where its heads forked off, she could see a large fin. It was floating on the surface, waiting for them to draw closer. And on the deck, the sailors sat and held their heads. Seeing the trident serpent, the captain pulled his cap down as far as it went. Get off the ship, milady. With a small boat, there's still a chance you'll get out alive. Vera slowly turned to look at the captain. There's no way I could run. It's the currents pulling this ship in. Looking at the swirling water surface centered on the trident serpent, Vera lowered her fist into the rail. To hell with goddess of fortune. Just look at this. She knew she wouldn't be able to see her family again, but even so, maybe that was a means to escape from her current lockdown situation. And she shook her head. The hell am I thinking about? If we sink here, I'll really sink to the ocean's depths. Ocean's depths? You're telling me that was a prophetic dream? Raising a face taken aback, Vera vexingly grit her teeth. Prepare for battle. Take out the cannons. We can't just leave this god of the seas to do as he pleases forever. Boo! The sailors were making expressions of despair. But milady, it's a god we're up against. Nothing good'll come of it. Pointing a gun at the god of the seas. There's no way a cannon'll take down a god. The captain seemed to have given up as well. Of all else, that's just how overwhelming the opponent was. The center head looked as if it were wearing a crown. A golden crown, and those sharp golden blades on the sides of its mouth. Together with his jaw, it looked like a three-pronged spear. Lightning fell from the clouds, and lit up the dark shadow of the trident serpent in a pale blue light. Its blue scales beautifully reflected the 7 colors of the rainbow, as it eagerly awaited the arrival of its prey. Vera wrung out her voice once more. Prepare for battle. We're not going to let ourselves go down just like that. This is a state-of-the-art ship, is it not? But a single sailor. Even so, god of the seas there. They were in despair, and none of the seamen even tried to make a move. So Vera hit her fist against the railing again. As the rain grew stronger, Vera glared at the trident serpent before her eyes, and there, she noticed. Atop the deck, the form of the young man with blue hair. The boy who should have been sick and asleep blatantly ignored the sailors curling up, and headed for the front of the boat. He was soaked by the rain, yet he continued across the shaking vessel, looked at the enemy, and... Pure fact. Wonderful. That large frame, that heroic silhouette, that majesty. You must be a worthy opponent for my magnificence. Vera leaned in as she heard that elated voice. What does he intend to do over there? Lyle spread his arms out within the rain, and shouted out in a loud voice. A splendid opponent to commemorate this growth. You shall become the fuel for my money-raising schemes. Fwaha, cough. Swallowed a little seawater. The water spray here is awful. Before the giant enemy, Lyle raised a loud laugh. And when the waves crashed into the boat, and sent ocean water into the air, he swallowed it, and broke into a coughing fit. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 11, The Goddesses Have a Thing for Those That Fight On. The goddesses have a thing for those that fight on. Within the storm, I looked at the giant trident serpent in the middle of the whirlpool. I crossed my arms, and from the water spray, my body was soaked. On the deck, Novum and the others were calling out for me to return. While it doesn't really matter, I have to say my soaked body is 20% cooler than usual. Lyle-sama, please come back. You'll get a cold. I flipped my hair, and as it was wet, water flew around. I'm already sopping wet, so there's no problem. More importantly, Novum, how much cooler do you think I am compared to my normal state? There, Monica shook up her twin tails behind Novum. You're 50% cooler than usual. I've already got tens of thousands of photos of you stored in my memory. My videos are of perfect quality as well. Seeing her wriggle her body in delight, I don't really get it, but you say some nice things. Want me to take my shirt off as a public service? There, Arya looked at me, and yelled. She gripped the railing, and turned her eyes to the giant enemy, the trident, too long, let's just call it Tressie. Just come back already. A monster like that's come out. You do know why we're here, don't you? We're guards. Guards. Her red hair was wet, and since she usually preferred clothing fit close to her body, when wet I could make out her body's lines quite clearly. That's precisely why I'm here. By the way, I'm quite amazing in the nude, you know? You sure you don't want to see? Why did you have to come out with this timing? Arya cried out, but Monica was excitedly looking in my direction. As I thought, I really should take it off. I reached for my shirt. There, Vera-san, who'd come out on deck, called out to me. Painful growth guy over there. Shut up, and listen to orders. I'm canceling the guard request. I've no intent to tell you to fight something like that. Begin the preparations to escape at once. On top of the deck, the crouching sailors raised their heads at the thought of escape. But the sea was slowly spiraling inwards with Tressie at the base, and it didn't look like a small boat would be able to escape. The currents would probably swallow it up and sink it. Cancel? That would be troubling. That thing over there is my prey. I've especially taken a liking to Tressie's crown. I want it. While I'm at it, I'll do my job, and get money in my hands. I clenched my fist in the air to emphasize my point, and the sailors, and my comrades that had come out on deck looked dumbfounded. As a representative, Vera pointed at me. What the hell's a Tressie? Isn't it cute? Trident serpent's too long, so I've decided it now, but cute or not is irrelevant. That's a monster called the god of the seas. Even if you try turning a blade on it, nothing will come of it. We can only run away." As she hung her head vexingly, Vera-san seemed to be emotionally opposed. On the deck, the sailors had all gathered to discuss their escape. Miranda pulled Shannon by the hand and approached me. "Lyle, what are you doing?" Behind a surprised Miranda, Eva and May were looking at me. No, they were looking beyond me, at Tressie. Showing all three of its heads above the water, and patiently waiting for us. What an honest fellow. "For real?" Eva said that, and May's bearing was different than usual. "This one's impossible, even for me. I can see why the sea's divine beasts haven't done anything about it. It seems there are divine beasts in the sea as well. I'd like to see one of these days." With her staff raised, Clara produced light to illuminate the area without anyone telling her to. The sky was covered with thick clouds, and the clear sky was turning quite dark. It felt as if it were night, and the water's pitch-black surface looked as if it would swallow the lot of us. As more people gathered on the deck, the ship's movements gradually ceased resisting the spiraling current. It leisurely went with the flow, gradually bringing us closer to Tressie. Atop the swaying deck, everyone made expressions of despair as they looked at the monster. Why the god of the sea? We even had Milady with us. God damn it. As the sailors despaired, Vera-san hung her head, made a fist with her hands, and bit down on her lower lip. From the Jewel, the ancestors let out their voices. "That one's a bit too big, isn't it? What's more, we've never fought anything like that. What are you going to do, Mr. Lyle? Even if you plan to run, it's looking on us as prey." "Huh? Does it eat humans? Just how does it fill its stomach with that humongous frame it's got? Do monsters ever get full? Anyways, it's too big to be cute. If only its eyes were just a little bit rounder. The best option at hand, it would be to use something as bait, and survive. Now then, what's your take on the matter, Mr. Lyle?" They were placing some expectations on me, so I boldly stood at the bowsprit alone, and pointed at Tressie. In a loud voice. "Monica, is that a god?" While Monica was pelted by the sea spray and rain, neither her clothes nor her hair looked wet. She stood perfectly postured, let off a light from her red eyes, and opened her mouth. I concluded it is a monster. It's oversized, but I can detect magic stones in its body. Well, it does have quite an atmosphere, to say the least. Perhaps it's the crown? It really is a nice piece. I want one. It'll sell for a fortune. Now then, gentlemen. As you've just heard, that there is no god. There, one of the sailors called out. It's the reincarnation of the goddess. The third goddess. If you go against the sea, it'll draw you into its depths, and steal your soul away. It appears they believed in the superstitions. Most of the crew quivered as they huddled together. I smiled. Then there's no problem. My house has been faithful to all the goddesses for generations. Even if I take one down, there's still 6 to believe in. In the Jewel, the third laughed. Oh right. We fundamentally supported all 7 goddesses, didn't we? It's true that there won't be much of a problem even if we lose 1 or 2. There, Novum looked at me with a conflicted expression, and Arya yelled out. You ungrateful heretic. Are you sure it isn't your fault we're being targeted? I calmed down a little, and touched my right hand to my chin. You've got a point. I'm a man who's got it. Maybe the goddesses are sending down some funds for me. I'm scraping by for now, but daily faith is important, you hear, Arya's face turned red, and she muttered something like, why is it only at times like these that he's overflowing with confidence, so I pointed at Tressie, and made a pose. The goddesses smile on those that fight on. Those around were looking at me. As I thought, even if I just randomly threw words out, the magnificent aura I was born with gave birth to persuasive power. Vera-san raised her face to look at me. A majority of the sailors looked my way as well. Just offering your prayers won't get you anywhere. It's to those that fight on to survive that the goddess will grant her final smile. That goddess of the sea is testing us. And I will take her on. Is there anyone to join me? If we achieve victory here, we'll be the ones who challenged God. God Slayers. How about it? Doesn't it have a splendid ring to it? Fastening herself tight to Miranda, Shannon spoke out in a small voice. This guy's definitely messed up in the head, but genius is never understood by the ordinary man. I've read it in a book once. So this is what they meant, I smiled to myself. Fool. Defeat the monster, and we'll be heralded as God Slayers. Isn't it perfect? Vera Zero-san looked at me, and after taking some deep breaths, she asked. Do we have a chance? I spoke confidently. As long as we're alive, we can win. There is no such thing as a strongest in this world. By the way, I'm only here to fight because there's a chance. I, Lyle Walt, have never once faced defeat in my life. There, Shannon whispered again. Even when seals knock the living daylights out of you? Miranda shut her up with a shoo. Ha, I haven't lost yet. We're still in the middle of the match. And I'm a man who'll reign victorious at the end. My losses up to now were all to lead to my triumph. Verisan looked at my face. And turning around, she issued a manifesto to the sailors. Men. Do you seriously intend to leave it all to him? This ship is our ship. You're going to let that guy rampage around as he pleases, while you shut your lips and watch. The crew cast their eyes down. It was at that moment. The captain took off his hat. And he raised his voice. You lot, our goddess of fortune has commanded us to fight. You're going to let that bodyguard adventurer have all the cool parts to himself. If we lose, it's the end either way. Try to run, and the boat'll sink. Then what say you we go out with a bang? On those words, the sailors raised their faces and stood. One, and then the next. Damn it, it really isn't my day. If that guard fails, he's in for a wallop. TSK, goddess of the sea, and goddess of fortune, a clash of goddesses? How meaningless. Seeing them complain as they stood in the rain, Verisan looked a little surprised. When the ship took a large sway, I used the momentum to leap and land in front of Verisan. The third spoke. It would have been interesting if you slipped there. He said something like that, but I stood and faced Verisan. What? No, you really are a goddess of fortune. Of all else, when you went to challenge the god of the seas or whatever, you had someone as strong as me aboard your ship. Now then, for victory, there's something I must request. Hearing it was for victory, Verisan made a serious expression. She looked a little tired at the first part, but seeing her face turn serious, I want a kiss. What's more, a deep one. Ha! The sailors looked at me in surprise. What? Bastard. Oi, someone get the guns. I embraced the surprised girl, and used the rocking of the boat to support the back of her hip with my left hand. It was as if I was holding her up as she was about to fall. She was too surprised to resist. My apologies. But worry not, I'll make you mine before you know it. You really are crazy. I covered up her mouth, and stuck in my tongue. She tried to resist, and push me away, but perhaps finding she couldn't break free, she soon gave up. The fifth let his voice. Why can't Lyle be this assertive on a regular basis? The fourth seemed to be of the same opinion. If he was like this normally, it'd all be much easier. After a while, I slowly propped her up, and she took a few steps back. As she wiped off her mouth, and glared at me, she opened her eyes wide. Why you, so that's how it is. It really was necessary for victory. I smiled. I know, right? So won't you tell the sailors around us to lower their weapons? Around me, sailors with bloodshot eyes were holding up their guns, giving off a feeling that they'd pull the trigger at any moment. What has he done to the lady? I'll blow his EAD clean off. You're food for the fishies. They were looking at me with faces of rage, and prepared to fire at the slightest provocation. But there, Verisan stopped them. Stop it. I hate to admit it, but it was something necessary to win. Look, the ship's being pulled in. Everyone to your stations. Lyle. After kissing me like that, I definitely won't forgive you if you let us lose. I nodded, and looked around. Their fear and tension from before had been somewhat mitigated. Now then, I've successfully undone Verisan's and the sailors' anxiety. Looking over, the crew members reluctantly put down their guns, and returned to their stations. I made a triumphant smile. It's only natural. If I don't win here, my name will die. Now then, how about I get a little serious? Monica, stay by my side. May by Shannon. Shannon's eyes will prove essential. Arya, Eva, Clara, stay on the ship. Listen to Verisan's orders. Novum, Miranda, you'll be stationed on the front and back of the deck. When I gave out orders, Novum came over to my side. Lyle-sama, can we win? Hearing that, we shall. Kill that monster, and we'll be called Godslayers, you know? Don't you think it'll be more effective than killing a land dragon? We'll be famous once we get back. And it'll get noisy again, good grief. There, making a bitter smile, Novum looked at me. So the goddesses smile on those that fight on, is it? Perhaps you're right. I smiled, and pointed my thumb at myself. Right? Lyle Walt. I'm confident I can make even a goddess fall for me. More than that, I'm sure they're already swooning over me in heaven. What a sinful man. Perhaps finding it strange, Novum smiled and nodded a number of times. I'm sure you're right, is what she said. Vera instantly changed out of her soaked clothes and took over the bridge. She held her head with her left hand and endured the pain. Overflowing with unfamiliar information, she could get a precise understanding of everything around. I can tell what's around the ship. In the sea, even in the ship itself, a skill of this level, and he can share its use. He really is amazing, isn't he? To her, the captain sent a worried voice. Milady? Starboard. And keep throwing magic stones into the motion hearth. Get close enough for our cannons to reach. Is that all right? To a surprised sailor, Vera spoke. If our attacks won't reach, there's no point at all. And with the cannons, timed the firing with that adventurer's words. The sailor was surprised once more. Are you sure it's all right to leave that much to him? I'll take responsibility. So why don't we teach that three-headed monster the terror of humans? And there aren't enough people on the motion hearth. Hurry and send some support. Why yes. Sending out order after order, Vera verified the image in her head once more. I can see it. The movements of people. And I can even hear some voices. God F**********, ing damn it. Only mine was a few milliseconds shorter than the others. Monica, shut up. I'm soaked and going through hell here. Cough. Hack. Oh my, Shannon swallowed water again. Didn't you say it'd be fine as long as you could see? Clara, you haven't said anything for a while. Are you fantasizing over something strange again? Arya-san, I'm not the only one who felt like a pure maiden when he kissed me, was I? It's hot. It's really hot here. They're pouring magic stones into a giant cauldron thing. Because of that, it's really hot. Eva, you quiet down too. Out here, it's freezing and wet. Lyle-sama, have you gotten the information you needed? Got them from Clara's skill without a problem. I found out that I have absolutely no idea what sort of attack it'll make. It's a massive harvest. The voices Vera heard in her head were loud, and she held her hand against it. At the bridge, the sailors hurriedly gave their reports. And Vera transmitted them to Lyle. Preparations ready over here. Can I leave firing the cannon to you? There, Lyle gave a response. Leave it to me. If we don't win, we've no future. How did that line come out? As expected of Lyle-sama. Do your job properly. Why are you so laid back? There's a giant monster right before your eyes. Why did you have to come out with this timing? You're a nuisance. On the words of the girl called Shannon, Lyle. I do think I'm restraining it more than usual, you know? See, my aura is simply different from a normal human's, so it's quite a trial to contain it. Even if I may say irresponsible things, I do believe in all of you. As I thought, this must be a talent I've been born with. Vera began to become a little anxious over Lyle's words, but after them, she got the feeling she heard the voices of some other males. No doubt about it. This has got to be a talent. Right. Finding a man of this caliber isn't too easy. Hey, think we'll get anything better than, I can make even a goddess fall for me? It's only just begun, has it not? Oh, we've connected to a strange line, . The voices suddenly cut off, and Vera shook her head a number of times. The voices she heard were male, what's more, they didn't belong to Lyle, but a wide array of men. Hearing those voices in their early 30s, it sounded as if they were actually enjoying the present situation. Seriously, what? As Vera thought that, the ship moved, and approached Tressie. Milady. We've got it in the range of the cannons. Don't fire yet. Wait for the order. I don't have the leisure to think over it now. As Vera concentrated on Tressie, the voices resounding through her head gradually began to turn serious. But Lyle alone was. A catchphrase. Don't you think I need a catchphrase? Damn it, I wasn't able to say the usual, let's have fun with it. Still on cloud 9. On top of the deck, I stood around the center with Monica to my side. The metallic blunt weapon we had once recovered from a boss in Arumsas. Monica had repaired it, and turned it into a cannon. Taking a stance with the cannon that didn't match her small and slender body, Monica spoke to me. This weapon is incomplete. And it hasn't even been test-fired. Our ammunitions number a minimal 5 armor-piercing shells, 2 explosive ones. I can calibrate it after the first shot, but we're in a storm. The distance considered, please think of our chances of landing a hit to be considerably low. As she held up that unperfect cannon, I spoke to her. It's more than enough. For now, as he's standing there so elegantly, we'll have to show him we're just a bit serious. Monica tilted her head. Are you certain you wish to anger it? I looked down the barrel twice Monica's height, as I replied. If we see we can't inflict a severe wound with that, we'll just have to move on to the next means. In that case, it would be easier to defeat it if it came closer. Now then, guess I should take a swing at it too. I took the jewel in my left hand, removed it from my neck, and had its silver ornaments take the form of a large bow. The longbow had a length that exceeded my height, and no string. But by pouring in mana, a pale blue light spanned it, and formed a thread. I'm connected to you with a line. Want me to try calibrating it? There, Monica spoke. Please don't underestimate me. If it's only to land a blow, it's an easy task. Our scales of precision are different. But are you sure you won't aim for the center of its head? I get the feeling it's quite clearly its weak point. In regards to her, we can't have that crown fly away on us. Well, it's best if it doesn't. I'll take the center head. Saying that, I drew back the bow, and an arrow of light began to take shape. What was initially light in the vague shape of an arrow slowly recreated an arrow shape down to its finer details. After taking enough time to set my aim. Don't sink from this. I shot the arrow. That pale blue arrow flew straight at the right head, and landed on the mark, and the enemy seemed to take notice of it, as it moved its head. But armor-piercing round coming up. Please cover your ears, and open your mouth. I followed Monica's orders, as the cannon breather fires, and Monica endured its impact. The wood of the deck grated, and the entire ship shook alongside it. Water spray hit the gun barrel, and evaporated to coat it in white smoke. In my head, I could hear Vera's voice. Wait a minute. It's more powerful than ours, isn't it? If you were carrying such a weapon around, then you should have just said it. But as I took my hands from my ears, I looked at the left head the shell had hit. There wasn't a doubt my arrow had hit the right one either. The smoke cleared, and perhaps the head that had been hit had flown into a rage, as it pointed itself at the sky, and let out a roar. The intense vibrations of the air could even be felt where we stood. The momentum of the whirlpool increased, and we began to pick up speed. The middle head opened its mouth with, and in it, a blue lump of mana began to form, and expand. I could confirm it with skills. Using the information obtained through Shannon's demon eyes, and what I gained from the second and sixth skill, my conclusion was, if it hits, we'll be blown to smithereens. That isn't good. Monica looked at my face. Despite that, you seem to be having some fun. It's simple. We just don't let it hit. Novum, Miranda, deploy it on my orders. And fire the starboard cannons on my order. Verasan, please increase the ship's speed. It's fine if we get closer. My skill, the connection link related responses from Novum, Miranda, and Arya. The preparations are complete. Let it hit, you make it sound so easy. Ready anytime. Verasan. If you're going to give orders, give them sooner. We can't make sudden movements. Tressy's center head opened its mouth towards us, and fired off that blue ball of magic. It was distant, and I could make out its movements quite clearly, but as it came closer, it looked as if it was picking up speed. I swung my right hand to the side. Deploy magic shield. Novum and Miranda deployed their magic, and for only an instant, a thick wall of mana protected the ship. What's more, it was oval-shaped, and with the increase in the boat's speed, we were able to slip the vessel out of its impact trajectory. The mana mass that strayed from the ship hit the sea's surface in the distance, and raised a large pillar of water. Monica looked at it. Truly, one hit of that would have blown us away. I protruded my right hand out forward. Fire. The cannons on the starboard side blew fire all at once, and I used the select skill. I set my aim on the heads on both sides, and adjusted their speed so they'd collide, but when they hit, I saw Tressy's form let off a faint light. Monica gave a level-headed analysis. It's covering its body with that mysterious energy called mana. Of that attack, a vast majority of it never reached the main body. Mine and your attacks had more in effect, chicken dickwad. Looking closely, it does seem those heads do have wounds from our attacks. I see. Then I'm glad we didn't aim for the center one. Hearing that, I looked at Tressy. It was glaring at us with its red eyes, and the whirlpool had grown stronger still. If it's grown serious, then so be it. Will it approach, or continue attacking at a distance? Monica spoke. It looked like it's closing it. You have successfully angered the beast. I pulled the bow with a smile. I increased the number of arrows from before, and pointed it a little higher. As Tressie began to move, the arrows of light rained down on him. They exploded on impact, but that pale light protected him, and none of them did anything decisive. There, he dived into the water. Monica spoke. The whirlpool has ceased. It seems it has to stay still for it to occur. I gave orders to Verisan. The whirlpool has stopped. Please go right into running from Tressie. Don't make it sound so easy. Ah, God. Port. Port. The boat slowly turned its course to the left, and with the speed we'd built up, Tressie was stuck chasing us. Now then, should we aim for when it surfaces? Me and Monica held up our bow and cannon, and I aimed at the waterfront and fired an arrow. Immediately afterwards, I covered my ears, opened my mouth, and Monica fired the cannon. 2 pillars of water. Tressie's movements dulled, making some distance to the ship. From the Jewel. Ha! Is it really just going to croak like this? No, Tressie should be able to get more serious than that. But what a tough one, aren't we at a disadvantage here? Monica's cannon has 5 rounds left. But when it's that big, it sure has some firepower. If you're going to take it back, you'll have to decide on a piece. In that case, the middle head does look appealing. Monica set the next shell, and Tressie's head, when a face other than the center surfaced, it began gathering pale blue light in its mouth. Letting out a sigh, I quickly pulled the bow, and fired. The same trick again, and too slow. My arrow hit the lights in its mouth, causing it to explode, and inflict magic damage on itself. It fell back into the water, and its movements grew even duller. It seemed to be trying to get itself together underwater. Ah, give chase. On my words, Monica also. Understood. She held up her cannon, and turned it towards the water. Setting her aim, she fired it off again. The distance was getting too great, so I told Verisan to drop our speed. Could you lower our speed? Understood. More importantly, couldn't we just run away like this? To Verisan, who'd chosen the option of running away, we can win, so don't sweat it. And wait, if I don't bring back something here, my financial situation will be thrown into quite a mess, so. There, Monica set the next shell, and addressed me. It seems you've really enraged it. When I turned my eyes to Tressie, the center head showed itself from the water's surface, and bit at the other ones. It sunk its teeth in, and tore off one of its flailing heads, and after some fighting with the other one, it tried to discard it as well. Okay, fire. Tressie had waited for us. But we didn't have to wait in return. He was making such a nice opening, so we were going to open it. Monica, love it when you're so vicious, chicken dickwad. Let's go right at it. I also love you. I love you, Monica. What was that? Dumb. I let it slide. Please say it again. Say it again with a refreshing smile. Ha, you won't get it from me so easily. Now then, on to the next shot. Once it's done, I'll give you as much love as you want. That goes for everyone. Take this seriously. You're definitely an idiot. Hey. I smiled at Shannon as she shouted out in protest atop the deck. May was protecting her, and she was keeping her demon eyes locked on Tressie. But before I shower you with love, we'll have to collect the materials and magic stones. I must hurry. The clock is. I must put an end to all this before the chicken dickwad's fever time ends. As Tressie was fighting with the heads of its body, we mercilessly poured our attacks onto it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 12, Trump Card. Trump Card. As Tressie tried to bite off its second head, me and Monica bombarded it with cannon shells and arrows of light. As the rain fell, the cannon rounds exploded, and as he let off a faint light, blood flowed out of the spot where his head once was, as he glared at us. Monica had run out of armor-piercing rounds, and she had used an explosive one. And she evaluated it. The explosive shells aren't too effective. She left the cannon on the deck. From the heat it had been building up, the rain and seawater coming down on it raised a thick steam. It explodes flashily, just as I like it, but it didn't really do much. When I said that, Tressie's glowing frame looked over all of us with its red eyes, before it turned to the heavens, and let out a roar. It plunged into the water with sharper movements than before, and began its approach. I called to Verisan. Crank the speed up all the way. It seems it's gotten serious. The answer that came was, why does relinquishing its own heads make it stronger? I just have raised the speed, right? Right. Monica took out a large hammer from under her apron and took a stance. No wonder the development of firearms is so behind. The means they have to block it are too unfair. The hell's up with those barriers? The one to agree with her complaint was the 7th and the Jewel. Exactly. Their firepower can be shaved down to such an extent, and they cost gold, so no one recognized them. They're definitely superior weapons, I tell you. They were definitely useful, but perhaps they weren't at a level where they'd become too widespread yet. I pulled my bow and sent off an arrow at the water. It pierced into the water's surface, hit Tressie head-on, and raised an explosion. But his movements didn't dull as they had before. With 3 heads, it was difficult to move just one body. It's moving much better than before. When I admired it, Shannon held up by May looked at Tressie's movements. She turned to me and yelled out, "Why do you look so happy? Take it out before it gets serious." Her opinion was right on the mark. But I didn't defeat it before that, so there was no helping it. That's what I wanted to do, but it didn't work out. Well, I don't hate chipping away at it like that, but let's move on to the next means. Monica was of the same opinion. By my calculations, your long-distance attacks won't be able to defeat it. As for me, I only have 1 exploding shell left. On those words, Shannon's eyes went teary. Why, you really can beat it, right? I used my right hand to flip my wet hair. How foolish. If you lose, all that happens is that you die. What good comes out of thinking what comes after losing? I only ever think of winning alone. That's my way of life. Shannon, held by May, began thrashing about. When this is all over, I'm definitely smacking you, but... Hey, don't struggle around. I'm the only one you're hurting, you know? I smiled. That's the spirit. After we win, I'll play with you all you want. Now then, there's no elegance to be found in using nothing but a bow. Next, let's have a go with this one. I changed the bow to the halberd, took a swing with it, and made a pose on the deck. Right after that, Miranda sent a transmission from behind. Sorry for interrupting your fun, but it looks like it'll catch you, you know? If it grabs the ships, won't it drag us all straight down to the bottom of the ocean? I held the halberd in my right hand, and held my left hand high. No problem. The current me can take on a Tressie or 2. All hands, I'm raising our speed, so please be careful. Up and down. When I used a skill, the ship's speed suddenly rose, and Tressie's movements dulled. But even with that, he was closing in on us. By lopping off 2 heads, its movements had unified, making it quite troublesome. I touched my left hand to my chin as I... So it was easiest to defeat while it still had 3 heads. There, I heard Clara's voice. For now, I'm thinking of making a record once this is over. Of course, it's a monster I can't really say will spawn again. And the results are in ... With my skill. Connection, linking us, information flowed into my head. What I had her look up was data pertaining to aquatic monsters. What attacks they used, and what characteristics they shared. From looking over monsters close to Tressie, I had her make some conjecture. Anyways, most large monsters would try to pull boats down to the depths. So they'll usually try to pull us in. Is Tressie set for that as well? And the other thing they're skilled in is... When I thought, Novum called from the head of the ship. She sounded a little more impatient than usual. Lyle-sama, ice has manifested on the front. It's quite big. I confirmed it through Novum's visual input, and analyzing it even faster than me, Verisan reacted. P-port. Everyone grab onto something. The ship suddenly swerved, avoiding the mountain of ice that had formed. But with our course changed, Tressie was going to catch up. Jumping out of the water, as if to cover up the swerving ship, Tressie seemed to be trying to hit his belly down on us, and sink us. But... You're timing it a little off, Tressie. I laughed, jumped up, and stuck my halberd into the scaleless part of his stomach. When I swung my weapon, I felt some harsh resistance before it could touch his stomach. But I went ahead, took a swing, and inflicted a wound a few meters across. The blood didn't splash onto me, but at the same time, I could tell by instinct I wouldn't be able to win like this. When I landed, I was just barely at the back of the ship. Miranda looked at me. As always, you do some dangerous things, and wait, I do get the feeling it's simply too large to defeat. After trying to cover us, Tressie passed over the boat, and I could see him raise a large splash of water behind us. Looking at my halberd, I confirmed it wasn't chipped before looking at the water face Tressie had dived into. Miranda looked at me. You did cut it, right? I shook my head. I thought it would work out with its stomach, but it was protected with mana. I did make a cut, but it was too shallow. Looking at Tressy's giant body, the cut I made was but a scratch. I returned it to its jewel form, hung it at my neck and used a skill box. From the treasure chest that came out, I took out a saber. Hey, if your silver weapons don't work, what are you trying to do with a saber? To Miranda's doubtful look, These are for the other monsters. It seems they've gathered up. Miranda noticed and looked around. A flock of Sawajans had gathered around the ship. To be more specific, a group of Sawajans was attacking the ship. That was really the only route she could choose, so I couldn't blame Verisan for it. She issued out orders. Everyone take up your weapons. Prevent them from infiltrating the bridge. You don't have to go out on the deck. 6 sabers at my hips. An extra one in each hand. Holding 8 sabers, I took a horizontal swing at a Sawajan that had leapt out of that water. Miranda also took out her knife, and threw it at another one that had popped out. Looks like its head's turning better after taking a bite out of itself. Having blocked our initial path, sending us into a flock of monsters, Tressy leisurely showed itself from the water, and opened its large mouth. It wasn't a lump of mana this time, it gathered up the surrounding seawater, and began to compress it. Novum! I shouted out Novum's name, and she created a few walls of ice in front of the beast. Immediately after, it shot out pressurized water, and easily pierced through those walls. Verisan called out. Starboard! The ship was able to avoid the liquid stream. Taking down the walls of ice on its way, Tressy swam our way. As I cut down one of the approaching Sawagan, I issued orders. May, how are things on your side? All green. To add on to that, Monica's come to assist. In the center of the deck, positioned to protect Shannon and Novum, May and Monica fought off monsters. They continued coming out one after another at the aft, and breaking down the doors, they started infiltrating the ship's insides. Miranda created threads from the fingers of both her hands, restraining the surrounding Sawajans, and tearing them apart. That's quite a convenient one. When I said that, Miranda spoke. It really is. It's got a nice cutting edge, you can tie things up, and based on how you use it. The threads wrapped around some more Sawajans. And as they writhed in pain, their heads were all cleanly severed at once. From the jewel, I could hear the fifth's voice. A spider-like woman, she is. I thought the same. You're like a spider, Miranda. Giving a smile, Miranda continued to take on the surroundings monsters, as she. That's so? Want to be caught in my threads? Said that. You better tie me tight so I don't get away. No, we're talking about spiders, so, whatever. I welcome it. Use your threads to bind me as you wish. Miranda laughed a little. I see. Then without further ado, and everyone is listening to our conversation, you know? Is that a problem? When I replied with a straight face, Miranda seemed to be enjoying herself. Very well, I'll refrain from teasing you over this conversation when you turn back. Make sure you shower me with love, even when you're sane, Lyle. Anytime you want. As I continued cutting down the Sawajans gathering around, the sabers in my hand began to become bloodstained and chipped. Time to switch. I stabbed both of them into the monster in front of me, parted my hands from them, and kicked the enemy away. Drawing new sabers from my hips, I spun as I cut at the Sawajans trying to thrust their harpoons at my sides. Arya let out her voice. You over there. Quite flirting in the middle of battle. The Sawajans are getting all the way in here, and get out the way. They had gotten all the way to Arya, and she impaled them to death, one by one. From her visual input, I could see the sailors around her were drawing back. Her tomboyish side was cute, but... What, are you sulking, Arya? I love your wild side too. When I said that with a smile, Verisan spoke. Hey, shut up, all of you. Just talking to myself there. Men, you need not force yourselves to fight, just bar down the room's entrance. Take care of them later, and concentrate on Tressy for now. No. It's Trident's serpent, damn it. She seemed confused, and our conversation was being mixed in with the one she was having at the bridge. What's wrong with Tressy? I thought it was a cute name, but Verisan didn't seem to have taken a liking to it. She shouted out various orders at the bridge, and make good use of the sailors. From Eva. It's hot. What's more, there are Sawajans at the door. I'm dripping with sweat, and my clothes are. Clara. Everything's fine over here. They've got the guns together. They sure are convenient. Perhaps I should get one myself. She seemed to be showing interest in the guns. And there, Monica. Chicken dickwad. The Sawajans have begun grappling with the bridge. If that point is captured, there is nothing we can do. On top of that, Novum. Tressie is coming to sink us for real. What shall we do, Lyle-sama? The bridge was in a tight spot, while Tressie was just about to attack the ship. Isn't it obvious? Take care of both of them, and there's no problem. And like that, I threw my sabers at the monsters, and pulled out number 5 and 6. And my eyes turned to the cannon Monica had left on deck. At the bridge, a battle was raging on with the Sawajans that had wrenched open the door. Coo! Vera pulled her handgun from her back holster, and fired it at the door. The captain took a gun left around in his hand. Milady, please stand down. Within the swaying ship, Vera was also putting up a desperate fight for the bridge. Hey, what are you doing, getting up? While I'm holding them back, you're to properly steer the ship. Opening up her revolver cylinder, she swapped out her bullets. But as her concentration turned to the approaching Tressie, her shot ended up missing. Damn! I don't have much ammo left. On her shot, 2 Sawajans had fled from the door, and the remaining one was drawing closer. With her last shot, she managed to blow half its head off, but it continued to take a step inside. The captain was also delayed with reloading his gun. The boat's rocking had grown violent, and Tressie was coming closer by the second. Vera wasn't the only one in a panic. You, get out already. Letting her angel wing hair sway, she kicked the Sawajan with her boot. There, it flew out the door with good momentum, and... Shit! By the time Vera had noticed it, the ship had already taken a large lurch. Having launched a kick at the door, her momentum threw her outside of it. Opening its large mouth, Tressie immediately surfaced below her. Vera looked down at the beast. I see, so it ends here. As her surroundings seemed to move strangely slow, Vera extended her hands towards the ship, as she flew through the air. Even when the captain and sailors at the bridge wouldn't be able to reach, she reached out her hands. They were shouting something out, but Vera couldn't hear. And as she saw her own hands held out, the scene overlapped more and more with the dream she saw again and again. Was it a prophetic dream after all? Not wanting to fall into the ocean, extending her hands. But was the figure of her own form crumbling away a forecast of her death? That's what Vera thought. I see, so it really ends here. I really should have conveyed my feelings properly. As she slowly approached the mouth that was to swallow her, Vera closed her eyes, and waited. Hey, could you cover your ears, and open your mouth for me? Gripping her extended hands, she opened her eyes to find Lyle in the air beside her, with a large cannon in his hands. Hoisting her next to him, she came into the embrace of his form, soaked in blood spurt, seawater, and rain. Lyle raised a laugh. If the outside's no good, then how about inside? If you can endure this one, I'll show you my trump card, O God of the Seas. Why you're laughing. Hey, cover your ears. Vera put her gun in its holster, covered her ears, and opened her mouth. At that moment, Lyle pulled the trigger part. He was opening his mouth, and he had earplugs on. As the impact rung out, Tressie closed its mouth on both of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 13, God of the Seas. God of the Seas. Novum saw Lyle swallowed up by Tressie's mouth. She didn't find it anything to grieve over. He had jumped in of his own accord, with Monica's cannon in hand, after all. And after Tressie closed its mouth, its large body bent back, and its head pointed up at the heavens. The area from its neck down to its stomach suddenly expanded, and its mouth reeled open. From inside, with the cannon in his left hand, and Vera held in his left, Lyle was spit out. Lyle-sama. She saw the figure of the boy using a body-strengthening skill, what's more the long-lost third stage of the Walt House founder's skill. From Lyle's connection skill, the information of what skills he was using entered her head. Just how had Lyle revived that lost skill? Novum did question it, but at the moment, the enemy before her eyes was in the way. She changed the shape of the staff in her hands, formed a large scythe, and cut apart the Sawajans around her. Step back. I won't let you do as you like any longer. A faint light in her violet eyes, Novum muttered. Now burn. It wasn't an incantation of any kind. With the force behind her simple words, Novum controlled her magic, and caused flames to spring forth. The bodies of the Sawajans around her were lit with that pale blue blaze, and they began to burn away. While the rain and sea spray wouldn't put that fire out, it didn't even singe the deck. Once she had secured a safe place for Lyle to land, Novum turned her eyes to Tressie. It had stopped its attacks, slowly falling back into the water and raising a splash. But it hadn't been defeated yet. Not enough yet. She gripped her staff and got in a stance to cast magic when Lyle landed on the deck. He tossed the cannon aside, and the water splashing onto its barrel let off a white steam. Carefully lowering Vera onto the deck, Lyle put his hands to his ears. I had forgot to put them on, but they sure came in handy. Blowing away the Sawajins in her path, Monica approached him. My thoughts exactly. How useless a chicken must you be, to forget to wear them? Though that part of you is cute as well. As Lyle pulled a saber. Call it cool. He bisected an approaching monster. At that moment, Shannon's voice entered their heads. Looking her way, she was being carried under May's arm. May kicked away the Sawajins, drawing closer, and fired off lightning to char them black. How is forgetting to wear earplugs supposed to be cool? Just do whatever you want. I don't care anymore. She let her body hang limp, but she was still using her demon eyes to take in Tressie, and the flow of mana around it. While thinking over how she was a large contribution this time around, Novum turned to the spot where Tressie was surfacing again. It had somehow survived, but its insides were more damaged than its appearance. Looking at Lyle, it let out a roar, but the intensity of its voice was waning. From the bridge, the captain worried for Vera's well-being. Mila Addi. Vera slowly stood, as she spoke. Seriously, just steer the ship already. If we sink here, there's no point at all, but... Seeing a strong will in the girl's eyes, to show she had yet to give in, Novum nodded in satisfaction. Lyle pointed his saber at Tressie. Port cannons, all at once. Reacting to his voice, the cannons on the ships left blue fire. As they hit Tressie's body head-on, and perhaps its resistance had become weak, as the monster spat up blood as they pounded into its surface. Seeing that, Lyle. It's still too hard, I see. Lyle tossed the sabers in both his hands to take out two Sawajins, before reaching his hand towards the jewel. You've toughed it out splendidly. As a reward, I'll show you my trump card. Saying that, Lyle clenched the jewel, and pulled it down as if to snap the chain, causing the giant silver sword Novum had seen before to appear in his hands. The shape of the sword was truly barbaric. But while it was a crude weapon to cut enemies down, perhaps because it had been formed from the jewel's silver craftsmanship, it was adorned with beautiful ornaments of its own. Novum's side ponytail swinging in the wind rose to block her vision, so she undid it with one hand. And Basil Sama's form. It's not just a resemblance. The father of the provincial noble Walt house of her memories. Novum could feel the first generation, Basil Walt's figure from Lyle. The shape of his sword was reminiscent, and she felt it wasn't just a similarity from carrying his ancestors' blood. As I thought. Tressie wrung out the last of its power to attack the ship. Rather than that, it tried to ram its head onto Lyle, who was on the deck of the ship. With its body hit against it, the boat's movement stopped, and as the boat took a great lurch, it inclined to a level where it was impossible for anyone to remain standing. Within that, Monica and Novum were the only ones to maintain their postures, and both were watching Lyle. This one's really the most troubling one. Does it take after its wielder? The more you try to do with it, the more magic it sucks up from you. So it's hard to use for long periods of time. And rejoice, the current me, the me who's experienced a growth, can use it better now than ever before. Lyle dashed up the tilting deck, running right at Tressie's head as if to challenge it head-on. The silver sword let off a pale glow, leaving a faint tail of light behind him. Tressie opened its large mouth to swallow Lyle up, and Lyle went right ahead, and rushed into that mouth. And this time, before it could close its mouth, a pale line of light was traced across Tressie's body. A few more lines emerged, and around the partition of neck and body. There the heads had once branched off, its neck was cleanly severed, and Lyle jumped out. The blade-like spikes of Tressie's crown pierced into the deck as it fell off, and the separated body portion slowly drew a line of blood down the ship's side as it slipped down into the water. But by the weight of the main head sticking into the deck, even as it corrected itself, the ship began to lurch the other direction. At this rate, we'll capsize. I must freeze the water surface. It was at the moment. The water froze over before Novum could move, and as if being supported up, the boat came to a stop. She didn't think the enemy was still alive, but Novum moved to look at the frozen sea. Tressie's severed head on the deck opened its eyes wide as it watched Novum pass by. Novum muttered a soft, "You can rest now," as she passed, and Tressie slowly began to close its eyes. Gather at the side to look at the ice, Vera and the sailors. And everyone who'd come out on deck was sending their eyes that way. Holding up Shannon, May looked atop the ice. Whales, this late in the game. Whales of large build, and smaller ones as well, were gathering. Around the ice, they were assembling in great numbers. Novum watched over them. She looked at the largest white whale among them. There's even a white whale. The white whale approached the ice and took on human form. The form of one barely wearing anything, with only the important parts covered. In one hand, a golden spear and a tiara on her head. The woman of massive build stood on the ice and looked up at the boat. With eyes the same sea blue as her hair, she looked at Tressie. When we finally gathered to take care of you, you've already fallen by human hands. No, there's a Colin there too. The womanly divine beast first looked at Tressie's head stuck in the deck, then at May, and finally at the other heads peeking out of the ship. And once she looked at Novum, she stopped. I see. So it's not that you ventured here, but that you were called. No, perhaps they did not have such intentions. Her eyes then went to Vera. There, the girl burst out laughing. Ah, that's just perfect. But it's all beat up, is it not? I'll make it so it doesn't sink for a while. And send down a representative, won't you? On those words, Novum turned around. Looking over Tressie's head, Lyle and Monica. Representative, that would be me. I do love that overconfidence, but thinking normally, that should be Vera Tresama. Still, just how much do you think this will sell for? That can't be. Could it be they mean to take Tressie's crown from me? This is mine. I'm not going to let some Jane Doe come and steal it up. I'm going to go complain. Jumping down from that disorderly deck, Lyle landed on the ice. But... Lyle-sama. Novum extended her hand, and Vera held her left hand to her face. He slipped. As Lyle made a magnificent tumble upon hitting the ground, the divine beast looked over him with a blank expression. I never thought you'd come down to meet me, and slip on the way. You're an interesting human. I know, right? I don't mind if you fall for me. I'll have to decline. I'm still quite faithful to my late husband. Still, I'm surprised you managed to defeat that one. Let me hear your name. Saying that, the woman whose hair extended all the way to the ice put her golden spear over her shoulder, and lent a hand to help me up. I do think I've made falling into an art form. From within the jewel, the fifth was. Why do you have to slip up at a place like? No, it was marvelous, I tell you. It really was the best, considering the time. He sounded delighted. I gripped the woman's hand, and stood before spreading out both my arms. Lyle Walt, the man who took down the one called the God of the Seas. If you had come but a moment sooner, I'm sure you'd have fallen for me. There the woman tilted her head. What? That's how it's gotten to be called? 100 or 200 years ago, it was treated as a normal monster, and my husband was a human of 300 years past. You had yet to be born, child, but Walt, was it? I had heard there was a hero of the land who went by that name. Reacting to those words, the third in the jewel. Lyle, confirm it. Who that Walt is supposed to be. Divine beasts were long-lived. And it's quite often their memories are hazy. From the start, they didn't live in human society, so they often didn't have interest in the finer details. Someone who bore my surname 300 years ago? Could I ask their name? The woman tapped her spear against her shoulder, as she thought a bit. I can't remember. The name Walt does remain in my memory. I think the other one was Forks's? There was Bon, something or another, as well. My husband did live on the land, but it's the happenings of 300 years ago. Oh, you've retrieved it? One of the whales brought a large red stone on top of its head. The woman picked the large item up in one hand, and tossed it over to me. When I accepted it, I found that even for me, it was heavy enough to need the support of my skills to lift in one hand. The woman looked at me. I thought I would put you through a spot of pain for trying to seduce me, but it looks like you do have what it takes in you to defeat that one. What, you were angry? Worry not. I don't have a hobby of going after someone's woman. The woman looked a little fed up, but she was also smiling. You really are an interesting human. You wanted the magic stone, didn't you? It was sinking to the ocean's depths, so we went ahead and retrieved it. Its purity is high, so I'm sure it'll sell for quite an amount. Now then, this ice will hold up a while. It'll probably melt by the time you do something about that head sticking out of your ship, though. I looked at the large magic stone in my hand. I hadn't seen one of this size since the 40th floor's boss, since Arumsa's. The fourth called out. So in the end, we won't learn which Walt. It's bothering me quite a bit. And as the woman turned to return to the sea, she gave some parting words. But if you really want to know, just look it up in a book. It was quite a famous tale at the time, so I'm sure you can at least find the name. I mean, they're the ones who fought and defeated the beautiful vixen, who fought to defeat Agrissa. I'm none too knowledgeable, but it was really famous back then. Hearing that name, I held up my left hand. Wait a sec. But right after, I saw the large white tail of a whale raise up high, as she dived deep into the sea. The rain clouds parted, and the sea was dyed a shade of orange. From the disassembled head of Tressie. I took the crown, and put it away in the seventh box. We're rich. We're rich. When I was shouting out in joy, Shannon looked at me with a worn-out expression. Shut it, idiot. How many times do you think I've almost died because of you? I looked at Shannon, and took a guess at the reason she was angry at me. What, so you wanted me to shower you with love? Come to me, I'll do it now. You don't have to be so angry. The seventh held back some laughter, as he spoke. Row. I don't think that's the case, Lyle. The happy ancestors were a bit doubtful this time. They were better behaved than usual, and it was extremely boring. Shannon shouted. Don't screw with me. Sweet-talking each and every one of them, you think everything you've done will just be overlooked. Don't think everyone is so easy, idiot Lyle. I suppressed a laugh. It's best you don't deny it so strongly. You're looking unnecessarily easier, Shanazi. There, she snapped, began flailing her arms about, and commenced her attack. I used my left hand to hold her head back. Who the hell is Shanazi, damn it? Oh, my apologies, you were acting so cute, I couldn't help but tease you. You're cute, Shannon. Why are you, you bastard? As Shannon needlessly flailed around, the ones atop the deck smiled and watched, and there, Verisan came out. We finished dealing with the Sawajans that infiltrated the ship. We've also done the temporary repairs. We're going to depart, but are there any problems? There, Arya responded. No problems on our side, so do whatever you want. And it's about the reward, but, since you cancelled it. Verisan shook her head. You did your job splendidly. To such an extent I'd give a bonus from my own pocket. Well then, we're off. Taking my hand from Shannon, I approached Verisan with a serious face. No, there's still an important matter to take care of. What is it? And wait, why are you so serious? I came closer, as she took some distance, took her hand, and pulled her closer. That last kiss was a necessity, and didn't count to anything. Give me your first kiss. Become mine, Vera. Verisan's face stiffened, and the surrounding sailors looking on. He fearlessly talked with the divine beast, so he's got some guts. No, but for the lady, it'll have to be a man of at least his caliber. But that would make him the heir, wouldn't it? No, is that really all right? They were relatively affirmative. It seems they've finally noticed my worth. Now, could I hear your answer? I could hear some fed-up voices around. Having changed out of her sweaty clothes, Eva looked at me. He's boldly doing it in front of all of us. I grandly turned to her, and pointed my thumb at myself. It's not my taste to beat around the bush with love. When I said that, the third burst into laughter. No, I think you're mistaking the premise, Mr. Lyle. Before the girls, you can't just confess to other women. The fourth was the same. His voice sounded as if he was holding his stomach and laughing. Even when you can't even confess in your normal state. Making a wry smile, Novum didn't say anything to my opinion. Meaning even from Novum's eyes, she was a passing candidate. There's no fault in my eyes. Vera is a woman worthy of me. Distancing herself from me, Verisan crossed her arms, and struck a daunting pose. Very well. After you've done so much, I won't mind considering it. But, let's have a match. Match? Even if I may lose for the sake of victory, Lyle, am a man who shall always win in the end. Will you still take me on, knowing that? When I flipped my hair and said that, Vera laughed, and gave an order to one of the sailors. We had that strong ale in those glasses with us, didn't we? Could you bring them over? The sailors. That one, but I don't think Boss Lyle knows about it. That's precisely why it's a match. Hurry up and bring it, Before I knew it, the sailors were already calling me their boss. Now then, what should I do about the match? On top of the deck that had undergone temporary repairs, with an illuminated table between us, I stood across from Vera. On it was a wine glass that looked like a large, round plate, with a sturdy foundation under it. It was a glass I'd not seen much of in Bonsium, so it was probably an article from some foreign land. Vera had prepared that cup, and a cask. If you can drink down 100 full cups, I don't mind loving you. Well, even if you fail, I'll pay the reward, so don't worry too much. The surrounding crew members were looking at me, and Novum and the others seemed worried. The cask contained some high-proof ale, and each glass contained quite an amount. There, the fourth spoke interestedly. Yeah, this is that, she's not a dull one. If you think about it, 100 of those is impossible. Push yourself, and you'll ruin your body. The seventh as well. This girl is testing Lyle. Now then, how about we bring an end to it? I don't want to damage Lyle. Lyle, try flipping over the cup. If you flipped the cup over, the small indent in its foundation would only hold a small bit of drink. Vera's eyes narrowed, and the surrounding sailors whistled. So he knew about them? Well, think over it a bit, and you'll notice, I guess. Does this mean the lady's marriage has been decided? Vera let out a light sigh. I see, it's my loss. But What are you talking about? I've yet to drink 100 glasses. Say it as you watch me drink down your drink. I'm sure it'll be a blast. Saying that, I opened the tap, and filled the cup's small crevice to the top. Bringing the small bit of ale to my mouth, I collapsed. Vera was making an expression of shock. Novum rushed over to me. Lyle-sama, come to think of it, up to now, have you ever drunk an ale before? Miranda looked at me. He hasn't. He always ordered water or tea. Arya hit her hand to her forehead. There's really no helping you, is there? Clara. It's nice that you noticed it and all. But no matter how you look at it, you failed. Eva touched her hand to her mouth and laughed. You're weak to alcohol? That's kinda cute. May looked over me. Your face is bright red. After talking so big, for you to lose. Monica immediately prepared water and had me drink it. Even if you're useless against ale, the chicken dickwad is my precious master. Now wake up, and shower me with your love. I guarantee I'll store it in my databanks for all eternity. And finally, Shannon pointed at me. How uncool. She said, as she laughed to herself. The ancestors as well. So that's the end of it? What? His fever time ends here? Quite a bit came out this time. Personally, perhaps it's not my taste to beat around the bush with love. For me? I ascended. I'm confident I can get even a goddess to fall for me? His landing malfunction in front of the divine beast wasn't bad either. Fifth, you didn't react too much to the divine beasts this time, did you? On the seventh question, the fifth. When they're that big, it's not even a question of whether they're cute or not. I can't dote on them properly when they're even larger than the ship. I heard a voice like that. This can't be, this is only a step on the road to Victo. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 14, Mr. Lyle reads ahead. Mr. Lyle reads ahead. The sun having set, it was night atop the sea. I was carried to a bed, where I lay and rested up. A towel was placed on my forehead, and it was pleasantly cool. It was a miscalculation for my face to turn red after merely touching alcohol to my mouth, but I accomplished my objective, so there weren't any problems. I was about to go to sleep. There, a knock came at the door. When I replied, the one to enter was Vera. What, as I thought, you've decided to accept my confession? When I said that, she spoke with a fed-up expression. Just how optimistic can you be? Just go to sleep already. I only came to say my personal thanks. And I cannot answer to your feelings. I have someone I like. When I slowly raised my body, Vera drew closer to pick up the towel that had fallen from my forehead. She reached her hand, so I grabbed it and pulled her towards me. Looking at her, as she narrowed her eyes and reached a hand to her back hip, Then that's unfortunate. But if that's the case, you'd best be careful. What do you mean by that? I continued pulling her in, lay her down on the bed, and circled around to a position to pin her down. Our positions had been reversed. I hung over Vera. There, a golden gunpoint was thrust into my stomach. I can't laugh at this one. Please don't make me shoot my life's savior. I smiled, and brought the gun's barrel up to my heart. If you're going to aim, try aiming here. And your gun isn't loaded. When I said that, she looked annoyed. She averted her face, and... I'm sure you're just after my fortune. You did say something about your finances after all. I'm sorry, but could you go knocking elsewhere? It's not like I'm going to succeed the Trace House. How unfortunate for you. Hearing that, I see, so the love you have is unrequited? Or your statuses don't match? The former, I see. Seeing Vera had reacted to the unrequited love portion, I traced her collarbone with my finger. I do want money. I also want your connections. There are various things I want, but I'm starting to want your body and heart as well, Bot. Are you drunk? I'm sure your spirits are high from your growth, but this'll become something awful later on. As she resisted with a reddened face, I continued pressing her down and laughed. Got it. Then how about a match? Again? You really don't learn. While listening to her breathing get rough, I spoke. The contract is until this boat returns to Bime. We're going to stay a few weeks at the port, aren't we? We have to do proper repairs, so that period may stretch out. What of it? I directed a smile at her. I won't do a thing. But if you admit your defeat by the time we get to Bime, then kiss me. Be careful. Try not to think of me. Keep me on your mind, and you'll fall in love. I'm sure tomorrow will be a spectacle. You needn't worry about it, I will never fall in love with you. I got off of the bed, and lent Vera a hand to get up. She moved straight to leave the room, going through the door with her hand pressed to her chest. As she passed me by. It's because I'm in your debt that I've overlooked this much. Don't misunderstand me. But I am thankful for today. Saying that, she closed the door. From the jewel hung at my neck, the seventh let his voice. Looks like this time was a failure, Mr. Lyle. In the empty room, I confirmed my victory. I've already said it. In order to win in the end, I'll accept some defeat. What, I need only wait for her to fall. Even if I won her challenge, the girl herself wouldn't have fully accepted it. More than that, because she'd lost, she'd only reluctantly follow along. It would take much more time for her to truly fall. This was for the best. The fourth laughed. Those could also come off as the words of a sore loser. But good work this time. Rather than interesting, how should I put this? I've been able to evaluate your offense more than usual. The fifth shared his sentiment, but he sounded a little worried. He's more assertive than the usual Lyle, but he's too assertive. This time was a case where we couldn't run away, but when it's possible, we should keep retreat in our field of vision. We were able to put his growth to good use this time. The seventh was mindful of the whales. White whale's words. Personally, I'm curious about the white whale's words. A Walt house 300 years ago. Do you think they're related to us? The third thought a little. I can't be certain they're not. The information of how Agrissa was defeated is unusual and scarce. And it's a country that wouldn't hesitate to perpetrate this and that, so it's possible something went on in its rise. Even so, Mr. Lyle sure is horrible. Don't think about me, saying something like that only gets people to think about you more. On top of that, we handed over the magic stone. And this time around, I obtained Tressy's head. Scales and fangs, as well as a large quantity of metal. After all they'd done to assist, we had to at least give them the magic stone. But when I said all I'd take was Tressy's head, I found Vera's apologetic face a bit curious. A number of times, she asked, "Are you fine with that?" And I'm certain it wasn't just that she wanted to give us a larger share, she was earnestly worried for us. I lay on the bed, and closed my eyes. Well, when we return, I'll try looking into this and that. And, by the time we reach Bime, Vera will have fallen for me. On my words, the fourth spoke. What overconfidence. I can't help but wait for tomorrow. The fifth, quietly. If it were me, perhaps I would throw myself into the sea. The second morning after Tressy's attack. Vera was talking with the captain at the bridge. The reason their bodies felt light, and they felt they wouldn't lose to anyone in the world was surely because they had gone through growths themselves. Of course, having seen Lyle, they bore it in mind to contain themselves. We really will be late. We did stray off course, and we've wasted 2 whole days. But I never imagined a growth would come at this old age. Good grief, I'd like to forget the events of yesterday. Having defeated Tressy, the ship's sailors showed an inclination towards growth. It wasn't to Lyle's level, but even Vera didn't feel like doing anything for 2 whole days. At present, she was feeling an uplifting sensation, but she kept it in mind not to lose rational thought. With the strange elation surrounding the crew the day before, they determined it would be dangerous to advance the ship, and kept its movement to a minimum as they rested. Cleaning and repairing cut away some time, and because of all that, it didn't look as if they'd make it to the port on time. It would really help if the boss left his room. That speed-increasing skill, right? You think we could get him to use it? When Vera heard Lyle's name, she grinned in delight. It doesn't look like he'll ever come out. He was in quite a terrible state, after all. The captain looked at her. Milady, you're not really one to speak. You've gone around to his place a number of times. I only repaid the favor for that kiss of his. You think it petty? That was my first kiss, you know. You've got a point. The captain laughed, but remembering the situation it happened in, he pulled his hat down over his head. At this rate, we won't be at a deficit, but it will become a problem of credibility. Vera heard that, and let out a sigh. You're right. I guess I'll try going and asking him again. The captain looked at Vera's smiling profile, pretended to correct the position of his hat, and spoke in a small voice. You're not honest with yourself. He said that. Stop. Please stop. Don't you dare call me Mr. Lyle. In the room I'd been given, I draped a cover over myself and covered my ears. Boss, please come out. Mr. Lyle, we're begging you here. The ship will be late. At least hear us out, Mr. Lyle. It's fine and all that the sailors had become friendly. But they began to call me boss and Mr. Lyle. I'd like it they stopped. The reason being. Oi, what happened to the Mr. Lyle of 3 days ago? You could at least go out and use a skill. You can make even a goddess fall for you, can't you? Maybe Vera-chan is already smitten? Go and check out the result. At the third and fourth bursts of laughter, I screamed under the covers. Don't screw with me. I'm definitely not going outside. Definitely. And next, Novum and company came to the door. Lyle-sama, it's time for your meal, so please come out. You haven't eaten anything for the past few days, right? Miranda sounded delightful. Yeah, come out already, and shower me with love. It was a promise, wasn't it? I'll draw it out slow and easy. Arya gave the door a strong knock. Just how long are you going to mope around? You'll grow mold. Get out already. And give us some fiery confessions as well. Shannon, as if seeking help from me. Hurry and get out of there. It's scary. Everyone's so high-strung that it's scary. Eva sounded exhausted. It's enervating for us to deal with them by ourselves. Hurry up, get out, and switch with us. In regards to her, Clara. You'll make a sacrifice of Lyle-san? As expected of an elf. You're good at using dirty means. May spoke from the other side of the door. Clara's the one that changes the most, it seems. She's been like this since morning. I could tell Clara was quite lively over there. Lyle-san, locking yourself in there forever won't resolve anything. Now come outside, and let us tease you. It's boring with nothing but women. The evil red-faced Spider-Woman and Amazon are a bore, so please accompany me. Oi, who's the Amazon supposed to be? Arya was pressing Clara on the other side of the door. Why, I'm talking about the woman who got herself soaked in Sawajan blood, and caused all the ship's men to draw back. Look for a mirror, and I'm sure you'll meet her. I could hear Shannon scream. The sailors ran away. Hey, Wanisama's pulling a dagger from, hurry and get out here, idiot Lyle. Wrapping the blanket around, I yelled. Don't want to. As if I'd ever go out there. Leave me be until we reach port. There, the locked door slowly opened. It was Monica. How long will you grumble? I do find such a chicken dickwad wonderful as well, but you didn't shower me with love in your fever time. I regret that overall else. Putting my expectations off to next time, it's time to eat. Let me wipe down your body. The door opened, and Shannon burst in. Get up already. Do something about those women. When Shannon forcibly tried to pull me out, a hand rested atop her head. It was Miranda's hand. Miranda was gripping her head. Shannon, would I be included in those women? When I think you're looking on me like that, it saddens me. Your sister is crying, so won't you let her use you as bait to fish up a catch? Her head creaking out, she raised a scream of pain and fear. Higya-ah. Novum brought over my meal, and offered me a smile. You haven't eaten anything for several days, right? Now eat. Clara entered the room, and looked at me. You're making quite a face, Lyle-san. Could you talk about what happened? Is it still on your mind how you confessed to Vera-san in your post-growth high tensions? Or could it be you're sorrowful over how your confession failed? Which is it? Seeing her persistently press me with a smile, I retreated into the cover with teary eyes. Eva. How you challenged the Triton serpent and saved the merchant daughter was cool, but why must you run away after coming this far? That's no end to a story. I'm cutting it from the song. As Eva said something like that, Clara gave a stronger rebuttal than usual. That's why elves are no good. There's no point in the truth unless it's recorded in detail. I'll record it all. Because I remember it. I was connected with connection, so Mr. Lyle's speech in action, I'll record it all. I shouted. Please forget it. And what do you mean you'll leave records? You mean to say I'll be laughed at for the rest of my life? Isn't it fine if you just cut all the strange parts? Such records do nothing but torture me. May was looking at the meal Nobum had brought in for me, while Monica had brought a change, and was waiting on standby. As the narrow room descended into chaos, Arya informed me I had a visitor. Lyle, guest for you. Look, you've got to properly confront her. She's the girl you confessed to. I'd like a confession that passionate someday. As she sent some expectant eyes, I thought in irritation. Don't look at me like that. I complained in my heart, as I looked at Verisan in the doorway. Is something the matter? She thought a little, and let out a sigh. Now that I've seen you like that, I can't really tease you. Well, your tension was high from your growth, is how I'll write it off, so come out and assist us. I'll pay for it. For now, I wanted to escape from this chaos, so I stood with the blanket still around me, and decided to follow Verisan. At the head of the ship, I lay with a blanket around me. Using the fourth skill speed, I was raising the ship's movement speed. With its size, and the fact we were at sea, the feeling of using the skill was strangely different. I carried out adjustments, and felt it gradually scrape away at my mana. But because I had more of it than before, I was somehow able to maintain it. Could I become one with the sea, and just forget it all? When I muttered that, I heard Verisan's voice. I don't think you have skill as a poet. And I can't quite recommend it. So you'd best not toss yourself overboard. I slowly rolled to look behind me, and there she stood. Looking up. Black, it suits you well. Shutting her mouth, Vera sat down and handed over a drink. The cup contained soup. She was angry, but she didn't do anything to me. You sure have some composure. Drink that, and get up. I was sure you would kick me. I said, as I took the cup. When I took it to my mouth, I found it was quite tasty. This and that had happened, but as expected, my body was seeking out nutrition. I raised my torso, and sat, while Verisan leaned her back against me. The one I told you about, the person I like. He's my sister's boyfriend. I put myself on guard, thinking she'd bring up my growth, but it seems that wasn't the case. From the start, the only ones to come closer were men aiming for the trace house. You're the same, aren't you? You're the first to go that far, mind you. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. You'll make me sad. Ha! I saw a dream yesterday. It was the continuation of the one I always saw. Listening to the talks of her dreams, I drank the soup from the cup. It seems she often saw dreams of sinking to the ocean's depths. But last night, I saw a dream of climbing back onto land. It was a bit of a relief. With this, I feel I can go on without too much worry. Why are you telling all this to me? Verisan thought a little, before standing. After brushing off her skirt, she started walking away. And she turned. Who knows? That's just the sort of mood I was in. I feel I should thank you for my dreams as well. And I wanted you to understand I won't fall so easily, perhaps? Though to Mr. Ladykiller, I'm sure I'm just a single woman of the legions around you. She said that with a smile, and left. I said I wouldn't do anything, and she'd fall, did I? That post-growth me sure is an idiot. No, that would be me. I thought of calling something back to her, but my voice wouldn't come out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 15, The Northern Powers. The Northern Powers. Clara Bulmer stood on the deck, with her staff in her hands, and sighed. I really did it. By the elation of her post-growth, she had ended up toxic to her surroundings. She hung her head. It's at times like these that I'm truly jealous of elves like Eva, and Quylans like May. I hear they don't change much during growths. Novum-san and Shannonshon don't seem to change much either. Lyle alone stood out extraordinarily, but Arya, Miranda and Clara had a stream of failures post-growth. With this time's defeat of Tressie, everyone showed a change in their physical state right after. They weren't bedridden, but even so when growths overtook everyone around, Clara found herself unable to calmly remain in her room. She wasn't one to mind it, but she somehow didn't want to return. Arya and Miranda were now sleeping in the room with their blankets wrapped around them. So Clara left, and came up to the deck. A post-growth elation. I need to learn to contain it. Even if she attempted to restrain it herself, it wasn't something that could be restrained. That's why so many people raised problems. Sinking into those darker sentiments, Clara heard a voice call out to her from behind. It was Vera. Raising up her bright red parasol, she touched her other hand to her hip. "Ha? Is it just you, Clara? Why are you alone?" Turning around, Clara answered honestly. "I don't want to face any of my comrades right now." "Could you understand my sentiment?" When she said that, Vera sympathized, and nodded. And Clara looked at the parcel Vera held in the hand against her side. "What's in the box?" "This? Ah, it's a spare gun, and I was thinking of giving it to Lyle. That guy only has a few mass-produced sabers as weapons, right? I have a few spares myself. Why you think he'll like it? And we haven't been able to see each other lately, so..." Seeing how Vera had become more talkative, Clara was shocked. Of all else, when she averted her eyes a bit from Clara, and said Lyle's name, she looked a little confused. This girl really is falling. Lyle-san, you're needlessly proficient. And Clara looked at the box in Vera's hands. A gun, is it? I'm also interested, but I don't have the knowledge to use one, so I'm hesitant to dabble in it. I don't think Lyle-san has such knowledge either, does he? Why does he know something like that? Clara had pondered such a thing of the boy many times on a regular basis. She had seen actions that couldn't just be written off as that Lyle was talented. In that case, it wouldn't be strange for him to possess the knowledge to use a gun. Are you curious? I see, then come to my room. Eh? And just like that, Clara was on the way to Vera's room. After entering, Vera took out a number of boxes from her assorted belongings, and placed them on the table. It was smaller than the one Vera used, but it was a revolver-style gun. On top of that, she placed 3 boxfuls of ammunition. You can have it. No, I can't accept something so expensive. As Clara said something like that, Vera smiled. It's a prior investment. The country handling in that gun's bullets are our company. And if it will be used by a promising party, it's a cheap buy. Accepting it, Clara took the gun out of the box, and tried taking a stance. While it's small, it's a magic tool. I can't tell you what skills were inscribed on it, but it lessens the recoil. You can even use it with one hand. Ah, don't point it at people. And, After Vera gave Clara a simple explanation of how to handle it, they went out over the sea, and tried firing off some actual rounds. The gun Clara accepted had a lower output than Vera's. But it was more than enough for self-defense. And like that, until the sun set, Clara learned how to handle a gun from Vera. The countries north of Bonsium contained some that had been hostile for many years. The country called Kartafs was one placed in a harsh environment. They had tried many times to march into the abundance of Bonsium to their south. Of course, Bonsium was sure to respond in kind, so both sides had hostile relations with one another. But recently, there hadn't been any drastic movement, and from Bonsium's point of view, they were seen on as nothing but a country they had once been at war with. At the major port of such a country, the Vera trace arrived right on schedule. As I descended the gangway, the sailors waved at me from atop the ship. Go get him, Mr. Lyle. Tell tales of our travels when you get back, Mr. Lyle. You're gonna make it big, Mr. Lyle. Each and every one of them, Mr. Lyle, Mr. Lyle. I do understand this is my persecution complex, but even so it made me feel like holding my head, and rolling across the ground. Standing on land for the first in a while, I felt as if I was still swaying a little. Now then, we'll have to head for the guild that put out the request, then go and slay a land dragon. Everyone looked at me, and nodded. Clara pulled on my sleeve. Lyle-san, could you give your salutations to Vera-san? She should still be somewhere around the gangway. Looking around, I saw Vera-san had disembarked, and she had her parasol out, with a parcel in both hands. She was holding quite an expensive-looking box, and averting her eyes from me. Me? I already did that, but, very well. Following Clara's words, I headed for Vera-san, and she handed over that box to me. From that relatively large box, I felt a profound weight. When I looked confused, she spoke. You can have that. You gave us the magic stone, and it would leave a bad taste in my mouth if I only pay your reward. I just thought something like this would be nice too. Yes, is that so? You even threw in a bonus, so personally, I've no complaints. When I looked at the box, she told me to try opening it. So I took off the lid, and inside was a black, expensive-looking gun. It was revolver type, and I thought I had seen its shape somewhere before. Isn't this a differently colored version of yours, Vera-san? In regards to that, just Vera is fine. It's not just color, mine is made of the rare metal gold. That one's also rare metal, but, well, it's just a spare. There's no deeper meaning. When I gazed at the gun, the seventh let his voice. The fact that it's rare metal means it's sturdy, and probably a magic tools with skills engraved on it. It definitely isn't cheap. The fifth even. 21 rounds, just how much would one of those shots go for? It's definitely a weapon of the rich. I thought the same, but if she was handing it over, I would accept. I wanted to try firing one, but carrying one around didn't sound bad either. Thank you. I'll treasure it. When I said that, she hid her face with her parasol, and started back up the gangway. I see. Well, go to your best. I think we'll depart in around 3 weeks, so make sure you're back here by then. After I replied, she hastened her pace, and disappeared into the ship. As I thought, she's angry. The fourth, on my opinion. This time was a failure. Well, it would be a lie to say you weren't aiming for it, but there shouldn't be a problem. She's quite a big shot anyways. I repented over how I angered her with my growth, as I raised my expectations for how much Tressy's materials would sell for. I'd be grateful for 2,000 or 3,000. I thought, as I headed back to my comrades. The third let out a fed-up voice. Ha, you're all no good. Fourth, all you're good at is currying favor. He let out a sigh. I had dropped by the Kartaf's guild that had put out the land dragon subjugation request. But there, they informed me. Why you can't buy them off? I deeply apologize. The bespectacled male receptionist pressed himself against the counter as he apologized to me. When I asked the reason. We've confirmed those are indeed trident serpent materials. But you see, with this guild's scale, we don't deal with monster materials of that level, and when it comes to trident serpents, just what standard could we use to price them? They had never dealt with it before, so they had no idea what sum to put up. Miranda, who'd come to the guild with me, spoke to the receptionist. Where is the largest guild in Kartafs? Do you think they will buy it? The receptionist spoke apologetically. If you just want to sell them, anywhere would work. But I can't say anything to a fair price, and it's uncertain what those materials would be suited to. It's unknown if they have any use in manufacturing at all. If you sell them, both sides may be unsatisfied with this transaction, so most guilds will be reluctant to deal in them. What's more, the objectives of the guilds of Kartafs aren't as flexible as others. Perhaps having regulations more severe than others was Kartaf's characteristic. Within the country's guilds, it seems such a policy had been taken up. If it were the magic stone, you could probably receive between 5,000 to 10,000. But the materials will depend on future research. What's more, they're not materials one can find a steady supply of, so they're not something Kartafs would want at all costs. Well. You came from Bime, did you not? Then bringing it back to Bime is the best option. Even if you do, I can't say how much it will go for, but after so much trouble, on top of all my expectations of how high they would sell for, Tressy's materials. They were rare, but he said no one knew what use they had. So I should have confirmed it with Vera-san, and stopped while I was ahead. In my high tensions, I had no intentions of conceding the crown, so I had refused her proposals. As my stream of capital became dubious, the third spoke. Well, since you defeated Tressy, you can sell your name, so is it really that much a problem? Getting the trace house in your debt was already a merit. In the first place, Tressy wasn't part of our plans. When he said it, I recalled my goal had simply been to beat a land dragon and raise my name. The fundraising was to come afterwards. Yes, if you think of it like that. I spoke to the guild receptionist. Then I'll bring the materials back to Bime. Now about your land dragon problems. The male receptionist made a relieved expression. You've defeated a trident serpent, so I can leave it to your party with peace of mind. The location, if you look at this map, is right around here. Taking out a map, the man informed me. And he said he'd prepare a guide to get us there. A local adventurer? Yes. Well, it may sound rude, but every place has its own set of rules. You've come all the way here at our request, but even so, breaking such unwritten rules will invite the hatred of the guild and its adventurers. Miranda touched her hand to her chin. I get where he's coming from. And it's better to have a guide than not. Lyle, I think we should hire them. And they're trustworthy, right? On Miranda's look, the receptionist nodded. They're an adventure party even we rely on. There's no doubt they're skilled. He told us he'd contact the party that would guide us tomorrow, so we returned to our inn to rest for the day. Night. As I slept, I came into the Jewel for the first time in a while. I crossed my arms in front of my room, thinking over whether I should enter it, or if it would be irrelevant for what was to come. Behind me, the ancestors were discussing this time's request. The third brought up the conversation at the guild. Skilled, but can't win against a land dragon, is it? I think that's a bit dicey. Rather than that, the fourth was surprised over the cheapness of Tressy's materials. It's a famous monster. Why does it sell for so low once defeated? It's true we took it apart, so it can't be stuffed, but it should still have its value. The seventh side at the fourth's opinion. All that matters is that people know Lyle defeated it. That's just how valuable it is. Well, sell it once we return to Bime, and there won't be a problem. But what should I say about Kartaf's guild? The fifth took over the seventh's doubts. It felt quite rigid. Some may say that's for the better, but it didn't bring about a good result for us. Perhaps it was better than having them buy it simply because it was rare. But you could call them too pragmatic. The third didn't know too much about Kartaf's. When he was alive, it was a land far, far away. More importantly, you guys know about the wars between Kartaf's and Bonsium, right? Is it on hold from injuries? Or are there still skirmishes happening about? The one to answer was the seventh. They haven't been warring as of late. Our territory was too far to consider sending reinforcements, but perhaps there are some small squabbles still going on? There were only 2 large-scale wars over the course of my life. Should I think only 2? Or you already had 2? As a Bonsinian, I felt it was best I didn't ask. In front of the door. I approached, and tried opening it just a bit. Through the narrow gap, my eyes met with the blue eyes of seals peering back. Oh, so you won't come in? You damn coward. Gaia. I hurriedly tried to shut it, but Seal's hand reached out to prevent that. When I kicked that hand by reflex, she laughed to herself before retreating back into the room. And after I shut the door, I took some distance from it. What are you doing, Lyle? If you're that curious, just try going in. When the seventh said that, the fifth too. The only ones who haven't entered yet are you and the fourth. When I looked over to the fourth, he averted his eyes, and corrected his glasses with a shaking hand. Everyone has something they're not good at. I don't have the courage to go out before an angry Bridget. Just how scared could he be, I thought, but I had also been surprised into retreat by Seals. And wait, why is Seals in my room of memories? The third crossed his hands, and made just a bit of a serious expression. I've no idea. Well, perhaps there'll be some progress as things go on, but for now, you should concentrate on the job before you. The third said that in his usual aloof smile. Arumsas. An automaton in a tailcoat prepared black tea, and presented it to his master. Seals accepted it, and after enjoying the fragrance, she took a sip. Excellent. It's quite a splendid taste. Even as you hate me so, seeing you serve me with all your might is delightful. She relaxed in an extravagant room, and nearby, a young girl absent-mindedly sat in an armchair, her black hair growing all the way to the floor. Her eyes were covered with her hair, and the only visible parts of her face were her nose and mouth. The male model butler automaton with his red hair cut short spoke. Your praise brings absolutely no pleasure to me. Because it is only the natural result. Good grief, being left with no one to serve was one thing, but being forced into the service of one I bear such sentiment towards is a curse on my being. When the automaton said that, Seals laughed to herself. And she looked over the room. In it, the influential scholars of the City of Scholars were looking at her with passion. I've taken a liking to you. I hated that trash had something I did not, but you're even more wonderful than the maid he carried around. The Academy's principal sounded delighted. Thank you very much. He is an automaton the Academy put all our resources to reviving. Unlike the maids, they're characterized by possessing a wide array of functions without add-ons. Seals automaton. The automaton named Bert spoke annoyed. I never thought I would be compared to those fakes from a country who know nothing but how to imitate. Yes, being compared to those failures is unpleasant. He was a tall butler in his 20s. Holding his head high, his expression truly was an annoyed one. Seals laughed. Then will you destroy Lyle's automaton? I don't mind. Of course, I've no idea where they are, or anything. Bert looked upon Seal's smile expressionlessly. I must refrain. My sole objective is to serve you. And can you imagine how unpleasant that is already making me feel? Seals finished her black tea, reaching a hand to the confectionaries, before stuffing them into her mouth with an immodest gesture. The confectionaries Bert made were delicious, and with a cute smile appropriate her age, she ate with stuffed cheeks. Bert spoke. How improper. Your mouth is sullied. Saying that, he immediately brought a handkerchief to her mouth, and gently wiped it off. Regardless of how much he disliked or hated her, serving with all his might was the role of an automaton. Seals let out a sigh. Delicious tea and snacks, but I really wanted to meet Professor Damien. I never thought he would say he was off for a round of the labyrinth and flee. Because of that, I ended up going all the way up and beating the 50th floor boss looking for him. The guild receptionists even got mad at me for it, so I ended up killing them, She put out her tongue in a cute gesture. But even hearing that, the leaders of Audiobooks. What, after looking into it, it had already extended past 50. As long as the labyrinth doesn't disappear, there isn't a problem. And even if you were to clear the labyrinth, we would have nothing but gratitude to you, Seal-sama. Even so, Damien, he shall be permanently exiled from Audiobooks. Looking at the delighted leaders, the black-haired girl muttered. Killing dozens with a smile. You weren't even particularly angry. On those words, Seals looked at the black-haired girl. I wasn't mad. But I didn't like their attitude. And it's important that I punish them for making me go through something so pointless. If it's only receptionists, they have any number of replacements. Hearing that, Bert spoke. Making a bloodbath of everyone working at the guild, and that's your reaction? Good grief, why am I consigned to such an unpleasant master? If this was how it was to be, staying dead would have been preferable. Seals remembered the faces the last staff members had made as they cried and begged, and she grinned. Now then, what should we play next? As Seals laughed in Audiobooks, she gently stroked the hilt of her rapier as she thought over the next game to play. And on it, the yellow jewel sparkled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 16, The Queen of Kartafs. The Queen of Kartafs. As I walked through the streets of Kartafs, Bonsium, Audiobooks, Bime, I noticed the difference it had to the places I'd been. I hadn't felt it in Zayin or Lorphes either. Kartaf's characteristic air. The orderly townscape was the same, but the buildings looked much too practical. On top of that, the patrolling soldiers walking around. The uniforms they wore were unified, and I couldn't see any knights. The first one to notice it was the 7th. I heard Kartafs gathered its personnel regardless of class. I see, so they're thoroughly ability-centered. They did have a nobility system, for what it's worth, but that wasn't everything. I think it's a good thing they recognize talent regardless of social status. But carrying out something like that would generate considerable opposition. So I must assume Kartaf's leader has at least enough ability to subdue them. Or perhaps they had to learn to do so, or else. The third lay out his own thoughts. Bonsium to the south. Kartafs is also a large country, but their national powers are too far apart. As this country can't even cooperate with its surroundings, it's thinkable it's been refined by the threat of Bonsium. But they become this practical, have they? Well, it may just be their character. Character, or a geographic reason, whatever the case, there wasn't a doubt it was a strong nation. The 5th looked at the town. Bonsium's north, it would be nice if we can get them to help out when Lyle makes his move. I thought the same, but the current me wasn't significant enough for Kartafs to take me seriously if I asked for assistance. What's more, as a noble of the country they hate so. The 4th. But you would never think Kartaf's queen was the queen Eva-chan had sung of. I looked at Eva walking beside me. Even taking an elf like her around, the surrounding reactions were normal. A change from Bonsium, Audiobooks or Bime, where at times, you could find some prejudice. Eva looked around her. It's quite cold here. I should have brought a coat. Even so, when you see demi-humans walking around so normally, it makes one think it's a good country. I questioned her use of, makes one think. So I tried asking. Doesn't that mean they're truly appointing anyone skilled irrelevant to status? It's a good country, isn't it? There, the 4th explained it to me. You just don't get it, Lyle. It's best you don't look at nothing but the good side of ability-centric government. To everything, there are merits and demerits to be found. Hearing that, I tilted my head, and after Eva looked around, and confirmed there were no soldiers around, she spoke. Look at it the other way, and useless people and demi-humans are looked upon coldly. The reason the guild receptionist tried so hard to stay out of your way surely because you're a skilled one. I tried asking a few of my brethren, but apparently the gap in treatment is a large one. It may be better than a class system, but it feels there's no room to breathe. So talented ones were respected, and the rest despised. The strength of that outlook must also be Kartaf's characteristic. The fifth offered some admiration to Eva. Still, having brethren elves everywhere sure is convenient for gathering information. What's more, just saying Nihil gets a different reaction. A relatively favorable one at that. The Nihil tribe, it was a tribe that held meaning to the elves. When it came to gathering information, even within the party, Eva was a skilled one. She had her own information network, and she could easily lay hands on info the rest of us wouldn't be able to touch. Novum and Miranda were also good at it, but as Eva was easily able to collect info in whatever town we stopped by, she was surely a hard-to-get existence. When we walked down the street together, perhaps it was a relatively large town, as there were a lot of people around. There were food stalls lined around, with lineups of rare edibles. They have quite a variety of meat. I do get the feeling sweets and the like are scarce, though. Eva looked at the carts and booths. It seems sweets are precious here. Come to think of it, the ship had some sugar loaded as well. The sailors were delighted when they found it was undamaged. The large load of cargo loaded on the ship was safe, and Vera was relieved. The country was trading for its insufficient commodities with Bime. And as we were working in Kartaf's, we were exploring the town until the time came. On top of getting acquainted with our guides, we were scheduled to set up our plans today. I also wanted to learn what to look out for on the terrain. And once that was over, we would finish up our preparations and set out. It's right about time. Shall we head for the guild? Saying that, the two of us set off for the guild, but hearing some rowdy voices, I turned in that direction. Eva was watching as well. The surrounding people were walking around a group of feuding adventurers. There were some rubberneckers, but most went right on with their business. Could it be a fight? Looks like it's between adventurers. Eva was curious. Thinking of things as seeds for stories, showing such interest in these sorts of things was her virtue, as well as her flaw. From what I could see, some middle-aged adventurers were surrounding a party of younger ones. Looking at them. They're the same as us. The young adventurer party with an extreme inclination in gender ration was surrounded by an elder party of 5. But it seems the one at fault was. Hand off the guide roll? Are you sure you ain't an idiot? The elder male adventurer confronted the young man. In contrast to the elder adventurer party's orderly equipment, the young adventurer's gear looked unreliable. But they did have an air to them. They were strangely calm, and it didn't look as if an oblivious one was trying to pick a fight. Eva had noticed as well, as she quietly watched over them. The garments they wore had a sense of cleanliness, but their appearances were gaudy. Pierces and necklaces, they also had rings. The long sword on the man's back alone was splendid enough to put it at odds with his other clothes. His age was perhaps a little over mine? Gray hair, and green eyes, he was of high stature, and of trained body. I heard it. You're guiding a party that defeated a trident serpent, aren't you? ANS, it seems they've got some pretty ladies with them. I'd like to try and meet them too. And unlike you small fries who needed to call adventurers from Bime to defeat something like a land dragon, I'll go and take it out while I'm out guiding. If he was just an oblivious kid, he's be mocked, and that would be the end of it. But the air he gave off made it feel like he could actually do it. From the jewel, the third led his voice. You'll find unreasonably strong people wherever you go. Faithful to their desires, the type that doesn't think of the trouble they're causing to their surroundings. The elder adventurer shot back at the young one. And I'm a skin if you're an idiot. This is an official request from the guild. If you're complaining to someone, complain to the guild. Eva tugged at my sleeve and pointed around. Lyle, look around. The ones who've stopped are almost all women. Now that you mention it. Around us, there were women staring as if to bite into the young adventurer. There were women who were different as well, but I couldn't easily tell them apart. I guess he looks cool? When I looked at the adventurer, wondering if it were a matter of looks, the fourth spoke. Something feels off. Anne? Lyle, go look into him. I used skills to try obtaining information on him. There, I was able to see the young adventurer was using some sort of skill. It reacts to women, is it influencing their psyche? One of the women following behind the man looked at me. It seemed she noticed I had done something. Our eyes met, and the woman pulled at the adventurer's arm, and pointed at me. Lyle, you've been seen. As Eva looked between me and the young adventurer party, the bystanders that didn't want to get involved opened up a path between us. Ah? Who are you? Oh, You've got quite a cutie with you. Hey, is she any use? On the words of the young man pointing at Eva, the woman who noticed me nodded. And she even gave him a warning. Lark-sama, you mustn't involve yourself. Those two are remarkable. Nothing like the adventurers you'd find in these parts. Then let's go. Perhaps irritated by the woman's words, the young adventurer clicked his tongue at us. As the elder adventurers remained wary, they parted from the crowd. Evaluating the situation, the seventh spoke. What a troublesome fellow. When he hears he can't win, he steps down that easily. Erhardt, was it? It's as if a guy like Erhardt actually had some skill backing him. As the elder adventurers began walking towards us, the third spoke. Kartafs looked fun, doesn't it? A queen, and a young, ambitious adventurer, doesn't it sound exhilarating? The fifth painstakingly voiced his opinion. Is that so? Let's defeat the land dragon, and get back safely. The fourth to the young adventurer. I wonder if that guy will raise some trouble. I want a chance for us to have an audience with the queen. Do you think they'll become the trigger for us? And as always, the seventh let out an anti-adventurer declaration. That sort always brings trouble, but I wonder if it'll go that far. How about we hunt down the buds of calamity while we still have the chance? That one's quite dangerous, you know? In the Kartaf Citadel City's royal palace, a single woman read through a report. Sitting on a splendid sofa, she wore black garb that stuck close to her body. Near her, a long and slender sword leaned against her seat. Turning to lie down, the woman reading the document stroked her long, waved, aubergine hair, as she raised the upper half of her body. Looking back over a passage that caught her interest, she lightly touched her tongue to her red lips. How interesting. They defeated the Trident Serpent, did they? I heard the Trace Trading Company's ship had been attacked, but... Continuing down the intriguing document, it seems the ones who brought the materials to the guild were instead a group of adventurers. Does logic even work on that lot at the guild? Buy it off, and they could have been the first to research it. I did tell them to collect rare specimens, but I didn't tell them what to do when the specimens were too rare. Do I really have to give another in-depth explanation? The fed-up woman reached a hand to her sword nearby. Drawing it from its scabbard, she looked at its bright red blade. It's been a while since I last went outside, but my subordinates won't allow it. Sheathing it away, she stood, placed the documents on top of her table, and looked through the last item on the list. This time, her expression twisted in disdain. That Lark guy is asking for yet another audience? I told them not to deal with him, but the one handling the reception was a woman, I see. Then there's no helping it. She violently tossed only the last page aside, and headed for an extravagant desk in the room. The woman's name was Ludmila Kartafs. Once called the Princess Knight, she was now called Queen, as a member of Kartaf's royalty. After sitting in her chair, and resuming her work, a laugh came from her lips. Still, how interesting. Shall I give a summons to that Trace Trading Company? And the adventurers that came from Bime. I never thought I'd see the surname Walt come up. How interesting. He may not be of Bonsium's Walt house, but how curious, Having been temporarily left the throne from the previous king, she was not an official queen. But it was also true that everyone supported her in becoming one. As the Princess Knight, she had earned much support throughout the country, and she was somewhat a symbol of Kartafs. A woman like that was now going through stacks of paperwork. Now then, how should I call them out, but first? Before the mountain of forms, Ludmila covered her eyes, and brushed away her bangs with one hand to verify it. But when she opened her eyes, the same mountain stood before her, just as it had before. Nothing will start unless this is out of the way. Saying that, she got back to work. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Epilogue. Epilogue. Inside the forest. I stood before the earth-colored land dragon as it brushed and trampled trees aside, coming for me. Huge forelimbs. A large head. In contrast, its lower body looked small in comparison to its top. The land dragon of the first's memories had been of ashen skin, but the ones here were the color of the dirt, and looked a size or two smaller. We had the adventurers that had guided us return, and we took on the multiple land dragons, 4 in total. I held up my saber in my right hand, and confirmed the surrounding situation. Arya and Miranda don't have a problem. May, Eva and Clara as well. Novum and Monica, it looks like I didn't even have to worry about them from the start. The party split in 4, and each team took on one of the dragons. With those 4 bodies, they had likely worked up their coordination to take on the adventurers and knights that came for them. And their movements did show signs of cooperation, making them quite troublesome foes. Behind me, Shannon. I could have just stood on standby in Porter. Why did you have to take me along? Was bawling. I didn't want to bring her along, but Miranda told me to. It seems she thought some sort of change would come about if we kept piling the girl with all sorts of life experience. She did have demon eyes, but Shannon wasn't a fighter. She was the intellect type that was supposed to manipulate people from the backstage. Having been pulled from her comfortable backseat, she was more of the party's mascot than anything else. Mascot, between Monica and Shannon, would it have to be Shannon? While I thought that, the land dragon before my eyes turned its head up and was about to let out a roar. Perhaps it was an attempt to regroup with its comrades. In the dark forest of crowded trees, only the places the dragons rampaged about were becoming wide open space. Thus, after entering the forest, finding them was easy. But we hadn't heard anything about their being for. My ears are going to start hurting, so could you pipe down? Lightning. I turned my left hand to the land dragon, discharging electricity right at its head. My output had risen from before, and after a large sway, it took a step back. From behind, Shannon. Just keep on hitting them in. That's all you got to do to win. Naturally, if I did that, I would win. But at present, I was. Lyle, don't forget to send orders around as you fight. Look, Mei-chan's party is troubled. Clara-chan is remaining stationary, awaiting order. Look at the big picture. If precise direction is impossible, broad orders are fine. Take in the surrounding situation and convey it with your skill. You've got to train yourself up as a commander as well. And this is a perfect opponent for that. Go do your best, Lyle. I don't think a land dragon is a perfect opponent, but certainly, as we were, we could take on 4 of them. That's the fighting force we possessed. However, giving out orders as I fought the enemy before me was difficult. What's more, my comrades were fighting quite a ways away. Making a gesture of touching my left hand to my ear, I verified the state of my other comrades. I verified it, and gave orders. Clara, there are small fries gathering around. I leave Eva and May's support to you, don't let those peons get closer. Yes. After taking her handgun from the holster at her waist, she held it towards the direction of the approaching monsters. The gun she got from Vera was smaller than the one given to me, but it was an easy-to-use model. Miranda, you need not push yourself, attack after restraining it. When my hands are free, I'll come over to support. Yeah, it looked like it'll be over before that. Looking through Miranda's field of vision, I saw the land dragon was unable to move a muscle from her new skill. It was as if its movements were sealed by countless spider webs, and the land dragon frantically writhed to free itself from those sticky threads. Arya cut at it, shaving away a thick chunk of flesh. I see. Then on to the last one. Monica. Novum, fight properly, won't you? After finding there were no problems on Miranda's side, I looked to Novum. The land dragon in front of me warily took some distance. I stuck my saber into the ground and pulled a gun from the holster on my back hip. When I turned the black revolver towards the land dragon and fired, the bullet missed the massive target and sunk into one of the trees behind it. Behind me, Shannon covered her mouth. PFF. And from my comrades connected to me. Lyle, did you even practice? Quite trying to look cool and get yourself together. Hearing Arya's irritated voice, I sent my mind back to Novum's station to give orders. Monica, you should at least try to coordinate attacks. Even if you tell me that's so late in the game, and I am discontent with my deployment. What are you trying to do by putting me alongside that vixen? If I, Monica, am not beside my chicken dickwad, I cannot muster up any power. Novum, on the other hand. Monica-san, I'm going to use some magic, so could you keep it in one place? She was taking it easy. The third told me there was a problem with my personnel assignment. Lyle, be careful with formation. Novum's side has excess war potential. You should have stationed Monica there alone, and have Novum-chan circle around to support the others or you. The fourth agreed. And there's that splitting your party in 4 business. Would have worked better if you split into 3 or 2, and had each group work together to pick them off one at a time. As they continued finding fault, I finished giving orders, and with the revolver still in my hand, I used my left to pull my saber out of the ground. If I can't hit, I need only get closer. I kicked the ground to approach the land dragon, getting into point blank, before pulling the trigger again. When the bullet hit its tough skin, its output was surely enough to pierce it. But it didn't have much an effect on the land dragon's large build. It swiped at me with its large forelimbs, so I jumped over, and tossed my saber, piercing through its left eye. After landing, to stay out of its field of vision, I circled around to the left, held up my gun, and aimed for its remaining right eye. 1 shot. 2 shots. The bullets that missed hit the land dragon's ferocious lower jaw, but they didn't pierce through. If I used it with the second skill, perhaps I could hit, but to get some practice, I was firing without using the skill. Thanks to that, I couldn't hit a thing. The fifth observed the gun's output. No wonder they're not catching on. Even if it may be a dragon subspecies, if it would be this ineffective, I would never think to pay a fortune for one. And while its usage is easier than a bow, just how inaccurate could it possibly be? As I thought, guns are out of the question. The seventh refuted that opinion. That's because it's a magic tool, and we're not using it as one. If you use the skills engraved on it, its firepower will rise. They interfered with the jewel skill, so my affinity with magic tools wasn't the best. There wasn't a problem in using it as a revolver, but if I was going to use it as a magic tool, I would have to cut off my jewel skills. The fourth spoke up as well. I assent its very premise off? I do think it's a convenient tool to carry around, but at this rate, it's a bit. I would never think of assembling a number of them. Finally closing in, I destroyed the land dragon's eye, jumped back, and put the gun back in its holster. Holding up both hands. Thunderclap. Lightning fell from the sky. Shannon's body trembled as she hid behind a tree. But the lightning hit its designated mark, and slowly falling to the ground, the land dragon let off a burnt scent. The third evaluated the battle. Using a powerful magic strike after robbing it of its vision, not bad, but as I thought, against hard-skinned opponents, you don't have enough means of attack. If I used the jewel, and took out the giant sword, the battle would be over in seconds. But it was bad that I didn't have any other choices. The sword, bow, and halberd had large mana expenditures. If I met a powerful foe while I was low on mana, my present state was one where I could only run away. Of course, I had my comrades with me, so the probability of that happening was low. The fifth put a simple strategy to mouth. It's weapons. In Lyle's case, he has a bad affinity with magic tools. In that case, he should get a few less sturdy weapons to carry around. There are some weapons out there that can cut iron in their base state. It looks like the time has come for him to carry such a thing around. After the fifth said that much, the fourth agreed. It seems he had been thinking my mass-produced saber expenditure was a problem for quite some time now. You run through a few disposable sabers every time. Thinking of the future, it's right around time you looked into some finely crafted pieces, and analyzed cost/performance. On both an ability and financial level, the time had come for me to look for such a weapons. Turning around, I called over to Shannon. Shannon, the others should finish their battles soon. Until then, we'll stay on standby here. I hesitated over whether or go to their aid, but the battles were already nearing their ends. Shannon came over to me, and Wanisama slaying dragons. I would never have even imagined it before. How did she get to be like that, I wonder? As she hung her head, that one's your fault, you know? Saying that, I waited for everyone to gather. It was at that moment I felt something suspicious, and turned. Shannon looked at me, turned her eyes in that direction, and narrowed them. There was nothing coming from my skills. Too little of anything, really. The fifth sounded a little nervous. Our skills can't pick them up? No, do they have a skill that prevents it from being picked up? Lyle, on your guard. As Shannon and I continued to stare, it seems we made them wary, as they took some distance. Shannon spoke. They're somehow floating a bit from their surroundings, but do they think that's actually hiding them from anything? She tilted her head, as her eyes followed the fleeing group. Miranda looked at her skill wire net stretching across the trees. Even if it was only a subspecies of dragon, one mustn't make light of a land dragon's power. Yet such a beast was entangled in her threads, with Arya sitting on top of its head. She was short of breath. Blood flowed down its neck, and it was forming a red pond on the ground. Miranda remained wary of her surroundings. Well, that was needlessly violent. You're like a hero from some storybook, Arya. As Miranda said that with a smile, Arya used her hand to wipe off the blood splattered on her, and spoke regretfully. Well, thanks for that. More importantly, any contact from Lyle. At that moment, perhaps the two of them heard Lyle's voice, as they let out sighs. Miranda verified her location. Looks like no one needed his help. Arya jumped down from the head, stood on the ground, and turned to look at the strung-up land dragon's body. We surely didn't need any here, but I'll bet the others were fine too. Even so, your skill sure is a nasty one, Miranda. Without letting her smile die out, Miranda spoke. Why thank you. Your skill is manly and cool, Arya, but. They shared some cynicism before checking over their equipment and returning to Lyle. With the information they could perceive from Lyle's skill, they were able to proceed through the forest without getting lost. A small-built girl used her slender legs to kick away the land dragon's massive forelimbs. After letting her body spin in the air, May kicked up the approaching land dragon head as well. The difference in their body sizes was much too great, yet it looked as if she was playing with the monster. It would be easier to do in Kalin form, but Lyle won't permit it. The land dragon tried to attack, so she swung her horn, and its large arm flew off. Watching over her, Eva held up her bow. Hey, hurry up and end it. We have to deal with other monsters too over here. She shot through an approaching frog-like monster. Clara also took some on, to test out the gun she had just received. Looking at them, May. Aren't you pulling them so they don't wander off to the others? And we have the most people at this station, so please bear with it. Confirming Lyle had finished his battle, May swiped her right hand, and lopped off the land dragon's head. Without being hit by a drop of the blood spatter, she got onto the collapsing dragon's back, and feeling the response of something round her, she twitched, and turned in that direction. There wasn't any info coming from Lyle's skill, but her 5 senses told her something was there. When she sent a glance that direction, the other party stopped, and slowly began to retreat. May addressed Eva. Hey, could you try shooting an arrow over there? There, Eva was busy dealing with the other monsters, so it wasn't happening. Can't. So won't you help out over here? May was curious, but if they were just going to go away like that, she thought it would be fine for now. May rushed over to Clara. There, Clara spoke. Wait a moment. Lily-san said to be wary of our surroundings. Stay together as much as possible, and don't stray, he say. There's something he cannot detect with skills out there. She spoke as she opened her revolver's cylinder, and swapped out its cartridges. She wasn't accustomed to the motions, so she was moving quite inefficiently. Eva turned to the environment, before inclining her ears, taking out an arrow, and notching it. Wait, even Lyle can't detect them? Looks like it's no good if we rely on his skills too much. And hearing a sound, Eva shot the arrow towards it. Even when there was nothing there, the arrow was hit aside, instantly putting the 3 of them on guard. May stood up front as if to protect the other 2. It's not a monster? Maybe a human. They left their backs to one another, as the presence continued distancing itself. Monica placed her large hammer on the ground, and looked at the land dragon she'd crushed. While Novum's magic had stopped its movements, she had circled to the back, and lowered her giant weapon. Its lower half was in a horrible state, but even so, it could be dealt for a high price, so Monica pat her chest in relief over her household's finances. With this, we will easily be able to clear the sum we were aiming for. Even so, I cannot accept being paired with that vixen. I am an existence that glimmers precisely because I am serving my chicken dickwad. As a supporting cast, my role is to stand diagonally behind that chicken. Looking at Monica riling herself up, Novum gave a bitter smile. But hearing Lyle's voice, she inclined her ear to it. Seeing her gesture, Monica spoke in jealousy. God damn it, he even kissed me atop the ship, but when he returns to normal, he says I don't need one, and chicken's out. Just when will his next fever time come, I wonder, not. There was already a line between Lyle and Monica, and because of that, using his skill. Connection didn't require a kiss. Disappointed over that fact, Monica looked over the other members with envy. If that's how it'll be, I'll increase their calorie intake little by little every day, and bring anguish to their scales. After grinning over that flight of mischief, Monica opened her red eye wide, and picked up her hammer. She took her left hand off its shaft, took a small knife out of her sleeve, and threw it at the spot that was bothering her. Her eyes could clearly take in the existence Lyle's skills couldn't capture. Novum held up her staff, and aiming at the place Monica had thrown her knife. Earth hand. Arms emerged from the soil with the intent to bind, heading for the invisible enemy. Monica's knife was floating in the air, and it looked as if it had stabbed into something. From its floating tip, red blood was flowing. And slowly, both the knife and the blood disappeared. The earth hands made of magic were suddenly torn apart in the air. Seeing that, Novum surveyed the area. There. Vixen, step back. Monica called out, but Novum didn't dodge. She changed her staff's shape, formed a scythe, and blocked the attack of the invisible enemy. Perhaps that surprised the enemy, as they immediately retreated. Monica was about to give chase, but Lyle gave an order not to follow, so she stopped in her tracks. Novum looked into the woods, as if to watch the fleeing foes back. Consarn it! Because of all the information coming in, keeping it on search backfired. When my comrades had all gathered, I severed connection and used the sixth skill, real spec, to take in the surrounding situation. They were hard to see, but surely enough, there were multiple red signals around. Unaccustomed to it, the others weren't able to process all the info from real spec. It caused headaches, and it was a burden, so I hadn't made use of it. Switching to it partway through would get in the way of the others' battle, so unable to do that, I could only wait for my comrades to come. Miranda looked at me as she asked my plans. What are you going to do? I don't think we'll lose, but we used quite a bit of time coming to this forest. We don't have much time to waste on playing cat and mouse. I thought of what reason the enemy may have to attack us. Is it Seal's doing? Did she or someone around her finally send assassins? But we're in Kartafs. If they were going to do it, it would be more efficient to wait in Bime. My thoughts wouldn't come together, but I looked around. The forest's monsters are beginning to act up. After collecting up the materials, let's return to the guild. We can't waste any more time on anything that won't make us any money. Irritating as it may be, we didn't have the leisure to chase them down. And the movements they displayed were all of those to search us out. On my opinion, the third in the jewel agreed. You don't have time, so any more is impossible. But make sure you're prepared to deal with them if they attack. Nights will be troublesome. I immediately began assigning roles for night watch. In a place separated from the forest, Lark pulled out the knife stabbed into his arm. That woman, even my skill was ineffective? Good grief, if I was going to attack, I should have chosen a different group. Maybe get the guy out of the way first. Observing skilled adventurers. Their original goal was just to know their war potential, but having felt an urge to try obtaining them, Lark had ended up raising his hand. His approach noticed, he ended up needing a counterattack. A female comrade of his apologized. I deeply apologize. For them to have one by their side able to see through our skill. No, they're just making me want them more. Don't need the guy, but the rest are a treasure trove. Though I really didn't know what to think about one of them. If she's strong, I don't mind keeping her at my side. They were all wearing expensive robes, and each robe had a skill engraved onto it. Magic tools to prevent detection by skills and by eyesight. Lark-sama, let me heal your wounds. Lark presented his injury to a woman specialized in healing magic, and glared at the one who'd produced the magic tools. Oi, the magic tools you made actually worked, right? The woman nodded a number of times, fearful of his rage. I am sorry. But you were able to get close, so they surely had an effect. They're my originals, so they shouldn't be known to the general public. He turned his eyes from the cowering woman to the forest, and looked at his fully healed arm. The wound had closed, and it hadn't left a scar. I thought my skill would charm one or two of them, but it was no good. In that case, it would have been better to go after the Tracehouse's princess. Dagnabbit. I've needlessly wasted some time. An annoyed Lark had been able to see the power of Lyle's forces up close. And once he deduced he would never stand a chance up front, he immediately went into trying to draw away one or two of their ranks. A skill to infatuate the other sex, charm. Possessing such a skill put Lark at quite an advantageous position when dealing with women. But that charm had its limitations. All it really did was make it easier to get their attention, and if he really wanted to make them his own, he would have to use his second stage skill, temptation. However, that temptation had a weakness in that after using it once, he wouldn't be able to use it for a while. They're not opponents where the same trick will work twice. We'll concede defeat for now. I thought that if we could snatch up some land dragon materials, it would give us a chance at an audience with Ludmila, you know. The surrounding women listened to his words in fascination. The robe covering his body lost its effect, and when Lark tossed it aside, a few competed to scramble for it. With a large black sword over his back, Lark. Well, I'm sure the chance will come someday. I'll just wait it out until then, until the day I become king of this country. As long as I can get Ludmila to fall for me, the rest is all mine. Lark walked off towards where his horse was tethered, and his women followed along.